The infinite spending system has been activated. By spending spirit jade, you can obtain spending points. Spending points can be used to exchange for talent, comprehension, physique, and more. Inside a small, dilapidated stone hut, Tang Tian sat by the window, his face a mixture of joy and worry. Joy because after his transmigration, he had obtained a rather remarkable system. According to the description of the infinite spending system, as long as he engaged in normal acts of spending, he would be able to gain corresponding spending points. And those spending points could be exchanged for different grades of talent, physique, chances at sudden enlightenment, as well as other heaven-defying divine treasures. If he could successfully redeem them, his future path of cultivation would be smooth and unobstructed. Yet after searching his entire body, he could not even find half a copper coin. Spend. With no money was he supposed to spend with his face. Tang Tian let out a long sigh. Just now he had finished fully merging with the memories of this body's former owner. This was a world of cultivation. Chi, refining, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul, transformation, out-of-body, fusion, tribulation, transcendence, and ascension. 9 great realms, each step bringing about an earth-shattering transformation in strength. Yet Tang Tian was only at the second level of Chi, refining, a lowly chore disciple of the Qinghua sect. His talent was so pitiful that he could not even awaken a single ring of spiritual light, placing him at the very bottom, even among the chore disciples. Tang Tian glanced at the exchange list within the system. A wandering talent required only 1 spending point. However, to obtain a single spending point, one needed to spend 10,000 pieces of low-grade spirit jade. Where was he supposed to get 10,000 pieces of spirit jade? His monthly stipend amounted to only 10 low-grade spirit jade. After the stewards took their cut, the leaders among the chore disciples extorted a portion, and a few bullies robbed him of the rest. It was basically all gone. Yesterday, precisely because his spirit jade had been completely robbed, and he had been viciously beaten, his anger had surged, his heart had failed, and he had died on the spot, giving Tang Tian's soul the chance to transmigrate into this body. How am I supposed to get money? I don't look too bad, but unfortunately, I don't have the contact of any rich widows. Tang Tian scratched his head at a complete loss as to what he should do. Without spirit jade, this system was basically no different from a decoration. Yet just as he was fretting over money, a voice rang out from nowhere in his mind once more. Spending without loss, but with gain system successfully bound. When the host possesses sufficient spirit jade, any spending will not decrease, but instead increase spirit jade. Tang Tian was instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? There was another system. He immediately grew excited and hurried to examine it. This new system was exceedingly simple in function as long as he carried enough spirit jade on him. After completing an act of spending, not only would there be no loss, but his spirit jade would actually increase by a corresponding amount. Tang Tian could not help but gape. With this system, his future supply of spirit jade would essentially be limitless. And adding the infinite spending system on top of that. Damn, wouldn't that make him invincible? However many spending points he wanted, he could get. All those heaven-defying items listed within the system would now be within his reach. Tang Tian looked once more at the system's exchange list, starting with the section on talent. Wandering talent, 1 spending point. Touring talent, 10 spending points. Three-ring talent, 100 spending point. Son of Heavens, Tao, 10 trillion spending points. Child of Chaos, 100 trillion spending points. Next came physiques. First grade physique, 1 spending point. Second grade physique, 10 spending points. Third grade physique, 100 spending points. Innate sacred body, Tao embryo, 10 trillion spending points. Eternal chaotic physique, 100 trillion spending points. Then there was the comprehension section. 1 ordinary enlightenment, 100 spending points. 1 elementary enlightenment, 1000 spending points. 1 intermediate enlightenment, 1000 spending points. 1 chaos level enlightenment, 100 trillion spending points. Apart from these, there were also divine items such as cosmic fortune, the origin power of the universe, and the laws of the universe, each sounding utterly heaven-defying. However, their prices were far too exorbitant and were not within the scope of his current considerations. For now, the most realistic targets were talent, physique, and comprehension. That alone already left Tang Tian deeply satisfied. At the very least, he could clearly see a radiant future for himself. With the spending without loss, but with gain system in hand, accumulating enough spending points was merely a matter of time. Only after a long while did Tang Tian finally calm his excited heart. Next, his main task was to figure out how to spend money. It was truly a task that could delight both body and mind. But the prerequisite for spending was having money in the first place. At the moment, he did not even have a single coin to his name. After thinking for a moment, Tang Tian rose and walked to the bed. From a crack in the bed's headboard, he fished out a small cloth bundle. Untying it, he revealed a blackish-gray porcelain bottle. When he opened the porcelain bottle, a faint fragrance wafted out. It was a bottle of nourishing essence pills. As a chore disciple of the Qinghua sect, in addition to 10 low-grade spirit jade each month, he also received 1 bottle of ordinary nourishing essence pills for daily cultivation. 1 bottle was worth 2 low-grade spirit jade. Yesterday, the bullies had only extorted all his spirit jade. They had not taken a fancy to this bottle of nourishing essence pills. But to Tang Tian, this was precious startup capital. No matter what, it should be sellable for at least 1 low-grade spirit jade. The question was where to sell it. Very soon, Tang Tian found a name within his memories: Jinyu Hall. It was a trading venue dedicated to cultivators where many disciples of the Qingwei sect bought the pills, spirit tools, and other cultivation resources they needed. They also provided appraisal and recycling services for cultivators. It will be you, he decided at once. Tang Tian resolved to cash in the nourishing essence pills in his hand and set both systems into motion. He had no desire to relive his former life. In his memories, his previous self was not only bullied everywhere, but also worked himself to the bone every single day. Such days held not the slightest thing worth longing for. As a transmigrator, he at least had to live up to the name, did he not? With his decision made, Tang Tian tucked the nourishing essence pills into his robe, left the stone hut, and headed toward Jinyu Hall. As he walked, he remained extremely cautious, having no mind to admire the picturesque scenery around him. It was not that he feared the nourishing essence pills being stolen, but that he dreaded accidentally provoking someone he could not afford to offend. This was after all a cultivation world, and he had no wish to be sent off before he had even settled in due to some unexpected mishap. Fortunately, after about half an hour, Tang Tian safely arrived at his destination. Before him stood an exquisitely luxurious pavilion. The three large characters, Jinyu Hall, hung high above the gate in bold, vigorous calligraphy. At the entrance, many cultivators were coming and going, most of them disciples of the Qingwei sect. The ceiling was extremely high with a brilliant galaxy. The interior of Jinyu Hall was vast, lined with an endless array of cultivation resources that dazzled the eyes. Cultivators paused to chat as they carefully chose the treasures that caught their fancy. Tang Tian did not linger to look around. He went straight to the counter and found an attendant who happened to be idle. Stepping forward at once, he prepared to speak. Yet before he could open his mouth, a surprised voice suddenly sounded beside him. Tang Tian. Tang Tian froze for a moment, then turned his head toward the sound. It was a young woman in a long white robe with refined features. 3 silver trims at her cuffs gleamed brightly. This was the insignia of an inner sect disciple. You are. Tang Tian's expression turned somewhat blank. He felt that this woman was very familiar, yet for the moment, could not recall where he had seen her before. However, his reaction made the woman's brows furrow. Tang Tian, even though we once had our differences, you don't need to pretend not to know me on purpose, do you? She spoke coolly. Tang Tian's brows drew together at once. This woman did not look like any sort of good person. He began searching through his memories. Very quickly, he found the image of this woman. Her name was Lin Yue, Tang Tian's former childhood sweetheart. The two of them had entered Qingwei sect together. Or rather, Tang Tian had abandoned his original life to accompany Lin Yue in joining Qingwei sect. He had once believed that no matter where they were, they would be able to live happily together. Unfortunately, reality was merciless. Tang Tian's cultivation aptitude was so poor he could not even awaken the first ring, whereas Lin Yue was a little prodigy, blessed with 5 rings of talent. As soon as they joined, Lin Yue became an outer sect disciple, while Tang Tian could only fall to the very bottom as a menial worker. Yet at that time their relationship still remained close. Lin Yue did not care about Tang Tian's status, and Tang Tian, as always, supported her wholeheartedly. He not only gave her all of his cultivation resources, but even took on several extra jobs, all so that the girl in his heart could walk further on the path of cultivation. At last, after a year, Lin Yue rose step by step, passing the examinations and becoming a noble inner sect disciple. Yet when Tang Tian happily went to congratulate her, he was met with words that would be etched into his bones. Kinga, we are not people of the same world. We are destined never to walk the same path. Rather than tormenting each other in the future, it is better to cut things off today. I am moving forward. And you? Those words shattered the young man's heart completely. From that moment on, he grew silent and cowardly, unable to resist, even when bullied, until he finally perished and his Tao was extinguished. After watching this fragment of memory, the look Tang Tian cast at Lin Yue changed at once. So your first sword after reaching the shore was to sever the one who loved you. Truly nothing good at all. These memories belonged to his former self, so he did not feel much personal immersion. But toward a woman like Lin Yue, he had absolutely no goodwill. Faced with Lin Yue's question, Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, "It's just that we haven't seen each other for over a year, so I didn't recognize you at first. You mind your business, I'll mind mine. That's all." He had no desire to become entangled with such a woman. Spending his money was the true priority. Unfortunately, Lin, you did not see it that way. Are you still angry with me? Lin Yue said, "I admit my words back then were a bit harsh. But setting aside the facts for a moment, was I really wrong in what I said? If the two of us had continued, it would have been a great harm to either of us, so I had no choice." Tang Tian pursed his lips beyond speech. "If you refuse to even speak of facts, what is there to talk about? Don't overthink it. I've already forgotten those things. Just manage your own life, all right," Tang Tian said bluntly. To converse with such a woman was the most pointless thing in the world. Even if they killed and burned, they would likely still believe they were completely in the right. At his response, Lin Yue frowned slightly, seemingly surprised that his reaction differed so much from what she had anticipated. At that moment, a female companion at her side leaned over. "Lin Yue, is this the one who used to chase after you?" The woman ran her eyes up and down Tang Tian, her open disdain entirely undisguised. "Truly ordinary, yet so confident. How does he even dare to pursue you? Be careful, men like this are always full of schemes, always finding ways to appear in front of you. For all you know, today's chance encounter might be something he plotted long ago." Her disdain had already curdled into contempt, malice practically rolling off her in waves. As for this person openly insulting her former childhood sweetheart Lin, Yu merely sighed softly and said, Fang Fei, that's enough. I can understand him. Standing at the counter, Tang Tian all but had the words, utterly speechless, written across his forehead. Many kinds of odd people existed in this world, but the worst was a whole nest of them gathered together. He really must have left home without checking the almanac to end up running into these two prime specimens. Exchanging even one extra sentence with them felt like an insult to his own character. Exhaling, Tang Tian turned his gaze to the attendant of Jinyu Hall. Hello, I'd like to sell something. The attendant, who had been watching the show from the side for quite some time, replied with a faintly amused smile. What do you want to sell? Tang Tian took out a bottle of nourishing yuan pills from his chest. Yet the moment he produced it, a derisive snort sounded. Heavens, even this sort of trash can be brought to Jinyu Hall to sell. Ha ha, just how poor is he? Fang Fei burst into loud laughter, mocking without restraint. Even Lin Yu reverted to her earlier demeanor, saying coolly, Tang Tian, if you're short on spirit jade, you can tell me. We did at least once know each other. I wouldn't refuse to help you. Tang Tian could not help rubbing his forehead. Can you really not keep your mouth shut? I'll do my thing, you do yours. We don't interfere with one another, okay? He was truly fed up to the point that even foreign words slipped out. Lin Yu did not understand the phrase, but she could clearly see Tang Tian's attitude. That was a kind of disgust that could not be faked. With a cold snort, she turned away and ignored him. Fang Fei, however, continued to look at him with mocking eyes. Tang Tian shook his head. He truly did not know what sins his former self had committed to have gotten acquainted with such creatures. The transaction went on. The shop attendant took the nourishing yuan pills and examined them. The quality of this pill is quite poor. At most, I can give you one piece of lower-grade spirit jade. Seeing the nourishing yuan pills, his attitude also turned somewhat stiff. Tang Tian did not care. He only wanted to obtain the spirit jade as quickly as possible. All right, sell it. Very soon, a piece of lower-grade spirit jade fell into his hand. Holding the hard-won spirit jade, Tang Tian drew in a breath and once more called out to the attendant. I'll use this piece of spirit jade to buy it back. The attendant was stunned on the spot, and even Fang Fei at the side was taken aback by Tang Tian's move. He had just sold it, and now he wanted to buy it again. What kind of logic was that? The attendant stared blankly for a moment, then said angrily, Are you making fun of me? Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged. I merely wish to buy something. If not, then help me find an item worth one piece of spirit jade. The attendant was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such an odd customer. Impatiently, he said, We don't carry any low-grade goods worth just one piece of spirit jade. If you insist on buying, I can only give you half a bottle of nourishing yuan pills. With that, he directly poured out half the pills from the very same bottle of nourishing yuan pills. The same pills that had sold for one piece of spirit jade now could only be bought back as half a bottle. Under normal circumstances, no one would make such a deal. But Tang Tian's lips curved in a faint smile. All right, he set down the spirit jade at once and swiftly swept up the half bottle of nourishing yuan pills as though afraid the attendant would go back on his word. This maneuver made Fang Fei cry out on the spot. Lin Yu, it turns out he's not only a penniless wretch, even his brain is broken. Not only Fang Fei, but even the attendant of Jinyu Hall and several cultivators nearby could not help stealing glances at him. This was the first time they had ever seen anyone sell something like this. Tang Tian, however, only smiled more broadly. The system's prompt had already sounded in his mind. You have completed a purchase within normal transactional bounds and obtained 0.0001 consumption points. You have successfully spent one piece of lower-grade spirit jade. Consumption rebate triggered lower-grade spirit jade 2. Looking at the two pieces of lower-grade spirit jade lying quietly in his system space, Tang Tian felt utterly satisfied. Amid all the astonished gazes, he took out the two pieces of spirit jade and placed them on the counter. All right, this time give me a full bottle of nourishing yuan pills. He seems to be playing with something very new. Tang Tian's peculiar consumption behavior immediately attracted the attention of those around. They looked over with great interest, wanting to see what Tang Tian was planning to do. However, the attendant of Jinyu Tang was even more enraged. Are you really just making fun of me? Clearly able to buy a full bottle, he first bought half a bottle and then another full bottle. This could already be classified as a provocation. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained calm and said, It's just a transaction. If you're unwilling, you'll find someone else. The attendant squinted. After all, the customer is still a customer, and trading with customers is part of his duties. Although quite impatient, he still took out a bottle of Yangyuan Dan. The transaction was completed smoothly. 4 low-grade spirit stones also successfully appeared in the system space. Tang Tian took them all out and placed them back on the counter. 2 bottles of Yangyuan Dan, he said flatly. Can't you just buy 3 bottles at once? The attendant was furious. Who buys things like this? Tang Tian felt somewhat helpless. He would like to buy 3 bottles, but according to the system's rules, he must have enough spirit stones to make a purchase. So he could only make the attendant run back and forth a few more times. Sorry for the trouble, Tang Tian said. The attendant was angry but still took out 2 bottles of Yangyuan Dan and completed the transaction again. 8 low-grade spirit stones were in hand. Just as Tang Tian was preparing to continue his transactions, Fang Fei, I understand now, she exclaimed loudly. Your purpose isn't actually to trade, you want to attract our attention in this peculiar way, right? The trick is quite novel, but we are not fools. It's obvious what's going on here. The more you do this, the more we will dislike you. Fang Fei crossed her arms looking as if she had seen through his thoughts. Tang Tian replied speechlessly. I mean, can you not take yourself too seriously? Do you really think the world revolves around and buying my own things, or what does it have to do with you? Can you not judge others with your low character? He could no longer tolerate it. Some people always think the whole world is just acting for them. I really don't understand how such thinking is formed. However, Fang Fei chuckled and said, keep pretending, I want to see how long you can keep it up. From her expression, it seemed she shared Fang Fei's thoughts. Tang Tian was too lazy to pay her any mind and placed the 8 spirit stones on the counter. 4 bottles of Yanyuan Dan. The attendant rolled his eyes reluctantly, took out 4 bottles of Yanyuan Dan. The transaction was completed. 16 low-grade spirit stones were pocketed. 8 bottles. Tang Tian remained calm and continued trading. 16 bottles. 32 bottles. Soon the counter in front of Tang Tian was filled with Yanyuan Dan, totaling several hundred bottles. The number of onlookers also continued to increase. Meanwhile, the attendant's attitude began to change gradually with the increasing number of Yanyuan Dan. When Tang Tian mentioned the number 500, the previous disdain and impatience from the attendant completely vanished. This, hero, that's quite a large quantity. There isn't enough in the counter. I need to go get some from the back, the attendant said very politely. Tang Tian nodded. Soon a large box of Yanyuan Dan was brought over and placed on the counter. The transaction was completed. The number of spirit stones in Tang Tian's pocket finally broke 1,000. Moreover, the system was very user-friendly, automatically converting enough low-grade spirit stones into mid-grade spirit stones. 1 mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. After breaking 1,000 spirit stones, he did not continue purchasing Yanyuan Dan, as it was the most basic pill and not very useful. Moreover, carrying too many would be very inconvenient. Now that he had so many spirit stones, he could shift his focus to higher quality treasures. However, just as he stopped, Fang Fei started to shout again. Ha ha ha, are you out of money? Her face was filled with pride as she said, I knew it, you were just trying to get our attention. Keep pretending, why have you stopped? Men are like this, they just love to do things to save face. Tang Tian sighed, not even feeling motivated to respond. Never try to argue with trash people, they will only drag you down to their own moral level and then use their rich experience. However, Tang Tian's silence did not mean that others would remain silent. Fang Fei's last remark immediately incited the anger of some onlookers. Hey, be mindful of your words. Just because you encountered a few foolish people doesn't mean everyone in the world is like that. Don't think too highly of yourself. People spoke one after another. However, in the face of the crowd's accusations, Fang Fei became even more arrogant and said, what's wrong? Did I say anything wrong? Don't think too highly of yourself. People spoke one after another. However, in the face of the crowd's accusations, Fang Fei became even more arrogant and said, a bunch of idiots. The crowd was immediately outraged. He buys his own things, so what does it have to do with you? What if he's a servant disciple? Who said servant disciples have no spirit stones? Exactly, many children from big families start as servant disciples. I see this brother has that kind of aura. People argued. Seeing so many dare to contradict her views, Fang Fei angrily shouted, what a joke. What big family disciple doesn't carry millions of spirit stones to be a stinky servant? I dare to bet with you today, I don't say millions, if he can take out 10,000 spirit stones today, I'll kneel down and apologize to him. Seeing that Fang Fei was getting a bit too carried away, Lin Yu hurriedly pulled her, but it had no effect. However, she also didn't think Tang Tian could take out 10,000 spirit stones. She knew Tang Tian's background well enough to be very surprised that he could have a few hundred spirit stones. The arguing voices continued. But Tang Tian had no intention of participating. After some thought, he asked the attendant for a product list. The product list was dazzling, filled with all the resources and treasures needed by cultivators. After casually glancing at it, he quickly selected the items he wanted to purchase next. A low-grade long sword at the common level costs 1,000 spirit stones. A spirit weapon was something Tang Tian never dared to think about before, but now it was enough to add it to his collection. This one, please, Tang Tian said. The attendant looked at him, instantly stunned. Just earlier, he was buying the lowest grade Yanyuan Dan. How did he suddenly shift to high-end goods? He truly couldn't grasp Tang Tian's thoughts. Soon the long sword was placed on the counter. When Tang Tian took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones at once, someone burst out laughing. Ha ha, hey, didn't you say he was out of money? Just wait and see. I think this brother is anything but ordinary. Fang Fei pursed her lips. 1,000 spirit stones was already her salary for 2 months. Could this stinky servant really have 10,000 spirit stones? A hint of panic arose in her heart, but she naturally couldn't let her words fall behind. It's only 1,000. Just wait and see. Inside the wooden sword case lay a magnificent longsword resting in serene stillness. You may test it, assess its quality for yourself. The shop attendant beamed with a smile, so warm it bore no resemblance to his earlier aloof demeanor. Tang Tian, however, had no intention of testing the blade, and instead turned his gaze once more to the merchandise list, this time scanning the section on pills. Supreme Chi Cultivation Pills, 100 spirit stones per bottle. Supreme Body Tempering Pills 100 Spirit Stones per bottle. Supreme Chi Refinement Pills 200 Spirit Stones per bottle. Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills 100 Spirit Stones per bottle. These were the most essential auxiliary pills for cultivators at the Chi cultivation realm. In the immortal cultivation world, strength reigned supreme. Though he possessed dual systems granting him boundless spirit stones and unparalleled talent, such advantages could never translate directly into combat prowess. Tang Tian knew he must prepare diligently for his future cultivation path. 20 bottles of Supreme Chi cultivation pills. Tang Tian declared calmly. Right away. The attendant responded with effusive enthusiasm and swiftly retrieved the pills, placing them before Tang Tian. The transaction concluded smoothly. The system's spirit stone balance now stood at 4,000. 40 bottles of Supreme Body Tempering Pills next. Tang Tian continued unperturbed as 4,000 spirit stones vanished from his account, without so much as a flicker of hesitation. Fang Fei's heart pounded with mounting dread. Could this man truly produce 10,000 spirit stones? Bets among cultivators were sacred contracts, not matters to be evaded with excuses. Should she truly lose, she would have no choice but to kneel before Tang Tian and offer her formal apology. How could she possibly accept such humiliation? Fang Fei clenched her fists, silently praying Tang Tian's purse had finally run dry. Yet reality refused to bend to her wishes. 40 more bottles of Supreme Chi cultivation pills, and 20 of Supreme Chi refinement pills. Tang Tian said, voice unruffled. The attendant dashed immediately toward the rear storeroom. Such rare pills were displayed only in small quantities on the counter. Moments later, the Supreme Chi refinement pills were secured and the transaction completed. Brother, you're truly outstanding. Witnessing Tang Tian produce 80 mid-grade spirit stones at once, the onlookers burst into hearty laughter, then collectively turned their sharp glances upon Fang Fei. Stunned speechless. He's genuinely wealthy. 8,000 spirit stones, plus what he'd already spent, easily surpasses 10,000. Hear that? Time to kneel and apologize. The crowd fixed Fang Fei with cold, unyielding stares. At that moment, Fang Fei was utterly undone. She had never imagined Tang Tian, a mere menial servant, could possess such staggering wealth. His reserves now rivaled those of an inner sect disciple. Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of genuine astonishment. Where then had he acquired so many spirit stones? Honor the wager. Several inner sect disciples pressed forward, voices firm and insistent. Fang Fei's face paled as she instinctively staggered backwards, seeking escape, only to find her retreat blocked by, "How dare you treat me like this? I'm but a frail woman." An inner sect disciple stepped forward with a chilling smirk. Frail? Moments ago you wielded your tongue like a master swordsman, standing alone against us all. Now that consequences loom, you've suddenly become fragile. That is no law of the cultivation world. Fulfill your... The crowd echoed the demand with resounding cries. After all, Fang Fei had recklessly launched a sweeping insult, offending nearly every male cultivator present. Under the collective pressure, Fang Fei's lips turned ashen. She simply could not bring herself to kneel before a foul-scented menial servant. Yet, how dare such a lowly servant command 10,000 spirit stones? Under the collective pressure, Fang Fei's lips turned ashen. She simply could not bring herself to kneel before a foul-scented menial servant. Yet, I haven't lost yet. Fang Fei suddenly cried out, voice shrill with desperate hope. I specified he must produce 10,000 spirit stones at once to claim my defeat, and he withdrew them in separate transactions. Therefore, I have not lost. Clutching this flimsy lifeline, she shouted as if her very life depended on it. A stunned silence fell as the crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Had she truly phrased it that way? No, surely she'd merely said he needed to produce the amount, not withdraw it all at once. Yet if Fang Fei held fast to her interpretation, further coercion would cross into outright bullying. Moments later, all eyes turned expectantly toward Tang Tian, as if silently asking, brother, shall we continue? Tang Tian offered a faint, enigmatic smile. The tension had risen to its zenith. Abandoning it now would be unthinkable. After purchasing the Chi refinement pills, his balance had swelled to 16,000 spirit stones. 10,000. A trivial sum. Just as he prepared to proceed, Lin Yu stepped forward. Tang Tian, enough. Her voice softened, measured. She acted rashly. That's all. It hardly warrants such severe retribution. For my sake, let this end here. We can remain friends. Tang Tian turned slowly to face her, his gaze steady, untroubled, devoid of even the faintest ripple of emotion. First impulse is no justification for wrongdoing. To indulge one's impulses is to accept their consequences without protest. Second, you hold no favor with me, none whatsoever. Lastly, I hold no interest whatsoever in friendship with you. That is all. With that, he dismissed Lin Yu entirely, drawing forth a supreme-grade spirit stone and stating coolly, 10 bottles of Supreme Foundation Establishment pills. Brilliant. A wave of cheers erupted instantly. Stunned into silence, aren't you? What excuse will you conjure this time? Honor the wager, or face our consequences. Even the law enforcement hall would raise no objection to. The chorus of demands crashed down upon Fang Fei once more. This time she collapsed to the floor, utterly stripped of defensive pretext of recourse. Tears of regret and bitter resentment spilled unbidden, But in the immortal cultivation world, tears held no value. They might soothe naive youths newly awakened to this realm, yet none present would be swayed by such weakness. Finally, under the weight of collective censure, Feng Fei knelt beside Tang Tian, head bowed low, whispering so faintly it was barely audible. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken of you so cruelly." Tang Tian shook his head. "False accusations cannot wound me. Your apology belongs not to me, but to everyone gathered here." Feng Fei remained silent, resigned as if her spirit had already surrendered. Slowly she shifted her knees toward the others and bowed her head again. "I'm sorry." Upon finishing, she surged to her feet, shoved violently through the crowd, and fled the golden Jade Hall. Lin Yu's attempt to detain her proving utterly futile. Watching Tang Tian, still calm, still unruffled, Lin Yu's expression grew profoundly complex. "I underestimated you. But remember, spirit stones are not everything. Only true strength commands absolute authority. Without exceptional cultivation talent, you'll forever remain mired in the lowest stratum. Whereas I will soon stand before the core disciple selection. That is the chasm between us. My path is irrevocably correct." Tang Tian shrugged lightly. "You're absolutely right. But tell me, shouldn't you be attending to your friend right now?" Lin Yu drew a slow, deep breath. Every response Tang Tian had offered today had shattered her expectations. So thoroughly it was as if he were an entirely different person. "Then, take care of yourself." That was all she could utter before turning and walking away. Only then did the atmosphere in the hall settle back into quiet normalcy. "Huh, brother, you were magnificent. I've long despised certain individuals, acting as though the world owes them deference. Today at last justice has been served. Of course such cases are rare. Most cultivators remain reasonable. I know, yet they leap about so brazenly, provoking universal disdain." Casual conversation ebbed and flowed until gradually everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs. To true cultivators this had been nothing more than a fleeting ripple in daily life. Yet Tang Tian sensed it instantly. Malevolent gazes, subtle but unmistakable, now lingered upon him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed he would need to devise a plan, ensuring his safe return home. After a while, 10 bottles of high-grade foundation establishment pills were placed before Tang Tian. These were essential auxiliary pills for ordinary cultivators to break through to foundation establishment. Only those with a talent of 6 rings or above can break through realms without relying on pills, depending solely on their own abilities. Tang Tian had no strong obsession about how to break through. The main reason for purchasing foundation establishment pills was simply to accumulate consumption points. After the purchase, he successfully gained 2 consumption points. However, he certainly would not stop there. "Sir, may I ask if you wish to continue?" The shop assistant wore a beaming smile. Tang Tian's current spending was enough to classify him as a major client, which made him very happy, as the larger the transaction amount, the greater his commission. Looking at the assistant's eager expression, Tang Tian smiled and said, "Of course, I haven't reached my goal yet. However, the next transactions should involve larger amounts, so you need to be prepared in advance." The assistant's smile broadened further as he said, "That's definitely not a problem. If you're not too at ease, I can fetch our manager. He has much higher authority than I do." Introducing major clients also comes with a commission. Tang Tian thought for a moment and then nodded, saying that would be troublesome. The assistant quickly walked into the back. After a moment, a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked in with the assistant. "Greetings, fellow cultivator." The middle-aged man smiled as he greeted Tang Tian, not putting on airs due to the difference in strength and age. "I am Qin Hai, the manager of Jin Yu Tang. I heard from Xiao Yin that there were some unpleasant incidents here just now. It is Jin Yu Tang's mismanagement, and I apologize to you," Qin Hai said politely. Tang Tian waved his hand and replied, "It's nothing. That has nothing to do with you. Let's discuss the transaction first." Qin Hai nodded with a smile and invited, "Then let's go to the back room. I will prepare some tea. It's quieter there." Tang Tian thought for a moment and agreed with a nod. Moments later, the two arrived in a private room at Jin Yu Tang's back hall, where Qin Hai poured steaming tea for Tang Tian, exuding a fragrant aroma. "Try this. It's our specially made Lingxin tea." Tang Tian nodded and picked up the tea, but made no further move. Qin Hai smiled and said, "I heard from Xiao Yin that your shopping style is quite unique." Tang Tian set down the teacup and replied, "That's just my personal habit. Let's get to the main topic." After saying this, he continued to look at the product list. Jin Yu Tang was a comprehensive trading company covering almost all aspects of the cultivation world, truly a one-stop shop. Pills, spiritual artifacts, cultivation techniques, talismans, rare treasures, and so on all were listed. However, the grade of all treasures was relatively low. Pills were graded from 1 to 9, each level divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. The highest grade item here was a bottle of 3rd grade upper tier spirit nourishing pill priced at 100,000 spirit jade. The grades of spiritual artifacts and techniques were divided into heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and ordinary, also with lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. The most precious spiritual artifact here was a top-grade ordinary heart guard mirror possessing remarkable defensive capabilities, priced at 120,000 spirit jade. The most valuable technique was a top-grade ordinary sword technique priced at 150,000 spirit jade. As for other rare treasures, they were quite similar in value. "Are there no higher-grade items?" Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "There are, but in very limited quantities, and I need to seek approval first." After all, this branch is merely to serve the majority of ordinary cultivators. Should I go find our home master? Tang Tian thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, never mind, let's keep it this way for now. Being new here, it's better not to draw too much attention from above. The items I want are quite diverse and in significant amounts, so I may need to trouble you to run a few more errands. Furthermore, I prefer to transact one by one. I hope you can understand. Tang Tian said this to give him a psychological preparation in advance. Qin Hai was not bothered by it, smiling as he said, everything will be according to your habits. Subsequently, a grand transaction unfolded. Upper grade muscle and bone pill is 500 a bottle. I want 40 bottles. Second grade exploding talisman is only 200 each. Let me have 200 for fun. Third grade purple herb fruit is 11,000 each. Give me 8 to taste. This flying sword is not bad. It's only 50,000 for upper grade ordinary. I'll take it. In no time, Tang Tian's savings had exceeded 1 million. He could finally engage in bulk transactions and shifted his gaze to the most precious treasures. The 100,000 spirit-nourishing pills, which could nurture the soul and enhance spiritual strength, were all taken by Tang Tian, totaling 5 bottles. He also bought the 120,000 Heart Guard mirror and the 150,000 Wind Chopper sword technique in one go. As the transactions continued, Qin Hai, who had initially remained calm, finally began to feel restless. Where did this prodigal son come from? He had seen extravagance before, but never like this. Others at least bought things they liked or found useful. But this one, he bought nearly everything he saw. He didn't even inquire about their functions or whether they would be of any use to him, as if he was simply going by intuition. Is your money conjured from thin air? Seeing Tang Tian spending more and more with various items piling up on the table, Qin Hai quickly spoke up to call a halt. Young master, these should be enough, right? Qin Hai said with difficulty. Tang Tian asked in confusion, what's wrong? Are we not doing business anymore? Qin Hai wiped away his cold sweat and said, of course not. It's just that I'm merely a manager and the amount I can authorize is limited. If it exceeds 10 million, I must report to the home master. Moreover, the inventory on the product list is running low. Tang Tian was instantly stunned. Is it that money spenders are unafraid, but money earners are scared? What is the world coming to? He glanced at the system where the amount of spirit jade had already exceeded 10 million. His consumption points had also reached over 900. Looking at the product list again, the precious items had all been bought out. The remaining ones added up would probably be around 1 million at most. Forget it, after all, this is just a branch aimed at ordinary cultivators, so one shouldn't expect too much. Moreover, this was his first shopping experience. It's best to keep a low profile. Alright, then I'll buy these for now, Tang Tian said. He then looked at the large pile of cultivation resources he had acquired, instantly feeling troubled. He had been so focused on spending money that he completely overlooked the fact that he couldn't bring all these items back. After some thought, Tang Tian looked at Qin Hai. Do you have any treasures here that can be used for storage? In the end, Tang Tian purchased a small shumi ring from Qin Hai valued at 300,000 spirit jade. The space wasn't large, but it was sufficient to hold all his belongings. What surprised Tang Tian was that the private transaction with Qin Hai was recognized by both systems. His wallet gained an additional 300,000, and he also received 30 consumption points. Can private transactions be done as well? With this in mind, Tang Tian looked at the teacup worth about 10 spirit jade in front of him and directly offered 1 million. However, the system immediately issued a warning stating that this consumption was outside the normal range, thus he would not earn consumption points nor trigger a consumption return. What a pity. It seems he can no longer exploit the system's loopholes. It appears that consumption must remain within the normal. After completing all transactions, Qin Hai was beaming with joy, serving cup after cup of fragrant tea to Tang Tian, almost as if he were feeding him. With a transaction amount nearing 10 million, he would surely earn a considerable income. To be honest, I didn't spend this money very joyfully today, Tang Tian said somewhat unhappily. Your shop is too small. There aren't any treasures worth looking at. Qin Hai was taken aback and then awkwardly replied, Tang Xiao, you may not know, but the establishment time of the Qinghua sect is not long, and our Jin Yu Tang branch was only established over a decade ago. Moreover, those powerful cultivators with profound skills have their own trading channels and look down on us. So we can only cater to the most ordinary cultivators, and the items we sell are quite ordinary. Tang Tian nodded, then looked at Qin Hai with interest, leisurely saying, so what you're implying is that if I wish to purchase higher grade treasures, I would need to find a different trading channel. He deliberately emphasized the word different. Qin Hai, being a clever man, immediately understood Tang Tian's intent and quickly flattered it as possible to find one. But if Tang Xiao doesn't mind, I'd be very willing to become your exclusive trading channel. Tang Tian scoffed, can you really procure good items? Qin Hai replied, it was quite difficult in the past. However, thanks to Tang Xiao, the amount you spent today has already given me a greater say within Jin Yu Tang. As long as you speak, I will do my utmost to satisfy you. Tang Tian revealed a faint smile. The reason he said that earlier was indeed for this matter. As his wallet grew heavier with spirit jade, his desire to consume would only increase, and he needed a window for. Since he was new here and didn't know anyone, where could he find a trading channel? Qin Hai was quite good, and their relationship was tied to mutual benefit, so there shouldn't be any major issues in the short term. At the very least, it could satisfy his initial needs. Let's try it out for now, Tang Tian said. I don't have any special requirements, so anything will do. But just one thing, the more expensive the better. Also, I don't want too many people to know my identity. You should understand what I mean. Qin Hai quickly nodded. Concealing one's identity was very common in the cultivation world, and he knew what to do. Yet while feeling excited, Qin Hai couldn't help but speculate. What kind of background does this young master have? Only buying expensive items without caring for the right ones. Encountering such a legendary figure in reality was surprising. How wealthy could he possibly be? Qin Hai couldn't fathom it, but he was very pleased. If he could cling to Tang Tian's leg, his status in Jin Yu Tang would surely rise significantly. With a verbal agreement reached, the two exchanged communication jade symbols. Once Qin Hai procured the goods, Tang Tian would arrange a meeting place. Being cautious is always wise. After chatting a bit more, Tang Tian indicated he was about to leave. With over 900 consumption points, it was already enough to exchange for some decent items. However, just as he was about to leave, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something. Earlier, after spending over 20,000 spirit jade in the front hall, he distinctly felt several malicious gazes directed at him. This is the cultivation world. Killing and robbing are quite commonplace. Tang Tian wasn't worried about his resources being snatched away. He was more concerned that the other party might bury him to silence him. After thinking for a moment, Tang Tian asked Qin, "How do you know where I can find someone like a reliable bodyguard?" You should understand what I mean. As a Qi refinement stage cultivator carrying a fortune on the outside, what it means for Qin Hai was slightly taken aback and said, "But you have someone behind you." He didn't believe that someone like Tang Tian, who spent money like water, wouldn't have an elder or protector hidden behind him. So he instinctively asked this question. But Tang Tian didn't answer. He merely restrained his smile and looked at him with a blank expression. Until Qin Hai broke into a cold sweat, Tang Tian finally snorted, "People like you should know what questions are appropriate to ask and which ones are not." Qin Hai quickly said, "I was too abrupt. Why, hope Tang Xiao won't hold it against me." In truth, he was the type who understood best that there are some things in the cultivation world that should never be casually inquired about. Otherwise, even a minor mistake could lead to severe consequences. Seeing that Tang Tian didn't truly seem to be angry, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, what Qin Hai didn't know was that Tang Tian himself was also slightly relieved. Fortunately, he managed to intimidate him. Reliable protectors are hard to find. However, I can arrange for someone to escort you safely back to your residence. It's our Jin Yu Tang's standard practice, Qin Hai said. Tang Tian frowned slightly. Was it just returning to the residence? It wouldn't necessarily be safe inside the Qinghua sect either. Can I hire someone? Price isn't an issue, Tang Tian said. Qin Hai forced a bitter smile and said, "You are a disciple of the Qinghua sect. We cannot casually assign protectors to you. However, with your financial resources, you could easily solve this problem yourself." Tang Tian was slightly stunned. Qin Hai replied, "You don't know. Within the Qinghua sect, there's a special status called honorary disciple that can be obtained by spending spirit jade. A junior honorary disciple has a status and position equivalent to that of an outer sect disciple and can hire outer sect disciples as attendants for just 500,000 spirit jade. An intermediate honorary disciple is equivalent to an inner sect disciple and can hire disciples below the inner sect as attendants for 500,000 spirit jade. A senior honorary disciple is equivalent to a core disciple and can hire core and below disciples as attendants for 5 million spirit jade. Moreover, all honorary disciples are protected by the sect, and the higher the level, the stronger the protection. The regulations of the Qinghua sect are very strict. Even if you reveal your wealth within the sect, no one would dare to covet it. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. So if you could become a senior honorary disciple, as long as you don't leave the sect, you basically won't have to worry about any." After hearing this, Tang Tian showed a look of surprise. Isn't this just buying a title with money? How could such a rule exist? With a clear price, wouldn't it be risky for other forces to infiltrate its power? He couldn't quite understand the Qinghua sect's operation. Perhaps there were reasons he wasn't aware of. However, what Qin Hai said was indeed correct. With his current financial resources, he could solve his safety issues. Before he possessed sufficient strength, it would be best not to leave the Qinghua sect. This truly resonates with me. Tang Tian smiled. After resolving the security issue, the two discussed some other matters, such as setting the next transaction date for half a month. At that time, Qin Hai would bring some precious treasures above the yellow grade as a touchstone for opening long-term trading channels. Tang Tian was not in a hurry. Maintaining stability was the priority. Once their discussion concluded, he left the Jin Yu Hall carrying a load of ordinary resources. Just as he stepped out the door, he sensed several unfriendly gazes. However, when two middle-aged men in gray robes appeared behind Tang Tian, all the gazes almost entirely converged. They were nascent soul cultivators sent by Qin Hai specifically to escort Tang Tian home. Jin Yu Hall was located at the foot of the Qinghua sect mountain. Not long after Tang Tian returned safely, which relieved him slightly. Upon returning to the Qinghua sect, he did not rush to his small stone house, but instead headed up towards a grand building, the Merit Hall. This was one of the most active places for disciples of the Qinghua sect, where various sect tasks and events were distributed. The honorary disciples mentioned by Qin Hai could also be purchased here. After bidding farewell to the two nascent soul cultivators, Tang Tian stepped into the Merit Hall. As soon as he entered, he was taken aback. The space inside was even more vast than it appeared from the outside, likely arranged with spatial formations. The ceiling was extremely high, with a brilliant galaxy hidden above, resembling a grand open plaza. Inside the building were additional structures, each corresponding to various sect affairs. A large number of Qingyue sect disciples moved about, and judging by their numbers there were at least tens of thousands. Although the Qingyue sect had just been established, it was not a small sect. The strength of the sect leader and the elders were all above the tribulation transcendent stage, making them extremely powerful. Moreover, according to Qinghai, there seemed to be even more powerful beings above the Qingyue sect. Such a large sect had over 1 million disciples, and its influence spanned countless miles. Such existences were beyond the imagination of a mere servant disciple like Tang Tian. After calming his emotions for a moment, Tang Tian began searching for his destination today. Eventually, he found a resplendent large pavilion located slightly off-center, the Hall of Honor. Upon entering, a style completely different from the outside immediately caught his eye. Golden light radiated in all directions, and whether it was the decorative lights or the ordinary tables and chairs, they all exuded an air of luxury. One might even say it was gaudy. Tang Tian, being a worldly person, quite liked this gaudiness. Inside the hall there were 10 elegant rooms, each staffed by sect elders responsible for matters concerning honorary. Several of these rooms were already occupied. Tang Tian glanced around, and ultimately chose an elderly man who appeared relatively kind stepping inside. Disciple Tang Tian pays respects to the elder. Tang Tian respectfully performed a bow. The authority of the sect elder was not something that anyone could casually provoke, and Tang Tian understood this principle. The elder named Zhongyang looked up after hearing the voice. A mere servant. He raised an eyebrow slightly, then pulled out a glowing jade stone. After inspecting it, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You've been in the sect for over 2 years, huh? What brings you to the Hall of Honor today? Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian glanced at the jade stone in his hand, wondering if it was some kind of information booklet. Quickly he averted his gaze and respectfully replied, reporting to Elder Zhong, I have come today to obtain a position as an honorary disciple. Zhongyang's expression showed a trace of surprise again as he said, the price for an honorary disciple is not low. Have you come into some fortune recently? Tang Tian did not answer this question. Seeing his reaction, Zhongyang smiled and said, no need to be wary, I was just asking casually. Everyone has their own opportunities and the sect will not specifically investigate, just act according to the rules. Please have a seat. A soft chair appeared out of nowhere beside Tang Tian. Tang Tian cupped his hands and sat down. What kind of honorary disciple do you wish to become? Zhongyang asked. Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, I am not very familiar with the rights, responsibilities, or matters to note for honorary disciples. Could you please clarify those for me, Elder Zhong? Zhongyang nodded, saying, all right, let me explain to you. There are 3 levels of honorary disciples: primary, intermediate. The prices and rights differ. A primary honorary disciple has rights and status equivalent to that of an outer sect disciple. You can go where outer sect disciples can go, and you cannot go where they cannot. The price is 50,000 spirit jade, and you must pay 1,000 spirit jade every month, otherwise you will lose your honorary status. Additionally, you can hire outer sect disciples as guards for me, but you must adhere to the guard regulations and ensure they do not engage in excessive actions, otherwise your honorary status will also be revoked. The hiring fee varies from 100 to 1,000 per month, depending on their strength and abilities. An intermediate honorary disciple holds the same rights and status, priced at 500,000 with a monthly payment of 10,000. You can hire intersect and lower disciples with hiring fees ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. An advanced honorary disciple has the same conditions, priced at 5 million with a monthly payment of 100,000. You can hire core disciples and below with hiring fees between 10,000 and 100,000. As for matters to note, they are the same as the rules for ordinary disciples. I will provide you with a booklet on honorary disciple regulations to read later. Tang Tian nodded quietly, digesting this information. The general situation was similar to what Qinghai had said, but he did not expect to have to spend additional spirit jade every month to renew his identity. Isn't this just VIP? Very good, he liked it a lot. It was so humane. As long as the issue could be solved with spirit jade, it was not a problem for him. If he could successfully activate a refund, then that would be even less of a problem. The ability to hire other disciples also pleased Tang Tian greatly. Outer sect disciples of the Qingyue sect are those in the Qi refinement stage at level 3 and above, while inner sect disciples are foundation establishment cultivators who have passed the inner sect examination. Core disciples are those who are below 20 years old and in the golden core stage or above. Golden core guards are sufficient to handle those annoying, trivial matters. So have you made your decision? Zhongyang asked. Tang Tian replied with a sound, then exhaled, saying, Elder, I would like to purchase an advanced honorary disciple status. My. His response immediately surprised Zhongyang. Are you sure? That costs 5 million. Tang Tian nodded and said, I am certain. Zhongyang looked at him for a moment and then smiled, saying, it really is unwise to underestimate anyone. All right, please pay the fee and I will handle it for you. 5 million is sufficient. The first month is complimentary, no additional fees are required. Tang Tian hurriedly stepped forward and took out 5 pieces of top-tier spirit jade, placing them in front of Zhongyang. Zhongyang examined them and accepted all the spirit jade. He then took out the glowing jade stone again, operated it for a moment, and handed Tang Tian a box. All right, Zhongyang said, from now on you are an advanced honorary disciple of our Qingyue sect. Inside this box are the clothes of an honorary disciple and some regulations. You can review them when you return. Remember to pay your renewal fees on time every month. Tang Tian thanked him and took the box. At the same time, two system prompt tones sounded in his mind. It seemed that this consumption method was also recognized by the system. Therefore, Elder Zhong, I might be quite busy on normal days, so could I pay the renewal fee in advance? Tang Tian inquired. Zhongyang smiled slightly. Of course, how long in advance do you want to pay? Tang Tian silently extended a finger. 10,000 years. What? Zhongyang stared wide-eyed, nearly knocking over the teacup in his hand. 10,000 years paid separately, Tang Tian said seriously. Meanwhile, Zhongyang stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at Tang Tian. A year, 10 years, even 100 years he could understand. But this 10,000 years he simply could not comprehend. Can you live that long? If you can live that long, would you still care about the status of a core disciple? This thing isn't something that can be inherited. After a long while he slowly uttered, young man, is your mental state okay? I know you've recently come into some windfall, but wealthy people don't spend money like this. Tang Tian's expression was awkward. He just wanted to acquire more consumption points. Actually, before he could explain, Zhongyang waved his hand, interrupting him. Don't think about it. Eat 10,000 years. The maximum duration for an honorary disciple is only 10 years. This is the rule of the Qinghua sect. Tang Tian was astonished. It seems he couldn't just swallow a big slice all at once. It was my disciple Meng Lang's mistake. Tang Tian apologized and said, then I will extend it for 10 years. He then took out 12 high-grade spirit stones and placed them on the table. Zhongyang shook his head, took the spirit stones, and began to operate on the glowing gem. Once the operation was completed, a system notification rang in Tang Tian's mind. This was still recognized by the system as normal consumption. After finishing the formalities, Tang Tian spoke again. Elder Zhong, I would like to hire a few guards. Zhongyang rolled his eyes. Can't you just state all your requests at once? Tang Tian chuckled bitterly. He was mainly worried that this expenditure wouldn't be recognized by the system and wouldn't trigger a refund. What level of disciple do you want, and how many? Zhongyang asked. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. First, he certainly wanted the highest level of core disciple, the stronger the better. Then regarding the number, after some contemplation, Tang Tian decided to temporarily hire just one. After all, people's hearts are hard to gauge. The more people there are, the more problems can arise. I want to hire a core disciple with a monthly salary of 100,000, just one. Tang Tian said. Zhongyang nodded and replied, the shortest hiring period is 1 month and the longest is 1 year. We will select a willing core disciple for you whose strength is at the golden core stage, but no lower than late golden core. Tang Tian was silent. It turned out he wouldn't be choosing himself, but the sect would assign one. It should be to avoid intentional cliques. But with this arrangement, he couldn't be certain he would get a guard that he was satisfied. After thinking for a moment, Tang Tian took out a high-grade spirit stone and 20 superior spirit stones. I'll hire for a year, he said, then took out an exquisite small box and placed it in front of Zhongyang. As a newcomer, there are many things I don't understand. Thank you, Elder Zhong, for your patient guidance. He smiled and added, this is a small local specialty. Ooh, I hope the elder won't dislike it. Zhongyang raised an eyebrow and opened the box slightly. Inside was filled with a type of ordinary spirit fruit, which tasted good, but had no cultivation effect. However, in the corner beneath the spirit fruit, a high-grade spirit stone emitted a faint glow. Oh, Zhongyang immediately showed a hint of a smile, closed the box, and said, there aren't many young people as clever as you nowadays. If you have any requests, just say them. Tang Tian smiled and replied, there's nothing much to ask for. It's just that my strength is too weak, so I'm worried whether the guards will follow my requests. After all, they are all talented individuals. Zhongyang nodded. Indeed, similar incidents have occurred. Don't worry, when selecting I will evaluate them for you. Do you have any other requests? Tang Tian cupped his hands and said, none, thank you for your efforts, elder. Zhongyang smiled slightly and collected everything on the table. Seeing this, Tang Tian also felt relieved. He was actually quite worried that Zhongyang was a purist and would throw the box right in his face. It's worth mentioning that the high-grade spirit stone given to Zhongyang actually triggered the consumption system, which recognized it as a piece of normal consumption. Truly interesting. With everything resolved, the two chatted about some other topics, and Tang Tian chose to take his leave. The guards would come tomorrow, and at that time, he would move to the upper area of Qinghua sect. This is the right of a high-ranking honorary disciple. When he walked out of the merit hall, it was already getting late, so Tang Tian returned to his small stone house. Once seated inside his modest stone house, he began to check all the gains from today. Low-grade pills, spiritual herbs, spirit fruits, spiritual tools, talismans, etc. had nearly filled his storage ring. Additionally, there were many good items, such as foundation establishment pills, spirit nourishing pills, diamond heart guard mirror, and wind-cutting sword technique. Just these things combined made him quite a wealthy young master. And in the two systems, it was no longer empty. In the non-decreasing system, he already possessed nearly 30 million spirit stones. It's hard to imagine that at noon, he was still a poor wretch who couldn't even take out a single coin. Having a system is truly... Besides that, in the infinite consumption system, he had accumulated over 2,700 consumption points. Finally, he could use them to exchange for things. What should I exchange for? Tang Tian looked at the exchange list. With his current assets, he could only exchange within talent, physique, and comprehension. After some deliberation, Tang Tian first chose the most important talent for a cultivator. Foraying talent 1,000 consumption points. Once the exchange was completed, a mysterious aura emanated from Tang Tian, and an extremely pleasant feeling spread throughout his body from head to toe. But soon this sensation vanished into thin air. Did it work? Tang Tian looked at his hands. It seemed there was no. Let's give it a try. He sat cross-legged and quickly entered a cultivation state. The Qi guiding method is a universal cultivation technique in the cultivation world. Its principle is very effective. It utilizes the resonance between oneself and the heavens and earth to draw in the floating spiritual energy and enhance oneself. The effectiveness of this technique is closely related to the cultivator's talent, physique, external spiritual energy concentration, environment, etc. When Tang Tian originally cultivated, a faint white spiritual ring would appear around his body. This was the talent ring, which could increase the cultivation speed. However, his talent ring was very unstable and did not meet the standard of a wandering talent, hence the effect was extremely poor. But at this moment, when he operated the Qi guiding method, 4 bright talent rings instantly rose around his body. Once the talent rings appeared, they immediately resonated strongly with the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. Following that, dense spiritual energy surged into Tang Tian's body, quickly merging into his limbs and bones. So refreshing. Tang Tian couldn't help but exhale. The quantity and quality of this spiritual energy were more than 10 times stronger than before. No wonder Lin Yue, who had 5 ring talent, could easily leave Tang Tian behind in a short time. 2 years had passed, and she was about to participate in the core disciple selection, while Tang Tian was still just a second-layer Qi refining disciple. But now everything was different. As long as Tang Tian continued to consume 5 rings, 6 rings, or even above 9 rings would no longer be a dream. Surpassing others was just a matter of time. While contemplating, a fierce aura erupted from his dantian, breaking through the shackles of the second layer of Qi refining. He finally broke through to the third layer of Qi refining. The 4 bright talent rings gradually dimmed as Tang Tian completed his first cultivation after the crossover. After exchanging for the foraying talent, just 1 session of cultivation allowed him to successfully break through from the stagnation at the second level of Qi refinement, which had lasted for a year. Indeed, it is very difficult for ordinary people to reach the peak in cultivation. Fortunately, Tang Tian had a system by his side, who, feeling the surge of power at the third level of Qi refinement, Tang Tian once again turned his gaze toward the consumption system. Constitution is also an extremely important aspect for cultivators. If talent represents the future, then constitution represents current combat strength. The better a person's constitution, the more powerful they become among practitioners of the same level. Different constitutions often have very obvious advantages in different aspects. Some are as light as a swallow, some possess immense strength, and others are favored by the heavens, naturally having a strong affinity with nature. This is an innate talent. Yet Tang Tian was merely an ordinary body with nothing remarkable about him. 4th level constitution, 1,000 consumption points. I hope it is as powerful as the foraying talent. He directly chose to exchange. Soon the system's voice followed. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select a 4th level constitution. Selection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the bloodline of the Hercules ape. As the voice faded, an indescribable heat instantly engulfed his entire body. Tang Tian felt as if he were being scorched by flames. His whole body was burning hot. His heart pounded wildly, emitting a deep thump-thump sound. With each heartbeat, a large amount of blood surged forth, rushing toward his limbs and bones. Moments later, all of Tang Tian's blood vessels widened, his muscles were reinforced, and strong fibers hid beneath his skin, his entire body brimming with boundless power. Even his skin seemed to have become tougher, faintly emitting a soft glow. Feeling the suddenly surging power, Tang Tian swung his fist, and a sound of breaking air reached his ears. Not bad. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang Tian's mouth. The bloodline of the Hercules ape had directly elevated his physical constitution to a higher level, and he no longer felt that frail sensation. Moreover, as his cultivation level increased in the future, the effects of the bloodline would become increasingly apparent until it reached the apex of its potential. What level of beast was the Hercules ape again? Tang Tian couldn't find its information in his memory, but he quickly stopped searching. The 4th level constitution was merely an initial transition. In the future, he could obtain even more extraordinary constitutions. Finally, not a weakling anymore, Tang Tian sighed, then looked back at the system. With over 700 consumption points remaining, there was no need to exchange for more talents or constitutions. What was left to exchange was comprehension. 1 normal insight, 100 consumption points. Normal insight, it can elevate the realm of ordinary grade techniques by 1 stage. After some thought, Tang Tian took out a jade containing a technique which stored that extraordinary ordinary grade sword technique, the wind-cutting sword technique. Techniques are also very important for cultivators, just like the hands used to wield weapons. Moreover, the higher the realm of the technique, the more powerful its effect. Generally, all techniques have 5 stages: entry, proficiency, mastery, minor completion, and major completion. Let's give it a try. Tang Tian directly chose a normal insight. In an instant, a sense of clarity surged into his spiritual platform. Entry, proficiency, mastery, minor completion, and major completion. Let's give it a try. Tang Tian hurriedly picked up the technique, Jade, and plunged his divine sense into it. A white misty world instantly appeared before him. In this world, a young man dressed in white danced gracefully with a long sword in the wind. Every time he drew his sword, it was so natural, like willow leaves drifting with the wind, pleasing to the eye. At the same time, every sword strike was deeply etched into Tang Tian's soul, fully comprehended by him. He did not know how much time passed, but the white world vanished, and Tang Tian's consciousness returned to the small stone. Opening his eyes, Tang Tian suddenly got up and casually took a spirit sword from his storage ring, moving it around. If someone were to see this, they would be surprised to find that Tang Tian's sword technique at this moment was exactly the same as that of the previous young man in white, without a single discrepancy. After completing a full sword technique, Tang Tian stood still with the sword. A faint smile appeared on his face. He knew that he had already reached the entry level in the wind-cutting sword technique. Let's do it again. He exchanged for another normal insight and plunged his divine sense into the technique Jade. The same world and young man in white appeared once more. But this time his moves changed. They were no longer so ethereal, but instead filled with a fierce aura. The killing moves dazzled the eyes, making it difficult to respond. Moments later, the world faded again. Proficient realm. Tang Tian smiled slightly. Let's go again. Soon he saw the young man in white once more. The young man's sword became increasingly fierce, and with each move, sword energy slashed out, forming a circle of impenetrable sword blades around him, evoking a chilling feeling just from watching. Mastery realm. Again, the insight continued. This time the long sword in the young man's hand disappeared, and he seemed to have retracted his aura, losing the previous fierce presence. However, when an eagle flew overhead, he merely brought his fingers together and waved gently. A feather fell from the eagle's wings and tail, without the eagle even noticing. The young man smiled as he extended his palm, watching the feather land softly in his hand. Minor completion realm, returning to simplicity. Tang Tian closed his eyes, seemingly feeling the young man's state of mind at that time, a realm of unity between man and sword. Moments later, he opened the system and exchanged for his fifth normal insight. The young man had already vanished. In the entire white expanse of the world, no living creature existed, only the formless wind constantly changing. Sometimes gentle, sometimes violent, sometimes completely still. After a long time, Tang Tian left the world and returned to the stone house. Opening his eyes, a flash of light gleamed before quickly vanishing. His entire demeanor underwent a very noticeable change, as if he had merged with the world. Is this the major completion realm? Tang Tian gently raised his hand, pointing to the old table under the window. A light breeze swept by. In silence, the wooden table cracked in the middle and collapsed to the ground. The break was as smooth as a mirror. The ordinary grade ultimate sword technique has such tremendous power after reaching major completion. What would techniques of higher levels be like? Tang Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, bathing him. Early the next morning, a gentle knocking at the door woke Tang Tian from his slumber. Who is it? Tang Tian got out of bed and opened the door. A petite girl looking around 14 or 15 years old stood awkwardly at the door. "Moi, who are you looking for?" Tang Tian asked. The girl was taken aback and then softly said, "Are you young Master Tang Tian? I was sent by Elder Zhongyang. I am your guard." Upon finishing her sentence, a blush unexpectedly rose on the girl's face. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned and then glanced at her attire. The cuffs of her white robe were embroidered with 3 golden edges glimmering brightly. She truly is a core disciple. Is she the guard chosen by Zhongyang? Looking at the girl's flushed cheeks and bashful demeanor, Tang Tian seriously suspected that the old man Zhongyang must have misunderstood something. What I wanted was someone obedient, not this. What is your name? Tang Tian asked. The girl responded with a soft, "My name is Gu Xiaoxue. I will definitely protect you well. Please take care of me, young master." Tang Tian felt speechless. This girl seemed like a total novice and not very bright, like one of those naive fools who would count money for others even after being sold. "Just call me Tang Xiao. Come in and sit down." "Forget it, since she is here, I might as well make the best of it. After all, those 3 golden edges on her cuffs can't be fake. Her strength must be fine. If it truly doesn't work out, I can just ask Zhongyang for another." The two entered the small stone house, and Gu Xiaoxue stood in the middle, curiously looking around, as if she were very surprised. Tang Tian returned to the bed and began tidying it up while asking, "Is this your first time being a guard for someone?" Gu Xiaoxue was surprised and said, "How did you know?" "I need a lot of spirit jade for my cultivation, and the allowance from the sect is not enough." Then Elder Zhongyang said that being a guard can earn a lot of spirit jade, so I signed up. You could guess that. Tang Tian curled his lips. It was obvious. He finished tidying up the bed and walked to the window, preparing to clean up the wooden table he had broken the night before. It was his habit to clean up. Even though he was about to leave, he had to leave the place tidy. "Do you know what guards are supposed to do?" Tang Tian asked again. "I know," Gu Xiaoxue replied. "I've memorized all the guards' rules. I will definitely be fine. Don't worry, I will fulfill my duties." After saying that, she saw Tang Tian was tidying up the tables and chairs, so she hurried over to squat down and help. Tang Tian couldn't help but smile. Shouldn't there be a rule against this in the guards' guidelines? Gu Xiaoxue said somewhat shyly, "I'm just used to it. When I used to live at home, I did these things myself." Tang Tian fell silent. It seemed she was definitely not the pampered little princess from a big family. Indeed, little princesses generally wouldn't become guards for Spirit Jade. After placing the tables and chairs in the corner, Tang Tian straightened up and noticed Gu Xiaoxua staring blankly at the cracked table. "What's wrong?" Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxua pointed her finger at the broken part of the wooden table and said, "What impressive swordsmanship. Did you do this?" Tang Tian paused, feeling there was no need to hide it, and nodded. "Yes, I broke the table. Can you spar with me someday?" Gu Xiaoxua exclaimed with delight, "Sure. I haven't practiced this basic sword technique in a long time. It reminds me of the time I used to play." Tang Tian, basic sword technique. Playing. I thought that with my perfected /wind sword art, I would inspire some admiration in this little girl. But it turns out she only treats it like a game. How strong is she? Tang Tian felt a bit unconvinced and asked, "What level of cultivation are you at?" Gu Xiaoxua blinked, "Late golden core stage." Tang Tian, "How old are you?" Gu Xiaoxua pouted, "I'm already 15. I started late and missed the best cultivation time, otherwise I would have definitely progressed further." Tang Tian's eyelid twitched. 15 years old, late golden core stage, and still dissatisfied with herself. Is there really someone so pretentious? Looking into Gu Xiaoxua's clear eyes, Tang Tian suddenly understood that she wasn't being pretentious, she just had a vastly different perception of certain things. Taking a breath, Tang Tian continued to ask, "How many talent rings do you have?" He wanted to know what kind of talent could produce such a little prodigy. Gu Xiaoxua's face showed a look of confusion. "What is a talent ring?" "I don't have any talent rings." Tang Tian was speechless again. Without any talent rings, isn't that just immortal? How can a mortal achieve the late golden core stage at 15? How is this possible? Suddenly Tang Tian thought of another possibility. Talent rings are indeed a standard for evaluating a cultivator's talent, with 9 rings being the highest. But above 9 rings there are even more monstrous existences. And those existences would not reveal their talent rings. Tang Tian looked at the system and focused his gaze on the innate child. 1 billion consumption points. That's 100 trillion Spirit Jade. Starting with a lead of 100 trillion, how can others compete? Is this the world of geniuses? Tang Tian rubbed his temples vigorously. The gap between people is truly too large. Some people spend their whole lives without being able to reach the starting point of someone like Gu Xiaoxua. "What's wrong?" Gu Xiaoxua asked. Tang Tian waved his hand. "It's nothing, I just need to take a moment. You can help me tidy up the rest of the room, please." Gu Xiaoxua nodded. "Oh, okay." Then she began to busily work. Watching someone who was at least an innate child cleaning for him, Tang Tian felt a very surreal feeling. The power of money is quite formidable. Just as he was feeling this way, the door was suddenly knocked on again. Knock. The person outside seemed as if they were about to dismantle the room. "Who is it?" Tang Tian frowned slightly and got up to open the door. 4 or 5 servant disciples in short shirts were lounging outside the door. When they saw Tang Tian open the door, they immediately put on a sinister grin. "Haha, I thought you would hide for a lifetime. You dared to skip work yesterday, causing me to be punished by the elder. Do you not want to?" The leader said menacingly. Tang Tian frowned and quickly recalled his memories. Jia Ming, a bully among the servants, was the one who often oppressed and robbed Tang Tian. In fact, Tang Tian didn't want to get entangled with such a person. After all, that was something from his past life and had little to do with him. In the future, they would not even be from the same world. But unexpectedly, this guy came looking for trouble early in the morning. "You'd better not be here to cause trouble," Tang Tian said in a deep voice. Jia Ming immediately raised an eyebrow and said loudly, "Hey, is that your gratitude? Haven't you had enough of the beating from the day before yesterday? Do you want to taste my iron fist again?" he said while rubbing his fists, pretending to be about to strike. Tang Tian's expression darkened, a sharp aura condensed at his fingertips. If Jia Ming dared to throw a punch, he should not expect to take it back. However, just when the two were at a standoff, a sharp voice came from behind Tang Tian. "How dare you?" Gu Xiaoxua's figure instantly appeared in front of Lin Tian. "Who are you? Scoundrels, that you dare to confront my young master Tang. Do you want to die? Get up." Tang Tian, looking at Gu Xiaoxua, whose face was flushed and who was deliberately lowering her voice to force out a statement filled with his sycophantic tone, Tang Tian had no anger left. "Girl, where did you learn this kind of rhetoric?" Gu Xiaoxua's sudden appearance instantly shifted the balance of power in this place. Her words stood in stark contrast to her appearance, tone, and demeanor, so jarringly incongruous that it left everyone stunned. Not even Tang Tian could suppress his bewilderment, let alone Jia Ming, whose expression froze in utter confusion. Where did this prodigy spring from? With a savage grin, Jia Ming stepped forward, ready to teach the audacious newcomer a lesson in humility. "I don't care who you are. No one dares act arrogantly before me on this territory." With those words, he advanced without hesitation. Yet the moment his gaze fell upon the golden trim adorning Gu Xiaoxua's sleeve, his face paled with shock. "Oh, a core disciple." Jia Ming froze mid-stride, his raised legs suspended in air, neither descending nor retreating, as if petrified by sheer disbelief. His underlings, hearing the revelation, stood paralyzed on the spot, their eyes locked onto the 3 gleaming golden bands. So awestruck, they dared not even draw breath. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "Jia Ming, aren't you supposed to be fearless?" Hearing this, Jia Ming glanced frantically between Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxua, his mouth opening and closing, yet utterly speechless. An uneasy silence fell between them, and Jia Ming dared not move a muscle. Those who dwell on life's periphery possess an uncanny instinct for reading the winds of power. The moment Gu Xiaoxue appeared beside Tang Tian, he grasped the truth. Tang Tian was no longer the timid, defenseless youth others had long abused. The roles once held by each side had irrevocably reversed. Soon beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Watching him crumble, Tang Tian let out a cold snort and turned to Gu Xiaoxue, sever one hand from each of them, then break both legs and cast them all out. Without another word, he turned and strode back into the dwelling. Panic seized Jia Ming. He shouted desperately, "Tang Tian! No, young Master Tang. I'll leave immediately. Far away. Never to appear before you again. Please, show mercy, your eminence. Young Master Tang." His pleas echoed shrilly, but Tang Tian didn't glance back, vanishing silently into the dim light. To linger in such squalid confrontation would only demean himself. This punishment served as final settlement, cleansing the debts owed by his former self to these men. Moments later, the cries of supplication ceased, replaced by piercing, unrelenting screams. Yet even those screams soon faded into silence. Then Gu Xiaoxue reappeared at the threshold, calm and unruffled. Tang Tian couldn't resist asking, "Have you severed limbs often before?" "No, never," she replied, momentarily taken aback. "But you instructed me to do so. It's stipulated in the Guardian Code. When the employer faces imminent threat, the Guardian must intervene decisively." Tang Tian stared dumbfounded. Truly a textbook literalist. Still, her decisive action earlier had eased some of his lingering doubts. At least this girl didn't hesitate when duty called. "By the way, whose words did you borrow just now?" he teased. Gu Xiaoxue flushed slightly. "I read them, in storybooks. All the young masters' attendants." Tang Tian nodded slowly, now understanding. Yet such young masters were seldom paragons of virtue. "Young Master Tang, was my conduct appropriate?" she asked earnestly. Tang Tian hummed non-committally, on the verge of saying it had been excessive. But then he reconsidered. After all, playing the arrogant scion was far more comfortable and strategically advantageous than upholding rigid righteousness. Moreover, with Gu Xiaoxue stepping boldly into the fray, his true strength remained veiled, misleading adversaries into fatal miscalculations. Why not embrace it? With newfound resolve, Tang Tian declared firmly, "You acted perfectly. Against brutality, only greater ferocity inspires fear." Gu Xiaoxue nodded vigorously, her understanding evident. As they chatted idly, they swiftly tidied the stone hut. Then Tang Tian dismissed Gu Xiaoxue briefly and retrieved a regal violet robe, the exclusive attire of senior honorary disciples, from his Shumi ring, replacing his menial garb and laying the discarded clothes neatly atop the bed. From this moment onward, he would shed the shadows of his past and step fully into the life he was meant to live. Without sentimentality, he pushed open the door and walked out. You seem more handsome now," Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed, astonished. As the saying goes, a Buddha relies on gilding, a man on attire. Clad in the senior honorary disciples' robes, Tang Tian's entire bearing transformed. Refined yet commanding, noble yet grounded by an uncommon gravity beyond his years. "Don't state the obvious so bluntly," Tang Tian smiled. "Let's head to the upper district. Do you know where the foodie pavilion?" Gu Xiaoxue nodded eagerly. "Yes, it's where disciples are assigned their cultivation chambers. Shall I guide you?" Tang Tian gave a quiet nod. Together they ascended toward Qinghua sect's upper district, conversing easily along the way as Gu Xiaoxue shared insights about its inner workings. The cultivation environment of the upper district dwarfed that of the lower district, like heaven compared to earth. Spiritual energy flowed here, several times denser, complemented by specialized facilities, meditation chambers, alchemy labs, martial training halls, spirit refining pools, and myriad hidden realms. Indeed, the upper district was the true heart of cultivation, accessible only to inner disciples, core disciples, and the sect's elder leadership. No wonder disciples fought tooth and nail for inner sect admission. Even honorary disciples spent most of their time within this privileged realm. According to Gu Xiaoxue, they frequently hosted gatherings and events where spirit coins rained like confetti. Disciples strapped for resources seized such opportunities to earn spirit coins, securing their own cultivation paths. Hearing this, Tang Tian sighed inwardly. Though this was a world of immortals and cultivation, its social fabric mirrored his former life. Human nature unchanged. Honorary disciples tend to gather in cliques. "You'll surely be approached once you ascend," Gu Xiaoxue remarked. Tang Tian merely smiled, silent. He held no interest in cliques or alliances. His sole aim: accumulate consumption points, to exchange for superior innate talent and physical constitution. As Lin Yu had wisely observed, in this immortal realm, strength alone formed the unshakable foundation of existence. Amid their easy banter, they reached the upper district of Qinghua sect. Moments later, they stood before a towering pavilion, the foodie pavilion. After becoming an inner sect or core disciple, one can qualify to obtain a cave dwelling that belongs solely to them. Tang Tian nodded and walked in with her. The people inside were not many. Most were walking alone, hurrying about, in stark contrast to the lively scene in the lower district. However, there were also a few groups gathered together. Tang Tian saw several other honorary disciples, some holding folding fans, others with musical instruments, chatting and laughing. As he walked in from outside, a few people glanced over. Tang Tian paid them no mind and went straight to the person in charge of the foodie pavilion. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The person in charge, also a young cultivator, immediately smiled warmly upon seeing Tang Tian's attire. I am Wang Anning. How may I assist you? Wang Anning asked politely. Tang Tian replied. I have just become an honorary disciple and heard that I can obtain a cave dwelling here. Of course, Wang Anning nodded. All cave dwellings in the upper district of the Qinghua sect are managed by our foodie pavilion. What kind of dwelling do you require? Let me take a look first, Tang Tian said, not fully understanding the specifics of the place yet. All right, please. Wang Anning invited Tang Tian into a private room and took out a white jade slip, handing it to Tang Tian. This contains some basic information about the cave dwellings. You can probe your divine sense into it to view. Tang Tian accepted the jade slip and probed his divine sense into it. A wealth of information immediately appeared before him. Qingyu Valley, located to the north of the Qinghua sect, it has a very dense natural aura with a total of 123 cave dwellings with an annual rent of 100,000 spirit jade. Golden Light Cliff, located to the southeast of the Qinghua sect, it enjoys morning light with a total of 344 cave dwellings and an annual rent of 130,000 spirit jade. Nourishing Spring. As he continued looking, Tang Tian gained a rough understanding of the cave dwellings of the Qinghua. Centered around the main peak, there are various cave dwellings within a radius of 10,000 miles divided into hundreds of different areas. Each area's environment varies, and thus the prices differ. The cheapest ones cost around 30 to 40,000 per year, while the most expensive can exceed $1 million. Those are generally close to the main peak and boast excellent cultivation and living conditions. However, after reviewing, Tang Tian discovered a small issue. The number of cave dwellings in all areas exceeds one, with the least having dozens, and the most even reaching over 1,000. Compared to being surrounded by neighbors, Tang Tian preferred to live alone. Retrieving his divine sense, he looked at Wang Anning and asked, Are there any other options? Wang Anning was taken aback and asked, Are there no cave dwellings here that satisfy you? Do you have any special requests? Tang Tian nodded, saying, I don't like being disturbed, so I want a quieter place. Wang Anning responded, A solitary cave dwelling. We do have those, but they are generally more expensive and the cultivation environment may not be as good as those in ordinary. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, Price is not an issue. Can you help me find the solitary cave dwelling with the best cultivation environment? The most expensive one. Those last 3 words made Wang Anning's eyes light up, and he smiled broadly. Of course, I will get you another list of cave dwellings right away. After saying that, Wang Anning stood up and left the private room. Once he left, Gu Xiaoxua suddenly leaned in front of Tang Tian and asked in surprise, Cave dwellings cost money. It seems the inner sect disciples are the same, just with a slightly lower tier of choices than core disciples. Tang Tian opened his mouth speechless. After becoming a core disciple, you can choose a cave dwelling to live in, and you can change it every 10 years, all for free. It seems the inner sect disciples are the same, just with a slightly lower tier of choices than core disciples. Tang Tian opened his mouth speechless. The status of a senior honorary disciple, while it claims to be the same as that of core disciples, indeed has its distinctions. Finding a cave dwelling requires spending additional spirit jade. If cave dwellings are like this, many other aspects are probably similar. After all, there are bound to be expenses involved. Thinking this, Tang Tian couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, I am not a core disciple, otherwise I would be unable to afford anything. How many consumption points would I lose? The difference in treatment is too obvious. I feel the sect is being somewhat unreasonable in this matter. Gu Xiaoxua expressed her discontent on behalf of Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian appeared quite cheerful, smiling as he said, No, I think it's wonderful. I really like this kind of humane policy. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxua's eyes widened in shock, looking at Tang Tian with concern. She quietly asked, Tang Xiao, are you all right? With the same status, you will have to spend so much more spirit jade. Tang Tian smiled and shook his head. Out with the old, in with the new. I really enjoy this feeling of spending money. Even if it's wasted money, it's fine. Gu Xiaoxua was astonished, completely unable to comprehend what kind of mental state someone must be in to say such things. After a while, Wang Anning returned to the private room, handing Tang Tian a brand new jade slip once again. Opening the jade slip, another long list appeared before him. Tang Tian directly skipped over the million-level options and focused on a few of the most expensive cave dwellings. Ultimately, he set his sights on one called Zizhu Garden. Zizhu Garden, located at the foot of the southern peak of the main peak, it has an excellent cultivation environment with an annual rent of 13 million. Tell me about the situation of Zizhu Garden, Tang Tian said. Wang Anning smiled, saying, You have a great eye, fellow Taoist. Zizhu Garden is very close to the main peak, essentially right next to it. The environment there is serene, surrounded by a grove of purple bamboo, which forms a natural great array that continuously gathers the essence of heaven and earth. The environment there is serene, surrounded by a grove of purple bamboo, which forms a natural great array that continuously gathers the essence of heaven and earth, which has calming effect. In addition, there are no other disciples' cave dwellings within 100 meters around Zizhu Garden, making it very suitable for your solitary living requirements. Tang Tian nodded. Hearing this, it indeed seemed like a very suitable place for residence. Of course, the main factor was that it was expensive enough. Alright, I'll take it. Tang Tian made a decisive choice. Wang Anning's smile grew even wider. You are truly straightforward. It's clear you are not an ordinary honorary disciple. However, I would like to pay in 3 installments. 2 years first, then 4 years, and finally another 4 years. Wang Anning was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone pay this way. But then again, it is normal for wealthy people to have some peculiar habits as long as the transaction is completed. Selling properties naturally involves commissions. Of course. Moments later, the 3 transactions were smoothly completed. Both parties were very happy. Wang Anning received a handsome commission while Tang Tian's assets multiplied several times. After completing the transaction, Wang Anning took the initiative to lead Tang Tian to the foot of South Peak. The environment here is indeed quite pleasant with fresh air and clear waters resembling a paradise. In the valley, a striking purple bamboo forest caught the eye. The purple bamboo courtyard is just over there. Please follow me, both of you. Wang Anning led the way, and the 3 of them entered the purple bamboo forest. As soon as they stepped into the bamboo grove, Tang Tian felt a refreshing aura that enveloped him, making him feel invigorated and at ease. That was the scent of nature. Cultivating in such a place often leads to twice the result with half the effort. Disciples often come to cultivate around the perimeter of the purple bamboo forest. But you don't need to worry. Without special permission, they cannot step into the purple bamboo forest at all, Wang Anning said. Tang Tian nodded. He was not concerned about such matters as he had not purchased the entire purple bamboo forest. Although he wished to do so, unfortunately, it was not for sale. Following the path deeper into the bamboo forest, they suddenly found themselves in a bright clearing. Ahead, a small bridge spanned a flowing stream with an elegant courtyard quietly standing there, as if it blended perfectly with the surrounding environment. Then Wang Anning stopped and took out a formation plate. The perimeter of the purple bamboo courtyard is arranged with a formation that cultivators below the tribulation transcendence cannot forcibly break through. I have 3 formation plates here to activate the formation, which I will hand over to you shortly. As long as you hold this plate, you can enter and exit the purple bamboo courtyard freely, Wang Anning said. Tang Tian remained silent. It was essentially a key to enter his own home. With Wang Anning's operations, the large formation opened from the outside, and the 3 of them entered the purple bamboo courtyard in turn. The natural aura inside was several times more abundant than that of the purple bamboo forest outside, and the concentration of spiritual energy was also extremely high, which greatly satisfied Tang Tian. With a higher concentration of spiritual energy, the speed of cultivation naturally increased. He was currently only at the 3rd layer of qi refining, and even if he could exchange for a higher level talent, he still had a long way to go. The purple bamboo courtyard consisted of a main house and 4 guest rooms, all of which were very spacious. Each room was also equipped with a separate meditation room for quiet cultivation. In the wide courtyard, a massive old locust tree nearly covered half the sky. It was early spring, and all the tender green buds had sprouted, appearing crystal clear under the sunlight. Beside the old locust tree stood an ancient well surrounded by vibrant life emanating a very mysterious aura. That is the Nianquan ancient well, Wang Anning said. The well water connects to the underground water veins and nurtures the Nianquan. Drinking this water regularly or resting by the well can help calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Tang Tian nodded. Leaning against the old locust tree and facing the sky, it was indeed a great place, very suitable for someone like him who had a tranquil mindset. Then under Wang Anning's guidance, Tang Tian roughly towards several rooms. The interior was fully equipped for living, even including a kitchen, which was rare in the cultivation world. Tang Tian strongly suspected that this was a place where some senior had retired to enjoy their old age. Very nice. Tang Tian was very satisfied with the environment here. Wang Anning smiled and said, then I can rest assured. By the way, do you have any other requests? For example, adding some other facilities or something? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. What facilities? Wang Anning replied, just things related to cultivation. You must have seen that the things here are basically mundane items. Apart from the environment, there is nothing else that can enhance cultivation efficiency, such as small spiritual veins, buying lamps, calming jade, Dao-seeking stones, and so on. Generally, high-level cultivators would add these things to their homes. Tang Tian was taken aback. After buying the house, he also needed to renovate it. Quite reasonable. Is the renovation also your responsibility? Let me take a look, Tang Tian said. Sure thing. Wang Anning beamed. If Tang Tian was willing to spend a large sum on renovations, he would make quite a profit. Taking the jade slip handed over by Wang Anning, Tang Tian glanced at it casually, and the dense information made him feel a headache. He simply chose not to look at it anymore, threw the jade slip back, and said, I don't really understand this kind of thing. You handle it for me. I only have one request. Everything should be according to the highest standard. Wang Anning's face broke into a mischievous smile. Oh, he loved this kind of young master who had plenty of money and wanted little in return. Then the 3 of them sat down at the stone table beside the ancient well. After a while, Wang Anning had organized the young master. Tang, take a look. For the spiritual veins, I chose the attributeless Xianling vein. Once arranged, it will elevate the spiritual energy concentration of the entire room by a notch, and there will be no worries about the connection issues. The price is 25 million. The lighting will use the tail feathers of the silver shuttlebird, which can further enhance the natural aura indoors, with each tail feather costing 8,000. As for the calming Jade, after careful selection, Wang Anning chose a set of light-colored configurations for Tang Tian that matched the architecture very well. Moreover, they were all high-spec items. Calculating the total cost, just renovating the main house required over the remaining 4 guest rooms, each required nearly 40 million. Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, let's go with this configuration. Besides the main house, renovate 1 guest room as well. Then he turned to Gu Xiaoxue and asked, which room do you? Gu Xiaoxue paused and then quickly shook her head saying, young Master Tang, I don't need such high-spec items. I just need to resonate with heaven and earth in my cultivation. They don't have much effect on me, so you should save your money. She looked somewhat flattered. Tang Tian was astonished, realizing that Gu Xiaoxue had misunderstood. The only reason he was renovating 1 guest room was that with his current savings, he couldn't afford to renovate all the other guest rooms. If he renovated all, he would have to pay in installments, which would raise too many eyebrows. But since Gu Xiaoxue thought this way, he couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth. It's fine, just choose whatever you want. I just don't want to slight a genius like you. No refusing, Tang Tian said, firmly stopping Gu Xiaoxue's objections. Gu Xiaoxue looked at Tang Tian somewhat flustered, her big eyes filled with emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Anning looked at Gu Xiaoxue with envy, as if to say, why isn't the one being favored me? The behaviors of the two made Tang Tian feel awkward. I really didn't mean it that way. Ahem. He cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject, saying, let's settle this then. Oh, please run another errand for me. I won't go. Wang Anning nodded, of course. Rest assured, I will make sure it looks beautiful for you. Having finalized the renovation list, Wang Anning left the Zizhu courtyard to purchase furniture. Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue, however, remained seated beneath the old locust tree. After witnessing the earlier scene, Gu Xiaoxue became exceedingly shy, sitting there obediently, with a faint blush on her cheeks, hardly daring to glance at Tang Tian. Yet she was still a child of innate talent. Shouldn't the Qingyue sect have special protection for such a level of genius? Moreover, Elder Zhongyang casually pushed her toward him. Was he not afraid of ruining this future star? He found it hard to. However, in the world of cultivation, there were too many things that were unfathomable. Besides, he had previously been just a lowly servant disciple with little experience. Who knows if there are any deceptive schemes involved? Forget it, let it be for now, and clarity will surely come with time. Seeing Gu Xiaoxue fidgeting restlessly, Tang Tian sighed inwardly and spoke, Xiaoxue, why don't you practice? Just as well, I've gained some insights into swordsmanship recently. He did not want this strange atmosphere to linger. Hearing Tang Tian's voice, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly looked up. Huh? Oh, okay. Sure, how do you want to practice? Tang Tian smiled. Did you not say before that my sword technique was something you played with when you were little? Then let's play like we used to. With that, he stood up and moved to a more spacious area of the courtyard. Sounds good. Gu Xiaoxue's eyes brightened, and she stood up too, facing Tang Tian. The two stood opposite each other. I won't hold back, so be careful, Tang Tian said, resembling an expert. Gu Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly, of course. Holding back wouldn't be fun. Tang Tian, momentarily frustrated, felt he must prove himself. The breath of wind suddenly arose within the courtyard. A long sword fell into Tang Tian's hand. Gu Xiaoxue let out a slight gasp, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Here it comes, Tang Tian shouted, rising to his full height. Instantly, a fierce wind swept through the courtyard, enveloping Gu Xiaoxue's petite figure entirely. Immediately after, countless sword energies slashed toward her from all directions, impenetrable, each one harboring a fierce aura. Interesting. Gu Xiaoxue smiled faintly, drawing a long sword. As she danced, the sword carved a graceful arc in the air, deflecting all the sword energies. But soon the sword energies changed direction and flew back. This time, however, all traces of their fierce aura vanished, and the sword energies seemed to take on the form of feathers dancing in the wind. Gu Xiaoxue swung her sword horizontally, yet the sword energies circled around her blade, rapidly attaching to her body. Oh! Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed, hastily dodging as the sword energies nearly grazed her. Afterward, she altered her sword technique, rotating her wrist to create several invisible whirlpools that drew in the soft sword energies, which collided and vanished. Hidden within the wind, Lin Feng observed her unravel his sword technique and escape danger, feeling a surge of admiration. Truly, as a child of innate talent, she quickly found a way to counter it. Moreover, Tang Tian noticed that once Gu Xiaoxue entered combat mode, her entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The softness and innocence had completely vanished, replaced by a killing intent filled with sharpness. It was as if she had become an entirely different person. At this moment, she undoubtedly deserved the title of young prodigy. Soon the feather-like sword energies were all neutralized by Gu Xiaoxue. But Tang Tian's methods were not limited to this. The form of wind could change in myriad ways. Furthermore, he was completely concealed within the wind. If she could not locate the core, Gu Xiaoxue would never defeat him, relying solely on sword techniques. Watching her fall into the encirclement again, Tang Tian's lips curled up slightly. Still going wild. Still playing. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. He felt a sense of satisfaction. There was nothing to be done, and this girl was truly demoralizing. What was even more infuriating was that she did not realize how her actions affected others. That was the most frustrating part. Thus this time he had to make her understand that there are always people better than you and skies beyond the skies. Tang Tian became serious, unleashing all his techniques, vowing to trap her within the Gale sword formation. However, just as he continuously transformed various sword energies, Gu Ziox's figure suddenly vanished within the sword formation. Then a playful laugh came to his ear. "Found you." Tang Tian was instantly alarmed, channeling all his strength into a single slash. Unfortunately, he struck nothing but air. Soon after, a chilling sensation arose at his neck. Looking down, he saw a pale white long sword positioned horizontally. He actually lost. Tang Tian sighed, slowly descending from the sky. Gu Xiaoxue also sheathed her long sword and reappeared in front of Tang Tian. "How did you find me?" Tang Tian asked in frustration. "By analyzing the movement patterns of the wind," Gu Xiaoxue explained. "Although you trapped me with the sword formation, every time you changed the sword technique's form, it started from the core. After a few repetitions, I could analyze where the core was located. But you are already quite impressive. If it were the old me, I might not have been able to find your location so quickly." Tang Tian's eyelid twitched. The fact that she could find it so quickly implied that it was still possible to locate it. That was quite demoralizing. "Then if I constantly change positions, how would you find the core?" Tang Tian asked again. Gu Xiaoxue replied, "It's the same. As long as you wield the sword, there will be patterns to follow. If you repeat it enough times, you will find it smoothly. Moreover, there are multiple ways to break this sword formation, including destroying the environment or severing the formation's eye, etc. The sword techniques are ever-changing, yet they all adhere to the rules of the sword path." Tang Tian stared wide-eyed at this girl. Her knowledge was astonishing. "Please elaborate." This time he was genuinely seeking guidance. Gu Xiaoxue did not hold back, sharing her understanding of swordsmanship with Tang Tian. As she spoke, Tang Tian slowly realized that cultivation was an immensely vast world, almost without boundaries. A brand new world gradually opened its doors. At the same time, Tang Tian finally understood how profound Gu Ziox's cultivation expertise truly was. Sometimes age truly does not represent everything. When a person with extraordinary talent roots themselves in their area of expertise, miracles are born. For the first time, Tang Tian sincerely thanked Elder Zhongyang for bringing such an exceptional genius into his life. The sermon lasted for a whole half day. During this time, Tang Tian felt as if his soul had been uplifted, and for the first time, he gained a clear understanding of cultivation. Although he possessed a dual system, taking a shortcut unimaginable to others, this understanding was still quite rare. After a thorough discussion, Tang Tian had a vague idea about his future path in cultivation. "Who taught you these things?" Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue shyly smiled and replied, "A part was taught by Elder, the rest I comprehend." Tang Tian was internally astonished. Such talent could not merely be described as a gift. She was like a favored child of heaven, possessing a soul blessed by the heavens. Thinking of this, Tang Tian was even more puzzled as to why such an excellent and pure genius was casually assigned as his protector. She was even troubled over the spirit Jade. "How is your life in the sect?" Tang Tian couldn't help but ask. Gu Xiaoxue replied, "It's pretty good. After being brought back to the sect by Elder, I've been living on the main peak, and the senior sisters and brothers have been taking good care of me." Later, Elder entered seclusion to cultivate, and under his arrangement, I found a cave dwelling, rarely going out, mostly focusing on my cultivation. I'm close to breaking through to nascent soul, but I couldn't afford a nascent soul pill, so I found Elder Zhongyang under the recommendation of a senior sister and chose to become a protector. And then, I met you. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with her story, but Tang Tian always felt that something was amiss. However, after thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. Perhaps he was just overthinking. Looking up at the sky, the sun had already set behind the mountains, painting half the sky a brilliant red. It was breathtaking. It should be about mealtime now. Tang Tian rubbed his chin and said, "I don't think I ate anything yesterday. It's been 2 days, how come I don't even feel a bit hungry?" Gu Xiaoxue laughed and said, "We are cultivators, of course we don't feel hungry. We don't need to eat." Tang Tian shook his head. "Then what's the point? Eating is one of the most wonderful things in life. If we give that up, it would be so dull." He stood up. "Just right, there are pots, and come on, let me prepare dinner for us." Then he took Gu Xiaoxue to the kitchen. Although it had not been inhabited for a long time, it was still very clean, almost spotless. This was thanks to the aura of nature. Perfect, no need for a thorough cleaning. "Let me see what I can cook." Tang Tian probed into his Shumi ring and began to rummage. During his visit to the Jinyu Tang, he had bought a whole bunch of ordinary resources, including spirit rice, some edible spirit herbs, monster meat, and so on. These items were similar to ordinary ingredients, just requiring simple cooking. Of course, the main issue was that he didn't know how to cook complex dishes. How about some porridge, stir-fried spicy taro shreds, green pepper, stir-fried meat, and a cold dish of bok choy? Tang Tian quickly decided on tonight's menu. Gu Xiaoxue giggled, "Sounds like home-cooked dishes." Tang Tian curled his lips. Home-cooked food is the best. He would never admit his cooking skills were lacking. Soon the ingredients were ready, and the fire rose under the earthen stove. "Don't we need spiritual fire?" Gu Xiaoxue asked. "Fire-cooked meals taste better," Tang Tian insisted. Then Gu Xiaoxue squatted down to stoke the fire while Tang Tian handled the ingredients for the day. If any other cultivators saw this scene, they would surely exclaim in wonder. Who has ever seen a cultivator cook like this? However, Tang Tian was enjoying himself, and the sizzling sound of the vegetables and hot oil was quite pleasing. However, when a plate of dark potato shreds came out, the roles of Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue switched. Tang Tian stoked the fire, while Gu Xiaoxue stir-fried the dishes. Before long, 3 home-cooked dishes were ready. The two of them sat around the stone table by the ancient well, and it truly felt cozy and delightful. Your cooking skills are quite good, Tang Tian praised as he tasted the dishes. Perhaps due to the quality of the ingredients, the taste was several notches better than what he made in his past life. Not really. Gu Xiaoxue smiled and said, I just cooked it through. I used to do this at home when I was little. Back then when my parents went out to work, I was responsible for washing clothes, cooking, feeding the chickens and ducks, and cleaning the house. My younger brother was still small and quite mischievous, often breaking things, so I would clean up after him. Sometimes if I couldn't clean it up when my parents came back, I would say I broke it to avoid him getting scolded. Many years have passed, and sometimes I really miss those days. Tang Tian was speechless. What's so great about it? No matter what, that place is still my home. Gu Xiaoxue took a bite of her dish. I loved holding my little brother and sitting on the chicken coop to watch the sunset. The golden sunlight would shine on me, warm and comfortable. But because it was so comfortable, I often lost track of time and ended up getting a good thrashing from my parents. Tang Tian paused and said nothing. Everyone's living environment is different. He couldn't judge Gu Xiaoxue's life based on his own perception, as that would be a very narrow-minded act. He understood now why Gu Xiaoxue was so sensible and willingly did housework, stoked the fire, and cooked. It was a habit formed since childhood. Then why did you choose to leave home and come to Qinghua's sect? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue shyly replied, it wasn't my decision to leave. That day I met Elder, who said I was very suitable for cultivation, and then discussed it with my parents for a while. In the end, my parents accepted a bottle of disaster relief pills and let me leave with Elder. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. The disaster relief pills were of such low grade that they weren't even worth a low-grade spirit stone, only useful for mortals to alleviate ailments. Not even worth half a piece of spirit jade. With such a small thing, they sold their daughter. It was truly. Did you feel? Tang Tian asked softly. Gu Xiaoxue thought for a moment and then smiled. Anyway, my parents were quite happy. If they are happy, I'm happy. After saying that, she took several more bites of food, mixing it with rice porridge. Tang Tian did not continue on that topic. Every family has its own difficulties, though not everyone's childhood is as beautiful as imagined. But everyone has the right to choose happiness. In his view, Gu Xiaoxue's childhood life was quite poor, even sold off by her parents for a bottle of disaster relief pills. But Gu Xiaoxue did not think so. Or rather, she only retained those beautiful memories in her mind. Why ruin them? This was her chosen happiness. After dinner, the sky had gradually darkened. Wang Anning informed Tang Tian through the jade slip that there were many things to prepare, and the earliest he could come over was tomorrow morning. Thus Tang Tian no longer waited and returned to his room. Gu Xiaoxue had also settled in right next to the main house. Upon arriving at the meditation chamber, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. It was indeed serene and very suitable for daily cultivation. He sat cross-legged and soon entered a meditative state. Then Tang Tian activated the infinite consumption system. Today's expenditure on purchasing a house caused his consumption points to soar past 10,000, reaching over 13,000. He could now exchange for higher-level items. After some thought, Tang Tian chose to exchange for a talent. 5-ring talent, 10,000 consumption points. After the exchange was successful, a familiar sensation washed over him, leaving him invigorated. When everything returned to formlessness, Tang Tian began his cultivation. As he cultivated, 5 white talent rings slowly rose around his body, flickering in brightness, resonating with the heavens and the earth. Following that, a large amount of spiritual energy surged from all directions, merging into Tang Tian's body. The quantity and quality were dozens of times stronger than when he cultivated last night. Aside from the enhancement of his talent, the spiritual energy concentration in this place was also remarkable, leading to such an extraordinary increase. Talent and cultivation environment are truly indispensable for cultivators. Under such circumstances, the speed of cultivation was terrifying. Tang Tian could clearly feel that his cultivation was rapidly increasing, almost to a visible degree. He focused his mind and diligently continued to cultivate. Several hours passed, and there was already a significant increase in his cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement, but Tang Tian opened his eyes. Not too great. At this rate, there's definitely no way to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement tonight. He appeared somewhat deceptive. If other ordinary cultivators saw this expression, they would surely beat him up, wanting to break through a minor realm in just one night. Even though the spiritual power needed in the early stages of qi refinement is not much, your appetite is too big. But Tang Tian did not think so, especially after witnessing Gu Xiaoxue's level of talent. He felt an even greater sense of urgency. He had already fallen behind significantly. If he didn't put in more effort, the gap would only widen. Talent cannot be achieved overnight, so we'll find ways from other aspects. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian finally pulled out a pile of small porcelain bottles from the Shumi ring. High-grade qi refinement pills, high-grade body refining pills, high-grade qi refining pills. These were bought wholesale from the Jinyu Tang. They were the most suitable pills for qi refinement cultivation. If I don't use them, it's a waste. Let's see if you all are worth the price. Tang Tian opened a bottle of high-grade qi refinement pills and poured out a white pill. A rich fragrance immediately wafted through the air, far superior to the Yang Yuan pill. He decisively swallowed it. In an instant, a violent storm of spiritual power exploded within Tang Tian's abdomen. This storm had no destructive force, instead it swiftly spread along his meridians, surging forth. Tang Tian felt his entire body heating up, the power of the pills sweeping throughout him in a single breath. After a moment, all the spiritual power returned to his dantian, directly elevating his cultivation by a notch. Indeed not bad, Tang Tian exclaimed in amazement. Such an effect was not on the same level as the Yanyuan pill. It contained the purest spiritual power, requiring no refining, allowing it to be directly absorbed into the dantian, thus enhancing one's strength. 100 Lingyu for a bottle, 10 pills per bottle, truly not a loss. One more. Tang Tian poured out another qi refinement pill, swallowed it, and continued his normal cultivation. Before long, 1 bottle of qi refinement pills was consumed. Tang Tian's cultivation directly reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi refinement, just 1 step away from advancing further. However, at this critical moment, he chose not to continue, and instead opted to swallow the body refining pills and qi refining pills. Having only spiritual power without a solid foundation would not do. Body refining pills could enhance physical qualities, eliminating the need for the training process. Qi refining pills, on the other hand, were used to improve the quality of spiritual power. The higher the quality of the same amount of spiritual power, the stronger it naturally became. Tang Tian consumed them one by one, maximizing the enhancement of his overall strength. When the time was right, he opened the 2nd bottle of qi refinement pills. With just 1 pill, he broke through the shackles of the 3rd level of qi refinement and successfully ascended to the 4th level. Tang Tian let out a long breath. He finally broke through. Now he could completely shed the identity of a mere servant disciple and become a true outer disciple of the Qinghua sect. I should still go for an upgrade when I have the time. There is a difference between an identity bought with money and one earned through strength. More is better, Tang Tian thought to himself. After a round of cultivation, it was already late at night. He got up from the meditation chamber and returned to his bedroom. Lying on the soft bed, Tang Tian did not feel much drowsiness. For a qi refinement cultivator, going a month without sleep was not a problem at all. However, Tang Tian felt that life should not be too monotonous. When conditions allowed, indulging in a bit of leisure was also a kind of enjoyment. Closing himself off every day without eating or sleeping was truly too boring. Accompanied by a flurry of thoughts, Tang Tian gradually fell asleep. The next day, at dawn, the gentle sounds of birds and beasts echoed in the mountains and forests, and Tang Tian woke up. After lingering in bed for a while, he got up, washed up, changed his clothes, and stepped outside. Fresh air instantly greeted him, invigorating his spirit. Upon reaching the front yard, Tang Tian was surprised to find that Gu Xiaoxue had already prepared breakfast at some point and was waiting at the stone table. You're awake. Come eat breakfast. Gu Xiaoxue laughed cheerfully. Tang Tian smiled as he approached and sat down, saying, Did you not say you wouldn't eat anymore? You said it. Eating is one of the most beautiful things in life. If we casually abandon it, how unwise that would be. Tang Tian chuckled. This girl was truly adorably naive. In fact, he had only said it on a whim yesterday, yet the table still had white porridge and a few home-cooked dishes. After tasting it, Tang Tian found it still quite good. Cooking should not be in the guard's code, right? Tang Tian teased. Gu Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed. She previously thought memorizing the guard's code would suffice. Yet based on yesterday's experience, not a single thing in it had been useful. Tang Tian shook his head and sighed. Actually, we are just in an employer-employee relationship. You don't need to be so nice. Gu Xiaoxue mumbled softly while picking at her food. Whoever is nice to me, I will be nice to them. What? Tang Tian did not catch that. However, Gu Xiaoxue did not repeat it, gesturing for Tang Tian to hurry and eat, or it would get cold. A spring breeze brushed by. At some point, the tender buds on the old locust tree had begun to unfold. The sun rises. After breakfast, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue sit under the old locust tree, resuming their philosophical discussion from yesterday. Of course, it is mostly Tang Tian asking questions and Gu Xiaoxue providing answers. In terms of cultivation, Gu Xiaoxue is extremely meticulous, covering every detail comprehensively. Tang Tian feels as if he has returned to his student days. His understanding of cultivation also improves continuously with Gu Xiaoxue's explanations. After about an hour, the communication jade slipped and Tang Tian's arms began to sound. Taking it out, it was Wang Anning. He had prepared all the renovation materials and was waiting outside Zizhu courtyard. The two ended their discussion and Gu Xiaoxue used the formation plate to invite Wang Anning in. How was your rest yesterday, young Master Tang? Wang Anning asked with a smile. Not bad. Tang Tian invited him to sit down and asked, are all the items ready? Wang Anning nodded and then took out everything one by one. Two mysterious spiritual veins were sealed within something called a pulse stone, radiating starlight and resembling a miniature galaxy. The tail feather lamp is indeed made from the tail feathers of a silver shuttle bird, emanating a faint natural aura. It can be placed anywhere, easily turned on or off with a simple control spell, consuming no energy and being There were also tranquility jade path-seeking stones and other renovation facilities. That works. Tang Tian said, I can handle the remaining renovations myself. Some of these items are related to formations and for safety and privacy reasons must not be known to others. Of course, Wang Anning naturally understood this principle. Shortly thereafter, Tang Tian paid all the remaining fees and the transaction was officially completed. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, and over 13 million spirit jade was credited again, while the remaining consumption points from last night, which were just over 3,000, exceeded 10,000 once more. Having a 5th grade physique was also within reach. After sending Wang Anning off, Tang Tian began arranging his main house. He entrusted all the guest room materials to Gu Xiaoxue to arrange herself. Tang Tian does not have a habit of prying into others' privacy. However, after all the renovations were completed, he did visit Gu Xiaoxue's room for a look. Looking at the decor filled with a youthful style, yet not lacking in elegance, Tang Tian declined Gu Xiaoxue's offer to show off his own extreme minimalism renovation style. Once all the facilities were activated, the cultivation environment in the room improved by more than one level. If he had cultivated in such an environment last night, he could have successfully broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement without needing pills. How is it? Tang Tian asked with a smile. Gu Xiaoxue praised it's great. Much better than my little cave dwell. Although I have a small spiritual vein of the same level there, it lacks such a rich natural aura. If I lived here long term, I would definitely break through to the nascent soul stage very soon. Tang Tian chuckled and said, then you should stay here. I shouldn't have much to do next, or I won't choose to go out unless something special. You should focus on cultivating here. Gu Xiaoxue was slightly taken aback and asked, young Master Tang, aren't you going? Tang Tian was stunned. What is a dojo? Gu Xiaoxue explained that is a place specifically for disciples of the Qingyue sect's upper half to cultivate. Above the dojo, various formations set up by the sect elders make cultivation very smooth. In addition, there are also some special meditation rooms with even better effects. Although the natural aura in Zijou Courtyard is very rich, if you want to quickly enhance your cultivation, the dojo is still a better choice. Tang Tian fell silent. He knew there were dedicated cultivation rooms in the upper half of the Qingyue sect, but he didn't expect them to operate in such a manner. From Gu Xiaoxue's description, it must be a place where disciples of the sect gather, perhaps even without a single person left. Tang Tian doesn't particularly like such places. After thinking for a moment, Tang Tian said, for now, let's just skip it. My strength is still low. The cultivation environment in Zijou Courtyard is sufficient for me at the moment. We can talk about it later. Gu Xiaoxue was somewhat puzzled by Tang Tian's thoughts, but eventually nodded. Yes, during the qi refinement stage, there wasn't much difference between there and Zijou Courtyard. Moreover, the effective meditation rooms in the dojo require additional spirit jade, which is quite a ripoff. However, upon hearing this, Tang Tian's ears perked up. It costs money. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. Yes, a basic meditation room costs several hundred spirit jade per day. Plus some other supporting formations, it will be at least several thousand. The higher level ones are even more expensive. I also wait until I'm close to a breakthrough before choosing to go to a higher level meditation room. Not going is also good. It saves unnecessary expenses. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment. This sect seems to resemble a mundane city where everything requires payment. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If everything were free, how would such a large sect sustain its daily operations? Spending money is more normal. After pondering, Tang Tian suddenly exclaimed, let's go. With such a good place, why not go? We as cultivators should strive to pursue the best cultivation resources to reach greater heights. Tang Tian spoke with righteous fervor. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue beside him was completely bewildered. What's going on? Who just said not to go? Did she say that? All right, she did. But she wasn't the first to say it. Gu Xiaoxue felt her mind struggling to keep up with Tang Tian's thoughts. Changing one's mind this quickly is not normal. Ahem. Tang Tian coughed twice and said, don't pay too much attention to the details. Is the dojo far? Gu Xiaoxue scratched her head and then said, not far, it's right on the main peak. We can reach it quick. Tang Tian waved his hand, then let's go. Time waits for no one. If you cultivate 1 minute less, others will progress a little more than you. Let's go. Saying that, he directly walked out of the courtyard. Watching Tang Tian suddenly become so energetic, Gu Xiaoxue had a moment of realization. It seems that he only shows such enthusiasm when it comes to spending money. Truly a unique and wealthy young man. Shaking her head, Gu Xiaoxue followed him. Soon the two figures, one large and one small, left the Zijou forest. Shortly after they left, several young disciples of the Qingyue sect arrived outside the Zijou forest. You can't be serious. Has this place really been bought? A female disciple asked. Of course not. I've been keeping an eye on places like this. If there's any movement, it can't escape my eyes. Another young male disciple said. The female disciple exclaimed in surprise, peering into the bamboo forest, her face full of curiosity. The young male disciple smiled and said, don't look too long. The one who bought Zijou Courtyard is a very young, wealthy heir, and he only has one guard by his side. He's a new face, definitely just arrived at Qingyue sect. You have a great opportunity to get close to him. Don't say I didn't give you a heads up. The female disciple rolled her eyes at him, seemingly annoyed by how straightforward that last comment was. Looking at the meaningful smile on the young man's face, she took out a bottle of unknown pills and handed it to him. Don't let others know about this. The young man accepted the pills, smiling, I'll do my best. But you also need to hurry. This kind of news won't stay under wraps. Then he turned to leave, leaving only the female disciple standing at the entrance of the Zijou forest, pondering something. If Tang Tian were here, he would definitely recognize her. She is none other than Fang Fei Lin Yu's good friend. After leaving the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian hurriedly ascended to the main peak. This was his first time visiting the sect's main peak since entering the Qingyue sect. The mountain was majestic with trees towering overhead, pavilions and towers hidden within, and mist swirling. Under the guidance of Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tian made his way upward and finally arrived at a vast square halfway up the mountain. The sight before him caused Tang Tian to gape in awe. The enormous square seemed endless. At the center of the square stood a colossal statue with people gathered at its feet, unable to even reach its toes. The statue towered high, its upper half engulfed by thick clouds, making it impossible to see its features. Above the clouds, however, there was an expansive Tai Chi Bagua diagram hovering in the sky and enveloping the entire square. Disciples of the Qingyue sect sat closely in circles around the statue, perfectly aligned. The scene was true. Is that our sect's ancestor? Tang Tian asked Gu Xiaoxue. She shook her head no. Very few know who he really is, and it's best not to inquire casually. The elder told me that he is a taboo existence, and speculating about him could bring disaster. Tang Tian, what kind of situation is this? The Qingyue sect does not erect a statue of its own ancestor, but instead a taboo figure. Just trying to be different. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, but immediately refrained from further thoughts. It would not be good to invite disaster upon himself. However, this Qingyue sect indeed exuded an unusual aura. Retracting his gaze, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue entered the dojo smoothly. As soon as they stepped inside, Tang Tian felt a distinctly different atmosphere from the purple bamboo courtyard. The aura of cultivation was incredibly dense. Just as Gu Xiaoxue had said, the dojo was indeed the most suitable place for daily practice. The purple bamboo courtyard, on the other hand, was more suited for self-cultivation and reflection. Tang Xiao, where do you want to go? Gu Xiaoxue asked. If you wish to practice in the square, you simply need to find an empty spot to sit down. If you want to go to the cultivation quiet room, you need to rent a key from the Wendaoge. The Wendaoge is right behind the statue. Tang Tian smiled. Of course, it's the cultivation quiet room. I want to see how much the highest grade quiet room costs. Tang Tian added, cough, I mean how powerful the cultivation effect. After making the decision, the two followed the stone path along the edge of the dojo and arrived at the Wendaoge. By now it was already mid-morning, and those disciples who needed to had long completed their rentals, leaving the place relatively empty. They quickly found a person in charge, and Tang Tian stated his purpose. Upon seeing Tang Tian's attire, the person in charge politely asked, what kind of cultivation quiet room do you wish to rent, fellow cultivator? I'm here for the first time, so I'd like to take a look first, Tang Tian replied. The person in charge then handed him all the information about the cultivation quiet rooms. Beginner cultivation quiet room, 500 spirit jade per day. Intermediate cultivation quiet room, 3,000 spirit jade per day. Advanced cultivation quiet room, 20,000 spirit jade per day. Top tier cultivation quiet room, 100,000 spirit jade per day. Dow level cultivation quiet room, 1 million spirit jade per day. In addition, all the above cultivation quiet rooms can be equipped with different levels of auxiliary formations, such as spirit gathering arrays and spirit refining arrays, costing between 100 spirit jade to 100,000 spirit jade per day. Looking at the marked prices, Tang Tian's mouth gradually curled into a smile. Finally, he stated, give me the highest configuration. Dow level cultivation quiet room with the highest level of auxiliary formations, everything included. As soon as he finished speaking, a brief silence fell among the group. Immediately, two incredulous exclamations followed. Huh, what a... Gu Xiaoxue stared wide-eyed while the person in charge stood there stunned. The highest configuration, everything included, Tang Tian repeated. The person in charge finally snapped back to reality and said, fellow cultivator, no offense intended. Although you are a distinguished advanced honorary disciple, your cultivation level is only at the 4th layer of Qi. For the Qi refinement stage, we recommend that you choose an intermediate cultivation quiet room at most. Higher levels exceed your capacity and will yield no effect at all. Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Thank you for your kind advice. But I suggest you refrain from giving me advice. I'm accustomed to using the top configurations for everything. The person in charge was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Xiaoxue hurriedly tugged at Tang Tian, whispering, Tang Xiao, you should listen to him. Going beyond the configuration of the intermediate cultivation quiet room really doesn't have much of an effect. The Dao level, that is meant for tribulation stage cultivators. You really shouldn't waste your money like this, Gu Xiaoxue earnestly advised. Seeing her sincere gaze, Tang Tian nodded and said, you're right. He then turned to the person in charge. I almost forgot, the top configuration I mentioned is for 2 sets, 1 for each. Tang Xiao, don't. Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed urgently. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. This girl was great in every way, but she was just... Tang Xiao, don't. Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed urgently. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. This girl was great in every way, but she was just too naive and kind-hearted. If he were a certain type of person, he would have likely stepped forward to fight for a set for him, without waiting for him to speak. No need to persuade me further, Tang Tian said softly. Doing these things isn't just because of, not solely because of you. I have my own reasons. Just consider it my gratitude for that breakfast you made for me today. He couldn't tell Gu Xiaoxue the real reason, so he could only explain it this way. Gu Xiaoxue looked dazed, unsure of what was on her mind. Fortunately, she was obedient and no longer tried to Tang Tian sighed lightly. It seemed he needed to avoid similar situations in the future to prevent the little girl from feeling pressured. People like Gu Xiaoxue generally took kindness very seriously. Tang Tian did not want to embarrass himself by admitting that he had done those things specifically for Gu Xiaoxue. Are you sure you want the Dao-level cultivation quiet room? The person in charge asked. Tang Tian nodded. That's right, 2 sets in total with the formations, all at the top level. How much will it be in total? After calculating according to your requirements, it will be 4.7 million spirit jade per day as the daily consumption. Tang Tian frowned slightly and asked, can I rent it for more days all at once? Less than 5 million still felt a bit short. The person in charge took a deep breath. Of course, the maximum is 1 year. However, during that year, regardless of whether you enter the cultivation quiet room or not, it will be counted. Tang Tian glanced at his wallet. It had already reached over 300 million. Calculating it was just enough for 2 months. Then let's try for 2 months first, Tang Tian said. After completing the formalities, Tang Tian received 2 tokens to enter the Dao-level cultivation chamber. He then left the Wendaoge with Gu Xiaoxue. Along the way, Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat silent. It seemed that the previous incident had affected her slightly. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and then asked, what's wrong with you? Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head and said softly, no one has ever been this good to me before. Seeing her expression, Tang Tian furrowed his brows. Stop with such ridiculous thoughts. His voice suddenly turned stern. Listen, in this world, no one will be kind to you for no reason. If someone does, it must be because they have ulterior motives. Keep this up and you'll eventually lead yourself into hell. Do you understand? Tang Tian said sharply. He was not a good person and did not aspire to be a traditional good person. However, he always maintained a respect and admiration for those who genuinely harbored good intentions. He truly did not want to see Gu Xiaoxue ruin her life because of her innocence and kindness. The sudden reprimand left Gu Xiaoxue somewhat taken aback. Staring blankly at Tang Tian, she finally spoke slowly after a while. What about you? Do you have any ulterior motive? Tang Tian lightly snorted and turned his head away. I am different. You think my kindness towards you is what you imagine it to be, but it is not. Like I said before, the reason I rented the cultivation chamber for you is for my own reasons, not because of you. Don't be foolish and think that I am doing this for your benefit, understand? Gu Xiaoxue paused for a moment, eventually lowering her head and murmuring, okay, I understand. Tang Tian sighed and said, from now on, regarding the spirit, Jade, you must not voice any opinions on any of my decisions. You just need to memorize the guard duties and follow the guidelines to fulfill your role as a guard. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. However, just as Tang Tian thought he had finally made himself clear and felt slightly guilty for his earlier harsh words, Gu Xiaoxue slowly raised her head. Then will you still eat the breakfast I make for you? Tang Tian, you really are. For the first time, Tang Tian felt a hint of annoyance towards Gu Xiaoxue. This stubborn girl won't listen. After arriving at the cultivation chamber, he threw the token to her and quickly entered his own quiet room. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, he finally began to calm his emotions. Forget it, forcefully changing an innocent and kind girl is also a very unethical thing to do. Let it be. As she grows older, she will eventually understand the wickedness of the world. After calming his emotions, Tang Tian prepared to begin his cultivation for the day. To be honest, this top-tier cultivation room is indeed extraordinary. Just breathing normally, one can feel strands of pure spiritual power quietly nourishing the body. Staying in a place like this for an extended period will surely yield excellent results in cultivation. Of course, considering the cost of several million a day, it must be worth the expense. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Tang Tian did not rush to cultivate, but instead awakened the infinite. After the earlier transaction, he had gained over 28,000 consumption points plus those earned from construction materials, bringing the total to over 20,000. If he were to pay the full year's rent, he could gain an additional 140,000 consumption points. However, after that, he had no idea when he might have the opportunity for large expenditures again. The priority of the system's exchange is definitely talent first, so he could not exchange for a 6th-tier physique. In that case, it would be better to secure the 5th-tier physique first and deal with the rest later. After sorting this out, Tang Tian directly chose to exchange. 5th-tier physique, 10,000 consumption points. The system's notification sound quickly rang out. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select one type of 5th-tier physique. Selection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the bloodline of the Great Wilderness Green Python. Accompanied by the sound of successful exchange, a familiar scorching sensation swept across his entire body. In a daze, Tang Tian felt as though he had arrived in the Great Wilderness, transforming into a massive green python spanning across mountain peaks. With a slight twist of his body, towering trees would crash to the ground and countless monstrous beasts would perish on the spot. The green python opened its enormous mouth and a fierce wind suddenly emerged, swallowing the flesh and blood of all the monstrous beasts into its belly. After a long time, Tang Tian finally regained his senses from the earlier scene. He seemed to ponder. That earlier scene seems to be a form of secret technique inheritance. When a certain existence reaches a powerful level, some secret techniques they master can be passed down through bloodlines. No matter how many generations pass, this inheritance always exists. If the bloodline of the descendants is exceptionally pure, the secret techniques will manifest and be naturally controlled by them. The ability of the green python to devour other monstrous beasts seemed to be a form of secret technique inheritance. After thinking for a moment, Tang Tian raised one hand and slightly bent his fingers. Suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted from his palm, causing the air in front of him to stir and form a strong. The force created by the airflow exceeded even the fully cultivated wind blade technique. Whoa! Tang Tian quickly retracted the secret technique. This power far exceeded his expectations. Is this a hidden trump card? Tang Tian smiled slightly. This green python secret technique can definitely be used as a trump card. However, Tang Tian always felt that he had not fully inherited the essence of the green python technique. He had merely grasped its superficial aspects. How about trying the epiphany in the system? With 1,000 consumption points left, he directly chose to exchange. One instance of intermediate epiphany, 10,000 consumption points. Intermediate epiphany can elevate the realm of techniques below the Xian level by one stage. After obtaining the exchange points, Tang Tian used the epiphany on the green python technique. However, the system's notification sound rang out again. Target technique level too high, unable to perform epiphany. Please exchange for a higher level. Epiphany failed. Yet a joyful smile appeared on Tang Tian's face. It was merely a matter of insufficient level. It did not mean he couldn't have an epiphany. Once he accumulated enough consumption points, there would come a day when he could elevate the green python technique to its highest level. Achieving parity with the green python ancestor is not an impossible feat. Not bad. Tang Tian satisfactorily exited the system interface. Then 5 rings of talent rose up and Tang Tian began his cultivation for the day. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. In the Taoist hall, within the Tao-level cultivation quiet room, Tang Tian sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, 5 rings of talent quietly hovering around his body, flickering in brightness. With every breath, a large amount of pure spiritual energy surged into his body. Having just broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, his cultivation was continuously increasing. After a moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Still a little short. After a day's cultivation, along with the assistance of various elixirs, Tang Tian had reached the peak of the 4th layer of qi refinement. It wouldn't be long before he successfully broke through to the 5th layer. Such a speed of advancement had far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators with 5 rings of talent. There was no doubt his resources were simply extraordinary. The effect of the Tao-level cultivation quiet room had directly allowed him to reach the limits of what could be supported during the qi refinement stage. Additionally, numerous formless Tao method fluctuations enveloped Tang Tian's body. This was a grand formation specifically designed for tribulation stage cultivators. Although Tang Tian was still unable to utilize it at this moment, it was subtly promoting his cultivation progress. Compared to the Zizhu courtyard, it was indeed much better. Forget it'll talk about it tomorrow. Glancing at the time, Tang Tian decided to conclude today's cultivation. Stepping out of the cultivation quiet room, Tang Tian activated the communication Jade talisman for Gu Xiaoxue. Soon Gu Ziox's figure emerged from another cultivation quiet room. Aren't you going to cultivate for a bit longer? This is a Tao-level cultivation room after all, Gu Xiaoxue asked. Seeing her return to her previous demeanor, Tang Tian replied irritably, staying up late harms the kidneys. Going home. With that, he took the lead in leaving, and Gu Xiaoxue obediently followed behind. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian couldn't help but ask, how do you feel? Gu Xiaoxue replied with an "oh," saying, it's great. I previously thought that a high-level cultivation quiet room was just a bit more concentrated in spiritual energy compared to an ordinary quiet room. Now I realize it contains a wealth of Tao laws. Following the guidance of these rules, I discovered many of my shortcomings. Besides that, the Tao-level cultivation quiet room can connect directly with the heavens and the earth and the sun, moon, and stars, giving a feeling of being at the center of the world. It's truly marvelous. Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed. Meanwhile, Tang Tian was left dumbfounded. Was it really? Are you sure we entered the same level of cultivation quiet room? Instantly feeling dejected, Tang Tian thought to himself that this girl always managed to hit him hard when he least expected it. Upon arriving at the Taoist hall, Tang Tian returned to the Wendao pavilion. The previous person in charge was still there, and upon seeing Tang Tian return, a smile spread across his face. Has the friend finished cultivating? How does it feel? He asked politely. Tang Tian looked at him and mimicked Gu Ziox's tone, saying, it's great. So I feel that 2 months is too short. Extend it for me by another 4 months. The person in charge. He actually wanted to see Tang Tian regret his choice, pounding his chest in frustration. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. As you wish. Soon the transaction was completed. Tang Tian glanced at his wallet and spoke again. No, that feeling was too wonderful. 4 months isn't enough. Give me another 6 months just to make it an even year. The person in charge was speechless again. Brother, what do you think this is making an even number? Even those tribulation stage cultivators preparing to enter seclusion wouldn't do this. At most, they would rent for half a year and then extend for another 6 months if they were unsuccessful. Seeing that Tang Tian didn't seem to be joking, the person in charge could only nod. Fine, you have money, you have the right. The renewal was completed smoothly, and Tang Tian's wallet quickly soared, breaking the 20 billion mark. The consumption points were similarly high, reaching over 160,000. With 6-ring talent, it was already in the bag. Tang Tian was in a good mood, thanked the person in charge, and left the Taoist hall with Gu Xiaoxue. However, after leaving, he didn't rush back to the Zizhu courtyard, but instead made his way down the mountain to the area where the outer sect and servant disciples intersect. Disciple Hall. This is the place for promotion to the outer sect. The promotion rules for outer sect disciples are quite simple, as long as one cultivates to the 4th layer of qi refinement or above and has no significant mental issues, they can be promoted smoothly. Tang Tian had met the requirements. However, his appearance still attracted the attention of many. After all, being a high-level honorary disciple attending the outer sect promotion was indeed a rare occurrence. The reason was simple. With so much money, one could pile up resources to reach foundation establishment stage, which rich second-generation heir is still in kindergarten at 18. However, what they didn't expect was that not only was there such a person, but after testing Tang Tian's cultivation was a pitiful 4th layer of qi refinement. Ugh, could he be an ordinary body? Who knows, he doesn't look too young, yet he's only at the 4th layer of qi. With someone like him, would his family still be willing to invest so many resources? 5 million for a high-level honorary disciple. This world is terrifyingly unfair. After all, in the cultivation world, people value strength the most. Although Tang Tian looked financially powerful, he still received a barrage of disdainful glances. Tang Tian didn't mind. In fact, he was quite pleased to see this situation unfold. Because of this, people would misjudge his true strength, thus placing him in a relatively safe environment to some extent. That's right, he was indeed afraid of dying. There was nothing to deny about that. The cultivation realm is filled with dangers, and a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Life is the most precious thing. Tang Tian didn't want to casually throw it away due to his own negligence. He hadn't, if possible, he would even be willing to hide until he became invincible before emerging. After the cultivation assessment, Tang Tian smoothly became an outer sect disciple. Then he took Gu Xiaoxua back to the Zizhu forest together. Walking along the deep path, the two arrived in front of the formation. Suddenly, a figure at the edge of the formation caught Tang Tian's attention. It was a woman dressed in thin gauze lying motionless on the edge of the formation, her clothes somewhat disheveled, looking as if she had encountered something unfortunate. Go take a look. Tang Tian instructed Gu Xiaoxua to check it out. Gu Xiaoxua walked over, but quickly made a strange expression signaling Tang Tian that there was no danger and for him to come over. Tang Tian approached, and when he saw the woman's face, he exclaimed in surprise. Is it really her? The woman was indeed Fang Fei. Gu Xiaoxua asked in astonishment, do you know her? Tang Tian nodded. We met once a few days ago. The impression wasn't very good. What happened to her? She seems to have fainted from an injury. Gu Xiaoxua pouted. It looks that way on the surface, but actually she must have taken a pill called the hidden vein pill. I only learned about this rare pill by chance. After taking the hidden vein pill, it creates an illusion of damaged meridians and a weakened body. After taking the antidote, she can recover immediately. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment. Such a pill existed. What was Fang Fei doing taking it? Tang Tian lowered his head, looking at Fang Fei's disheveled clothing, revealing a large expanse of fair skin, unable to help but feel speechless. What on earth was this girl doing? Find a way to wake her up. Tang Tian had no desire to entangle himself further with someone like Fang Fei and turned to Gu. Moments later, Fang Fei let out a soft moan and gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? What happened? My head feels so dizzy. Her gaze was hazy, her expression frail. She propped herself up, whether deliberately or inadvertently. The front of her robe slipped lower, revealing a sliver of pale, delicate skin. What are you doing here? Tang Tian asked. This humble maiden was injured. I heard this purple bamboo grove possesses restorative properties, so I came to test its efficacy. Yet as I walked, I somehow stumbled into a formation, and after that, I remember nothing. Fang Fei gently pressed her temples, her demeanor pitiful and fragile. Moreover, her voice now bore no resemblance to the affected tone she'd used days earlier at the Jinyu Hall. Did it truly take such effort to feign that falsetto? Watching her, Tang Tian already grasped her intent. Had she staged an elaborate self-inflicted drama, delivering herself quite literally to his doorstep? Indeed, anyone wealthy enough to purchase the purple bamboo courtyard must command extraordinary resources. Wealth, after all, often signified status and influence. Some young women, it seemed, found such power difficult to resist. But Fang Fei, before acting, might you not have done your due diligence first? Tang Tian felt no inclination to indulge in pretense. His voice remained cool and detached. Fang Fei, what precisely do you want? Hearing her name spoken aloud, Fang Fei froze in astonishment. Then a flicker of recognition stirred. She realized she'd heard that voice before. Her heart lurched. Slowly she lifted her head. In that instant she stood utterly motionless. It's you. How could you possibly be here? Stunned beyond measure, she forgot to modulate her voice. Her true timbre rushed forth unfiltered. Tang Tian chuckled dryly. That question belongs to me. What business do you have outside my courtyard? If my memory serves, ordinary disciples are strictly forbidden from entering the purple bamboo grove without authorization. Fang Fei stared dumbfounded, her mind reeling, unable to process what she saw. Disbelief flooded her eyes as she cried out, impossible. How could you, a lowly, newly enriched menial, possibly have purchased the purple bamboo courtyard? Tang Tian's smile turned icy. First, whether or not I bought it is none of your concern. Second, I am now an outer sect disciple and a senior honorary disciple of Qinghua sect. Lastly, leave immediately, or I shall summon the disciplinary hall. Fang Fei's gaze locked onto the golden embroidered violet robe Tang Tian wore, the unmistakable insignia of a senior honorary disciple. No one dared impersonate such a rank within Qinghua's sect. A storm of conflicting emotions churned within her. She had schemed relentlessly, sacrificed dearly, only to confront Tang Tian, the very person she once held in utter contempt. Will you depart on your own, or must I have you forcibly removed? Tang Tian issued his final ultimatum. Fang Fei's expression shifted, suddenly collapsing into abject sorrow. Her voice trembled with feigned tears. Young Master Tang, you've misunderstood me entirely. I never looked down upon you, not even for a moment. It was Lin Yu, always whispering falsehoods about you behind your back, that poisoned my perception. I truly am injured. My meridians cannot circulate qi. Please have mercy. Let me rest here just outside the courtyard. I won't step inside. If I return now, my fate will be dire indeed. Her voice cracked with despair, her brow etched with anguish. Against an inexperienced youth, perhaps such a performance might have succeeded. Alas, Tang Tian was no novice. He was a seasoned veteran. You have 3 breaths. His tone remained impassive. Please hear me out, young Master Tang. Fang Fei refused to yield, inching forward, her neckline slipping yet lower with the motion. But another figure stepped squarely into her path. It was Gu Xiaoshui, silent, sharp-eyed, her aura piercing and stern as she fixed Fang Fei with an unblinking glare, truly the embodiment of a loyal, formidable guard. 2 breaths remain. Tang Tian's voice was calm, unshaken. Fang Fei bit her lip, desperate for one last gambit. Yet she could not breach Gu Xiaoshui's unwavering stance. Defeated, she offered a perfunctory bow and staggered away from the purple bamboo grove. Once she vanished, Tang Tian shook his head and activated the formation to enter the courtyard. Just now I finally fulfilled the guard code, properly for once. Otherwise I'd feel guilty accepting such generous wages without accomplishing anything substantial. Gu Xiaoshui reverted to her usual cheerful self, grinning sheepishly as she returned. Tang Tian smiled. That was merely appearance, not substance. Without your presence, the confrontation with Jia Meng and his associates this morning would have been unavoidable. And when navigating Qinghua's sect, harassment would have been incessant and unrelenting. Your presence alone deters countless petty disturbances. Gu Xiaoshui tilted her head, puzzled. Yet I've seen other honorary disciples walk alone. Rarely do ordinary disciples dare approach them. They seem genuinely afraid. Tang Tian shook his head. They fear only the robe, not the man beneath it. This violet robe signifies wealth, influence, and unknown backing. But if one's cultivation remains weak, such symbols mean nothing. Sooner or later someone will test the truth, and then endless trouble begins. Gu Xiaoshui nodded thoughtfully. Then she added, that woman just now. She was terribly insincere. Her act was transparent. Anyone with half a glance could see through it. Surely no one would fall for such a shallow ruse. Tang Tian rubbed his nose lightly. Truth be told, he found Fang Fei's performance rather skillful. If she were a stranger, and if he hadn't known she'd taken hidden meridian pill, he likely wouldn't have dismissed her so coldly even if he'd offered no aid. Was it then truly women who understood women best? You're right. Her acting was abysmal, Tang Tian agreed. She's clearly scheming to gain advantage from you. Why not pursue a proper path? Honestly, Gu Xiaoshui said, clearly disapproving of Fang Fei's conduct. Tang Tian replied, everyone chooses their own means of survival. I seldom pass judgment on such matters. Let's set her aside. Rest well. We'll train at the Dao Pavilion tomorrow. With that, they retired to their respective rooms. High above the moon hung luminous and serene. A woman sat cross-legged amid the mountain woods, her aura shifting rhythmically. Fang Fei. Moments later, her eyes opened. Her injuries had vanished entirely. She was restored to full strength. Cursed Tang Tian. Rage burned in her eyes. Wealth means nothing. You'll always remain a wretched qi refinement stage menial. If I cannot defeat you, can no one else? You've humiliated me twice. I swear you'll pay dearly. Fang Fei gazed coldly into the distance, resolve hardening, as though she'd just made a fateful, irrevocable decision. And Lin Yu. It's because of you that I've drawn Tang Tian's enmity. Wretched whore, wretched menial, you'll both rue this. Early the next morning, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoshui arrived at the main peak dojo. Last night, he successfully exchanged for the 6-ring talent using 100,000 consumption points. Today was just the right time to test its effects. After a session of cultivation, the difference from the 5-ring talent was indeed quite apparent. With the support of the Dao-level cultivation quiet room, he estimated that he could break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement today. This invigorated Tang Tian. Strength was what he cared about the most. For the next half-month, he did not find any other channels for consumption. There were some, but the amount was too small. Small change in the millions was completely unworthy of notice. During this time, he kept shuttling between the dojo and the purple bamboo courtyard. In a saturated cultivation environment with ample medicinal aids, his cultivation level began to rise rapidly. On the first day, he reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. By the 3rd day, he reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. By the 7th day, he reached the 7th layer. After more than half a month, Tang Tian had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi refinement. With another half-month, he should be able to achieve the great perfection of the 13th layer of qi refinement and challenge the foundation establishment realm. Such speed was something the former Tang Tian could not even dream of. It is worth noting that Lin Yue, who initially possessed the five-ring talent, also spent nearly a year to break through to foundation establishment and successfully enter the intersect. At Tang Tian's current rate of progress, he would soon be able to catch up with her completely. Additionally, Tang Tian also used consumption points to exchange for a large number of ordinary-level comprehension opportunities and learned dozens of common, ordinary-level spells. For example, combat spells like Flame Palm Wave Step and Diamond Fist, as well as life assistance spells like Spirit Fire Technique, Rain Technique, and Object Retrieval from a Distance. Without exception, they were all pushed to the Great Achievement realm. The reason for this was not only to increase his combat options, but also to make daily life more convenient. More importantly, he could deepen his understanding of the path of cultivation through these different types of spells. The effects were quite impressive. Now Tang Tian was no longer the pure novice of cultivation he once was. When discussing the Tao with Gu Xiaoxue, he was no longer always the one being taught, as sometimes he could even debate with her, and in certain respects Gu Xiaoxue was also amazed, exclaiming that Tang Tian was an absolute cultivation genius. To this, Tang Tian simply smiled, faintly basic skills, no need to overdo it. As time passed, Tang Tian's overall strength rapidly increased, truly stepping onto the grand stage of the cultivation world. In the purple bamboo courtyard, an intense confrontation was taking place in the courtyard. Swish! Tang Tian suddenly thrust out a sword, instantly appearing in front of Gu Xiaoxue's chest. But Gu Xiaoxue remained very calm, raising her long sword and striking first, landing on the tip of Tang Tian. However, what she did not expect was that at the moment the two sword tips made contact, Tang Tian's entire figure became illusory, then suddenly exploded, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, dense black flames surged from all directions, wildly wrapping around Gu Xiaoxue's body. Gu Xiaoxue frowned slightly, immediately forming a hand seal. A chilling aura descended from above, extinguishing all the black flames. But at the same time, a massive fist came crashing down from the sky, carrying tremendous momentum towards her. Gu Xiaoxue's gaze sharpened, her aura suddenly becoming fierce as she stepped forward, charging directly at it with her long sword drawn. Boom! After a loud explosion, the fist formed from spiritual energy, shattered, revealing Tang Tian's figure within. Just as he was about to cast another spell, a voice rang in his ear. Too late. The familiar cold sensation appeared on his neck, fleeting. Tang Tian sighed, slightly slowly descending from the sky. I still can't beat you, he said with a sigh. Gu Xiaoxue replied, You've done very well. I really didn't expect you to master so many spells and cultivate them to the Great Achievement realm. I've never seen a genius as really, you're much stronger than I am. Tang Tian retorted, Then why did I lose? Gu Xiaoxue explained, It's because although you've mastered many spells, your combat experience is still lacking, so in terms of adjustment, coordination, and on-the-spot judgment, there are still certain deficiencies. But your speed of progress is indeed too fast. I think it won't be long before I become your defeated opponent, even when using spells of the same level. Tang Tian responded with an O. In summary, this meant that even though he was not capable, yet he was improving quickly, and if he improved a bit more, he would surrender. Pretty much. Then you should practice with me more often in the future, Tang Tian said. Afterward, they returned to the stone table to sit down and discuss the points to pay attention to from the earlier battle. Suddenly, at that moment, Tang Tian's communication Jade symbol lit up. Taking it out to have a look, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was Qin Hai. At that time, they had agreed that after half a month, Qin Hai would bring a batch of cultivation resources as a touchstone for opening trading channels. However, in the following time, it seemed that Qin Hai's side encountered some difficulties, delaying it for a few days. He wondered how things were now. Tang Tian activated the communication Jade symbol. Young Master Tang, I'm all set on my end, came Qin Hai's voice. Please set the time and place for the trade. Finally, things were moving along. Tang Tian asked, Can you get into Qinghua sect? Qin Hai replied, Yes, we have an agreement with Qinghua sect. If there's an invitation, we can enter the relevant places. Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll send someone to Jin Yu Tang to find you. Then the communication ended. You should go take a trip. Tang Tian said to Gu Xiaoxue, Be more cautious when dealing with such people. Don't casually disclose other matters between us. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, I understand. Soon she took the formation plate and left the purple bamboo courtyard. After about half an hour, Gu Xiaoxue returned. Accompanying her was Qin Hai. Young Master Tang, long time no see, Qin Hai said enthusiastically. Tang Tian smiled slightly, Please sit. Qin Hai sat down in front of Tang Tian, while Gu Xiaoxue quietly stood behind him. I sincerely apologize. Qin Hai said, Originally half a month was enough, but when I learned that you rented the purple bamboo courtyard with such a grand gesture, I felt that what I had prepared was no longer worthy of your status. Thus I took a few more days to prepare some even more precious items. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Oh, you seem to be quite well informed, Qin Hai laughed. After all, it's my line of work. I must have some information channels. You have no idea this news has started to spread. People are saying that a top-tier rich young master has recently joined Qinghua sect, throwing money around. Many are inquiring about your information. Tang Tian smiled, but did not respond. He had already foreseen such matters. His spending habits would become the focus of discussion wherever he went. Even though he personally wanted to act low-key, he had no choice. He had to spend money to earn credit points. Qin Hai mentioned this, probably worried that he had found other trading channels. Is that so? I'm not quite sure for now, Tang Tian said. Compared to that, I'm more interested in what you brought today. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Qin Hai smiled brightly. That goes without saying. After a brief conversation, Qin Hai took out a beautifully crafted shumi ring. Please take a look. This was sent from the headquarters of the Jinyu Tang. Everything is equipped according to your requirements with items of various levels and types, Qin Hai said. Tang Tian nodded, accepting the shumi ring and probing his divine sense into it. A vast space suddenly appeared before him. Inside the space, there were various sizes of boxes, each labeled with information about their contents. There were pills, spiritual weapons, talismans, medicinal materials, refining materials, spiritual herbs and fruits, as well as heavenly treasures, everything one could imagine. Additionally, numerous spirit stones of different grades sparkled within the space. If all these items were taken into the outside world, they could easily establish a small sect. It looks decent. How much is it altogether? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai smiled and replied, given your outstanding financial strength, I specifically prepared extra to make it a round number. It totals 500 million. Tang Tian paused slightly. Then he sighed and said, I am very pleased that you were able to bring these items. However, I am quite dissatisfied with the price you mentioned. After a series of dealings including renting, decorating, and setting up a dojo, Tang Tian spirit stones had already surpassed 2 billion. 500 million is simply not enough to pique his interest. Seeing Tang Tian appear somewhat displeased, Qin Hai quickly asked, are you saying it's too expensive? Tang Tian glanced at him. I previously thought you would be a great partner for cooperation. If you continue to look down on me, then our connection will likely end here. Qin Hai was taken aback, realizing the meaning behind Tang Tian's words. It turned out he thought it was too little. Last time when he extravagantly spent 10 million, he could still somewhat understand. But this time it was 500 million, and he still thought it was too little. After all, his limited perspective constrained his vision. Such a person who spent money like water could not be viewed with ordinary standards. However, he quickly replaced his expression with a more radiant smile. I have long heard that Tang Xiao's financial strength is substantial, and it truly is the case. Then the time and effort I spent these past few days were not wasted, Qin Hai chuckled. Tang Tian looked puzzled. What do you mean? Qin Hai took out another shumi ring. The items worth 500 million inside were what I originally planned to trade with you. However, after hearing that you rented the Zizhu courtyard and have a Dao-level cultivation quiet room, I guess that the items inside might not be worthy of your status. So, I made another request to the headquarters asking them to allocate some higher quality treasures. This is also the reason I couldn't trade with you on time. Tang Tian gently tapped the table with his fingers. You know about the dojo matters. Qin Hai nodded. Of course. Your name has already spread in our circle. Tang Tian remained silent. He had been focused on cultivation lately and hadn't paid much attention to external matters. He didn't expect to have become somewhat of a minor celebrity. Of course, this was somewhat expected. All right, let me see what you have prepared with such care. Tang Tian picked up the second shumi ring and probed his divine sense inside. The contents of this ring were not many. Only 5 exquisite boxes were placed in the center. Above the boxes, there was information about the treasures. Fei Yu Huan Yunju, a top-grade, earth-level body technique worth 1.5 billion spirit stones. Changgung Zijin, sword, a top-grade, earth-level spiritual weapon worth 2 billion spirit stones. Shui Lingya, a 7th-grade heavenly material worth 500 million spirit stones per bottle, with a total of 5 bottles. Shihun Ningshun Dan, a 7th-grade pill worth 300 million spirit stones per bottle, with a total of 10 bottles. Tian Lei Zhu can summon heavenly lightning with power equivalent to a full-force strike from a tribulation transcendence cultivator worth 100 million spirit stones each, with a total of 20. These treasures are not comparable to those in the previous shumi ring. They exist on an entirely different level. Tang Tian looked thoughtfully at Qin Hai and said, when at Jinyu Tang, didn't you say that the amount you could decide on was only 10 million? How did it suddenly become so large? This was quite unreasonable. Qin Hai gave a wry smile and said, I'd bet my career on it. Based on your performance at Qinghua sect, I guessed you might not be satisfied with the items in the previous ring. So I used my future as collateral and requested these 5 treasures from the headquarters. As long as you can buy one of these items, I can continue to rise a level within Jinyu Tang. Tang Tian stroked his chin, realizing that this was indeed the case. Qin Hai could be considered a person of considerable ambition. You won't let me down, will you? Qin Hai asked. Tang Tian smiled. Of course not. I am quite satisfied with the items here. There is no need to choose, as long as they are good items brought before me, I won't let them slip away. Hearing this, Qin Hai was instantly overjoyed. Tang Xiao is indeed generous. Then the two began their Tang Tian currently had only 2 billion, so he still chose to purchase in installments, and Qin Hai had already gotten used to his trading style. Before long, he had purchased everything from the 2 rings. The total spirit stones directly surpassed 100 billion, reaching the staggering number of 150 billion. The amount spent was also 130 million. The 7th grade talent was now within reach. Qin Hai wore a beaming smile, though after this transaction his status would surely rise tremendously. This was a win-win situation. Pleasant cooperation. Let's continue next time. I hope you can bring me something that surprises me. Tang Tian smiled. Qin Hai laughed heartily. I will definitely do my best. Moments later, Qin Hai left the Zizhu courtyard. Gu Xiaoxua sat down again, and despite having seen Tang Tian's grand gestures many times the earlier transaction still left her stunned. Why are you so wealthy? I have never had more than 2 million spirit stones. Gu Xiaoxue asked, appearing somewhat dejected. The gap between wealth can indeed make one feel defeated at times. Tang Tian shook his head and said, some wealth is tangible, while some is intangible. Setting aside talent and such the cave you have the cultivation methods, the spiritual weapons in your hands, and even the cultivation environment you are in if placed outside, would also amount to a significant fortune. Gu Xiaoxue replied, but all of these were provided by the sect. Tang Tian smiled. You have learned and enjoyed them, aren't they yours? The value lies in the essence, and there isn't much difference in that. Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed, showing a thoughtful expression. Tang Tian also seemed to contemplate as if he understood the reason behind Qinghua sect's decision to open honorary disciple spots. Sacrificing a small portion of rights in exchange for abundant resources to benefit disciples dedicated to one's own sect is a practice used in many places. The only problem is that only sects lacking funds would do this. Does Qinghua sect lack money? Tang Tian could not. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something. Xiaoxue, have I become quite famous recently, he asked. During this time, he mainly focused on the Zijou courtyard and the dojo, completely oblivious to the outside world, devoting himself to studying the classics. However, Gu Xiaoxue still had relative freedom. Sometimes when she didn't go to the dojo, Tang Tian would give her a break to attend to her own matters. So she should know some things. I suppose so, Gu Xiaoxue replied. I'm not clear about the lower district, but some people in the upper district do occasionally discuss you. Moreover, the invitations from outside the courtyard have also been increasing lately. When I returned yesterday, I even saw some people sneaking around the Zijou forest peeking inside, and I had to chase them away. Tang Tian fell silent. He knew such things would happen. Spending lavishly and making a show of it would definitely pique the curiosity of certain individuals. But he never expected it to develop so quickly. Do you all not need to cultivate? Is the gossip mentality among people in the cultivation world really that severe? Tang Tian felt speechless. If this continued, there would always be someone unable to contain their curiosity and create some annoying situations. Perhaps it was time to go out for a bit so that everyone could see him and he wouldn't appear so mysterious. If he dispelled their curiosity, his future days would likely be much quieter. Do you still have those invitations? Tang Tian naturally knew about this matter, but he hadn't even looked at them and let Gu Xiaoxue handle them. I kept them all. Here they are, Gu Xiaoxue said as she pulled out a thick stack of invitations. Tang Tian took the invitations and began to flip through them. He was startled at what he saw. What kind of random things are these? Some invited him to admire flowers. Others invited him to poetry and song gatherings. There were even invitations for him to watch beautiful women dance. One guy even invited him to the Falling Fate Lake in the sect to admire the moon, a place only for lovers, and the inviter was actually a man. Tang Tian rolled his eyes and tossed all those ridiculous invitations aside. In the end, he only kept one that looked. In 10 days, the honorary disciple Qijin meeting will be held at the Shanchun Garden, and you are cordially invited. The inviter of this letter was indeed the Shanchun Garden. Have you heard of this place? Tang Tian handed the invitation to Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue glanced at it and nodded. I know. It's a place filled with flowers, and every spring, when the flowers bloom, various gatherings are held. The honorary disciple Qijin meeting is one of them. It's a gathering specifically for honorary disciples, but I'm not quite sure about the specifics. Tang Tian stroked his chin, but sounded like quite a formal gathering. There should be a good number of attendees. Looking at the date on the invitation, it was delivered 4 days ago, meaning the Qijin meeting would be in 6 days. You should find out more about the Qijin meeting in the next few days. In 6 days we'll attend together, Tang Tian said. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, more people gathered outside the Zijou forest. Every time Tang Tian went out, he would attract a multitude of curious gazes, and some individuals with ulterior motives would even approach him to chat. Even though Gu Xiaoxue had taught them a lesson a few times, there were still those who wanted to get close and gather information. Thus, Tang Tian simply chose not to go out and remained in the Zijou courtyard to cultivate. Fortunately, he had been wise to choose to live alone, otherwise who knows what kind of trouble could arise. On the day he traded with Qin Hai, Tang Tian directly spent 1 million consumption points and successfully exchanged for the 7 rings talent. The enhancement from the 7 talent rings accelerated his cultivation speed significantly, allowing him to break through again in just a few days and reach the 11th level of Qi refinement. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached foundation establishment. Additionally, he also exchanged 100,000 consumption points for a 6th grade physique, acquiring the Thunder Flood Dragon bloodline. The Thunder Flood Dragon bloodline offers a superior enhancement to physical quality compared to the Great Wilderness Azure Python, but it did not come with any inherited secret techniques. A bit regrettable, but such things cannot be forced. Everything is fated. After all, he could exchange for even more powerful physiques in the future. With the remaining consumption points, Tang Tian continued to exchange for various levels of comprehension opportunities, learning several different arts, and further enhancing his understanding of cultivation and Dao techniques. Then Gu Xiaoxue gathered some information about the Qijin meeting. It was indeed a gathering exclusively for honorary disciples, and those qualified to attend were at least intermediate honorary disciples and above. The purpose of the gathering is mainly to provide a recreational venue for honorary disciples. After all, not all honorary disciples like Tang Tian stay cooped up at home cultivating all day. In fact, most honorary disciples are not particularly keen on cultivation. They prefer enjoying nature, appreciating flowers, and the moon, singing and dancing and indulging in merriment. Buying a title is merely to allow oneself to have more fun. Tang Tian is not particularly interested in these activities, but another aspect of the Qijin meeting piqued his interest: the appreciation of rarities. At that time, Shanshan Garden would present some rather unique items for the honorary disciples to appreciate, and those interested could purchase them. At such a type of gathering, regardless of what items are presented, they will inevitably carry one word: expensive. Tang Tian really liked this word, so he immediately decided that he would attend the Qijin meeting and no one could stop him. Early in the morning, he got up early. Taking a breath of fresh air, the faint floral fragrance was refreshing. Let's pick some locust flowers in the next few days. They are delicious when mixed with flour and steamed, Tang Tian said to Gu Xiaoxue, who was setting the table. Can locust flowers be eaten? Gu Xiaoxue looked up and noticed that the old locust tree was already covered with clusters of white flowers, their fragrance drifting gently. Of course they can be eaten. Tang Tian sat at the table and looked at the smudge of black ash on Gu Xiaoxue's nose, chuckling. Are you still cooking with firewood? I only mentioned it casually the other day. He then pointed to his own nose, indicating something to her. Gu Xiaoxue wiped away the black ash with her hand, saying, You weren't wrong. Firewood cooked food does taste better. Indeed, the flavor is different. Tang Tian smiled and began to enjoy a simple breakfast. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up and left the Zizhu courtyard. They walked along the deep path toward the direction of Shanshan Garden. Around the main peak, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the eastern peak of the Qinghua sect. The location of the Spring Appreciation Garden is right atop the eastern peak. As they walked, Tang Tian noticed more and more honorary disciples heading in the same direction, presumably all going to the Rare Treasures Conference. He soon realized that almost all the honorary disciples were accompanied by several different disciples, including inner disciples and core disciples. These must be their guards. Tang Tian's appearance did not attract much attention, as many people had only heard of him by name and had never seen his true form. However, just as he was about to reach the Spring Appreciation Garden, a young man with a folding fan approached him. Fellow Taoist, are you alone? The young man asked. Tang Tian glanced at him. The young man was also dressed in the attire of a high-ranking honorary disciple, but he had no guards around him. Tang Tian then gestured towards Gu Xiaoxue beside him. The young man exclaimed, What I meant is you have no other companion. Coincidentally, I am alone as well. Why don't we travel together? Tang Tian remained silent, feeling that the young man did not regard Gu Xiaoxue as a person. He was not very keen on traveling with others, but remembering that one of his purposes for coming out today was to interact with people and appear less mysterious, he finally nodded. I am Wang Ziyu, the young man introduced himself. My name is Tang Tian, Tang Tian replied. Upon hearing this name, Wang Ziyu immediately displayed a look of astonishment. You are the Tang Tian, the young master causing a stir recently. Causing a stir? Tang Tian said. Wang Ziyu smiled and said the purple bamboo courtyard hasn't housed anyone for a long time. Moreover, the Dao-level cultivation chambers are not something just anyone can afford, yet you directly requested to, and even renewed for a year. With all these things combined, it's impossible not to be famous. Tang Tian didn't know what to say, and could only utter, it was just doing as I pleased. Wang Ziyu clapped his hands, a good phrase, doing as one pleases. This is the principle we honorary disciples should up. Unlike certain individuals who only know how to gather together to vie for superiority, trying to outdo one another just like babies who haven't been weaned. Really, such things exist. Tang Tian laughed, and Wang Ziyu shrugged, saying, You are just too isolated from the outside world. You'll understand soon enough. Then the three of them together arrived at the entrance of the Spring Appreciation Garden. With an invitation letter, they smoothly entered. Just as Gu Xiaoxue had said, various flowers bloomed here in vibrant colors. Spring had arrived, and the flowers were competing in beauty, filling the garden with a fragrant aroma that was delightful to the senses. After wandering around the Spring Appreciation Garden for a while, Tang Tian finally understood why Wang Ziyu had said that. Along the way, he saw several groups of honorary disciples gathered together, discussing some nonsensical topics. The window in my cave was broken a few days ago, so I bought a water mirror, and it cost me 80,000 spirit jade. Oh, what a ripoff. One person shook his head and sighed. Another quickly replied, Yeah, I don't know why the prices have suddenly skyrocketed. I bought an ordinary gold and silk jade cushion yesterday, and it cost me 130,000. Tang Tian was astounded. Are you really lamenting the prices? Meanwhile, another group's topic opened his eyes further. Brother, I heard that you bought out the entire venue while dining at the delicacies building yesterday. Is that true? The other person laughed heartily. It wasn't really buying out the whole venue, it was just a moment of enjoyment over 1 million spirit jade, but as long as everyone is happy, that's all that matters. The questioner squinted his eyes. Really? Then why did I hear that you just put it on the tab? The other person's face turned red, and he shouted, How can you slander me like that? That was just. Tang Tian shook his head and sighed. What kind of people are these? But the third group he encountered next was even more ridiculous. Oh sister, this little kitten in your arms is so adorable. What noble bloodline does it have? Oh, it's quite ordinary, just a bit of flower demon bloodline. What about the kingfisher on your shoulder? It's just a celestial bird bloodline, not as noble as yours. No, yours is noble. No, yours is noble. You are noble. Tang Tian rubbed his forehead but found that Gu Xiaoshui and Wang Ziyu both looked unperturbed. Don't you find their conversation a bit strange? Tang Tian asked Gu Xiaoshui. Gu Xiaoshui blinked her eyes. Not honorary disciples are like this. Tang Tian. So there is such a label. Would other ordinary disciples look at me with the same attitude as if I were insane? Of course it's strange. At this moment Wang Ziyu said. Tang Tian sighed with relief. There are indeed normal people among honorary disciples. A flower demon bloodline is nothing noble, at least a celestial crane level is required. Wang Ziyu said seriously. Tang Tian was speechless. Well, it seems that he has a long way to go with his identity as an honorary disciple. Such a realm is not something an ordinary person can easily reach. Seemingly seeing through Tang Tian's thoughts, Wang Ziyu smiled and said the people we just saw are merely of a mid to lower level. They enjoy engaging in such nonsensical activities. The truly wealthy individuals are much more normal. Tang Tian asked curiously, is there a distinction among honorary disciples? Wang Ziyu smiled, of course. Generally speaking, honorary disciples are divided into 3 categories. The first type includes those who suddenly became wealthy overnight due to some opportunity. They lack the strength to obtain the desired identity through normal means, so they can only choose to spend spirit jade to buy it, providing a certain level of security for themselves and their future descendants. People of this type generally like to be opportunistic and usually do not spend money recklessly. The second type is those who come from wealthy families but also lack strength. Their families will buy them an identity, allowing them to avoid certain internal family conflicts and live relatively stable lives. These individuals are basically here to relax. They are the main ones strolling around with leisure. Those we met earlier belong to this category. The third type consists of individuals who are wealthy, strong, and have a background. Their purposes for purchasing identities vary, and generally, they do not behave recklessly, but they are also the ones that are hardest to provoke. Tang Tian was astonished after hearing this. There are so many distinctions among honorary disciples. If what Wang Ziyu said is true, then from what he observed earlier, the second type, the laid-back crowd, should be the most numerous. So which type are you? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu was taken aback, then opened his folding fan and said leisurely, I don't belong to any type. Fame and fortune are like floating clouds. I only seek to enjoy myself. Tang Tian nodded and said, so you're saying you are an outlier. Wang Ziyu paused with his fan, then smiled nonchalantly. That's right, you could say that. What about you, Tang brother? Which type do you think you belong to? Coincidentally, I am also an outlier. Wang Ziyu burst into hearty laughter at Tang Tian's reply, bending forward and back with mirth. No wonder I felt such instant kinship with brother Tang. It seems we are kindred spirits, ha. Wang Ziyu laughed openly while Tang Tian smiled without answering. Being unconventional had its advantages. Perhaps now there would be no more mysterious invitations to a moon viewing. After all, the label alternative often implies someone out of step with the crowd or prone to caprice. After a long conversation, their relationship seemed to have warmed a little. Wang Ziyu recounted many amusing anecdotes about the honorary disciples, and for the first time Tang Tian acquired a clearer understanding of that group. In short, honorary disciples were generally not those who obsessed over cultivation. They were more lively and could be seen across diverse professions. The presence of honorary disciples also helped promote commerce to some extent, and the Qingyue sect reaped benefits from them that went beyond mere spirit jade. Just as they enjoyed their private ease, a cold voice rang out nearby. Tang Tian. Tang Tian turned and saw an unfamiliar youth who was also a senior honorary disciple. Unlike him, the youth was surrounded by a flock of core and inner door disciples, all young women of delicate beauty, no fewer than 10, arrayed like blossoms. Who are you? Tang Tian frowned, slightly certain he had never met the youth. Shintafeng. The youth regarded Tang Tian with increased coldness. So you did not treat the invitation I sent you as in. Tang Tian frowned again, still unable to recall the name. Only when Gu Xiaoshui reminded him did he suddenly remember that the man who had invited him to watch dancers was called Shintafeng. So it's you. Tang Tian stroked his chin as he watched the man encircled by flowers. The fellow must spend his days watching beauties dance. Doesn't it grow tiresome? Sorry, that is not my taste, Tang Tian said. Shintafeng snorted coldly and suddenly Gu Xiaoshui stepped forward and stood before Tang Tian, her late golden core aura faintly emanating as she shielded him. Young Master Tang, he intends to probe your body with his spiritual sense, Gu Xiaoshui said. Tang Tian's face darkened. Shintafeng, what do you mean by this? Casually probing another spirit is deeply rude and malicious. Only a superior would do such a thing to an... After being probed several times before, Tang Tian had instructed Gu Xiaoshui that if anyone attempted it again, she was to stop them outright. He had not expected Shintafeng to do it to his face. Faced with Tang Tian's question, Shintafeng replied cold, I merely wish to see what ability a man so aloof as you truly possesses. You even rented a Dao-level cultivation chamber. Your advancement must be rapid, yes. Have you reached the 5th level of Qi refinement? Tang Tian frowned. The man sounded oddly well informed about him. Suddenly he noticed a familiar figure among the crowd behind Shintafeng, and his heart cleared. It was Feng Fei. That explained matters. Feng Fei was Lin Yu's intimate friend and naturally knew his situation well. If Tang Tian's talent remained as before, even with a Dao-level chamber, he would be at most around the 5th level of Qi refinement. Was this man taking revenge? Tang Tian could not say. He did not much care. Within the Qinghua sect, so long as one did not violate fundamental principles, no one could do much to his senior honorary disciple. Besides, he had Gu Xiaoxue by his side. What I am is none of your concern. If you dare offend again, do not blame me for being uncivil, Tang Tian said coldly. At once Gu Xiaoxue's aura surged, her presence alone pressing down upon all. After these days of cultivation, her attainment neared the great completion of the golden core. Coupled with her fearsome talent, she was not a golden core cultivator ordinary minds could contend with. Shintafeng naturally felt the pressure. Though his face showed displeasure, he did not erupt. This is the Spring Appreciation Garden. I do not wish to cause trouble. But mark my words, you will pay for your arrogance sooner or later. Let us go. Saying so, Shintafeng led his guards to pass around Tang Tian and leave. Tang Tian pondered. Arrogant? Who was truly arrogant? He could not fathom Shintafeng's logic. But it mattered little, after all. He had Gu Xiaoxue. Once Shintafeng had gone some distance, Gu Xiaoxue relaxed her stance and returned behind Tang Tian. Wang Ziyu could not help glancing at her several times, then said, Brother Tang, your little guard is no ordinary person. I'm truly envious. Tang Tian cast him a look. Then why not find one for yourself? Wang Ziyu laughed. I have always lived alone. Moreover, within the Qinghua sect, there is little real danger. Those who hire guards mostly do so to flaunt themselves. Of course, Brother Tang, you are different. Tang Tian, speechless, watched the direction Shintafeng had disappeared and asked with some puzzlement, does the sect not stop such things? Shintafeng has at least 10 young female disciples around him. Does anyone truly believe they are merely guards? Tang Tian found it odd. Inner door and core disciples are crucial to a sect. Would the Qinghua sect really allow them to be exploited by a man like Shintafeng? Wang Ziyu smiled and said, the sect has its own considerations that we cannot lightly guess at. From another perspective, someone who can be tempted by money to betray themselves hardly merits the sect's attention. Tang Tian fell silent. Though what he said was true, it felt regrettable. There surely would be those deceived and led astray by such schemes. In truth, for ordinary disciples, the sect uses 2 different private terms, Wang Ziyu said. He continued, those who wholeheartedly pursue the Tao, who train diligently and remain unmoved by worldly temptations, we call pure disciples. Those who are tainted by spirit Jade or who consort with honorary disciples, we call impure disciples. That category includes guards. Tang Tian frowned and instinctively glanced at Gu Xiaoxue. By that reckoning, would she also be labeled an impure? Tang Tian instinctively wanted to object, but could not find a solid argument. Indeed, for a true cultivator, the Tao heart is paramount. Tang Tian said this. Wang Ziyu shook his head with a smile. It is unpleasant, yes. But it is a fact. Whatever the cause, it means their Tao heart has become unstable. Tang Tian instinctively wanted to object, but could not find a solid argument. Indeed, for a true cultivator, the Tao heart is paramount and must not waver because of hardship or other matters. Only those with a pure inner heart would be the sect's most cherished hope for the future. Shintafeng's face still looked displeased. His invitation had been rejected, and he had been threatened outright. This left him greatly unhappy. Fang Fei, you were right. This Tang Tian is truly arrogant, Shintafeng said. Fang Fei stepped forward and spoke gently. Do not take offense. After all, he purchased Zizhu Yuan and the Dao-level cultivation chamber outright. A little pride is to be expected. Shintafeng snorted coldly. So what? There are many in the sect with great wealth. He is merely a lucky nouveau. I invited him with such sincerity to attend the elders' debate, and he could not even remember my name. Arrogant to the point of ignorance. Fang Fei lowered her head slightly and murmured, when I delivered the invitation, I mentioned you expressly, yet he did not even enter the main gate. Shintafeng ground his teeth. Just wait. He will pay for this sooner or later. After a moment, he added, by the way, that pure disciple you said would soon be promoted to core. When will she arrive? Fang Fei smiled faintly. Soon. Rest assured, I will deliver her to you. After the incident with Shintafeng, Tang Tian lost all interest in continuing his sightseeing. They found a quiet pavilion and sat down to await the commencement of the rare treasures auction. Are there truly many rare treasures inside the auction? Tang Tian asked. Prince Wang Ziyu fanned himself leisurely and replied, how could one possibly call it many? It is in fact exceedingly abundant. That fellow, well, there's literally nothing you could imagine that the rare treasures auction couldn't produce. Just wait and see. Tang Tian fell instantly silent. What on earth was the difference between saying that and saying nothing at all? He pulled out a fresh platter of spirit fruits and began eating while waiting. Prince Wang Ziyu unceremoniously reached over and grabbed a handful, then said, the rare treasures auction primarily targets ordinary senior honorary disciples and mid-rank honorary disciples. Given Brother Tang's financial means, you're certain to enjoy yourself immensely. Tang Tian curled his lips slightly. Hearing you say that, I suspect today won't be particularly enjoyable after all. Prince Wang Ziyu blinked in surprise. Why? Tang Tian offered no explanation. Since the auction catered to ordinary honorary disciples, the prices were inevitably reasonable, meaning he wouldn't spend much at all. How then could he possibly feel delighted? After a period of anticipation, the rare treasures auction finally commenced. Hundreds of honorary disciples gathered amid a sea of blossoms. At its center stood an elegant fountain. The auction would be held directly before it. Tang Tian chose a seat at random, watched the graceful dancing and melodious music for a while, and then the auction officially began. Skipping a tedious, uninspired opening speech, the organizers presented their first treasure, 10 carp bearing the golden butterfly bloodline, striking in both hue and form, capable in maturity of sprouting a pair of golden butterfly wings. Priced at 5,000 spirit jade per specimen. Bidding is now open. The auctioneer raised a transparent circular tray, which floated weightlessly in midair. Bathed in radiant multicolored light, the 10 carp shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Bidding erupted swiftly, with attendees vying enthusiastically for different specimens. Watching the fervor unfold, Tang Tian turned to Prince Wang Xiu. These carp, what distinguishes them? Wang Xiu replied, nothing at all. They're merely ordinary carp. Tang Tian pondered briefly, then asked, then what rank of beast does the golden butterfly bloodline belong to? Wang Xiu chuckled. They're mundane beasts. These carp are specially bred by humans, designed purely for novelty. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. So the rare in rare treasures auction referred solely to the novelty, not rarity in power or cultivation significance. He had assumed at the very least such items would relate to cultivation. Ultimately, his perspective had been too narrow. For most honorary disciples, cultivation mattered little. Novelty, however, was their greatest passion. Brother Tang seems rather unimpressed. Prince Wang Xiu smiled. Tang Tian paused. Interest, of course, was entirely absent. He leaned more toward practicality. Yet, having chosen the path of an honorary disciple, perhaps performing actions befitting his cultivated persona would prove advantageous. Are they delicious? Tang Tian asked. Prince Wang Xiu froze in astonishment. Well, surely no one would spend such a fortune merely to sample their flesh. Tang Tian smiled faintly. Then allow me to set the precedent. With that, he announced his bid. Without hesitation, 1 million. Per specimen. Honorary disciples, still haggling around 70 or 80,000, stared dumbfounded. Even the auctioneer doubted his own ears and asked incredulously, young master, you are certain your bid is 1 million per specimen? Tang Tian lounged lazily in his chair and murmured, I'm too lazy to engage in incremental bidding. This is my sole offer. If anyone exceeds it, they may claim the lot outright. The auctioneer's expression was priceless. Was that even a valid justification? Could someone truly be this lethargically extravagant? Other honorary disciples exchanged bewildered glances. These golden butterfly carp at most fetched 10,000 spirit jade. 1 million. Who would pay such an exorbitant sum for mere ornamental creatures? Brother Tang, truly audacious. Prince Wang Xiu couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Tian responded calmly. Not bad really, just one less snack. Everyone. Mad. Utterly mad. Did that snack cost 10 million? What was it? Dragon liver and They knew Tang Tian was wealthy, but never imagined his spending habits were so wildly unrestrained. He belonged to an entirely different echelon altogether. No further bids followed. Amid stunned silence, Tang Tian effortlessly secured all 10 golden butterflies. A minor disappointment, the system deemed this expenditure outside the scope of normal consumption, thus failing to trigger either reimbursement or consumption points. Still, it hardly mattered. Given Tang Tian's current assets, a mere 10 million was negligible. After this brief interlude, the auction resumed. The second treasure was a flower emitting an extraordinary fragrance, and at night dispersing pollen that glimmered like fireflies. Starting bid 100,000 spirit jade. 1 million. Before others could even raise their voices, Tang Tian escalated the price tenfold. The crowd fell silent. Not a single objection arose. He spent his own money as he pleased. What concern was it of theirs? Besides, such spectacles proved far more entertaining than the auction itself, certainly worthy of boasting about among peers afterward. Thereafter, Tang Tian placed a bid on every item unveiled. Mere pocket change. Truth be told, he'd grown weary of waiting. Yet his domineering conduct inevitably stirred resentment among certain attendees. Should he ever encounter a true scion of supreme wealth, we'll see whether he retains that arrogance. Upon hearing these words, Feng Fei, standing behind him, shifted her gaze, subtly lost in quiet contemplation. Tuo Bafeng was present in the hall. Watching Tang Tian monopolize the spotlight, he let out a cold snort. He can only swagger in auctions of this caliber. Yet as the auction neared its conclusion, prices began to climb. The ice silkworm veil worn for years by immortal Lady Ling Luo, starting bid 5 million. The auctioneer proclaimed loudly, then beamed expectantly toward Tang Tian. Thanks to his unprecedented generosity, this auction promised to be the most profitable in their history. What is this thing? Tang Tian inspected it closely. The veil was woven from ordinary ice silkworm silk, yet priced at 5 million. Prince Wang Xiu turned astonished. You don't know? This belonged to immortal Lady Ling Luo. Over a decade ago, she was the brightest prodigy of Qingyue sect, single-handedly subduing the entire sect. This veil was worn by her for many years before her ascension to immortality. Worn snugly around the neck and tucked beneath her robes. You understand? Wang Xiu grinned mischievously. Beside him, Gu Xiaoshui immediately wore an expression of profound bewilderment. Ew, can something like this even be auctioned? Only those with questionable judgment would purchase it. Ha. His words had barely faded when Wang Ziyu declared, I bid 10 million. Tang Tian countered, 50 million. Gu Xiaoshui. Under their scrutinizing gazes, she instinctively shrank back. Oh well, what I meant was, this veil must hold deeper significance than meets the eye. Yes, indeed. Silence settled over the pavilion. Ultimately, Tang Tian forcefully acquired the silk scarf of the Ling Luo fairy at an exorbitant price of 50 million. To his surprise, this expenditure was acknowledged by two systems. It seems that the system is also one of those dim-witted types. Brother Tang, let me have a look too. After obtaining the scarf, Wang Ziyu was filled with envy. Tang Tian readily handed it to him. Wang Ziyu took the scarf, deeply inhaling its scent, his face filled with ecstasy. This scene left Gu Xiaoshui with a look of disdain as she instinctively distanced herself from him. Do you like it that much? Then I'll give it to you. Tang Tian chuckled. This item was indeed quite peculiar. Wang Ziyu played with it for a while before ultimately returning it. Forget it, a gentleman does not take what others cherish, especially since it is so precious. Brother Tang, you should keep it well. Tang Tian shook his head and casually tucked it away. The rare treasure meeting continued with Tang Tian, keeping his hand raised, seemingly turning this gathering into a solo performance for himself. Today his primary focus was on one-word extravagance. Soon the gathering reached its final stage. The last treasure was brought to the front. The Yanggang Tingyun branch is a spiritual item cultivated in the land of 9 suns, and I'm sure everyone understands its effects. Just taking a small segment and soaking it in spiritual tea will allow you to experience the sensation of racing across the clouds, effortlessly defeating 10 beauties. The person in charge wore a sly smile, and his tone made everyone burst into laughter. They all understood what he meant. Starting price, 20 million spirit jade. Such items are usually very popular among the honorary disciples, so the starting price is not low. In previous instances, there would have already been bids. However, today, everyone first turned their gaze to Tang Tian, wondering if he would continue to bid. Tang Tian remained calm. With the atmosphere reaching this point, how could he not make a move? He calmly said 100 million. After saying that, he no longer paid attention. Everyone gasped in astonishment at such an outrageous display of wealth. Even as fellow honorary disciples, they were deeply envious. The price was raised 5-fold in an instant, causing those who initially planned to bid to give up. The Tingyun branch was trivial, but offending such a financially powerful honorary disciple would not be a wise choice. After a moment of silence with no bids, the person in charge prepared to conclude this final transaction. Just then a cold voice rang out. 100 million and 10,000 spirit jade. The crowd was immediately startled, turning to look. Tang Tian also raised an eyebrow slightly. Even at this point, someone was still choosing to compete with him. How desperate was he to obtain this item? Following the voice, Tang Tian suddenly realized it was Shen Tufeng. No wonder he needed such an item. With the dozen female cultivators surrounding him, none were easy to deal with, and Shen Tufeng's small stature could hardly withstand it. The Yanggang Tingyun branch might help him regain his masculine vigor. Had someone outbid Tang Tian at the very beginning, he would not have chosen to raise his bid. But this was already down to the last item. If he did not secure it, wouldn't today end up imperfect? Moreover, the opponent held animosity towards him. Tang Tian appeared unperturbed, not even acknowledging him. 115 million. Shen Tufeng seemed determined to acquire it. But Tang Tian would never give him that chance, directly announcing a despairing figure. 500 million. The crowd, holy crap. This is insane. 500 million for a segment of the Tingyun branch. Such spending is truly beyond our comprehension. This is why the big shots are called big shots. Finally, someone made a move. This kind of strong competition is however, Shen Tufeng seems to be struggling. Hearing the people's discussions, Shen Tufeng's expression turned gray. Tang Tian, what do you mean? He shouted angrily. Tang Tian didn't even glance his way, lightly saying, is there a problem? Shen Tufeng retorted angrily, did you not say that if someone bids higher than you, you wouldn't raise your bid again? Why are you going back on your word? Tang Tian replied, going back on my word. Shen Tufeng, exactly, you have raised your bid twice. Are you intentional? Tang Tian, what do you mean? Shen Tufeng frowned, I mean, since you decided to bid only once, why are you competing with me over this? Tang Tian, yes, why? Shen Tufeng, you. As the saying goes, when you don't want to argue with a fool, the best way is to drive him mad. As expected, Shen Tufeng exploded with rage, his hair standing on end. He leaped up, landing directly in front of Tang Tian, unleashing the aura of a golden core. However, at the same time, he moved. Gu Xiaoshui had already stood in front of Lin Tian, blocking all his oppressive aura. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. There's nothing shameful about it. Is there really a need to be so anxious? Tang Tian showed no signs of nervousness, casually saying. Shen Tufeng's face turned red with anger. Is having money so impressive? Do you really think you're that impressive? Compared to those real big shots, you're nothing more than an ant. Tang Tian chuckled, you also said those big shots. Not you. Shen Tufeng's expression darkened completely. He waved his hand, ordering his guards to block Tang Tian's path coldly, saying, you've become too arrogant. Do you really think that having money gives you everything? Let's see if you can take it away today. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, then crossed his arms and leisurely leaned back in his chair. This guy had clearly lost his mind. Today he was a guest only needing to pay. Whether he could obtain the item was up to the organizers of the Shanshuan Garden. He had no reason to pay Shin Tu Feng any mind. Indeed, hearing this, the person in charge grew slightly anxious. Young Master Shin, what you are doing may not be appropriate. This is Shanshuan Garden. We ask you to show us some face. But at this moment Shin Tu Feng could not hear these words, shouting loudly, your face has been shown, but what about my face? Don't forget, I represent the face of young Master Lu. When Shin Tu Feng shouted out the name young Master Lu, most people present changed their expressions. Even the person in charge was stunned, not daring to continue persuading him. Tang Tian frowned slightly. This young Master Lu seemed to be quite formidable. However, just as he was pondering, a refined voice came over. When did you start representing Lu Chang'e? Should I ask him about it another day? Then a young man dressed in a white long gown flew over from a distance. Next to him were several men and women in core disciple attire. However, the auras of those disciples were exceptionally obscure, even more powerful than Gu Xiaoxue. The moment the white-robed youth appeared, the entire venue of the rare treasures auction fell into silence. Almost every honorary disciple wore an expression of shock. Shin Tu Feng himself flinched, his rage instantly suppressed. The event's supervisor hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Young Master Jingheng. Jingheng gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze toward Shin Tu Feng and said coolly, I truly cannot fathom why Lu Chang'e would ever favor you. With just a few words from another you lose your composure entirely. What a pitiful waste. Shin Tu Feng's face paled, yet he dared not utter a single word in reply, bowing repeatedly in apology. I have gravely lost my decorum. Young Master Jingheng is magnanimous. I beg you not to hold this against me. Jingheng stared at him expressionless until cold sweat streamed down Shin Tu Feng's brow. Only then did he speak slowly. Leave. From this day forth, I do not wish to see you again on East Peak. As if granted divine pardon, Shin Tu Feng offered one final apology before fleeing the Spring Appreciation Garden like a man escaping execution. Tang Tian stroked his chin, observing the sudden dramatic reversal. This Jingheng appears to be a figure of great influence. After Shin Tu Feng departed, Jingheng resumed his scholarly, affable demeanor and addressed the assembled honorary disciples. What transpired was deeply unpleasant for all of you, and it is our Spring Appreciation Garden's failing. Please enjoy the rest of the gathering freely. The expenses will be borne entirely by the garden. His innate charisma radiated warmth and sincerity, putting everyone instantly at ease. The crowd hastened to assure him it was of no consequence, and the atmosphere swiftly returned. Indeed, grew even more jubilant. Thereafter, Jingheng took the cloud riding branch from the supervisor and personally presented it to Tang Tian. I have long heard of young Master Tang's illustrious reputation. Today, meeting you in person, I find it utterly warranted. Jingheng smiled. The earlier incident reflects our poor management. Oh, please do not let it trouble you. Consider this cloud riding branch my humble amends. Tang Tian rose, accepted the branch with a faint smile, and replied, I prefer the old custom money exchanged hand-to-hand, goods delivered in kind. He then produced a spirit jade and extended it. Jingheng made no further protest, accepted the jade, and remarked, young Master Tang is indeed refreshingly forthright. Today's affair unfolded unexpectedly. We failed in our hospitality, and we sincerely hope you'll forgive us. In the future, please consider East Peak your second home. We shall welcome you with full honor as host. His courtesy was so impeccable that Tang Tian immediately assured him he would certainly return. They exchanged a few light pleasantries. Jingheng asked no probing questions, sought no personal advantage, and departed without lingering. He embodied the ancient ideal. Gentleman's friendship is as light and pure as water. With Jingheng's departure, the rare treasures auction concluded and guests resumed their leisurely strolls through the garden, animatedly discussing the day's extraordinary events. Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu returned to their pavilion and settled once more upon the stone benches. I never imagined he'd appear in person, Wang Ziyu murmured, lazily fanning himself. Jingheng, Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu nodded. He is the strongest honorary disciple on East Peak, and among the most formidable of all honorary disciples within Qinghua sect. Even the Peak Lord of East Peak treats him with utmost deference. Tang Tian paused, startled. Jingheng is also an honorary disciple. Clearly the gulf between honorary disciples was vast indeed. Given his strength, why choose such a status at all? Tang Tian asked, puzzled. From prior conversations, he already understood that to Qinghua sect's upper echelons the title of honorary disciple held little prestige and conferred virtually no institutional weight. Wang Ziyu smiled faintly. Do you recall the 3 categories of people I mentioned earlier? Among honorary disciples exists a rare breed. Those born into illustrious lineages endowed with staggering wealth and possessing cultivation prowess rivaling even the sect's elite core disciples. They choose this path not out of necessity but purpose, each harboring distinct, deeply personal ambitions. Young Master Jingheng belongs precisely to this echelon and stands at its very apex. Then what is Jingheng's ambition? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu replied, no one knows for certain. The games he plays exist on a plane far beyond ordinary honorary disciples. What I can tell you is this: on East Peak, Jingheng's authority ranks second only to the Peak Lord. Even appointments of elders fall under his purview. Tang Tian raised a subtle eyebrow. understanding flickered in his eyes. So power must be at the heart of it. After a pause, he asked besides him, are there others in Qingyue sect who wield comparable influence? Better to clarify this now, lest he unwittingly entangle himself later. Of course there are. Wang Ziyu smiled. Within Qingyue sect dwell the 5 young masters and the 2 young ladies, figures equal in stature to Jingheng. They are known as East Jing North Guan West Du South Peak Machan and Main Peak Lu Tian. East Jing refers to Jingheng of East Peak, North Guan to Guanmeng of North Peak, West Du to Du Yuanqing of West Peak. South Peak is the domain of the 2 young ladies, Mo Xiaoxiao and Chun Sairu, who share an unshakable bond and rule in perfect harmony. Main Peak belongs to Lu Changge and Tian Yangsheng, 2 titans locked in perpetual rivalry, widely regarded as Qingyue sect's 2 most powerful honorary disciples overall. Tang Tian fell silent. So many figures stood on equal footing with Jingheng. Judging by this, the 5 young masters and 2 young ladies effectively governed Qingyue sect. Did the sect truly allow such immense authority to reside unchecked in the hands of its honorary disciples? There had to be unseen ties binding them all. Does the sect feel no concern? Tang Tian ventured cautious. Wang Ziyu chuckled. Concern? For what? Regardless of rank or privilege, they remain Qingyue sect disciples. And with authority comes profound responsibility. It is a balance, precise and reciprocal. Qingyue sect is no small, insular sect. It is vast, complex, and demands pragmatic governance. To suppress rather than channel is folly. A principle I trust young Master Tang fully comprehends. Tang Tian gave a quiet nod. For the first time, he grasped the fundamental mechanics of Qingyue sect's inner workings. Yet one question lingered: what unshakable foundation allowed the sect to remain untroubled by potential infiltration from hostile forces? That mystery, he realized, would only yield itself through deeper immersion. Setting aside those tangled thoughts, another matter surfaced in his mind. Brother Wang, earlier you said Jingheng is an honorary disciple. Then why do his attendants radiate cultivation auras vastly surpassing Golden Core realm? When Jingheng arrived, several core disciples accompanied him, yet their spiritual pressure dwarfed Gu Xiaoxue's by several orders of magnitude. Was it not stipulated that one could hire no guard stronger than a Golden Core cultivator at peak? Wang Ziyu clarified they are not guards, but something else entirely. Retainers. Tang Tian blinked. What is that? The relationship between an honorary disciple and a guard is contractual, binding, hierarchical, and governed by strict regulations enforced by the guard code. A retainer, however, stands as an equal. Bound only by mutual agreement registered formally at the merit hall, they retain full autonomy and personal freedom. Their remuneration is negotiated privately. Qingyue sect does not intervene. Tang Tian asked, are there no limits on cultivation level? Tang Tian fell silent, struck by revelation. He had assumed he would need to seek new guards once Gu Xiaoxue broke through to nascent soul, finding suitable candidates proving exceedingly difficult. Generally speaking, retainers begin at nascent soul realm and above. Indeed, cultivators of your standing, young Master Tang, typically command numerous retainers already. Now perhaps he might discuss with her the possibility of becoming his retainer, remaining by his side unbound by restrictive and it was high time he recruited several more. After some time living together, Tang Tian realized that having only Gu Xiaoxue as his guard was somewhat insufficient. No matter where he went, he had to take her with him. Sometimes when dealing with trivial matters or gathering information, she was entirely responsible. Although Gu Xiaoxue never voiced any opinions and approached everything with utmost seriousness, Tang Tian always felt it was not quite right. After all, Gu Xiaoxue was merely a guard. He couldn't have her do everything. Moreover, she was a prodigy of innate talent, so he couldn't let her fade into obscurity. Thus, during this period, Tang Tian had been considering finding a few more people to share the mundane tasks. However, he was reluctant to recruit cultivators of the Golden Core realm, so he put the idea on hold. However, since there was the position of a guest in the sect, things became much easier. If one wishes to find guests, must they personally make contact? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu replied, personal contact is the best way as it allows both parties to understand each other better. However, if there is truly no time or energy, one can choose to go to the Merit Hall's Honor Hall and post a message to recruit guests. After setting the requirements, the sect will find suitable candidates for you. But this will cost quite a bit of spirit jade. Tang Tian felt relieved. As long as he didn't have to search himself, spirit jade was not a problem. Thank you, Brother Wang, for the information. Tang Tian clasped his hands. Today he learned a lot from Wang Ziyu that he had never known before. Wang Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. No need to be polite. This is the first time I've met someone with whom I vibe so well. If you genuinely want to thank me, just invite me to your purple bamboo courtyard for a visit someday. That place wasn't available for public rental before. I've never been there. Tang Tian laughed. Of course you are welcome. Time soon passed to the afternoon. With the conclusion of the Rare Treasures Conference, Tang Tian left the Appreciation Spring Garden and parted ways with Wang Ziyu at the foot of the Eastern Peak. At this conference, Tang Tian was undoubtedly the main character. His image and working style had finally become known to everyone. A wealthy, uninhibited, somewhat aloof, and unconventional individual. This was the impression that most people had of Tang Tian. He was indifferent to this impression as his purpose for attending was merely to shed some of his mystery. Regardless, the goal was achieved. On the way back, Tang Tian suddenly asked Xiaoxue, "Would you like to be my guest?" Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Tang Tian to ask this question suddenly. But I am only at the golden core stage. I don't meet the standards for a guest." Tang Tian smiled and said, "With your talent, it won't be long before you break through to the nascent soul stage. According to the sects rules, our employment relationship will automatically end at that time. So I thought it best to ask for your opinion in advance." Gu Xiaoxue responded with a slight hesitation, saying, "Haven't thought about this matter. The reason I chose to be a guard was just to earn some spirit jade to buy a nascent soul pill." So, this answer surprised Tang Tian and left him a bit disappointed. He had thought that with his protagonist, Aura the young girl would surely be thrilled to agree immediately. It seemed he had overthought it. "Then please consider it carefully," Tang Tian said. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. However, after walking in silence for a while, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly looked up and asked, "Do you wish for me to stay?" Tang Tian was taken aback and smiled as he replied, "Of course. Spending time with you has been quite enjoyable." Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head again and softly said, "Then, once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I'll tell my senior sister." Tang Tian beamed with a smile. It seemed the protagonist, Aura, was still at play. The two soon arrived at the foot of the main peak. Tang Tian suddenly stopped and pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's visit the merit hall. I'll find a few guests in advance so you can cultivate in peace and break through to the nascent soul stage sooner." Gu Xiaoxue gently nodded. Then the two ascended the main peak and arrived at the magnificent merit hall. The hall was bustling with people, each engrossed in their own tasks. In the center of the hall was the position of the honor hall. Upon entering, Tang Tian considered and suggested that Gu Xiaoxue rest in the lobby while he went alone to Elder Zongyang's private room. "Elder Zhong, long time no see," Tang Tian greeted politely. Elder Zongyang looked up, a strange glint flashing in his eyes, then smiled. "Oh, it's our young Master Tang. You've certainly been in the spotlight these days. Everyone is saying that a remarkable young noble has emerged from the sect." Sit, Tang Tian hurriedly said. "Before Elder Zhong, I can't dare to call myself noble." He then sat down in front of Elder Zongyang. "You even rented a Dao-level cultivation quiet room. How can that not be considered noble?" "I don't engage in false modesty here. Just speak your mind. Now tell me what brings you here today?" Elder Zongyang inquired. Tang Tian skipped the pleasantries and shared his thought. "Guests." Elder Zongyang paused slightly before smiling and asking, "Or are you not satisfied with the guard?" Tang Tian paused, then smiled. "Speaking of that, I haven't properly thanked Elder Zhong yet. I'm very satisfied with that guard. She's truly very obedient. She can meet all the requirements I put forth regardless of the aspect." Elder Zongyang squinted slightly. "Young man, I only sent you a guard, you know. As for certain matters, I hope you have some understanding in your heart." Tang Tian quickly replied, "That's natural. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhong." Elder Zongyang nodded and asked, "Since you're so satisfied, why do you want to recruit guests?" Tang Tian chuckled and said, "No matter how satisfied, it can become monotonous. Moreover, she is merely at the golden core stage and a bit too young. So I want to find a few stronger and more feminine." Elder Zongyang shook his head, pointed at Tang Tian, and said, "You young men are full of energy and know nothing of restraint. However, there are not too many restrictions between guests and employers. The behavior is relatively free, and if you wish to develop it will rely on yourself." Tang Tian nodded. "That's natural." After speaking, he took out a box of local specialties and handed it to Elder Zongyang. This time it contained a full 100 high-quality spirit jades. Elder Zongyang immediately beamed with delight, accepting the local specialties while praising Tang Tian for his gratitude and handling matters related to the guests. Tang Tian sat quietly, a faint smile always on his face. However, at that moment he already understood that Elder Zongyang's arrangement of Gu Xiaoxue for him indeed harbored that kind of intention. From what he had learned during this time, an innate child was already among the top existences in the Qinghua sect. Did Elder Zongyang not know Gu Xiaoxue's talent? Surely he did. Therefore his actions must have other secrets unknown to others. To personally push an innate child into the fire pit, it seemed the Qinghua sect was not a place with benevolent and kind hearts. Perhaps he had unknowingly been drawn into some storm. Soon Zongyang had taken care of everything. "Do you have any specific requests?" he asked. Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, "Above nascent soul, a pleasant personality will suffice. Of course it would be best if she possesses a graceful figure. After all, it is pleasing to the eye. You understand?" Zongyang smiled knowingly and continued, "I will do my best, but I cannot meet all your requests. However, the sect will only facilitate connections. Whether you can keep the person depends on you." Tang Tian nodded. "It's essentially like a brokerage, right?" "Brokerage fee. Ahem, how is this charged?" Tang Tian nearly. Zongyang said, "We will release good information today, and starting tomorrow someone should come to seek you out. Once you find a suitable candidate, let me know, and I will register them and remove the information. Each person that comes will require a payment of 1 million spirit jade, which serves as an introduction fee. If you do not reach an agreement normally, you will also need to pay the other party 100,000 spirit jade as compensation for their time. Of course, if someone tries to profit from this, just inform me, and the sect will impose appropriate punishment." Tang Tian pondered for a moment. This rule was essentially akin to an interview. Moreover, it was indeed a paid interview. That's how an equal relationship should be. Unlike those companies in my past life, who always acted superior, throwing you a casual wait for news, regardless of the interview results. That's simply outrageous. Understood. Tang Tian nodded and took out 100 pieces of top-grade spirit jade. Then I will pay a little introduction fee in advance. If it's not enough, I will make up the difference later. Zhongyang smiled and nodded. One person costs 1 million, and 100 pieces of top-grade spirit jade amounts to 1 billion. That would certainly suffice. He did not believe that after Tang Tian found a guest, he would still have the audacity to ask for the remaining spirit jade back. After completing all the procedures, Tang Tian exited the elegant room, leaving with Gu Xiaoxue. On the way, Tang Tian asked, Xiaoxue, how did Elder Zhongyang come to find you? Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, it was my senior sister who brought him. My senior sister said I shouldn't just stay in the cave dwelling to cultivate, I should interact more with the outside world. Coincidentally, I needed money to buy nascent soul pills, so I reached out to Elder Zhong. Tang Tian fell silent for a moment, and asked again, how is your relationship with your senior sister? Gu Xiaoxue smiled, of course it's great. My senior sister is the direct disciple of an elder. Since coming to the mountain, she has taken the best care of me. Many aspects of cultivation and some matters of the sect have been taught to me by her. Tang Tian remained silent. Since this senior sister cared so much for Gu Xiaoxue, would she not be aware of Zhongyang pushing Gu Xiaoxue towards him? At the very least, wouldn't she inquire about him? What exactly was she trying to achieve? Tang Tian could not know, but he could be certain that this senior sister was definitely not as caring and concerned for her as Gu Xiaoxue thought. Sighing deeply, Tang Tian tried to disperse these chaotic thoughts. I have already started looking for guests. During this time, you should focus on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. We can discuss other matters after your breakthrough, Tang Tian said. Gu Xiaoxue gently nodded. Upon returning to the purple bamboo courtyard, the two had a simple dinner, and Gu Xiaoxue then dove into her room to begin her closed-door training. Tang Tian had initially wanted her to close her doors at the training hall, as there were Dao-level cultivation quiet rooms, which would surely be easier. However, Gu Xiaoxue insisted on staying at the purple bamboo courtyard, citing various reasons that her room was more comfortable. Unable to persuade her, Tang Tian had no choice but to let her be. After all, before reaching the god transformation stage, this place wasn't much different from a Dao-level cultivation quiet room. After Gu Xiaoxue entered seclusion, Tang Tian contacted Wang and Ning from the foodie pavilion, asking him to bring some renovation materials tomorrow to set up the remaining guest rooms. New guests would soon be arriving, so the setup could not be lacking. Regardless of anything else, given Tang Tian's status, he could not lose face. After completing all this, Tang Tian returned to the main house, practicing while awaiting the arrival of the guests. The next day, Wang and Ning arrived early, bringing the same top-quality renovation materials as last time. Tang Tian exchanged pleasantries with him, leaving the materials so that the guests could decorate according to their preferences upon arrival. After Wang and Ning left about an hour later, the first guest arrived for an interview. She was a striking core disciple, with mid-nascent soul cultivation exuding a strong aura. Upon her arrival, she immediately scanned Tang Tian with her divine sense. Tang Tian didn't even speak, simply tossing her 100,000 spirit jade and telling her to return from where she came. Everyone is in an equal relationship. Why act so prideful in front of me? After a while, another guest arrived. This disciple was quite polite and engaged in a lively conversation with Tang Tian. However, she was too talkative, listing a bunch of reasonable and unreasonable demands, which ultimately led to Tang Tian declining her. He did not like troublesome people. Then another young cultivator came, and after discussing, he still felt it was not quite right, and Tang Tian politely sent him away. As the morning passed quietly, Tang Tian interviewed a total of 13 applicants, but unfortunately, he still could not find a suitable candidate. Tang Tian let out a slight sigh. He finally began to understand the feelings of those in the HR departments when recruiting employees in the past. There really are a lot of peculiar individuals. Some people were clearly aware of his reputation and came specifically for the spirit jade, opening their mouths to demand tens of billions, which left him both amused and helpless, leading to a firm rejection. By the afternoon, the stream of applicants continued unabated. Perhaps this was the celebrity effect. However, the influx of people also had its advantages. Tang Tian finally encountered a decent candidate. Li Hong, a core disciple 28 years old, in the early stage of god transformation. He was very familiar with the various matters within the sect and could help Tang Tian handle some trivial affairs in the outside world. His conditions were also quite simple. He should not interfere with his normal cultivation during regular times, and if there were matters to discuss, they could contact each other via communication jade talismans, and he would handle relevant matters as quickly as possible. When Tang Tian asked, "Aren't you residing in the purple bamboo courtyard?" Li Hong smiled and shook his head. "I prefer to stay in my own cave dwelling, even though the cultivation environment there is far inferior to the purple bamboo courtyard. I know this is not quite in line with a guest's identity, but it's my own insistence. This is also why no one has been willing to invite me as a guest." He spoke candidly. Tang Tian nodded. He rather liked people who were straightforward. The conditions he proposed were not excessive. Tang Tian did not need grand displays when traveling as long as it did not delay matters. It was fine. In the end, Tang Tian successfully reached an agreement with Li Hong at a price of 10 million per month. The first 3 months would be considered a probationary period, and if everything went well, after 3 months the price would increase to 20 million per month. After all, he was a god transformation cultivator, and his strength warranted a high price. When Tang Tian asked him why he didn't rent a cave dwelling with a better cultivation environment, Li Hong replied with a smile, "The training is at the Dao Hall. As long as the cave dwelling is habitable, it's fine. Moreover, sometimes I might not even go back for a long time. The greatest expense in cultivation is still in pills and resources. As a cultivator without family support, I must be as frugal as possible." Tang Tian fell silent. His sudden wealth had caused him to deviate somewhat in judging ordinary cultivators in the cultivation world. He always felt that places like the Purple Bamboo Courtyard, which were not particularly expensive, could be easily rented with a little money. However, in reality, even a genius like Gu Xiaoxue only used a top-grade mystical spirit sword. "Welcome to our team. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Tang Tian extended his hand. Li Hong also reached out his hand. At that moment, he officially became Tang Tian. After signing the agreement, Li Hong went to the Mingyu Hall to register. This saved Tang Tian another trip, which was quite convenient. With Li Hong around, future trivial matters would have someone to handle them. However, Tang Tian still needed a few bodyguards to ensure his safety at all times. Thus, the interviews continued. After meeting more than 20 different candidates, Tang Tian finally found a suitable person as evening approached. Strictly speaking, it wasn't just one person but a pair. They were a set of young twins, the elder sister named Lan Yu and the younger sister named Lu Zhu. They were both exquisite in appearance, slender, yet perfectly proportioned in all the right places, making them a delightful sight together. Most importantly, Tang Tian was very fond of their personalities. They spoke little, were concise, and got straight to the point. Moreover, both possessed latest-stage nascent soul strength, which could basically guarantee their safety during daily outings. Additionally, he had already specifically mentioned to Zhong Yang that he wanted to recruit a few beautiful women as bodyguards, so he had to fulfill that promise. With this, he could be even more certain that Gu Xiaoxue had already fallen victim to his poisonous hands. In the end, Tang Tian signed them on for a whole year at a salary of 15 million each per month. Permanent bodyguards naturally came at a different price than Li Hong. "You can choose 2 guest rooms for yourselves. I have materials for decoration here, so you can arrange them according to your preferences," Tang Tian said. Lan Yu glanced at Lu Zhu and then said 1 room will suffice. Tang Tian was taken aback, but said nothing more as it meant 1 less guest room to prepare. However, after accepting them, Tang Tian had no intention of recruiting more bodyguards. The interviews had been truly exhausting, so he informed Li Hong to take care of the remaining formalities. By the time it was dark, both Lan Yu and Lu Zhu had settled in, and Tang Tian let out a long breath as he returned to his main house. The purpose of the Rare Treasures Association recruiting bodyguards and everything done today was ultimately to create a sufficiently stable environment for cultivation. Tang Tian was always aware that in the cultivation world everything was an illusion, only strength was the most crucial foundation. Arriving at the cultivation chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state with 7 rings of talent floating around his body. The small spiritual vein beneath his feet also emitted a faint glow, and with each breath large amounts of pure spiritual power flowed into his body. The surrounding area of the chamber was filled with a hazy silver feather-like aura, diffusing an invisible natural essence that enhanced the cultivation environment to its optimal state. Not long after, the barriers of the 11th level of Qi refining shattered with a resounding bang, and Tang Tian successfully stood at the 12th level of Qi refining. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. It had been less than a month since his crossing, yet he had already broken through 10 small realms, advancing from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 12th. Such speed was likely something even a genius with 9 rings of talent could not achieve. This was entirely due to the excellent cultivation environment he had created, along with sufficient pills to support such astonishing results. Moreover, he had also stacked several different cultivation methods to mastery using enlightenment points. Although most of the cultivation methods were of lower rank, they still provided Tang Tian with a substantial understanding of Dao. Coupled with multiple discussions with Gu Xiaoxue, he had transformed drastically compared to a month ago. Still not enough. This world is vast, filled with countless extraordinary talents. To become a true powerhouse, there is still a long road ahead. Consumption must continue, and cultivation cannot be neglected either. After speaking, Tang Tian closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Tian's life returned to the previous routine of 2 points: the Purple Bamboo Courtyard and the cultivation hall. During the day, he cultivated in the Dao-level cultivation chamber, and at night, he returned to the Purple Bamboo Courtyard to consolidate the rapid growth of his cultivation from that day. At the same time, he set up a Dao-level cultivation chamber for the twin sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, prompting them to express their heartfelt thanks. The results of 6 days of hard cultivation were indeed terrifying. Tang Tian almost changed every day. After 3 days, he reached the 13th level of Qi refining, and after another 3 days, he had attained the perfection of Qi refining and was prepared to challenge the Foundation Establishment realm. In the purple bamboo courtyard inside the cultivation chamber, Tang Tian sat with his eyes closed, his aura flickering unpredictably, while the 7 rings of talent around him vibrated rapidly. Several exquisite porcelain bottles were placed in front of him, with several already opened, emitting a faint fragrance. If Qin Hai were here, he would certainly recognize them as the Foundation Establishment pills he sold to Tang Tian. After consuming several bottles of pills, the spiritual power within Tang Tian had reached a peak. The raging spiritual power surged wildly and ultimately gathered in his dantian. In the exact center of the dantian, a vortex spun rapidly, contracting as it rotated. The closer one got to the center, the denser the spiritual qi became, some even transforming into liquid. Fine beads of spiritual liquid gathered together, twinkling like stars. When the speed of the vortex reached its limit, suddenly a brilliant light erupted within the dantian, and a powerful aura swept through the entire cultivation chamber. All the spiritual power transformed from the vortex into liquid, gathering into a shallow lake that floated in the dantian, gradually settling down. As the 7 rings of talent surrounding Tang Tian also stabilized and ceased their vibrating, he opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed briefly in his gaze. Finally, I've broken through to Foundation Establishment. He let out a long breath. A month of effort had finally yielded a significant result. The Foundation Establishment stage is the chasm between inner disciples and outer disciples. Once successfully crossed, it meant he had officially entered the upper area of the Qinghua sect, signifying the beginning of his journey on the path of cultivation. Lin Yu was merely at the peak of Foundation Establishment. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he completely surpassed. Tang Tian familiarized himself with the feeling post-breakthrough. It was a leap in enhancement, making his overall strength more than 10 times greater than at the 13th level of qi refining. He no longer felt powerless. This strength was intoxicating. Damn it, I must see what the peak of cultivation truly looks like. In a great mood, Tang Tian set his lofty ambitions. Since he had entered the cultivation world with a dual system by his side, how could he not reach the summit? He had such confidence backed by sufficient strength. With a dual system in his possession, the world was his to claim. However, just as Tang Tian was overflowing with enthusiasm, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted within the purple bamboo courtyard, even reaching inside the cultivation chamber. Tang Tian hurriedly stepped out of his room, immediately locking onto the source of the aura's eruption. It was indeed Gu Xiaoxu's room. This girl has also broken through. Tang Tian's expression revealed surprise. A fierce storm of spiritual energy formed a gigantic vortex hovering above the Zizhu courtyard. At the very center of the vortex lay the room of Gu Xiaoxua. A massive influx of spiritual energy flooded into the room, resembling a colossal funnel. Tang Tian stood still, feeling the overwhelming current of spiritual energy. This commotion also drew out the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who looked at Gu Xiaoxu's small house with expressions full of astonishment. So strong, Lan Yu whispered. Stronger than us, Lu Zhu echoed. Tang Tian's heart stirred as he asked, wasn't it like this when you two broke through? After several days of understanding, Tang Tian learned that both sisters possessed top-tier nine-ring talent. He wondered what the difference was between nine-ring talent and that of a congenital child. No, one sister said. Far from it, the other added. Tang Tian had slowly gotten used to their way of speaking. Listening to their responses, Tang Tian finally gained a preliminary understanding of Gu Xiaoxu's talent. It was undoubtedly an existence that defied the heavens. The vortex of spiritual energy lasted for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, when suddenly a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Gu Xiaoxu's room, causing Tang Tian to take 2 steps back. But then everything instantly returned to formlessness. She broke through. Tang Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart as he stepped forward to the doorway of Gu Xiaoxu's room. Just then Gu Xiaoxue, who had just broken through, ran out with a flushed face, her expression full of excitement. Seeing Tang Tian, she shouted loudly, overwhelmed with joy. Tang Tian also wore a smile, saying, "Congratulations. That was quite fast. I thought you'd need at least a month in seclusion." Gu Xiaoxue approached Tang Tian and said, "I don't know either. Actually, I had just elevated my cultivation to the golden core great perfection, but for some reason the process of ascending to the nascent soul was remarkably smooth with hardly any obstacles. And then, I inexplicably succeeded in my breakthrough." Tang Tian fell silent, pondering such an inexplicable breakthrough. Was this the world of top-tier geniuses? Was it like this for you during your past advancements? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head. No, breaking through used to require considerable effort. But this time it was different, as if everything fell into place, and I didn't even use a nascent soul pill. Tang Tian was astonished that such a situation existed. Wasn't it supposed to be harder to break through at higher levels? Why did it reverse for her? Was it the environment for cultivation? Tang Tian pondered for a while, but couldn't find a suitable answer. In the end, he had to attribute it to Gu Xiaoxu's talent. Once he successfully exchanged for the talent of a congenital child, he would surely understand. Shaking his head to dismiss those thoughts, Tang Tian congratulated her again, saying, "Congratulations on advancing further. Now our guardian agreement has automatically dissolved. What do you plan to do?" Gu Xiaoxue smiled slightly, a little shy, and said, "Actually, while in seclusion, I thought carefully. The time I've spent with you has been the most relaxing since I entered the sect. So I decided, Gu Xiaoxue raised her head, just about to finish her sentence, when she suddenly spotted two other figures. Huh, who are they? Tang Tian turned to look and then smiled. Oh, those are our guests whom I just accepted a few. Come, let me introduce you to them. Saying that, Tang Tian brought Gu Xiaoxue to meet Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, and they greeted each other amicably. Although they were all core disciples of Qinghua sect, they had not met before, mainly because Qinghua sect was simply too. With tens of thousands of core disciples, how could one possibly recognize them all? Especially for someone like Gu Xiaoxue, who only knew how to immerse herself in cultivation, recognizing all her neighbors would already be impressive. You are amazing. Very impressive, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu said. Gu Xiaoxue surveyed them, and then looked down at herself quietly, saying, No way, you are both much better than me. Watching them finish their greetings, Tang Tian smiled, and said, From now on, we'll all be in the same courtyard, so let's look out for one another. By the way, what were you about to say? Gu Xiaoxue asked. I decided to go speak with senior sister now, and see if I should continue being a guest. Tang Tian smiled, and said, No need to rush. You just broke through, wait until you've rested before going. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head. I should go now. You? Wait for my news. With that, Gu Xiaoxue bowed to Tang Tian, and then turned to leave the Zizhu court. Are you that eager? Tang Tian felt a little strange. Moreover, he could sense that Gu Xiaoxue's emotions suddenly turned a bit low, and he didn't know why. What was going on? Shaking his head, Tang Tian sent the sisters Lan Yu back, while he sat down by the ancient well waiting for news from Gu Xiaoxue. It shouldn't take long. However, just as he settled down, the formation outside the courtyard was opened, and a familiar figure quickly flew back. Did you forget something? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue seemed to have returned to her previous state, saying, No, well, I happened to run into senior sister passing by outside, so we discussed it already. Tang Tian was what a coincidence. He looked at Gu Xiaoxue. Suspiciously, this girl never lied, so there must be something fishy going. However, he was more interested in the outcome. So what was the result? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue laughed and said, Senior sister said I would definitely need more cultivation resources in the future. Relying solely on myself is far from enough. So it's better to choose to be a guest. Tang Tian smiled broadly. Isn't that right? Your senior sister is quite... Then sit down quickly. Oh, let's discuss your compensation. Gu Xiaoxue obediently sat down, looked around, and asked, What about our other guests? She emphasized the word "our" slightly when she spoke. Tang Tian didn't notice this detail and replied, I sent them back to their room, the one opposite you. After all, they are guests, I can't have them always following me around. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, resting her arms on the stone table, her chin propped up, wearing a silly smile. What are you grinning about? Tang Tian glanced at her and then said, Regarding your compensation, this is what I think. Generally speaking, for a nascent soul early stage guest, the monthly compensation shouldn't exceed 10 million spirit jade. But you are only 15, which is a special case, so I think it should be at least 50 million. Moreover, your understanding of cultivation is very profound and has provided me with substantial help, which deserves an additional 50 million. At 15, achieving nascent soul, your future prospects are extremely bright, and you are bound to become a pillar of Qinghua sect, so I believe 500 million is not excessive. Furthermore, your talent will bring me great prestige, so let's set your compensation at 1 billion per month. What do you think? Do you have anything to say? Gu Xiaoxue looked stunned. It seems you've already said it all. 1 billion is too extravagant, I really don't think I'm anything special. Just treat me as an ordinary guest. Tang Tian waved his hand. That's not acceptable. A person is worth what they are worth. It's 1 billion. While speaking, Tang Tian was observing the system's reaction. To his surprise, the system actually accepted this absurd transaction. Did it really think Gu Xiaoxue was worth that much? Tang Tian's eyes twinkled. 1 trillion. The system's prompt sound immediately echoed in his mind. Please, host, do not challenge the system's bottom line. Tang Tian. Fine, 1 billion it is. Let's set the term for 1 year. Come, let's sign the agreement. Under Tang Tian's insistence, he ultimately signed a 1-year guest agreement with Gu Xiaoxue at the price of 1 billion spirit jade per month. The remaining procedural issues were handled by Li Hong, so he did not need to make a special trip himself. He didn't want to see Zhong Yang, that greedy fellow with ulterior motives. After the transaction was completed, a staggering sum of 12 billion was deposited into Tang Tian's account along with 120,000 consumption points. A win-win situation is always preferable. Tang Tian was extremely pleased. Gu Xiaoxue also appeared very happy. After all, over 100 billion spirit jade is sufficient for a nascent soul stage cultivator to smoothly advance to the tribulation transcendent stage. After the joyful occasion, Tang Tian resumed his previous life. That very night, he used 1 million consumption points to exchange for a 7th grade physique, the celestial crane physique. This physique did not grant Tang Tian any inherited secret techniques, but it endowed him with certain characteristics unique to celestial cranes. The most obvious benefit was a stronger affinity with nature, making cultivation flow naturally, which further increased Tang Tian's cultivation speed. After several days, his foundation establishment, early-stage cultivation, was thoroughly stabilized, steadily progressing toward the mid-stage. A few days later, Wang Ziyu came to visit. Tang Tian warmly invited him in, and the two chatted about the amusing occurrences within the sect. Upon seeing the two sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, Wang Ziyu praised Brother Tang's taste remains as exceptional as ever. Wang Ziyu sighed. Brother Tang, I must say you've stumbled upon a great bargain. Just this ancient wellspring of Nianxuan is worth more than this price. Tang Tian stared in disbelief. Then why didn't anyone rent it before? Wang Ziyu smiled and replied, the purple bamboo courtyard was just recently opened. Few knew the specifics inside. Those who knew it wouldn't have much interest. They had better places. Moreover, I suspect many did not realize how much the ancient wellspring of Nianxuan has grown. Tang Tian stroked his chin. From what you say, you seem very familiar with the purple bamboo courtyard. Wang Ziyu nodded. I heard about it by chance some time ago. This patch of purple bamboo actually belonged to a person named Bamboo Forest Taoist, and those purple bamboos outside were all planted by him. The purple bamboo courtyard was also built by him, and he has been living in seclusion here ever since. Tang Tian frowned slightly. What about him? Wang Ziyu sighed softly. He died. Over 100 years ago, he perished amidst the struggles for power. Later, the Qinghua sect sealed this place until it was just recently opened to the public. Tang Tian fell silent. He never expected the purple bamboo courtyard had such a history. That bamboo forest Taoist must have been a person uninterested in worldly affairs, as evidenced by the arrangement of the purple bamboo courtyard, which was steeped in the essence of mortal life. It was clearly designed for a tranquil retirement. It's lamentable that such a person could also die in the struggle for power. You even know about these matters. Tang Tian was somewhat surprised. After these two encounters, he found Wang Ziyu to be a jack of all trades, capable of discussing anything and everything. I have a keen interest in ancient matters. Wang Ziyu smiled. Cultivation is also a form of living. Although it seems transcendent, it does not detach from the realm of life. Engaging in rigorous cultivation every day would mean losing the joys of life. Occasionally going out to see the world is also a unique form of cultivation. Tang Tian was taken aback, not expecting Wang Ziyu to express such philosophical thoughts. Of course, everyone has their own understanding of cultivation, as some enjoy the hustle and bustle, while others prefer solitary hardship, and it's not necessary to distinguish who is right or wrong. By the way, in a couple of days there will be a lively event in the sect. Brother Tang, do you want to go and take a look? Tang Tian was startled. What lively event? Wang Ziyu shook his head. You really are oblivious to the outside world. The first assessment for inner disciples this year is about to begin. I heard it will be quite intense. You didn't know? Tang Tian could not help but be astonished. He truly did not know about this matter. The Qinghua sect's inner disciple assessments happen 4 times a year. In spring, summer, autumn, and winter, once at the end of each quarter. This is one of the most exciting events in the Qinghua sect. During such times, many elders and disciples come to watch, both to enjoy the spectacle and to see if there are any talented disciples worth paying attention to. They are the future of the sect. Thinking of this, Tang Tian could not help but recall that his status within the sect was still that of an outer disciple. After breaking through to foundation establishment, he could participate in the inner disciple assessment. Aren't you interested, Brother Tang? Seeing Tang Tian silent, Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian smiled and said, I'm not really one for crowds. But you're right. Occasionally going out is also a special form of cultivation. Wang Ziyu immediately laughed. Exactly. What's the point of staying cooped up at home all day? Although those disciples are only at the foundation establishment stage, watching them fight is quite entertaining. You might even find a few good seedlings for yourself. Although relying on his status as an honorary disciple had already granted him a position far surpassing that of inner disciples, he still harbored an inexplicable obsession. Honorary titles are all superficial. Only inner and core disciples hold real status. Sorry, I truly don't know your actual strength. Wang Ziyu said awkwardly. Tang Tian smiled and indicated it was no problem, then asked him about the details of this assessment. The inner disciple assessment of the Qinghua sect is divided into 5 major regions: East Peak, West Peak, South Peak, North Peak, and the main peak, each independent from one another. This is due to the large number of participants, making it more manageable to separate them. In future core disciple competitions, they will all be gathered together. Tang Tian's location is at the foot of the South Peak, so if he participates, he will be assigned to the South Peak area. The content of the assessment varies each year. According to Wang Ziyu, the assessment project for the South Peak this spring is called the Flag Battle. They have designated a very vast area and placed various flags throughout this region. As long as one can successfully protect their own flag before the assessment ends, they will pass and successfully advance to become an inner disciple. There are 4 types of flags: copper flag, silver flag, gold flag, and king flag. Each type of flag can promote one to inner disciple, but different flags represent different additional rewards. The copper flag is the lowest, while the king flag is the highest. Moreover, the better the flag obtained, the more likely one is to be noticed by the sect and even be accepted as a personal disciple by some powerful elders on the spot. Wang Ziyu explained. Tang Tian nodded silently. This kind of rule effectively sorts out strengths and weaknesses, and the process would undoubtedly be very intense. Do you have any goals, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu asked with a smile. Tang Tian thought for a moment and asked, "Can special, if money can solve it, then everything is negotiable. If not, I'll just settle for a copper flag, as long as I can pass the assessment, that's enough." Wang Ziyu understood Tang Tian's meaning and said while fanning himself, "The rules do not allow for forming groups. But I believe that under heavy rewards there will surely be brave men. However, Brother Tang, you must be prepared. There is only one king flag, and without offering a sufficient price, obtaining it is quite difficult." Tang Tian immediately laughed. "That's good. Anything that can be solved with money is not an issue." Wang Ziyu chuckled in delight. He could already imagine what the upcoming inner disciple assessment would look like. 4 days later, the first inner sect disciple assessment of the year commenced with great fervor. This was a rare grand event, drawing together inner sect members, core disciples, various honorary disciples, and elders. People were eager to see which exceptional talents would emerge in this session. In the early morning at the Zizhu courtyard, Tang Tian woke up early and after washing up called upon Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu while also sending a message to Li Hong before leaving Zizhu forest. As he ascended the southern peak, he encountered disciples of Qinghua sect heading in the same direction, mostly to watch or participate in the inner sect assessment. The location for this assessment on the southern peak was within a dense forest on the back mountain. By the time Tang Tian arrived, the place was already crowded. Above the heads of the crowd, 10 massive light screens hovered in midair, displaying the conditions inside the forest from various angles. Tang Xiao. Li Hong arrived first, organizing a heap of information regarding this assessment, including the rules, the strengths of the participating disciples, and the observing elders, covering every detail. There were over 1,700 disciples participating in the assessment on the southern peak, but based on the pass rate from previous years, only about half would succeed. The number of flags issued also indicated this. There are 800 copper flags, 100 silver flags, and only 10 gold flags. The strongest, the king flag, has only 1. Li Hong stated. In total, there were only 911 flags. This meant that only a little over 900 could become inner sect disciples. Are special methods allowed to interfere with the competition? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong replied, "The rules do not specify otherwise, only that forming groups during the assessment is not allowed. If group behavior is discovered, the qualification for the assessment will be revoked." Tang Tian contemplated for a moment and said, "Help me spread the word. As long as someone can help me obtain the king flag and pass it to me at the end. 100 million spirit jade." Li Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Xiao, are you sure? 100 million spirit jade will drive those early foundation establishment disciples crazy. Tang Tian smirked and said, "Whether they go crazy or not is of little concern. I am only concerned about whether this will provoke the elders' displeasure, leading them to directly intervene." Li Hong furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before saying, "It won't. This is not something explicitly forbidden by the rules, and once done the battles will surely become more intense, allowing the elders to better discern the true strength of the contestants. Therefore they are unlikely to intervene." Tang Tian nodded. He thought similarly, and there was one point Li Hong did not mention: such bounties could also help discern the character of certain disciples. This was a good thing for the elders. As for fairness, sorry, this world is inherently unfair, as long as their own interests are not touched, no one will complain. "Let's proceed with this plan," Tang Tian said. Soon Li Hong began to spread the word. Not long after the crowd began, many people suddenly displayed incredulous expressions during their conversations, turning their gazes towards Tang Tian's position. Tang Tian sat leisurely, indifferent to the tremendous ripples his actions would cause. This was precisely what he was supposed to do with his identity. If he truly competed for survival against the other disciples based solely on his strength, people would instead find it odd. Moments later, a familiar figure approached. It was Wang Ziyu. "Tang brother, impressive move. 100 million spirit jade has sent those disciples into a frenzy, and they are already discussing how to obtain the king flag." Wang Ziyu sighed. Tang Tian smiled slightly. "With so many people competing for it would be too troublesome. I just stepped out after a snack." Wang Ziyu shook his head repeatedly. "Don't mention it, more snacks. It's simply too demoralizing." Tang Tian chuckled and invited him to sit beside. "What reactions have the elders shown?" He was quite concerned about this matter. Wang Ziyu shrugged. "What reactions could there be? They would love to add some entertainment to the competition. However, with this you are bound to become well known on the southern peak. No one would casually throw around 100 million spirit jade during the inner sect disciple assessment." Tang Tian smiled without responding, as such notoriety had already been established. Soon after, the two began to chat casually with Wang Ziyu, introducing important figures present today. "That old man with the white beard is the grand elder of the southern peak, Yin Xianqi, a peak tribulation transcendence expert generally handling all matters of the southern peak." Wang Ziyu pointed out. Tang Tian looked over. Yin Xianqi was positioned at the highest point, meditating with great authority, surrounded by several other elders. However, just as Tang Tian was looking over, Yin Xianqi suddenly opened his eyes and glanced this way, coldly devoid of any emotion. Tang Tian hurriedly averted his gaze. This old monster had an exceptionally keen sense. It's fine. Elder Yin may seem stern, but he has strong principles. As long as you do not violate sect rules, he will not interfere." Wang Ziyu smiled and then pointed to another side, saying, "The one in black is one of the 2 young ladies of the southern peak, Mo Xiaoxiao. She has a peculiar personality prone to mood swings, but it is best to keep a distance from her on usual days." Tang Tian glanced over. Imo Xiao was dressed in a black gown sitting alone atop a protruding rock with several black-clad cultivators below, presumably her attendants. What about the other one? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu replied. Chen Xiu rarely makes an appearance. All external matters are managed by Imo Xiao. Do not underestimate them. If the two young ladies unite, even Lu Chang'e would have to give them some respect. Their status on the southern peak is nearly equivalent to that of Elder Yun. Tang Tian sighed. This group of individuals was indeed among the most elite of Qinghua sect, and should not be approached lightly. The two chatted for a while, and finally the inter-sect disciple assessment began. Tang Tian also stepped into the ranks of contestants, yet no matter where he stood, he remained the sole focus of the day. 100 million spirit jade, I have it in the bag. Someone even boldly declared their goal. However, they were soon silently targeted by more gazes marking them as the primary competitor in today's assessment. With the announcement of Grand Elder Yun Xiangqi, the assessment officially commenced. The 10 massive light screens overhead displayed different images, each representing various locations in the forest. Then with a command from the elder overseeing the assessment, Tang Tian and several other previous contestants charged into the forest before them. As all the participants entered the dense forest, their figures immediately appeared on the light screen. I wonder who will take the top prize this time. What a grand event filled with heroes. Someone sighed. But he quickly received many unusual glances. What are you sighing for? In the past it was different, but today is there any suspense about who will obtain the royal flag? That's 100 million spirit jade. What a pity that I passed the assessment last year. He sighed repeatedly. But someone immediately laughed and said, don't sigh anymore. Even if you participated in this assessment, the royal flag wouldn't be yours. I really don't understand why someone who only has a copper flag would be so confident. People were discussing fervently. The impact of 100 million spirit jade was indeed significant. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu were also closely watching the images from the forest, searching for Tang Tian's figure. Suddenly Lan Yu asked softly, why is young Master Tang doing this? He clearly has enough strength. During this time, Tang Tian often discussed cultivation with them, sometimes exchanging insights through practical combat. They were well aware of Tang Tian's true strength. In the foundation establishment stage, there were very few who could match him. Regarding this question, Gu Xiaoxue thought for a moment and said, he is actually quite low-key. Although he seems quite ostentatious making billions, he remains very low-key in certain matters. Lan Yu pondered, but couldn't quite grasp the meaning of this statement. Tang Tian low-key. She seriously doubted her understanding of this term had always been incorrect. Anyway, he has his own way of doing things. We just need to do our part and not make random guesses, Gu Xiaoxue said. Lan Yu nodded. She could understand this. Gu Xiaoxue let out a gentle sigh. Although these two sisters were older and stronger than her, they often treated her as the leader and consulted her on many matters. She really didn't know why. But soon she stopped thinking about it as Tang Tian's figure had appeared on the light screen. In the vast woods that shaded the sky, Tang Tian moved forward leisurely. The area of the forest was large, but the flags set out were not few, so it wouldn't be too difficult to find them. He planned to casually obtain a flag first to avoid unexpected circumstances with the reward that would disqualify him. After wandering for a while, Tang Tian keenly sensed an unusual wave of Dao Law emanating from the interior of a large tree ahead. This is easy enough. Tang Tian approached lightly, waving his fingers, causing a piece of bark from the tree to slowly slide off, revealing a bronze flag. It was indeed a copper flag. Task completed. Tang Tian reached out to take the copper flag. However, as he did so, a cold voice came from behind. Put it down. That's mine. Tang Tian turned around to see a woman with a stern face coldly glaring at him, her foundation establishment cultivation unabashedly released. Tang Tian was not too surprised by this situation. There would always be those who were not tempted by money, or rather who were clear about their own capabilities, knowing they couldn't ultimately break through. But he didn't expect that someone would find him so quickly. I got it first, Tang Tian said with a faint smile. The woman snorted coldly and said, this isn't a matter of first come, first served. Tang Tian shook his head, then name your price. He didn't want to clash with others over something like this. However, the woman remained even colder, saying, don't think that having a little money makes you special. Lin Yu, do you really think you can take the flag from me yet? Tang Tian gradually lost his patience. The woman huffed, saying, I've seen many like you. Aside from having a bit of money, you're worthless in other aspects. You're all just a bunch of good for-nothings. They'll say this one last time, give me the flag, or else you'll be out early. During the assessment, life and death battles were allowed, and the elders outside were watching. If anyone was in life-threatening danger, they would be teleported out. Of course, this also meant that this disciple would be eliminated early and fail to advance. So this is how you think. Tang Tian's tone also turned cold. This woman was, to put it bluntly, just picking on soft targets, and she believed that Tang Tian was such a soft target, a good for nothing. In that case, you can be the one to be eliminated first. With that, Tang Tian took the initiative to strike. His figure instantly appeared before the woman, and a large hand reached directly for her head. The woman was instantly terrified. She had not seen how Tang Tian moved at all. In a panic, she raised her longsword, and thrust it at Tang Tian, attempting to resolve the immediate crisis. Tang Tian didn't even move. Having grown accustomed to fighting with geniuses like Gu Xiaoxue, the woman's movements seemed to him like those of a child fighting full of flaws and lacking any technique. With a light flick of his finger, he sent her long sword flying deep into the forest. Then with his other hand, he effortlessly grasped her slender neck and lifted her up. A good for nothing. Tang Tian gradually tightened his grip, and the woman's veins bulged on her face, her eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and terror. It turned out that not every famous disciple was weak. At that moment, a tremendous aura descended from the heavens, enveloping the woman. Tang Tian felt a stir in his heart and loosened his grip. Immediately, a beam of light flashed, and the woman's figure disappeared. Quite timely. Tang Tian shrugged. If it had been a moment later, she would have been sent out as a corpse. This is better, saving him from acquiring a reputation for being cruel and bloodthirsty. After securing the copper flag, Tang Tian resumed his leisurely demeanor and continued to wander through the forest. In the multiverse, a beam of light flashed, and the woman's figure appeared before the crowd. After being awakened by the elders, her face was filled with humiliation and anger as she left the venue without looking back. This Tang Tian does have some strength. Yes, he didn't use his full power, otherwise the opponent wouldn't have had a chance to resist. Several elders were conversing together while the disciples outside were also discussing fervently. Haha, that guy wanted to pick on a soft target, but ended up hitting a hard one. He really thinks Tang Tian is a good for nothing. He's not someone who can barely scrape together 50,000 spirit jade to buy a junior honorary disciple. Ignorant and foolish with billions in assets, he can certainly muster up a strong one, even if not top tier, he won't. People lamented the ignorance of that disciple. However, it was just a small episode. The assessment continued. Finally, after about half an hour, someone exclaimed, "The royal flag has been found." Everyone hurriedly looked over. After the brief episode earlier, Tang Tian did not encounter anyone specifically targeting him. Many who knew him instinctively took a detour. Some individuals even approached to inquire whether Tang Tian needed someone to ensure his safety. Tang Tian decisively refused. According to the rules of the flag-snatching competition, forming private groups would lead to immediate disqualification, and he did not want to be eliminated without reason. After a while, Tang Tian suddenly noticed that many disciples were rushing in one direction. After stopping one to ask, he learned that the only royal flag had already been discovered. "Let's go take a look." Tang Tian then followed the crowd to a relatively gentle valley. The trees here were sparse, and the view was wide with over 100 participating disciples gathered in sight. In the center of the valley, there was a shallow pool of water. The water was crystal clear with a lotus flower in full bloom, and above the lotus a flag embroidered with 2 divine dragons waved in the wind. Several powerful disciples surrounded the pool, yet none dared to be the first to act. Tang Tian found a position with a good view and leisurely observed everything before him. "Tang Tian is here." Someone quickly spotted him. The crowd immediately stirred, and Tang Tian's appearance instantly changed the atmosphere. "Everyone, it's pointless to continue stalemating. The number of people coming will only increase. We might as well decide the ownership of the royal flag early." By the edge of the pool, a slender youth spoke loudly. "Hee, and how do you propose we decide?" A man in green replied with a hint of sarcasm. The slender youth said, "To put it bluntly, we all came for that 100 million spirit jade. That's no small amount. Instead of fighting to the death, why not let me take the royal flag first? After obtaining the spirit jade, we can divide it equally when we leave. How about that? Trust me, I will definitely keep my word." Just after he finished speaking, a burly disciple burst into laughter. "Trust you? I might as well trust a pig to climb a tree. What if you turn against us after obtaining the spirit jade? Who will we turn to for?" The slender youth mocked, remained unperturbed, replying sarcastically, "Oh, is that so? Then how about you take the royal flag and take care of it for everyone?" The burly disciple was taken aback, but dared not accept the task. Everyone had ulterior motives. Who could guarantee they wouldn't be attacked by the others after securing the royal flag? No one believed the slender youth's words, and no one dared to seize the royal flag on their own. For a moment, the valley fell into a stalemate again. Tang Tian couldn't help but shake his head. If they continued to hold out like this, the number of disciples drawn by the commotion would only increase, making it even more difficult to seize the flag. However, at that moment, a dark shadow suddenly flashed across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the royal flag in the center of the pool disappeared. "Stop him!" Everyone immediately noticed him. The slender youth and the burly disciple attacked simultaneously, unleashing a powerful force that forced the person down from the sky, landing on the ground. Others quickly moved in to surround him. At this moment, people could finally see the figure clearly. It turned out to be a young woman dressed in black combat gear. "Hey, are you disregarding martial ethics?" the slender youth remarked. "With so many people here, do you still want to sneak an attack and monopolize the 100 million spirit jade? What are you thinking?" The black-clad woman's expression was cold as she snorted, "I don't care about any spirit jade. My only purpose is to seize the royal flag. Want a battle, do you? Then come at me." She held the flag in one hand and a sword in the other, facing the siege of dozens without any fear. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, surprised to see a refreshing presence. This was within expectation, as there would always be those who were not swayed by money and pursued their ideals. It didn't matter to him. After all, he wasn't the one taking action. The royal flag wasn't essential to him. As long as there was a good show to watch, that was enough. Meanwhile, the audience outside began to discuss fervently. Who is that? Such a stunning girl. Nia Wushuang, she just entered last year, and among the outer disciples, she is one of the best with formidable strength. Yes, I've heard of her too. In just 4 months, she succeeded in foundation establishment and is very powerful. Many ordinary inner disciples are no match for her. But the others are no pushovers either. Facing so many people alone is too difficult, as she's a bit too impulsive. People were buzzing with chatter. However, there was no denying that Nia Wushuang's actions had successfully captured everyone's attention, including the elders, who had also turned their gaze to her. At this moment, the valley was on the brink of a great battle. Quick, put down the royal flag. This is your last chance. The slender youth shouted sharply. However, to everyone's surprise, Nia Wushuang remained silent and charged directly at the slender youth. The long sword swept through the air, and its formidable momentum instantly changed the youth's expression. Are you crazy? He shouted, throwing out 2 circular blades that collided violently with the long sword, sending sparks. Although the circular blades were quickly forced back by Nia Wushuang, the slender youth managed to evade in the process. Meanwhile, the others around also joined the fray, launching various spirit tools and techniques at Nia Wushuang, blocking all her escape routes. While she was exceptionally strong, the others were not to be underestimated. Anyone daring to set their sights on the royal flag had some skill. Under the relentless assault, Nia Wushuang quickly found herself in a dire situation, struggling to catch her breath. In just a few moments, numerous wounds appeared on her body, and her complexion grew slightly pale. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before she would be forced to retreat. With no other choice, Nia Wushuang had to temporarily give up on the royal flag. However, as she gave up, she flung the royal flag forcefully, sending it soaring through the crowd toward a distant hillside. Upon seeing this, everyone quickly changed their target and turned to chase after the royal flag. Various tactics emerged as everyone sought to claim the royal flag for themselves. The scene was in complete chaos. Tang Tian stood high above, leisurely watching it all unfold, unable to help but click his tongue in admiration. The techniques of the top disciples were indeed not comparable to that female disciple who had initially snatched his cup. Although their understanding of techniques still had many gaps, they had essentially reached the level of mastery, with some even nearing small success. Moreover, their combat experience was rich, making the battles quite exciting. Whenever someone managed to grasp the royal flag, the others would immediately band together to attack, and the flag would quickly change hands again. Next came the siege and chaotic battle. The royal flag kept going in circles with no one able to secure it completely. What a show worth 100 million. Tang Tian watched the battle with delight. However, at that moment, a tangle of dark green vines suddenly sprouted beneath his feet, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, they spread up, wrapping around his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. Tang Tian never expected that while he was munching on sunflower seeds and watching the show, he would inexplicably fall victim to someone else's sneak attack. The person was extremely cunning, using a seed of a spiritual herb which nature had concealed, silently reaching Tang Tian's feet. Then, driven by a technique, the seed suddenly erupted, tightly trapping Tang Tian. Tang Tian lowered his gaze slightly. Who is this? What do they want? As he pondered, a small, slender figure emerged from beneath his feet. Tang, young master, I apologize for the offense. This was a boy with a baby face, grinning mischievously, looking like he had just succeeded in a scheme. What do you want? Tang Tian asked, not appearing nervous at all. The boy replied with a smile, of course, to capture you. Don't think about resisting. This is the diamond vine. Once completely surrounded, even those in the late stages of foundation establishment cannot force their way out, only tightening their binds with every struggle. Tang Tian chuckled and said, if you have this kind of strength, why not compete for the king's flag? Capturing me won't bring you any benefits. The boy replied, how can you say that? Today you are the absolute focus of the flag-snatching battle. If I successfully capture you, I will also attract the attention of the elders. Isn't this much easier than competing for the king's flag? I don't have absolute confidence in snatching the king's flag from so many people. Tang Tian realized that this was the boy's true intention. Indeed, quite clever. If he could eliminate the one who set this trap, he would definitely become a topic of conversation among the people for some time. But, so you truly believe you can keep me under control? Tang Tian asked with a smile. The boy smirked. I cannot deny that wealthy young masters like you often possess quite decent strength. So, I began laying out my plans as soon as you arrived here, sprinkling the locations of the diamond vines, and there are more than just these. Tang Tian was astonished. This kid, despite his young age, had quite a meticulous mind. No wonder he hadn't noticed the existence of the diamond vines at first. What a pity. Tang Tian shook his head. The boy was taken aback. What a pity. Tang Tian smiled and said, your methods are indeed impressive, calculating others without them realizing it. If it were an ordinary disciple, they would surely suffer. But unfortunately, you chose the wrong target. The boy was immediately stunned. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he formed a peculiar gesture with both hands, channeling all of his spiritual energy. However, what shocked him still happened. If I am not mistaken, the technique you are using should be a type of wood summoning technique, right? Coincidentally, I have also learned such a technique. Tang Tian spoke calmly, and as he did, the diamond vines wrapping around him began to unravel on their own, quickly dispersing and slowly dancing around Tang Tian. The boy's face turned red as he desperately tried to regain control of the diamond vines, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to succeed. So you see what a pity. Tang Tian slightly raised his hand, and all the diamond vines immediately changed direction, wrapping around the boy, quickly binding him tightly. The situation was completely reversed. Tang Tian manipulated the vines to reach inside the boy's clothes, retrieving a golden flag. You really have some skill, you even found the golden flag. Tang Tian laughed. The boy's face turned crimson. The earlier struggle for control nearly caused him to burst a blood vessel, and now seeing that the situation was hopeless, he finally deflated. I was overly confident. Tang young master, I just wanted to gain more attention without any intention to harm you. Please have mercy and do not eliminate me, alright? I beg you. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This kid truly knew how to adapt. Once he realized he had lost his composure, he immediately began to plead for mercy, without a hint of hesitation. Such a person indeed makes it hard to harbor thoughts of complete destruction. Yet a minimal punishment was still necessary. Tang Tian took the golden flag, and then stuffed the copper flag he had previously obtained into the boy's clothes. Given that you have some sense of timing, I want to eliminate you. However, during this time you must keep an eye on me. If anyone tries to harm me again, let me know. The boy nodded vigorously like a garlic peeler. No problem, absolutely no problem. As long as you spare me, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Tang Tian replied speechlessly, just let me know. I don't want the elders to mistakenly think we are forming a private alliance. After saying this, he slightly raised his hand, dispersing the diamond vines from the boy and transforming them back into a few golden green seeds. He also confiscated his tools of crime. This item is not cheap, and the boy's face turned sour, but he said nothing further, obediently taking on the role of lookout for Tang Tian. After inquiring, Tang Tian also learned the boy's name, Gong Qi. After dealing with this matter, Tang Tian looked again at the central stage of the water pool. At this moment, the battle there had reached a fever pitch. More and more disciples gathered, and more people joined the battle. The ones who initially sparked the battle, Niao Wushuang and the lean boy, had already disappeared from the main battlefield. Some were severely injured and unable to participate, while others had wisely chosen to leave. There was no help for it. The battle was too intense, and everyone was going all out. The king's flag kept going around, but could not settle with any one person. Such a scene had the spectators outside exclaiming in excitement. Haha, I've never seen such an intense scene before. Coming here today was absolutely worth it. Thanks to Tang Tian, if it weren't for his generous reward of 100 million spiritual jade, it would never have become this chaotic. Do the elders have any objections? The more intense it is, the happier the elders are. This is how true powerhouses are filtered out. The disciples discussed enthusiastically. And indeed, the elders were watching the battle, evaluating and exchanging views, a scene that had not been seen in the past. Some noticed the changes that had just occurred on Tang Tian's side and nodded, saying, though Gong Qi is young, he still has some cunning. Unfortunately, his luck is too poor. Tang Tian's understanding of the wood summoning technique is deeper than his. The elders had sharp eyes and quickly saw the root of Gong Kai's defeat. However, just as they were discussing, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd. What happened? The king's flag seems to have... What's going on? Who took the king's flag? People looked at each other in astonishment. In the midst of the fierce battle, the king's flag had suddenly disappeared, yet no one noticed who had taken it. In the valley, the same situation unfolded. As people fought, they suddenly realized that their target was missing. Who was it? A bald, muscular man growled angrily, blood still dripping from his forehead. Unfortunately, everyone looked at each other. Seemingly none among them had taken it. Damn it, who is the snake or rat among us? Is it you? You look like no good. The muscular man targeted a boy who looked a bit shifty. The boy was instantly furious, shouting, stop spouting nonsense at me. I suspect it was you here shouting thief. The muscular man glared and immediately chose to fight. The other disciples began to suspect each other, and soon chaos erupted once again. But this time it was true chaos, and the king's flag never showed up. Tang Tian glanced over the chaotic scene before him, turning his gaze toward the distant dense forest, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. The chaotic battle continued, but unfortunately, after fighting for half a day, the royal banner did not reappear. Some individuals had already chosen to give up, withdrawing from the melee to seek other banners in the remaining time to pass the assessment. The onlooking disciples gradually dispersed. Without the royal banner, the battles here lost their significance. Tang Xiao, are you still waiting? Gong Qi asked cautiously. Tang Tian thought for a moment before replying, forget it, since that person has already hidden away, it should be impossible for them to come out again. You should leave too. Remember to prepare more in advance when choosing your opponents in the future. Gong Qi felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon him, and after thanking repeatedly, hurriedly ran off. Tang Tian shook his head, glanced at the chaotic battlefield once more, and then turned to leave gracefully. Time passed swiftly, and soon the end of the assessment was approaching. No one still knew where the royal banner had gone. Everyone was waiting for the assessment to conclude, eager to see who this fierce individual truly was. Deep in the dense forest, in a place thick with bushes, between two rocks, a black figure sat quietly. It was Niao Wushuang. Her complexion was pale, with faint traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, clearly having suffered considerable injuries. In her arms, a corner of a banner slightly revealed itself, emitting a faint golden light. It was indeed the royal banner. As the assessment time was about to end, Niao Wushuang finally showed a hint of relief. However, at that moment a voice sounded in front of her. It must be the illusory spirit technique, right? I never expected that you could cultivate it to such a profound level. Truly impressive. Under Niao Wushuang's wary gaze, Tang Tian's figure slowly emerged. You saw it. Niao Wushuang frowned tightly, asking in disbelief. Tang Tian nodded. The illusory spirit technique is a top-tier, yellow-level spell. Once cultivated to its peak, it can transform into various spiritual objects, making it difficult to discern the real from the fake without careful investigation. During the earlier chaotic battle, no one paid attention to a spirit sword that came from nowhere. Thus, Niao Wushuang successfully obtained the royal banner and used the illusory spirit technique to escape the battlefield, vanishing into the distance. You had already prepared for what came next when you made your first move, didn't you? After being injured and withdrawing from the battlefield, even if someone had doubts, it would be hard to pin them on you. Indeed smart, Tang Tian said. Niao Wushuang's expression was complex. She had not anticipated that what she thought was a clever ruse would be seen through so clearly by Tang Tian. You shouted so loud, yet in the end you got nothing. Ooh, quite embarrassing, I must say. If you give me the royal banner, I will still regard it as you having completed the bounty, 100 million spirit jade. It's impossible. Niao Wushuang immediately frowned and said with determination, I only want the royal banner. No amount of spirit jade will do. Tang Tian was taken aback, not expecting her to remain so resolute at this point. However, he was determined to obtain the royal banner. I am not negotiating with you, Tang Tian said. In your current state, do you still think you can keep the royal banner? I have a golden banner here, we can trade. It doesn't matter if you want the spirit jade or not. Girl, you also don't want to be eliminated just before the assessment ends, right? Niao Wushuang fell silent, seemingly engaged in a final struggle of thought. Suddenly a powerful aura erupted from her, and dozens of sword blades appeared out of thin air, surrounding Tang Tian and thrusting toward him. A glint flashed in Tang Tian's eyes, and the surrounding space instantly froze. The blades were extraordinarily sharp, but could never break through that invisible barrier. Niao Wushuang stood there in shock, her face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? She exclaimed. You have quite a few trump cards. Tang Tian smiled faintly, waved his hand, and sent all the blades flying. They'll take this as your final Then he slightly raised his hand, and a force that Niao Wushuang could not resist directly tore the royal banner from her arms, grasping it in Tang Tian's hand. I believe your performance has already caught the attention of the elders. Until we meet again, Tang Tian said before disappearing in an instant. Niao Wushuang's expression was complex. She had thought she was foolproof, yet she never expected to fall into Tang Tian's hands. This was something she had never considered. This young master was indeed different from those reputed disciples who only knew how to indulge in pleasure. As she pondered, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping her body, and after a moment, she disappeared from there. The assessment officially concluded. When Tang Tian appeared in the outside world, a dazzling golden light instantly surrounded him. Shortly after, the royal banner in his hand was pulled by a powerful force, flying towards a stone tablet outside the dense forest. The royal banner was planted atop the stone tablet, and Tang Tian's name immediately appeared. Following that, those who had obtained the golden and silver banners also displayed their names beneath Tang Tian. As expected, it was Tang Tian who obtained the royal banner. How did he manage that? What else could it be? Someone must have obtained the royal banner and then traded it to him privately. Oh, look at your sour tone. If you have the ability, go ahead and put up 100 million spirit jade as a bounty. The disciples discussed animatedly, although the process of the assessment was somewhat unexpected, the result was still anticipated. After all, very few could resist the temptation of so much spirit jade. Congratulations, Brother Tang, on your victorious return, Wang Ziyu said with a smile upon his return. Tang Tian shrugged, saying, there were some minor surprises, but it went fairly smoothly. Wang Ziyu smiled and said, your name is now firmly established on Nan Peak. However, even after obtaining the royal banner, I doubt those elders will come looking for you. That group of old folks is quite pretentious. Many consider themselves to be of a pure lineage and look down upon us reputed disciples. Tang Tian replied indifferently, it doesn't matter, it's just for fun. He had no interest in being accepted, as if one spends a little more they can have everything. After chatting for a while, Tang Tian prepared to leave. However, at that moment a woman in a long black dress stood in front of him. Tang Tian, I've long heard of you. The woman was tall, almost the same height as Tang Tian, exuding an air of authority. She was indeed one of the two young ladies of Nan Peak. Mo Xiaoxiao. Is there something you need? Tang Tian frowned. Mo Xiaoxiao replied, since you reside in the purple bamboo courtyard, you can be considered a person of Nan Peak. If you encounter difficulties in the future, just mention my name. Thank you. Tang Tian momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Haven't we met for the first time? However, Mo Xiaoxiao didn't seem to find it strange and continued, you just became a reputed disciple not long ago, so you're not very familiar with the situation of the 5 peaks. A month later, there will be an inter-peak exchange meeting at the main peak. You should come then. Tang Tian fell silent again. Meanwhile, Wang Ziyu was extremely excited, subtly signaling Tang Tian to agree quickly. All right, Tang Tian said, but how do I get there? Do I not need an invitation or something? Mo Xiaoxiao replied casually, just mention my name. After saying that, she turned and left directly. Tang Tian was taken aback. Is your name really that powerful? Is it so amazing? As he stared in astonishment, Mo Xiaoxiao left with her subordinates. Among the group behind her, Tang Tian noticed a familiar figure. It was Niao Wushuang, who had just finished the assessment. You're quite strong. If there's a chance, I look forward to having a fair fight with you. Niao Wushuang dropped a line and followed Mo Xiaoxiao away. Tang Tian rubbed his nose. Indeed, like Sikhs like. The aura of these two individuals seemed to be carved from the... Shaking his head, Tang Tian also left the place with Gu Xiaoxue and the others. What is the Five Peaks Exchange? On the way, Tang Tian asked Wang Ziyu. If it weren't for his words earlier, he might not have directly agreed. It's the highest level disciple gathering of the Qinghua sect. Wang Ziyu said excitedly. The 5 young masters and 2 young ladies will all attend. In addition, the sect's young master and those famous top core disciples will gather here as well. Ordinary individuals don't even qualify to enter the venue. The fact that you received a personal invitation from Mo Xiaoxiao already puts you ahead of over 90% of the disciples in the Qinghua sect. Seeing his excited demeanor, Tang Tian replied, you still haven't explained what this exchange is specifically for. The 5 young masters, the 2 young ladies plus the young master completely represent the top leaders of the younger generation of the Qinghua sect. Entering this tier signifies that you have truly stepped into the upper echelon of the Qinghua sect. The discussions they have will represent the future of the sect. Once you participate, your perspective will be thoroughly broadened, and what you encounter will be completely different from now. Tang Tian curled his lip. It sounded akin to entering high society. This was a dream for many, but Tang Tian's ambition did not lie there. He only wished to grow stronger regarding everything else as mere illusions. I still feel there's not much allure. If I have that time, I might as well cultivate more. Wang Ziyu was stunned, staring blankly at Tang Tian. After a long while, he sighed. You are indeed more unconventional than I am. In a place that others flock to, you show no interest at all, only thinking about cultivation. If that's the case, why did you choose the identity of an honorary disciple? Tang Tian awkwardly smiled, but choosing to be an honorary disciple was somewhat a reluctant decision, as at that time his cultivation was too weak. Without that layer of identity protection, he would have likely been harassed by some inexplicable individuals long ago. So I never force anything. Wang Ziyu sighed. When you think about it, the content of the exchange itself is indeed not that significant. In simple terms, it's just a bunch of people talking nonsense, albeit with more sophisticated topics. The only thing worth watching is the showcasing event where a group of super big shots come together to flaunt their wealth. Tang Tian immediately stopped in his tracks. Flaunting wealth. Wang Ziyu nodded. Every year at the 5 Peaks Exchange, there's a showcasing event during which those big shots will exchange spirit jade for sect merit. Jing Heng, Mo Xiaoxiao, Lu Changge, and the others will all make their move. The scale of their contributions is naturally beyond what an ordinary person can imagine. The scene is almost like a battle between immortals. Tang Tian fell silent. Was there really such a thing? Tang Tian asked again. Wang Ziyu explained it's the highest honor of the Qinghua sect. The higher the merit, the greater the contribution to the sect. Otherwise, do you think Jing Heng and the others have such great power? It's all obtained through spirit jade. However, what those people deal with is far too high-end for us to relate to. If you really don't want to go, then don't. Tang Tian remained silent. He initially thought that buying an identity with spirit jade was already quite bold, but unexpectedly the Qinghua sect could even arrange such a thing as buying power with spirit jade. He truly wasn't afraid of the skewed distribution of power. From Wang Ziyu's words, the spirit jade spent on sect merit must be a considerable amount. If he could trigger the consumption system. Go? Why not go? Tang Tian suddenly exclaimed. It's a rare and precious opportunity to broaden my horizons and truly step into the upper class. How could I not go? Brother Wang, your perspective needs to be raised. Wang Ziyu. What the heck? I clearly tried to persuade you for a long time, and you didn't want to go. How did it suddenly turn into me having a narrow perspective? He was momentarily baffled, doubting if he had said something that led to Tang Tian's misunderstanding. Cough, cough. Tang Tian quickly cleared his throat and said, can I bring guests to the exchange? Wang Ziyu nodded. Yes, as long as you have the qualification to attend, you can bring anyone you want. However, it's generally not recommended to bring too many people. Those who can attend the exchange have special identities, and bringing too many would seem a bit petty. Don't worry about safety issues. With the young master present, no one dares to cause trouble. Tang Tian nodded. So, Brother Wang, are you interested? Let's go together then. This guy knows too much. He's simply a jack of all trades, and having him along would definitely make things much more convenient. Hearing the invitation, Wang Ziyu immediately grinned. I've been waiting for you to say that. The two chatted as they walked, ultimately parting ways at the foot of the South Peak, agreeing to attend the 5 Peaks exchange together next month. After that, Tang Tian returned to the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Through today's assessment, he had officially become an inner disciple of the Qinghua sect. However, this identity meant little to him. He didn't need the elders to explain the techniques, nor did he need the cultivation facilities provided specifically for inner disciples. It was just a way to compensate for his little obsession. Returning to the Purple Bamboo Courtyard, Tang Tian resumed his cultivation life. It wasn't a harsh grind, but he was diligent and earnest. With his 7 rings talent and the blessing of the immortal crane physique, his progress during the foundation establishment stage was no less than during the chi refinement stage. In just half a month, he successfully broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, astonishing Lan Yu and the others, who remarked that their cultivation speed back then was nowhere near this. That was the nascent soul realm. The required spiritual energy and comprehension of the Tao were far beyond what could be compared to the foundation establishment stage. How did you do it? Tang Tian wished he could study her from head to toe. Could the talent of a person born as the child of destiny be this terrifying? Gu Xiaoxua said shyly, I don't know either. When I broke through to the mid-golden core stage, I spent 3 months. I didn't expect to inexplicably break through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Tang Tian could only be speechless. This was too much of a flex. Her cultivation speed in the nascent soul stage was as fast as his in the foundation establishment stage, and she just happened to break through inexplicably. What exactly is your talent? Tang Tian asked. I'm just the child of destiny. Gu Xiaoxua said. When I entered the sect, the elder measured my potential and said that if all goes well, I could successfully transform before I turned 30. Now it's suddenly sped up. It might be due to the environment of the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian scoffed. Environment, my foot. Everyone lived in the same courtyard. Why didn't he feel it? Could it be that Gu Xiaoxua's room was special? Otherwise, Tang Tian shook his head, quickly discarding this dangerous thought. She was only 15 after all. He couldn't be that beastly. After thinking it over, it should still be a matter of talent. Perhaps being the child of destiny had this characteristic. It seemed he needed to acquire more consumption points to also experience the feeling of rocketing through cultivation. Perhaps hearing Tang Tian's complaints, an old acquaintance arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard in the afternoon. The arrival of Qin Hai immediately dispelled the resentments within Tang Tian's heart. It had been a long time since he had seen such a consumption point. This time Qin Hai did not disappoint Tang Tian. He brought a large number of pills of 7th rank and above rare materials, as well as earth-level techniques and spiritual weapons, filling a spacious shumi ring. After calculating the total amount, it added up to over 230 billion. Betting your career again. Tang Tian. Qin Hai quickly waved his hand and smiled, saying, No. After the last transaction, I have gained the trust of the headquarters, and the resources I can allocate have increased several dozen times. These are all carefully selected by me. I hope young Master Tang will like them. Tang Tian nodded and said, Thank you for your efforts. But next time there's no need to be so particular. I basically accept everything here. Just bring it all over. Let's trade just like before. Qin Hai immediately beamed with joy. Young Master Tang is still as generous as ever. The total price of this batch of resources is 237.9 billion. Since the amount you are purchasing is substantial according to regulations, I can give you a 5 discount. So you only need to pay a total of 226 billion. Tang Tian stroked his chin. A discount is possible. Qin Hai laughed. Of course, for a big client like Eugene, Yu Tang has many preferential policies. Tang Tian exclaimed, then asked, Can I get a 20 discount? Qin Hai was instantly dumbfounded. Young Master Tang, have I done something wrong? He thought he had offended Tang Tian somehow, which was why Tang Tian intentionally said that. However, the truth was not. I'm serious. Can you offer a discount? You see, it's not easy for you to make this trip. Ooh, I can increase the price for that. Tang Tian said earnestly. Qin Hai was at a loss for words, saying, Young Master Tang, trading with you is my duty. It's not about being easy. Moreover, Jin Yu Tang has no such rules. If we really did that, I wouldn't be able to account for it when I return. Tang Tian nodded in disappointment. All right, then number 20 discount. And don't give me this 5 discount. I'm the type who dislikes discounted items the most. Let's buy at the original price. Although he didn't understand Tang Tian's thoughts, Qin Hai still chose to trade at the original price. The customer is king. Moreover, this is a business that earns without spending, or refusing would seem unwise. After several rounds of transactions, all the resources along with the Shumi ring ended up in Tang Tian's possession. Qin Hai also breathed a sigh of relief, who after all this was a substantial amount of resources. If they hadn't sold much, it would have been difficult to report back to the headquarters. With the transaction successfully completed, Tang Tian's net worth soared to 260 billion, and he also had over 23 million consumption points. He could now redeem both the 8-ring talent and the 8th rank constitution. By the way, how come there's not a single item of higher than 7th rank among these resources, and the highest technique is only Earth level supreme? Does Jin Yu Tang not have better items? Tang Tian asked. Qin Hai was momentarily stunned, then explained. Young Master Tang's 7th rank supreme and Earth level supreme resources are already the best available before ascension. 8th rank and above, those are resources that are extensively used only after becoming immortal. They are almost impossible to utilize before ascension. Tang Tian frowned slightly. Could there really be such a notion? Indeed, low-rank cultivators have only a nascent understanding of the Tao. Even possessing top-tier resources may not guarantee their effective use. Unless there are some special circumstances, most resources are like this. Just like the cultivation chambers at the dojo, a chi refining stage cultivator practicing in a basic chamber gets almost the same effect as in a Dao level chamber with minimal improvement. Tang Tian said. The sudden display of dominance and generosity left Qin Hai momentarily speechless before he weakly replied, "Yes, of course we do sell." However, the higher the rank of the items, the larger the price range will be. Are you sure you need them? Tang Tian slowly replied, "Just bring them over. 8th rank, 9th rank, or even true immortal items, as long as you have them I can take them. I permit you one last chance to question my financial strength." Qin Hai repeatedly agreed, while secretly wiping away a cold sweat. Actually, he always tried his best to estimate Tang Tian's wealth, but every time, he found himself too conservative. It seems next time he really needs to go all out to argue for resources from the headquarters. It was time to gamble on his career again. This feeling is truly too thrilling. Rest assured I will do my utmost. Qin Hai exclaimed loudly. Moments later, Qin Hai swiftly left the purple bamboo courtyard. In the evening, in the main house's cultivation chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, surrounded by 8 talents. The cultivation speed increased once again. In about a month, he should be able to successfully break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Such a breakthrough speed would make even a child of destiny shake their head in astonishment. In addition, Tang Tian chose to use the remaining 10 million consumption points to redeem an 8th rank constitution, the golden-winged Great Peng physique. Moreover, this time, he once again obtained a secret technique inheritance, swallowing spirit. This secret technique allowed him to have the ability to devour spiritual entities. When he assisted his cultivation with pills, he could completely dissolve them and transform them into the purest heavenly energy for rapid absorption. Additionally, he could also devour other types of spiritual entities. He even tried putting an earth-level supreme spiritual sword in his mouth. It could be chewed and transformed into spiritual power and sharp intent merging into his body. Furthermore, Tang Tian discovered that when used in conjunction with the Qing Mang secret technique, the effects were even better with this. Even though he currently only had 8-ring talent, his cultivation speed would not lag behind those above. Furthermore, Tang Tian discovered that when used in conjunction with the Qing Mang secret technique, the effects were even better with this. Even though he currently only had 8-ring talent, his cultivation speed would not lag behind those above 9-ring talent. He just didn't know what level he could actually reach. For instance, Gu Xiaoxua. Forget it, that's a freak, not to be measured, who can cultivate faster as they ascend in rank. Absolutely a freak. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, Tang Tian slowly entered a meditative state. Under the influence of the 8 talent rings, his cultivation steadily advanced. Half a month quickly passed. Through diligent cultivation, Tang Tian's foundation establishment Midstage realm has been thoroughly stabilized, continuously advancing towards the late stage. In addition, he has mastered dozens of different techniques, and in terms of understanding and insights into the Tao, he is no less than Gu Xiaoxua, this little genius. Sometimes during their discussions on the Tao, he could point out several details she overlooked, which made Tang Tian feel completely invigorated. However, this girl has an incredible learning ability, and her growth speed is not falling behind at all. Tang Tian often complains that she is too competitive and should take more breaks. After saying this, he dove into the cultivation quiet room, crazily pushing himself. In such a cultivation atmosphere, even the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu couldn't help but put in effort, rapidly improving their strength. Although they only have 9 rings of talent, there seems to be some mysterious connection between the two, allowing their cultivation speed to exceed that of ordinary 9 rings, and their understanding of the Tao is exceptionally smooth. I'm really floating. My 9-ring talent has become only. Tang Tian silently complained about himself. Today is the day of the 5 Peaks exchange meeting. The people from the purple bamboo courtyard rarely put down their competition and started playing games under the old locust. They were playing a game called Tao card in pairs, coordinating to attack another pair, requiring profound understanding of the Tao and harmonious cooperation. Tang Tian was paired with Gu Xiaoxua, while the Lan sisters formed another team. Whoever lost would have to stick a paper note on their face. Before long, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxua already had curtains hanging from their faces. Although they had a deeper understanding of the Tao in terms of synergy, they were far inferior to the Lan sisters, who seemed to share a single brain, coordinating flawlessly. Each time in the later stages, they would leave Tang Tian and his partner completely lost. Damn, did your eyes grow on your backside? I clearly used the fire Tao and you just sprayed water on me. If you want to kill me, just say it. Another round fell into a disadvantage, and Tang Tian couldn't help but complain. However, regarding this game that determines victory or defeat, Gu Xiaoxua did not relent, shouting, I started laying out the water Tao from the 3rd step. You couldn't even see that. Last step, I even gave you a hint, and you just turned around and eliminated me. You say I'm countering you. You are the enemy from my past life. Tang Tian snorted coldly. After the hint, he realized Gu Xiaoxua's setup, though indeed he had overlooked it. But how could he easily admit his mistakes? One can die, but one must keep their mouth firm. A pig teammate, no wonder we can't win. Gu Xiaoxua shot back, you're the pig teammate. Being your teammate really feels like I've run out of luck for 8 lifetimes. The two exchanged barbs, then each tore off a strip of paper and stuck it on their foreheads. Come on, let's go again. Tang Tian, unwilling to admit defeat, wanted to continue the battle. However, at that moment the formation outside was triggered. With a wave of his hand, Tang Tian deactivated the formation and a familiar figure walked in. It was Wang Ziyu. Brother Tang, the Five Peaks exchange meeting is about to start you. Before he could finish, the appearance of Tang Tian and his group left him stunned. What are you doing? Tang Tian quickly tore off the paper note on his face and walked up to him, awkwardly chuckling. Nothing, just playing a game. Wang Ziyu looked puzzled, glancing at the three on the other side, and then at Tang Tian, whispering, Brother Tang, are you okay? You're with three stunning beauties, yet you play such games. After saying this, he looked him up and down, seemingly doubting Tang Tian's certain abilities. Tang Tian coughed twice. I've eaten too many meat dishes. I occasionally need some vegetarian dishes to clear my palate. By the way, I was waiting for you. Let's go to the exchange meeting. He quickly changed the subject. In truth, it was mainly because playing poker with so many people would get them banned. After that, the group quickly tidied up the battlefield and left the purple bamboo courtyard. This conference seems a bit different from the usual. More people have come. Almost everyone with a bit of fame is here. On the way, Wang Ziyu said, What's different? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu shook his head. It's hard to say, but I feel it's related to the 100 Sect War. Tang Tian responded with an O. Over the past month, although he has been cultivating at the dojo and the purple bamboo courtyard outside, Li Hong has not been idle, gathering a wealth of information for him. He finally understood some basic situations about the Qingyue sect. The Qingyue sect was established over 400 years ago, making it a relatively new sect. However, it did not rise from scratch, but rapidly emerged with the support of another more powerful sect. This sect is called Yunding Tianfu. It is a super sect boasting true immortals with an expansive and formative. In a sense, the Qingyue sect is merely an affiliated sect under Yunding Tianfu. This revelation clarified a lingering doubt in Tang Tian's heart. Why can the Qingyue sect buy status and identity without worrying about power shifting? With such a colossal entity as Yunding Tianfu, the so-called power struggles within the Qingyue sect are, to put it bluntly, merely child's play. As long as Yunding Tianfu does not fall, it doesn't matter if the power structure of the Qingyue sect is completely replaced. They can just replace it back if they dare to be disobedient. This is the oppression of absolute power. The 100 Sect War that Wang Ziyu just mentioned is actually the disciple promotion meeting held every 5 years among all affiliated sects under Yunding Tianfu. Any disciple who achieves outstanding results can be promoted to Yunding Tianfu, entering a much broader stage. However, this 100 Sect War has little to do with Tang Tian. Because the war has very strict entry standards, the first requirement is that it does not recruit honorary disciples. After hearing this news, Tang Tian fell silent for a long while, ultimately just sighing its fate. But he quickly came to terms with it, as he only needs to spend some points. As long as he can consume freely, it doesn't matter where he is. There's just over a year left until the 100 Sect War. The young master will definitely say something, Wang Ziyu remarked. Tang Tian nodded, not offering any comments. Let him talk, but has nothing to do with me. His only purpose today is that so-called merit conference. If he can successfully trigger the system's return, he must make a big splash with his consumption points. While chatting, the group ascended the main peak and arrived at the venue for the exchange meeting. They were now close to the peak, where pavilions and water pavilions emerged, enveloped in ethereal mists resembling a fairyland. Just as Tang Tian was about to enter, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Shintafeng. He also came to the Looking at Shintafeng entering smoothly, Tang Tian exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ziyu smiled and said, See, I told you it would be lively today. Many people are here. Tang Tian pouted. If even these random folks can get in, I suddenly feel that the qualification is not that precious. Wang Ziyu looked awkward. Don't say that, he's still a person from Luchanga, so it's normal for him to have qualifications. But don't underestimate this exchange meeting. Because of him, many honorary disciples might not be worse off than you. So the name Mo Xiao truly carries such weight. And after entering, Tang Tian murmured in astonishment. And the guard at the gate had stood tall and haughty just moments before. Yet the instant Tang Tian uttered Mo Xiao's name, the man's expression transformed. His face broke into a warm smile, and he ushered them inside with utmost courtesy. The contrast was staggering. And does he never fear we might be imposters? Tang Tian asked. And Wang Ziyu chuckled. Indeed, such incidents occurred in the past. People once brazenly used Mo Xiao's name to swindle and deceive others. Within days, every one of them vanished without a trace. And after that, no one dared impersonate him again. And Tang Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Truly, this man was decisive, ruthless, and unhesitating in his executions. He looked formidable, unapproachable even. And, in truth, those at the very apex are all much the same, Wang Ziyu remarked. And they wield immense authority, command vast influence, and possess near limitless wealth. None are ordinary figures. Without sufficient foundation or backing, it is wise not to provoke them lightly. And Tang Tian shrugged. I never seek conflict with others of my own accord. He wasn't foolish. If he charged ahead like a reckless novice, challenging everyone he met, he'd long since have been wrapped in a shroud and buried in some forgotten corner. As they walked and conversed, the two entered the main venue, a vast, exquisitely designed garden. Its scenery was extraordinary. Even the flora and trees resonated faintly with Taoist essence, far surpassing the likes of the Shanchuan garden in refinement and profundity. They arrived relatively late. By then, the garden was already filled with numerous guests, some seated, others standing. engaged in animated, easygoing conversation. Tang Tian pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Thankfully, he heard no nonsensical phrases like, "You're noble, you're noble." Instead, their discussions were earnest and substantial. Moreover, many radiated overwhelming presence, and their retinues were equally exceptional, clearly men and women of high station and great power. Nonetheless, Tang Tian found himself unable to blend in, so he chose an empty pavilion and sat down with Wang. "When does the merit recognition assembly begin?" Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu wore an exasperated, half-amused smile. "Why the haste? The merit recognition assembly is the grand finale, held only after the entire exchange gathering concludes. First, the young sect master will deliver an address, followed by open exchanges among the guests. And then comes several major events: retainer martial contest, core, disciple martial contest, open challenge matches, and the precious treasures exchange." Precious treasures exchange. Tang Tian's ears perked up. "And what is that?" Wang Ziyu explained. "It resembles the rare treasures fair held at Shanchuan Garden. But this time the focus is strictly on precious treasures. Quality and value both eclipse anything seen at the fair." Tang Tian slammed his palm onto the table, startling Wang Ziyu. "And damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" Hesitating for even a second would be an insult to the entire exchange gathering. Whether the merit recognition assembly would trigger his system remained uncertain, but the precious treasures exchange undoubtedly fell well within the scope of standard transactional mechanics. Wang Ziyu stared blankly for a long moment, then sighed with wry amusement. "Brother Tang, your priorities are truly unlike anyone else's. The precious treasures exchange is merely an embellishment, a side attraction. The heart of the gathering lies in the exchange of knowledge and Taoist cultivation techniques. And that is the true centerpiece." He simply couldn't keep pace with Tang Tian's train of thought. Tang Tian curled his lip and said, "Fine. Then tell me, what exactly do these martial contests entail?" Wang Ziyu rubbed his temples, watching Tang Tian's nonchalant expression. "The retainer martial contest pits retainers, recruited by honorary disciples, against one another in displays of Taoist arts and combat technique. The core disciple martial contest is reserved exclusively for pure disciples, those formally accepted into the sect without honorary status. And the open challenge matches allow direct combat between retainers and pure disciples, the most intense and spectacular contests of all. Collectively, these contests serve to assess the current cohort's combat prowess and prepare them for the upcoming hundreds." Tang Tian lounged back, legs crossed, utterly indifferent. "Sounds irrelevant to me. And what's more thrilling than spending lavishly and quietly amassing consumption points?" Wang Ziyu shook his head. "Brother Tang, you don't intend to advance your cultivation further at the Cloud Peak Select?" Tang Tian froze. "But I thought honorary disciples lack eligibility for the 100 Sect War, and therefore cannot ascend to the Cloud Peak Celestial Academy." Wang Ziyu clarified. "While they cannot enter via the 100 Sect War, alternative pathways exist. This sect has explicit formal criteria for promoting honorary disciples. First, one must render significant contributions to the sect, accumulating sufficient merit points. Second, at least 3 of one's personal retainers must successfully pass the 100 Sect War and gain entry into the Cloud Peak Celestial Academy. Regardless of cultivation level or time invested, fulfilling both conditions guarantees promotion." Tang Tian was struck dumb. He truly hadn't known this. Perhaps Li Hong had overlooked it while gathering intelligence. After all, he himself was no honorary disciple. If this were true, Tang Tian harbored no burning ambition for advancement. But if opportunity presented itself, he would certainly seize it. After all, the Cloud Peak Celestial Academy represented a vastly broader stage, where opportunities for expenditure and tiers of consumable resources would inevitably dwarf those of Qinghua sect. "How many merit points are required?" Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu replied, 1,000. Merit points may be earned through various means, participating in sect construction, administrative management, and more. Yet the most direct method remains merit submission. 10,000 spirit stones purchase 1 merit point. Tang Tian blinked. "So few." Wang Ziyu smiled. When discussing matters of this scale, spirit stone invariably refers to supreme grade spirit stones. Tang Tian hummed, then began calculating silently. 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones equaled 100 billion inferior grade spirit stones, and 1,000 merit points amounted to a staggering 10 trillion inferior grade spirit stones. And indeed no trifling sum, especially considering his current assets totaled only 2,000 billion. Clearly wealth abounded among the elite. And still 10 trillion was well within his reach. Yet the retainer. Counting carefully, Tang Tian had only 4 retainers, none of exceptional strength, and he currently had no intention of expanding his retinue. With just over a year remaining until the next 100 Sect War, he wondered whether he could find suitable candidates before its. Where should he look? After pondering briefly, Tang Tian cleared his mind of distractions. One step at a time. First, I'll ask Xiao Shui and the others upon returning whether they wish to participate in the 100 Sect War. If they decline, he'd seek others. And if they accept, he'd accelerate their cultivation by any means necessary. Tang Tian believed firmly with enough wealth, even impossibility could be forged into possibility. As he reflected, the garden steadily filled with more and more guests. And before long, the exchange gathering officially, under the guidance of a designated person, Tang Tian arrived at a magnificent hall. The hall only allowed 2 people to enter, so Tang Tian asked the Lan Yu sisters to wait outside, taking Xiao Shui and Wang Ziyu inside. The hall was extremely spacious with over 100 seats distributed in various positions. Tang Tian casually chose a spot that was neither too far nor too close and sat down with Xiao Shui and Wang Ziyu. Soon the hall was filled with people, most of whom were resting with their eyes closed. Even the conversations were in hushed tones, and everyone appeared very solemn. After a moment, several distinguished individuals entered from another entrance and took their seats at the very front. Mo Xiao Xiao was among them. Besides her, there was Jing Heng, a familiar face, sitting next to Mo Xiao Xiao in the far left position. Chen Si-ro didn't come today. Wang Ziyu whispered, "You should know Jing Heng and Mo Xiao Xiao. The other 4 are the 4 great young masters. The one in the blue long robe to the right of Mo Xiao Xiao is Lu Changgu, one of the 2 most powerful young masters in the sect. To the right of Lu Changgu is Tian Yangsheng, who is on par with him. This guy has a rather irritable personality, so be cautious when interacting with him. To the right of Tian Yangsheng is Shifeng Du Yuanqing, the youngest of the great young masters, who possesses substantial wealth. The one on the far right is Bei Feng Guanming, who is quite mature and steady with deep roots and extensive connections." He introduced each one to Tang Tian. Tang Tian memorized their appearances. In a sense, they represented the pinnacle that Qin Yu sect's honorary disciples could achieve. What about the position in the middle? There was still an empty seat between Lu Changgu and Tian Yangsheng, and no one had. "That would undoubtedly be our young sect master Yun Kong," Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. "No matter how others change, the highest position among the younger generation will always belong to the young sect master." Tang Tian nodded. This was indeed fitting for a young sect master. Not long after, a young man dressed in a plain gray robe walked in from outside and directly took a seat in the center. This was Tang Tian's first time seeing the sect's young sect master. He looked somewhat different from what he had imagined. Yun Kong appeared very ordinary. If seen in public, he could easily pass for an ordinary person. While speaking, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, devoid of the stereotypical arrogance. Overall, he gave a very gentle impression. Can he really command so many geniuses and young masters? Tang Tian mused quietly. Once the young sect master was seated, he announced the official start of the exchange meeting. "Greetings to all fellow Taoists. First, I would like to thank each of you for coming. Every one of you is a crucial element that cannot be missing from our sect. As fellow sect members, we should work hand in hand to create a more beautiful and harmonious cultivation environment." Just as Tang Tian thought, Yun Kong spoke, neither too fast nor too slow, his voice warm as jade, and his tone very gentle, making one feel as though they were basking in a spring breeze. Yet everyone in the hall, including the young masters, maintained a solemn demeanor, their expressions serious, listening intently, without any sign of rudeness or disrespect. The young sect master's authority was not diminished in the slightest by his amicable demeanor. As for the content of Yun Kong's speech, it was quite similar to what Wang Ziyu had said. The main focus was on the 100 sects battle that would occur in a little over a year. At that time, the hundreds of affiliated sects under Yunding Tianfu would send their most outstanding core disciples to engage in a peak battle among the young talents. Those who stood out would be selected to enter Yunding Tianfu for deeper cultivation. Due to its relatively short establishment period, Qin Yu sect had performed poorly in previous 100 sects battles, often ranking at the bottom. However, since Yun Kong became the young sect master over the past 20 years, Qin Yu sect's performance had rapidly improved, reaching an above-average position. This was almost a miracle. Among the affiliated sects of Yunding Tianfu, many had been established for thousands or even several thousand years. To be able to surpass them, Qin Yu sect was indeed quite remarkable. At this point, Tang Tian began to understand why Yun Kong appeared so ordinary, while others held him in such high regard. To achieve such a miracle must be no simple feat. The conversation lasted quite a while, yet it did not bore anyone, nor did anyone appear drowsy. Yun Kong spoke concisely, offering positive evaluations of the core disciples, honorary disciples, and guests, while also providing an optimistic outlook for the future. "I believe that with everyone's collective efforts, our sect will surely reach even greater heights," Yun Kong concluded. After speaking, he left the hall, followed by Mo Xiao Xiao and several young masters, and then the others gradually. Stepping out of the hall, Tang Tian let out a long breath. This was his first experience of a leadership meeting since arriving in this world. "What's wrong?" Wang Ziyu asked. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. "It's nothing, just different from what I imagined. I thought the gathering of the younger generation would be more lively," he said somewhat implicitly. He had previously thought that gatherings of young disciples would resemble the spring appreciation events where people competed fiercely and it was normal to smash tables and chairs. "It'll be lively soon enough." Wang Ziyu, not understanding Tang Tian's meaning, said, "The young sect master and the young masters have such high identities and statuses, they certainly won't behave like ordinary disciples. When it comes to the martial meeting, it'll be the stage for the others, and it will surely be more interesting." Tang Tian nodded, preparing to leave with Lan Yu and the others. Just then a blue figure blocked his path. It was Lu Changgu. "Are you Tang Tian?" Lu Changgu asked in a neutral tone, revealing no emotions. Tang Tian frowned slightly. "Is there something?" Lu Changgu replied, "A month ago I heard that you had some misunderstandings with one of my subordinates, and that some unpleasant events occurred. I hope you won't take it to heart. Just as the young sect master said, as fellow sect members, we should unite and progress together. Let's put an end to the grievances between you two." Tang Tian was taken aback. He thought Lu Changgu had come to pick a fight, but it turned out he was there to resolve the conflict. However, although Lu Changgu's tone was relatively polite, there was an undeniable undertone in his words that still made Tang Tian feel somewhat uncomfortable. But it was just a minor issue, and he didn't let it weigh on his mind. "It's nothing new, I've already forgotten about it," Tang Tian replied. Lu Changgu nodded, "That's good." After saying this, he turned and left with his subordinates and guests. Tang Tian looked over and indeed spotted Shin Tu Feng among his group. What surprised him even more was that Feng Fei, whom he hadn't seen for over a month, was also among them. Moreover, she seemed to be closer to Lu Changgu than to Shin Tu Feng. Tang Tian frowned secretly. This wasn't a good thing. At the same time, he was somewhat astonished at what kind of means Feng Fei had used to get close to a big figure like Lu Changgu. She was indeed somewhat scheming. After Lu Changgu left, Wang Ziyu also looked astonished and said, "Why did he suddenly come to find you? That small matter shouldn't require him to handle it personally, right?" Tang Tian shook his head, remaining silent. However, he had formed a guess in his heart. Feng Fei. Unexpectedly encountering Lu Changgu and seeing Feng Fei made him ease up a bit. If Feng Fei truly clung to Lu Changgu's strength, it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, the grudge between the two was quite deep. However, after some thought, Tang Tian quickly set it aside. As long as he did not leave Qingyue's sect, there would basically be no major danger. Moreover, he belonged to the South Peak now, and there was also Mo Xiaoxiao. There shouldn't be any issues. After the discussion with the young sect master concluded, Tang Tian, along with Wang Ziyu and Xiao Xue, arrived at the area designated for honorary disciples. The martial gathering was about to begin. Tang Tian also wanted to see what the strengths of those preparing to participate in the 100 sects battle were like. After casually finding a spot to sit, someone soon brought over spiritual fruits and fragrant tea. The service was indeed impeccable. However, while waiting, Tang Tian noticed that some honorary disciples brought their followers, but there were also some who were alone without any subordinates or attendants. Why was that? Tang Tian raised his doubts to Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu explained, "The differences among honorary disciples are significant. The 3 types of people I mentioned earlier are merely a general classification. Some are here for their descendants, some wish to elevate their status within Qingyue sect, while others aim to serve. In fact, only a small portion aspire to ascend to the cloud summit. After all, gathering contribution points or nurturing 3 geniuses is not an easy feat." Indeed, Tang Tian understood. It was quite difficult to enter the cloud summit through the 100 sects battle considering the abundance of talents. Firstly, participants of the battle must be core disciples under the age of 25. Secondly, their strength must be at least at the stage of transformation. Strictly speaking, only a handful of those at the peak of the transformation stage have the opportunity to stand out in the battle and successfully ascend. Such talents, even among core disciples, are truly rare. After chatting for a while, most of the people gathered here. Soon someone sent out their disciples to engage in a demonstration of their techniques in the arena. It was a practical exchange. Tang Tian watched several rounds of combat and was indeed impressed by their power. The disciples on stage were mostly above the transformation stage, those who had a chance to achieve results in the 100 sects battle a year from now. Their presence was powerful, their techniques profound, striking with precision, yet maintaining composure. They were definitely the elites among elites. Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu, still in the nascent soul stage, were far from their opponents. However, they were still young, especially Gu Xiaoxue, who was not yet 16 and had a brighter future ahead. After watching for a while, Wang Ziyu got up and said he was going to check on the core disciples. Honorary disciples and core disciples have always been at odds. Pure disciples look down on those who choose to become disciples, believing it compromises their solid Tao heart. Honorary disciples feel that they do not understand flexibility, as they could have better resources but choose to forgo them. Both sides hold firmly to their views, unwilling to yield. However, Tang Tian was not interested in this conflict. How others chose was their business. If pure disciples looked down on him, he simply wouldn't associate with them. It wasn't a big deal, and it wasn't necessary to force himself into their circle. Thus, he chose not to follow Wang Ziyu and leisurely sat there enjoying the spectacle. They are truly strong. They are much stronger than I am. Looking at the battles in the arena, even Gu Xiaoxue couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tang Tian chuckled, "Don't underestimate yourself. You are just younger and slightly behind in cultivation. When it comes to understanding techniques, you are not necessarily inferior to them. I have already spotted several flaws in their techniques." In terms of pure strength, Gu Xiaoxue indeed fell short. But when considering talent, Tang Tian believed she could easily take on 2 of them. The disciples of other sects are so formidable. I must work even harder when I return. Gu Xiaoxue clenched her little fist and said seriously. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing she felt this way. This girl truly. The disciples' martial gathering lasted about an hour, and judging by the expressions of the crowd, they seemed quite satisfied with the strength of this year's disciples. After it concluded, Tang Tian prepared to look for Wang Ziyu. But at that moment, a group of unfamiliar honorary disciples approached him. Tang Tian. The leader was a tall young man with a stern expression, asking from a high position. Tang Tian frowned slightly. The The young man replied coolly, "My name is Ding Xiao, and I am also in the South Peak responsible for assisting Miss Mo in managing the Order of the South Peak." Tang Tian understood, realizing he was someone from Mo Xiaoxiao's side. "Is there something you need?" he asked. Ding Xiao said, "Since you are now part of the South Peak, you shouldn't act alone anymore. Come with me to our place." Tang Tian smiled and said, "No thanks, I prefer solitude." He replied politely. However, Ding Xiao frowned directly, saying, "Tang Tian, now that you are part of the South Peak, you must abide by its rules. Come with me." "Ooh, I won't say it a third time." Tang Tian also reined in his smile. This guy was being quite aggressive. He disliked being forced. "I have not heard of such rules. I will go wherever I want and no one can restrict my freedom." Tang Tian retorted. Ding Xiao's brow furrowed tightly. "Tang Tian, don't think that having some spirit stones makes you invincible. If you continue to be obstinate, then leave the South Peak and seek your fortunes elsewhere." Tang Tian quietly observed him and asked, "Is this your intention, or is it Miss Mo's?" He had never intended to join any faction. He only considered it when Mo Xiaoxiao mentioned it. If this was truly Mo Xiaoxiao's intention, he would leave immediately. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to his integrity. But evidently it was not. Ding Xiao opened his mouth, but ultimately did not respond directly, only coldly saying, "Fine, then stay as you are. I will report your attitude to Miss Mo." After saying that, he turned and left. Tang Tian stroked his chin and smiled lightly. Is he trying to establish authority over the newcomers? After saying that, he turned and left. Tang Tian stroked his chin and smiled lightly. Is he trying to Tang Tian chuckled, saying, "It doesn't matter. We don't have to join any faction, and besides, Qinghua sect has more than just one South Peak. Let's go see how Wang Ziyu is doing." Afterward, Tang Tian led Xiao Xue and the others toward the core disciples. However, on the way, they happened to meet Wang Ziyu returning. He looked excited and immediately pulled Tang Tian to talk. "Brother Tang, let me tell you, this year's core disciples are truly remarkable. There are several at the peak of the transformation stage, all incredibly strong. And there's even a little genius, a 16-year-old at the nascent soul peak, who has beaten those in the initial transformation stage. That little genius is so arrogant, claiming he will crush the honorary disciples and their disciples of the same level into the ground. Haha, it's so thrilling." Tang Tian glanced at him sideways and said, "Why are you so excited? Have you forgotten who you are?" This guy seemed a bit biased. Had he forgotten, he was also an honorary disciple. However, Wang Ziyu laughed heartily, fanning himself with a folding fan. "Me, I'm just here for the fun. Wherever there's Next up is the free challenge. There will definitely be a good show to watch." Tang Tian shook his head in disbelief. This guy truly didn't care about the reputation of honorary disciples. After a brief rest, the free challenge finally commenced. The honor disciples, guests, and core disciples gathered one. This time, Mo Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e also arrived, sitting high above to quietly observe the battle. In their corresponding positions sat a few individuals with powerful auras and remarkable demeanor, likely the leading figures among the core disciples. Under the watch of several prominent figures, the free challenge officially began. The first to jump into the arena was a latest-stage transformation disciple from the core disciples, his expression proud, as he did not specify whom he wanted to challenge, boldly declaring that any guest could step up. His disdainful demeanor immediately ignited anger among the honor disciples. A honor disciple from the West Peak sent out one of his guests who was also at the latest stage of transformation. Once the two entered the arena, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Tang Tian noticed that this battle was far more intense than the previous ones between guests, with both sides almost revealing their hidden cards. It seemed that neither side had a good relationship, with both harboring anger. The strength of this guest was also impressive, and his techniques were unpredictable, almost like a visual feast. However, that core disciple, despite having only mastered 3 or 4 techniques, had each reached a level of minor achievement, showing no signs of falling behind. In the end, the guest made a critical mistake, allowing the opponent to seize the opportunity and ultimately lose. Hell, what's the use of all those flashy tricks? Mastery is the true essence. It seems some people weren't wrong. You guests are indeed just for show. After the core disciple's victory, he became even more arrogant. Moreover, he demanded to continue challenging. How could the honor disciples tolerate this? Soon they sent out an even more powerful guest who, though also at the latest stage of transformation, was much stronger. Before long, this arrogant core disciple was defeated. It seems all you have is empty bravado. Just a bunch of flashy moves. After reclaiming a victory, the guest threw back the original words. Soon another person from the core disciples stepped up. The various techniques left Tang Tian dazzled. "Brother Wang, you were right. The free challenge is indeed much more," Tang Tian said with a smile. Wang Ziyu laughed. "Isn't that so? These guys have always looked down on each other, and it's a rare chance for a direct confrontation, and no one wants to let it slip by." Tang Tian nodded, recognizing this. Both sides were actually core disciples. One chose to rely on external resources, while the other relied solely on themselves. It's hard to say who is right or wrong, as everyone's circumstances are different. However, Tang Tian noticed that the pure core disciples were generally stronger, often quickly countering any victories the guests managed to secure. Overall, the guests had more losses than wins. Guests have more resources. I thought they would be stronger. Wang Ziyu pursed his lips. They may have more resources, but they also have more distractions. In terms of real combat strength, they can't compare to those who are wholly devoted to cultivation. Basically, every time there is a free challenge, the guests are always the ones who lose. This time is considered better. At their worst, they were completely suppressed, not even able to catch their breath. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, those with pure intentions and cultivation have a better chance of reaching high. The subsequent situation was similar to what Wang Ziyu said. Although the guests could initially stand against the core disciples, they soon began to show signs of fatigue as time passed. Meanwhile, the core disciples kept sending out stronger fighters one after another. Defeat was already a foregone conclusion. However, Tang Tian noticed that the honor disciples remained calm, suggesting they had grown accustomed to such scenes. After the victor and vanquished were determined, the battles turned more entertaining. Mid-stage and early-stage transformation disciples, and even some nascent soul geniuses began to appear one after another. Tang Tian finally saw the little prodigy Wang Ziyu mentioned. Huang Chong, a 16-year-old who had achieved the pinnacle of nascent soul. He was even prouder than the other core disciples, boasting a haughty demeanor and not even bothering to glance at the guests. You all can step up, I'll take on whoever comes. Look at your weak appearances, it's fine if you come together, I'm not afraid at all. Huang Chong looked down his nose, causing many honor disciples and guests to frown. This kid was simply too arrogant. However, they managed to keep their composure and did not send anyone too weak, all being within the nascent soul stage. Yet Huang Chong was not only eloquent, but also remarkably skilled. Almost everyone who stepped up was ruthlessly crushed, even those who had cultivated for years at the pinnacle of nascent soul, barely managing to hold their ground. This made Huang Chong even more arrogant. Ha ha ha, too weak. What face do you have to hold the name of core disciples? Being associated with you is simply my disgrace. Huang Chong laughed derisively. The faces of the honor disciples grew darker, but they truly had no good counter. After all, he was only 16, sending someone over 20 was already pushing it. Even if a transformation disciple went up to defeat him, it would hold no significance and would only add to the ridicule. So what should be done? They could only close their ears and pretend not to hear. At this level, who wouldn't have a bit of patience? Xiaoxua, what do you think of him? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxua thought for a moment and said he is indeed very impressive. But he is too arrogant, sometimes he reveals some flaws, so there is still a chance. Tang Xiao, should I go up? Tang Tian immediately waved his hand. We are newcomers, but it's better not to get involved in this commotion. Besides, there's no benefit in it. It's better to avoid drawing attention and risk inciting unwarranted jealousy and trouble. He disliked troublesome matters the most. However, it seems someone heard his inner thoughts. Just as he wished to avoid trouble, it found him. How does no one dare to fight me? What a bunch of cowards. Tang Tian, I've heard you're quite wealthy and have even charmed one of our talented junior sisters. So how about letting her come up and practice with me? Huang Chong declared loudly. Tang Tian, this really was trouble. He was just a bystander today. Why was he being dragged in? Was he really that famous? Tang Tian found it hard to comprehend, but since he had been specifically named, he naturally couldn't remain silent. Are you talking about me? Tang Tian spoke up. Huang Chong turned his gaze over, sneering, I have no interest in you. Didn't we have a talented junior sister you charmed away? Dare you let her come up? I want everyone to understand that following you so-called honor disciples is a waste of their path with no benefits. Tang Tian fell silent. Was this really Huang Chong's own opinion? Perhaps. Tang Tian glanced at the higher-ups and then said, you must be talking about Xiaoxua. She is only at the mid-stage of nascent soul. Don't you think it's a bit bullying? After saying this, Xiaoxua quickly conveyed Tang, Xiao, it's fine. I am confident I can defeat him. Tang Tian slightly shook his head, signaling her to remain quiet. Since he dared to cause trouble, he would give him a good lesson. It is indeed a bit bullying. Huang Chong waved his hand, then fine, I will limit my own cultivation to the mid-stage or even early stage of nascent soul. Against guests like you at the same level, I could crush you with one hand. So do you have any other excuses? Tang Tian smiled slightly. All right, Xiaoxua, you can go and have some fun. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gu Xiaoxua stepped onto the arena, standing face to face with Huang Chong. This was undoubtedly the most attention-grabbing battle after the formal challenges. Both of them were among the youngest competitors, and since it was Huang Chong who arrogantly called her out, it undoubtedly carried some deeper implications. Perhaps it was a way to bolster the resolve of those young core disciples. Do you need me to use one hand, former junior sister? Huang Chong said boastfully. The word former directly negated Gu Xiaoxua's identity as a core disciple. However, Gu Xiaoxua was not affected by this. Instead, she smiled gently and replied, you may do as you wish. Tang Tian sat below, watching quietly. This girl Xiaoxua was completely different in everyday interactions compared to her demeanor in battle. She was like an unparalleled sword sealed within an apparently ordinary and harmless scabbard. Once drawn, it would surely unleash a dazzling brilliance that could not be ignored. All right, let's do this. Huang Chong faced Gu Xiaoxua, genuinely keeping one hand behind his back, showing no intention of treating her as an opponent. Gu Xiaoxua's gaze gradually shifted. Her aura was rapidly transforming. Suddenly, as her sword was drawn, she resembled a startled swan soaring across the sky, appearing before Huang Chong in the blink of an eye. The sharp blade was about to touch his brow. Huang Chong was instantly alarmed, retreating sharply, while his palm transformed into a fist and struck out. However, it struck nothing but air. The sword before him slowly dissipated, and at the same time he felt as if he were pricked by a thorn, sensing an extreme danger looming over his back. Oh, Huang Chong cried out in surprise, no longer caring about holding back, and unleashed all of his cultivation, several streams of dragon-shaped spiritual energy roaring out from his body, just managing to resolve the previous crisis. Seeing this, Tang Tian smiled and said, Xiaoxue is really fierce from the start. He knew Xiaoxue was strong and did not fall short compared to Huang Chong at his peak. But he didn't expect her to unleash all her strength right away, making Huang Chong completely falter with just one move. What about using one hand? I suppressed my cultivation and threw everything away, leaving him in utter disarray. Xiaoxue fights. Always gives it her all, Lan Yu said softly from the side. During this time, Tang Tian and the others had engaged in several sparring sessions. Tang Tian's interactions with them mainly revolved around understanding the Tao, but Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu were engaging in real combat. At the beginning, when breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Gu Xiaoxue found herself at a disadvantage against either Lan Yu or Lu Zhu, almost always being pressured. Yet this girl was learning at an astonishingly fast pace. Each sparring session revealed a completely different state. In just over 10 days, she was already able to contend with any of them. And after Gu Xiaoxue broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage, Lan Yu and her sister could no longer suppress her. Later, it would take both of them working together to manage to suppress her again. It should be noted that the Lan Yu sisters, when united, could match even those at the transformation stage, but they could only barely keep Gu Xiaoxue at bay. She was still rapidly growing. A month had passed, and Gu Xiaoxue's strength had soared to a whole new level. Huang Chong was simply no match for her. In the arena, due to Huang Chong's arrogance and carelessness, he lost the initiative. Even when he exerted all his strength, he remained at a disadvantage. Gu Xiaoxue's attacks were relentless with not a single flaw, leaving Huang Chong no opportunity to catch his breath. Huang Chong attempted several times to leverage his superior cultivation to break the deadlock, but each time Gu Xiaoxue cleverly countered, and he was never able to succeed. As the battle progressed, he grew increasingly anxious, leading to more and more openings, and the situation became more critical. This unexpected turn of events caught the attention of the higher-ups. Truly a genius. It's a pity he became a guest disciple, aligning himself with the honorary disciples. I heard that Tang Tian is quite the lecher. This little junior sister may have already fallen into his grasp with a dim future ahead. What a fine genius. The honorary disciples truly are a cancer within the sect. The core disciples showed expressions of regret. They believed that no matter how talented Xiaoxue was, following someone like Tang Tian, an honorary disciple, would surely ruin her prospects. However, the honorary disciples had a different perspective. Xiaoxue, you have a talent emerging from the South Peak, Lu Chang'e said with a slight smile. I heard that Tang Tian's financial resources are quite impressive. What do you think of this person? I don't know, he just arrived, Mo Xiaoxiao replied. This guy seemed to have this attitude towards everyone. At this moment, Jing Heng said, I have seen this young Master Tang once. He does indeed spend quite lavishly. However, he seems to be quite the libertine. The conflict he had with the Shinta Peak was over a Yongang Tingyun brand. Lu Chang'e responded with a soft "oh," remaining silent and seemingly lost in thought. On the other side, Tian Yangsheng lightly snorted and said, it doesn't matter. As long as he can suppress the arrogance of the core disciples, it is a good thing. If there are opportunities in the future, let us appropriately look after him. Everyone nodded in silence. The differing reactions from the higher-ups represented their varying concerns. The core disciples only focused on their own disciples, whereas Lu Chang'e and the others had a more complex perspective. The battle below continued. Gu Xiaoxue never allowed Huang Chong any chance to turn the tide, maintaining a dominant position throughout her fierce attack methods, leaving Huang Chong struggling to cope with increasingly exposed flaws. Finally, after a violent roar, Huang Chong was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Gu Xiaoxue still wanted to pursue, but was halted by Tang Tian's words. Xiaoxue, that's enough. This isn't a life-and-death battle. Determining the victor is sufficient. Gu Xiaoxue, halted at his words, glanced at Huang Chong, then rolled her eyes. Is that all? She sheathed her sword and turned, strutting towards Tang Tian like a triumphant white swan. Tang Tian chuckled. This girl truly had a strong sense of competition. However, after returning, she restored her usual demeanor, giggling. So did I embarrass you? Tang Tian silently gave a thumbs up, making the girl beam with pride. Meanwhile, the honorary disciples finally managed to regain some ground. Ha, keep pretending, why don't you? Did you really think you were invincible in the world with just this, eh? Just this? Go back and continue your arduous training. You people have no idea how significant resource. Gu Xiaoxue's overwhelming victory allowed them to finally breathe a sigh of relief, no longer needing to pretend to be dead. The free challenges continued for a while, but people began to lose interest. With the challenge concluded, everyone rested for a while before moving on to the next event, the treasure trading. This is indeed the arena for the honorary disciples, Wang Ziyu said with a smile. After every free challenge, the honorary disciples hold their breath. The treasure exchange is when they vent their frustrations. Tang Tian was somewhat puzzled. Why? Wang Ziyu replied, just wait and see. Soon the treasure exchange officially began. Special personnel brought up various treasures for everyone to appraise. As Wang Ziyu said, the treasure exchange is far beyond what the Spring Appreciation Pavilion can compare to. The The treasures brought up are mostly related to cultivation and of high grade with plenty of 6th and 7th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, even 8th grade items that Tang Tian had never seen before. Their prices are also extremely high. Some are just a few tens of millions while the most expensive ones approach billions. However, for Tang Tian, now this figure still seems somewhat conservative. Not impressive at all. Adding up everything, he couldn't even double his assets. And this is supposed to be the highest level trading event. Bah. After taking a look around, Tang Tian also understood why Wang Ziyu said this was the domain of the honorary disciples. These treasures have a very strong auxiliary effect on cultivation, covering aspects like cultivation, comprehension, manifestation, and spiritual soul, all of which greatly enhance personal cultivation if one can acquire some. But those pure core disciples, how could they afford it? Everything they eat, live, and use comes from the sect, and having a few tens of millions on them would be considered wealthy. They can only watch helplessly as the honorary disciples take them away. Moreover, they know very well that these treasures will be used by those who have reached an agreement with the honorary disciples. To say they are unaffected would be a lie. Those who can truly achieve poverty and wealth cannot sway are rare indeed. Ah Shao brother, this set of rollback flag formation is just perfect for your cultivation method. Though it costs 3 billion. Bot. Some honorary disciples deliberately spoke loudly, causing the core disciples to roll their eyes in unison. It was simply a pair of arch rivals. After observing, Tang Tian also began to make his moves. Since he had decided to promote to Yin Ding Tian Fu by nurturing guests, he needed to prepare in advance. These treasures had decent effects. Thus Tang Tian began his bargaining. Lindao flour, 18 billion for. Will you sell it for 28 billion? Xiongjiang fruit costs 9 billion each. I offer 13 billion and you package them all for me. Tang Tian maneuvered on the edge of the system's bottom line, acquiring everything at the highest price within the. This peculiar way of bargaining caught the attention of the surrounding honorary disciples. Brother, we know you might be quite rich, but we've never heard of anyone spending like this. Is it really okay to be this wasteful? Watching Tang Tian's cheerful demeanor, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Oh well, every family has its own difficulties. Perhaps in Tang Tian's household, not spending money would lead to family discipline. The trading continued for a while. Tang Tian, like pouring water, directly tossed out over 100 billion, leaving some core disciples stunned. It was their first time knowing that the amount spent on buying items in the sect could be this large. As time passed, the treasure exchange came to a close. Finally, they arrived at the last highlight of the 5 Peaks Exchange, the Merit Conference. The young sect master Yun Kong reappeared. He was the host of the Merit Conference. First, he recognized everyone who had made significant contributions to the sect last year one by one. Then he converted everyone's contributions into merit points and distributed them. The function of merit points is for honorary disciples. Merit points equate to power and status, allowing them to do many things, including promoting to Yun Ding Tian Fu. For core disciples, merit points represent a large amount of spirit jade and special qualifications. With merit points, they can obtain superior cultivation resources and also serve as tickets to enter certain secret cultivation locations, further enhancing their strength. In summary, this is something everyone desires. Tang Tian wanted it too, but his contributions to the sect were insufficient to be allocated a merit point, so he could only wait for the final segment. Contributing merit. The so-called contribution is essentially akin to donating. Spending money to buy merit points, you can exchange 1 merit for 10 billion of the best spirit jade. How convenient. Tang Tian liked this straightforward approach. After a while, the merit calculations for everyone's contributions last year were finally completed, and those with insufficient merit were not counted. After the conclusion, it was time for the segment Tang Tian was most looking forward to. Young sect master Yun Kong showed a faint smile and directly turned his gaze toward the honorary disciples as if to say, "What are you waiting for?" A few of the young masters went first. Lu Chang'e contributing 200 merits. Tian Yangxing 200 merits. Mo Xiaoxiao and Qin Xiao 100 merits each. Jing Heng 150 merits. Guan Ming 150 merits. Du Yuanqing 100 merits. No wonder they are the big shots. Their contributions are in the hundreds, which amounts to trillions of spirit jade. So damn rich. Tang Tian nodded secretly. Finally, there are a few who can hold their own. After the big shot set an example, the other honorary disciples also began to step forward. However, they contributed much less, mostly in single digits. Whenever someone contributed double digits, it would cause others to exclaim. Moments later, Tang Tian also stepped forward. Tang Tian, this should be your first time participating in contributions. How much would you like to contribute? Yun Kong asked. Tang Tian thought for a moment and decided to test the waters, producing 10,000 high-grade spirit jade, saying, 1 merit. Yun Kong nodded, quickly processed it, and handed him a delicate jade token. The contribution point is stored here, and there is also an explanation about the contribution points inside. Yun Kong said. Tang Tian nodded, keeping the jade token safe, but did not rush to check. Instead, he looked towards the system. This transaction counts as normal consumption, earning 1 million consumption points. A smile appeared on Tang Tian's lips. Indeed, it successfully triggered. Oh, does that mean I can farm consumption points? There shouldn't be an upper limit to such contributions, right? Just as Tang Tian was secretly delighted and pondering, a mocking voice sounded beside him. Hey, I thought you were really wealthy, so it's just 1 merit. Did you just spend it all at the treasure exchange? Tang Tian looked up to see that the speaker was Ding Xiao, a disciple from South Peak under Imo Xiao Xiao. This guy seems to have an issue with him. After Ding Xiao finished speaking, he stepped up to Yun Kong and handed over a Sumi ring saying, "Young sect master, I Ding Xiao contribute 20 merits." As soon as he finished speaking, it attracted a wave of surprised gazes. Ding Xiao from South Peak, a capable aide of Miss Mo. Truly remarkable. People praised. Such words pleased Ding Xiao greatly. After the formalities, he turned around and looked down at Tang Tian saying, "I thought you had some strength, now it seems I overestimated you. Take care of yourself." After speaking, he prepared to leave. "Wait." Tang Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Ding Xiao raised an eyebrow saying, "Oh, what's up?" Tang Tian smiled faintly. This guy, I don't know what's wrong with his head, insists on crossing paths with him. However, he had just been troubled about how to make another contribution. Ding Xiao's behavior gave him a perfect reason. "Are you questioning my financial strengths? From your tone, it sounds like you want to challenge me. Do you have the strength to compete with?" Tang Tian chuckled. Ding Xiao frowned and coldly laughed. "All right, let's see what you've got." Tang Tian smiled. "Then let's go." After saying that, he walked directly towards Yun Kong. "Young sect master, I want to continue contributing." He then took out 300 billion from the system. 30 merits. Gu Zioxu's overwhelming victory allowed them to finally breathe a sigh of relief, no longer needing to pretend to be dead. The free challenges continued for a while, but people began to lose. Tang Tian shook his head. "Young master, a gentleman knows when to act and when not to act. Since someone has looked down on me like this, I cannot just let it go." He spoke with righteous indignation. However, in his heart, he was constantly mocking Yun Kong. Just accept the donation, why all the unnecessary talk? It delays people from making contributions. Yun Kong shook his head, but did not continue to say anything, and accepted Tang Tian's spirit jade. After everything was settled, Tang Tian turned around and looked at Ding Xiao with a provocative gaze. "How about it? Do you want to clash with me again?" Ding Xiao coldly snorted, saying, 300 billion, what a huge— You have already spent it all, haven't you? But what you don't know is that what you have drained your savings for is just my starting point. Today I will let you see what a true honorary disciple is." After saying this, Ding Xiao stepped forward and said to Yun Kong, "Young master, I want to add 30 more contributions." As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar. As expected of Ding Xiao, his financial power must be second only to a few major young masters, right? There are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the honorary disciples. People exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Ding Xiao couldn't help but puff out his chest a little. 500 billion was indeed painful for him, but being able to make a name for himself in front of the big shots and disciples was already worth it. As for defeating Tang Tian, that was just a side benefit. He had never really regarded this newcomer highly. However, reality turned out to be a bit different from what he imagined. Seeing Ding Xiao directly add 300 billion, Tang Tian almost burst out laughing. Indeed impressive. But why do you think that 300 billion would empty my wallet? The depth of my wallet is something you can never imagine. After saying this, Tang Tian turned to Yun Kong and said, "Young master, I will add 600 billion more." When this number appeared, everyone was instantly in an uproar. Wow, this newcomer is really fierce. No wonder he can cultivate such powerful disciples. His financial power is evident. 900 billion, already he's about to catch up with the major young masters. The focus of everyone's discussion immediately shifted from Ding Xiao to Tang Tian. Ding Xiao's face darkened. He really didn't expect Tang Tian to take out so much spirit jade at once. Wealth and cash are completely different concepts. All right, Yun Kong said with a helpless expression, but he still helped Tang Tian settle everything. Tang Tian raised his eyebrows at Ding Xiao, unabashedly showing his provocation. Ding Xiao felt anger rising in his heart, but did not directly retaliate, seemingly struggling internally. After all, that was 900 billion. If he added more, it would directly exceed 1 trillion, which was not a small sum. After provoking, Tang Tian ignored him and turned his gaze to the system interface. Because after his total assets surpassed 1 trillion, the consumption refund system displayed something he had never seen. It was still a piece of jade slightly larger than the finest spirit jade, perfectly round, with a mysterious aura slowly rotating inside, speckled like the Milky Way. What is this thing? After inspecting it carefully, Tang Tian confirmed that when spirit jade reached 1 trillion, or rather, when top-quality spirit jade reached 100 million, it automatically combined into this peculiar jade. Could it be a higher-level currency? He had no idea. While Tang Tian was pondering, Ding Xiao seemed to have made a final decision. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and decisively announced, "I will add 500 billion more." Ding Xiao's eyes turned red. It was evident that taking out this 1 trillion would definitely hurt him badly. Then he turned to Tang Tian and almost shouted, "Bring it on. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Come on." Tang Tian waved his hand to block the splattering saliva, his expression remaining unchanged. "I never said I wouldn't add more." After saying this, he thought for a moment and took out that strange piece of jade. "Do you?" Upon seeing the jade, Ding Xiao's eyes widened. "Innate Dao Jade," he exclaimed. "What? Innate Dao Jade? Wow, does Tang Tian even have that kind of thing? That is a supreme divine object for cultivation." Although the conversion ratio between innate Dao Jade and top-quality spirit jade is around 100 million, it is something that is priceless and hard to find. This is my first time seeing it. My goodness, it's as perfect as the body of the first beauty of Qinghua sect. Tang Tian was astonished, speaking as if he had seen the body before. However, amidst their exclamations, he roughly understood what this thing was. Just as currency, it was equivalent to 100 million top-quality spirit jade. But its value seemed to be not so simple. It appeared to be very useful for cultivation. Tang Tian, are you sure you want to use it to contribute? Like spirit jade, it can also be exchanged for 100 contributions. Yun Kong said. Tang Tian paused, then casually replied, it's fine, I'll use it. Having too much spirit jade can be quite troublesome. After saying this, he directly handed over the innate Tao Jade. Primarily, he had no choice. The system had synthesized it for him, and it had to be used. Yun Kong nodded and accepted the innate Tao Jade. On behalf of the sect, I express our gratitude. The innate Tao Jade is very useful to us. Tang Tian expressed no objections. By now, his contribution points had reached 109, and the system space had 2 pieces of innate Tao Jade. Shall we continue? He continued to provoke Ding Xiao. At this moment, Ding Xiao was already a bit dazed. He had never expected that Tang Tian could casually take out such an innate Tao Jade. The key point was that his increases were happening way too fast. Even when both sides were competing, it was usually incremental, but you were doubling it without warning. How can one withstand that? Ding Xiao's eyelids twitched wildly, but he did not respond directly. Oh, Ding Xiao can't take it anymore. I also think so, with Tang Tian casually taking out the innate Tao Jade, who wouldn't be intimidated. Indeed fierce, Tang Tian is probably aiming to challenge the position of the 6th young master of Qingyue sect. If you can't do it, just step down. It's just adding to the laughter. The onlookers who loved to watch the excitement laughed. Hearing the mockery, Ding Xiao's eyes turned completely red. Who said I can't do it, huh? It's just 1 trillion or I can take it out. He was starting to lose his rationality and took out another storage ring, slamming it down in front of Yun Kong, shouting loudly, I will add another 1 trillion. Yun Kong seemed to want to advise him, but seeing his attitude, he said nothing more and accepted it directly. Ha ha, who dares to underestimate me, huh? Ding Xiao said loudly, then looked at Tang Tian. If you have the ability, come at me again. Tang Tian blocked the flying saliva and smiled slightly. That's what you said. Then he opened his palm and 2 pieces of innate Tao Jade lay quietly in his hand. Young master, please add 200 contributions. Seeing the 2 pieces of innate Tao Jade, Ding Xiao's face instantly turned from red to white, staggering backward. His lips trembled, but he could not say a word. Because he truly could not add any more. In contrast, Tang Tian remained very calm. He even seemed to be a bit happy. Nothing left. Weren't you going to let me see what a real honorary disciple is? So this is all there is. Then you better open your eyes and watch closely. After saying this, Tang Tian reached out again, producing 4 pieces of innate Tao Jade. Young master, please add 400 contributions. Seeing Tang Tian pull out 4 more innate Tao Jades, Ding Xiao's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. His expression was one of panic, no longer daring to look at Tang Tian. Tang Tian wore a broad smile. Did you not see clearly just now? Let's take another look. Senior young master, I want to earn another 800 merit points. As he spoke, he pulled out 8 more innate Tao Jades. Having a rare opportunity for extravagant spending, he certainly... At this moment, the onlookers were stunned. Wasn't that thing an incredibly rare divine object? How could it be like cabbage in Tang Tian's hands, with a handful being so easy to grab? Lu Chang'e and the others were equally astonished. Such a defying act was enough to earn their respect. Even the senior young master Yun Kong was surprised. Looking at the innate Tao Jades handed over by Tang Tian, Yun Kong shook his head and said, forget it, Tang Tian, you've won. The innate Tao Jade will be very useful for your future cultivation. It's best to keep it. Tang Tian was taken aback and hurriedly replied, No, I have a whole bunch of these at home, just accept it. However, Yun Kong refused again, saying, keep it. If you plan to cultivate disciples in the future, you will need such divine... Tang Tian became anxious. Why wouldn't he accept it? If you don't take it, how am I supposed to get more innate Tao Jades and earn more points? Hey, really no problem. I'm happy today, or if I don't spend some money, I won't feel comfortable. Just consider it a contribution to our sect. Hey, look, I'm new here and haven't helped the sect at all. As Tang Tian spoke, he forcefully stuffed the innate Tao Jades into Yun Kong's arms. This scene left the surrounding disciples dumbfounded. What kind of defying spectacle was this? He was practically giving away money. The realm is too high. This mindset completely puts me to shame. Who can say otherwise? Everyone is thinking of gaining more resources within the sect, while Tang Tian, on the other hand, solely wishes to contribute to the sect. The gap is too vast compared to his character. I feel as insignificant as an ant. People marveled at Tang Tian's vision. His image instantly elevated to unimaginable heights. However, Yun Kong ultimately did not let Tang Tian have his way. He exerted a gentle yet unresisting force, forcibly returning the innate Tao Jades. Tang Tian, I know you're eager to contribute to the sect, but everything has its limits. Today is merely an ordinary merit request meeting. There's no need to overdo it. If you genuinely have thoughts about it, pay more attention to the sect's development in the future, Yun Kong said. Tang Tian's expression reflected helplessness, but seeing Yun Kong's firm resolve, he could only relent. What a pity, he was so close to breaking through 10 trillion. All right then, will there be similar events in the future? Tang Tian asked. Yun Kong chuckled. The sect's construction requires a great deal of spirit stones. If you truly want to do something, I will notify you when the time comes. Tang Tian nodded. All right then, Let's leave it at this for today, and don't forget to include me next time something good happens. Opportunities like today which could cause wealth and consumption points to surge were truly rare. In fact, Tang Tian had also thought about finding a high-consumption place to spend extravagantly. But that wasn't realistic. Without sufficient strength or security, leaving Qingwei sect recklessly would only attract death once his wealth was exposed. Everything hinges on the premise of life safety. I will definitely inform you. Yin Kong said, both amused and exasperated. He had never seen someone so proactive. Thus, an unexpected battle of wealth concluded in a manner no one had anticipated. The main reason was that the pace was too fast and overwhelmingly oppressive. As Ding Xiao said, emptying your savings is merely someone else's starting point. However, the one emptying his savings with 700 merit points, he was only 300 away from the promotion needed for Yunding Tianfu. Moreover, within the system space, Tang Tian's spirit stones directly surpassed 80 trillion, possessing 8 innate Dao Jades. His consumption points also reached 800 million, and the 9-loop talent and 9-rank physique were already in his possession. After the merit request meeting concluded, Tang Tian noticed that the attitudes of others toward him had changed as they conveyed goodwill. Tang Tian did not let this inflate his ego. He responded kindly and received quite a few communication talismans. Brother Tang, your prominence today was indeed remarkable. On the way out of the venue, Wang Ziyu said with a bitter smile, I knew you were wealthy, but I never expected you to be this. You're almost reaching the level of the eldest sons. Why were you always so inconspicuous before? Tang Tian chuckled and casually replied, I just wanted to experience the hardships of the common people before. Now that I've experienced it, I've returned to my original life. Wang Ziyu nodded seriously, I guessed as much. The wealth you possess cannot merely be explained by sheer luck. Tang Tian smiled and chose not to respond. As long as you are sufficiently defying the odds, even the most absurd excuses will be believed by someone. In fact, some may find the explanations insufficiently outrageous and concoct elaborate stories. This situation was actually favorable for Tang Tian. As the two chatted while walking, they had not gone far when another young Master Tang. The newcomers were several formidable honorary disciples, at least at the transformation stage. Their expressions were serious as they spoke in a low tone. Young Master Lu requests to see you. Tang Tian frowned slightly. Being called Young Master Lu here could only refer to Lu Chang'e. What could this guy want? Thinking of Feng Fei, who he had seen earlier, Tang Tian had an ominous premonition. Can it be another day? I have some matters to attend to. Tang Tian wanted to decline this invitation. However, the person insisted, saying, I think it's better for you to come with me. After saying this, they subtly surrounded Tang Tian and the others. Xiao Xue and the Lan Yu sisters immediately went on high alert, their expressions grave. Tang Tian quietly slipped a few purple pearls into his hands. The heavenly thunder pearls could summon heavenly lightning equivalent to a full-force strike from a tribulation cultivator. In his previous transactions with Qin Hai, Tang Tian had acquired several similar items specifically to guard against such sudden situations. Seeing the defensive stance of Tang Tian and the others, the person chuckled and said, Don't be too nervous. This is the senior young master's place, and no one will harm you here. Moreover, to oppose us, your few little disciples are far from enough. Don't make it difficult for us. Young Master Lu is asking us to invite you, not to capture you. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes, but ultimately, he temporarily put away the heavenly thunder pearls. Indeed, they were still within the venue of the exchange meeting. Even Lu Chang'e wouldn't dare to act excessively. Moreover, he had just gained some fame. If worst came to worst, he had means of self-protection. All right then, I'll go with you. Moments later, Tang Tian arrived at an elegant private courtyard escorted by several honorary disciples. A young man clad in a cerulean robe sat calmly upon the central seat, sipping tea with serene composure. Lu Chang'e himself. Upon Tang Tian's entrance, Lu Chang'e offered a faint knowing smile and said, Young Master Tang, please be seated. Tang Tian stepped forward and took the chair beside him. What business brings you to seek me, young Master Lu? He broached the matter without preamble. Lu Chang'e, however, remained unruffled, pouring a cup of steaming tea with deliberate grace before gesturing it toward Tang Tian. Your boldness at today's merit presentation ceremony left a profound impression. Qingwei sect sorely needs disciples like you, powerful in cultivation and unwavering in devotion to the sect. Tang Tian's brow furrowed slightly. He could not fathom why Lu Chang'e would raise this point. Had his meritorious contributions overshadowed Lu Chang'e's prestige? That seemed improbable. Such a figure elevated in status and standing ought not to begrudge minor matters of recognition. Even were he to harbor resentment, he would never betray it openly. Yet, if someone had deliberately stoked discord behind the scenes, all assumptions would crumble. What precisely are you trying to say? Tang Tian refused to continue guessing. Lu Chang'e shook his head and, I mean only this, whether honorary disciple, retainer, or core disciple, we are all disciples of Qingwei sect, and only through mutual support can our sect flourish and endure. When the sect grows strong, so too do we all prosper. Lu Chang'e gazed at Tang Tian and sighed softly. Yet there are always those who whisper in shadows, sow discord, and shatter harmony with malice. With that he snapped his fingers. Instantly several attendants emerged from the inner chamber, dragging forth a disheveled woman whose robes hung in tatters, her hair wild and matted, her body trembling violently upon the floor before them. Blood streaked across her torn garments. wounds raw and cruel. Lift your head, Lu Chang'e commanded, voice cool and detached. The woman flinched, then slowly raised her face. Tang Tian froze. The tangled locks parted to reveal a visage startlingly familiar. Fang Fei. Gone was her former arrogance, her calculated coquetry. Only anguish remained etched deep into her hollow cheeks, her eyes wide with unrelenting terror. At the moment her gaze met Tang Tian's, she recoiled sharply and bowed her head again, uttering not a single word. Young Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? Tang Tian struggled to grasp Lu Chang'e's intent. The reality defied all expectation. Lu Chang'e smiled faintly. You recognize her, don't you? A mere inner sect disciple. She bartered her beauty to seduce Shintafeng, then forged his invitation letter to you. With honeyed lies she incited him into confrontation with you. When her scheme faltered, she turned her wiles upon me, seeking to turn me against you as well. Young Master Tang, what then should be done with such a person? Tang Tian stood stunned. The revelation was staggering, demanding quiet reflection. Indeed, Fang Fei had orchestrated his clash with Shintafeng, yet he had never imagined she'd falsified Shintafeng's letter. No wonder the latter had seemed unhinged, summoning him to witness a dancer's performance for no discernible reason. What had the original letter truly said? No matter, it was irrelevant. Their conflict had ended only when Jing Heng intervened. By then Fang Fei must have realized Shintafeng alone could not break him. So she shifted her target to Lu Chang'e. Her plan was cunning, but Lu Chang'e saw through it, instantly punished her severely, and summoned Tang Tian to witness the reckoning. That most likely was the full sequence of events. Yet why had Lu Chang'e done this? Was it an indirect overture of goodwill? After a pause, Tang Tian replied, such matters fall outside my jurisdiction. The discipline hall will handle her. Lu Chang'e smiled. But she targeted you, young Master Tang. Tang Tian shook his head. Yet I suffered no consequence, did I? Moreover, even if her petty schemes had succeeded, they would have stirred no fear within me. He did not know Lu Chang'e's true aim, but debts of favor were perilous currency, never to be accepted lightly. And Lu Chang'e clearly intended to bestow precisely such a debt. Hearing Tang Tian's reply, Lu Chang'e gave a gentle, knowing smile. Indeed, such base, contemptible souls evoke only revulsion, not genuine harm. Like vermin they scuttle unseen, yet leave no lasting mark. Such base, contemptible souls evoke only revulsion, not genuine harm. Like vermin they scuttle unseen, yet leave no lasting mark. Even betray their dearest friend. With another snap of his fingers, more attendants entered, escorting another familiar figure, Lin Yu, Tang Tian's childhood companion. Lin Yu appeared unharmed yet frail, her complexion pallid, her frame trembling with exhaustion. She glanced first at Tang Tian, then at Fang Fei, collapsed upon the floor, her expression collapsing under the weight of unbearable complexity. To gain proximity to me, Fang Fei surrendered her to Shintafeng, securing her recommendation in return. Lu Chang'e added, how pitiful. She remained unaware, even as she drifted into unconsciousness, that her closest sister had already sold her soul. Had I not intervened in time, she would have forfeited her status as a pure disciple forever. Tang Tian frowned deeply, saying nothing. Lin Yu stared fixedly at Fang Fei, disbelief carved into every line of her face. Why, as she whispered, voice cracking, how could you become this? We were inseparable, true sisters in heart and spirit. Lin Yu pressed her lips together tightly, forcing the words out. Fang Fei sat hunched shoulders, shuddering uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. She jerked her head upward, eyes bloodshot, and blazing features twisted in fury. You dare ask me why? When we first met, I nurtured you. I guided your cultivation, introduced you to masters far greater than myself. Yes, your talent surpassed mine. But without my aid would you have risen so swiftly? And what did you do? Her voice rose to a shriek. Once you claimed superior resources, did you ever think of me? Even once? You cared only for yourself. Always. Only yourself. Fang Fei's hysterical rage filled the chamber. Lin Yu's frown deepened. Was that reason enough to destroy my life? Is it worth it? Fang Fei laughed coldly. No, it is not. But you destroyed mine first. If you hadn't told me Tang Tian persistently pursued you, would I have sought him out that day at Jinyu Hall? When I lost the wager and knelt before the entire sect, humiliated beyond redemption, what did you do? Even one word in my defense would have sufficed. Instead you watched, silent, as everyone mocked me, stripped me bare of dignity. Lin Yu's gaze went blank, no reply came. Fang Fei continued, voice raw and hollow. From that day onward I swore I would ascend to the highest echelons, even if it cost me my status as a pure disciple. She turned slowly toward Tang Tian. Yet again I chose poorly. I lost every coin I owned, and every shred of self-respect. But I refused to accept it. Her voice cracked like breaking stone. Why must I suffer such injustice? So I swore, by all I held sacred, that I would exact retribution no matter the cost. I will drag you, Lin Yue, into the deepest abyss. And you, Tang Tian, I will strip you of everything, condemning you to eternal ruin. I will see you both dead. With a final guttural shriek, Fang Fei lunged, desperate to reach Tang Tian. In that instant, a flash of light cleaved the air. Her head parted from her body and hot blood sprayed across Tang Tian's boots. How utterly tiresome. Lu Chang'e glanced disdainfully at the fan in his hand, then tossed it onto Fang Fei's. It was that very fan which had severed her life. Wiping his hands clean, Lu Chang'e turned to Tang Tian with a composed, courteous smile. No matter. Let us continue. The corpse of Fang Fei stained with blood on the floor was soon cleaned up, yet a strong smell of blood lingered in the air. This smell made Tang Tian feel extremely displeased. It was not because of Fang Fei's death, but because of Lu Chang'e. Although Lu Chang'e had been polite to him since their first meeting, he had secretly targeted Tang Tian all along. First, he tried to win him over by exposing Fang Fei's conspiracy to curry favor with Tang Tian. When Tang Tian did not respond favorably, he brought up Lin Yue's childhood sweetheart and had Fang Fei killed right in front of him. This was a demonstration of power. It conveyed the message that Lu Chang'e could freely decide a person's life or death in the presence of the young Master Yin Kong. Tang Tian disliked the feeling of being restrained. However, Lu Chang'e did not notice Tang Tian's change and smiled, saying, I remember you, and Lin, you were very close childhood friends, weren't you? Tang Tian frowned and stood up directly. Lu Chang'e, I do not know why you called me here today, but I want to tell you that Lin Yu and I have long severed ties, and we are now on separate paths with no connection whatsoever. As for Fang Fei, I have never regarded her as important, no matter whom she eventually clings to, he said calmly. Lu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback as Tang Tian's reaction and attitude seemed to be somewhat unexpected. Tang Xiao, are you truly so heartless? After all, you have known each other for so long, Lu Chang'e said with a smile. Tang Tian waved his hand. This is my own matter. If you have other matters to discuss, just say it. If not, I will take my leave. Lin Yu and Fang Fei, you can handle them however you wish, they are none of my concern. He no longer wanted to engage in pretense with Lu Chang'e. Lu Chang'e quietly looked at Tang Tian, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Yu had a complex expression as if she did not expect Tang Tian to sever ties so completely. Was this still the same person who had worked so hard for her future, even at the cost of his own? Since it is like this, then I will be straightforward. In the end, Lu Chang'e still retracted his false demeanor and resumed his indifferent appearance. Do you know what the primary function of merit is? Lu Chang'e asked. Tang Tian replied, to promote to the Cloud Summit Mansion. Lu Chang'e shook his finger. No, the greatest function of merit is power. As long as you have enough merit, you can possess enough status in the Qinghua sect. From managing some disciples or a department to being the master of a peak, it is all closely related to merit. Moreover, after meeting certain stringent conditions, one can be below one person but above 10,000. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This was indeed something he did not know. But, so what? And then, Tang Tian asked. Lu Chang'e smiled. Some people in the sect have already met all the requirements to promote to the Cloud Summit Mansion. But can you guess why we are still here? Tang Tian fell silent. The some people likely referred to the 5 young masters, including Lu Chang'e and the 2. Indeed, with their financial resources and influence, they could easily meet the 2 requirements needed for promotion to the mansion. Thus, combining this with what he had said earlier, it meant that their goal was that position, being below one person but above 10,000. This equates to having control over the entire Qinghua sect within their sphere of influence. I understand, Tang Tian said, but what does that have to do with me? Lu Chang'e shook his head. Perhaps your aim is not this, but the financial resources you have displayed cannot be easily overlooked. A dozen pieces of innate Dao Jade, even among us, it would not be easy to casually take them out all at once. I hope that in the future, even if you cannot stand on my side, you will not become an obstacle in my path. After hearing this, Tang Tian finally understood Lu Chang'e's thoughts. In fact, it was quite similar to his understanding. It was about winning him over, just that the method of courting favor relied on some other matters. And Tang Tian disliked those matters. I am sorry, Tang Tian said lightly. I will take charge of my own matters, so you need not trouble yourself, Lu Gong. If you intend to use Fang Fei and Lin Yu to interfere with my plans, then I can only say that you have miscalculated. He did not conceal it and directly exposed Lu Chang'e's intentions. Lu Chang'e quietly looked at Tang Tian, and after a long while he smiled lightly. I indeed underestimated you. Saying this, he turned and sat back down, sighing. You also know that sometimes when subordinates fail to act properly, it is a very frustrating matter. They actually told me that you are a lecherous wastrel who indulges in pleasure. TSK. How embarrassing for you to see. Tang Tian remained silent. The portrayal of being lecherous and indulgent was actually false information he had deliberately projected, and he even had Li Hong actively spread some. The reason for this was to create a bias in others' judgments, leading them down the wrong path. It seemed that this tactic, a person like Lu Chang'e had a deep and complex character with many tricks up his sleeve. If he were to discover who Tang Tian truly was, he would definitely not use Fang Fei and Lin Yu to manipulate him. One could not predict what he might do. Since it is a misunderstanding, then if there is nothing else, I will take my leave, Tang Tian said. Lu Chang'e smiled, and at some point had picked up a brand new fan. Since you are here, why rush to leave? Speaking of which, your rise has been too rapid. I had no idea there was such a person as you before this. Taking this opportunity, why don't we have a heart-to-heart talk so I can understand you better? How about it? This sounded like an invitation, but Lu Chang'e's tone was filled with undeniable authority. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to force me to stay? Lu Chang'e shrugged slightly. I think this is a good thing. Of course, it all depends on your choice. You can choose to stay or be forced to stay. Tang Tian burst into soft tactics are ineffective. Are you now resorting to hard measures? Yet unfortunately, he was a stubborn person who would not yield to either. If you make me uncomfortable, don't expect to feel comfortable yourself. You can try to see if you can keep me. Xiaoxue, let's go. Saying this, he turned around and walked away. Lu Chang's fan paused momentarily, and several powerful individuals immediately stepped forward to block Tang Tian's path. However, Tang Tian had long been prepared. Dozens of powerful spiritual items were already on hand, capable of attacking, defending, and teleporting, all of which were at the level of tribulation transcenders. If the situation turned unfavorable, he was ready to welcome a spectacular fireworks display. He did not even slow down, heading straight for the door. Behind him, Lu Chang'e narrowed his eyes, watching as Tang Tian drew closer to his subordinates. Conflict was imminent. But at that moment, a cultivator rushed in a panic, shouting loudly, "Young Master Lu Mo." Before he could finish, a violent aura surged in from outside and directly knocked several people standing at the door away. If not for Tang Tian's quick reflexes, they would have suffered too. Following this, a tall woman in a black long dress with a cold expression walked in. "Lu Chang'e, are you seeking death?" It was Nan Feng, Mo Xiaoxiao. Mo Xiaoxiao led a large group of people, forcefully storming into the reception room. Each of them exuded a fierce aura, as if the atmosphere had solidified with a chilling intent. "Are you targeting the people from Nan Feng?" Mo Xiaoxiao said coldly. "Lu Chang'e, are you planning to wage war against me?" Tang Tian looked at this young lady in surprise. He hadn't expected Mo Xiaoxiao to barge in at this moment. Lu Chang'e also seemed taken aback by the situation, but he didn't show any signs of nervousness. Instead, he smiled and said, "You're joking. I won't fight with anyone, certainly not with you." Mo Xiaoxiao huffed, and then glanced at Tang Tian, saying, "What do you mean?" Lu Chang'e replied, "Young Master Tang has performed exceptionally today, not only restoring our esteemed disciple's dignity in the free challenge, but also presenting several innate Dao Yes to the sect. Such a remarkable talent, I naturally wish to get to know him." Mo Xiaoxiao tilted her head. "His name is Tang Tian. You Lu Chang'e. All right, we've been introduced. Is there anything else?" Lu Chang'e. Tang Tian. "This guy is really quite impressive." Lu Chang'e shook his head. "That's all. Just getting acquainted is enough." Mo Xiaoxiao snorted coldly, then signaled to Tang Tian and turned to leave briskly. Tang Tian thought for a moment and followed suit. It's not bad that there wasn't a real conflict, at least they still didn't know what his trump card was. Before leaving, Tang Tian glanced at Lu Chang'e again. Their eyes met. Although they didn't know what the other was thinking, they both understood that the feud had definitely been established today. Tang Tian felt no fear. Everyone was merely esteemed disciples, and no one was inherently more noble than the other. The heights Lu Chang'e could reach, Tang Tian would surely attain in due time. Ultimately, Lu Chang'e did not say another word, watching as Mo Xiaoxiao and Tang Tian departed. However, unnoticed by anyone, Lin Yu quietly followed them and left as well. Moments later, the group returned to the garden of the exchange meeting. "Miss Mo, thank you very much." Tang Tian took after all, she had helped him out of a tight spot, otherwise there would have certainly been a spectacle. Mo Xiaoxiao waved her hand. "You are a clever person. I know you must have your own means of self-preservation. I simply disapproved of Lu Chang's." Just as Tang Tian was about to say something, Mo Xiaoxiao continued, "There's no need for explanation. Nia Wushuang has already informed me of what happened during the assessment that day. I can understand your disguise." Tang Tian was taken aback, so that was the case. Indeed, without sufficient ability, he would have been unable to locate Nia Wushuang's hiding place that day. Moreover, he had easily blocked Nia Wushuang's final strike. "How did you know I was with Lu Chang'e?" Mo Xiaoxiao replied, "I was already looking for you." Then she waved her hand, and a familiar face stepped forward. It was Ding Xiao, who had competed with Tang Tian in a wealth contest. At this moment, Ding Xiao had regained his composure, but he looked dejected, as if he had been scolded. Approaching Tang Tian, he slightly bowed and said in a low voice, "Young Master Tang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things before, nor should I have deliberately argued with you. I hope you won't take it to heart." Tang Tian was stunned. What was this about? Where did the rebellious attitude go? Why had he suddenly transformed into this demeanor? Mo Xiaoxiao's ability to educate is quite impressive. A whip or a candle. While he was lost in thought, Mo Xiaoxiao spoke again. "Ding Xiao's character is like that, but he doesn't mean any harm. I've already given him a proper lesson. As fellow disciples of Nan Feng, we should unite. Deliberately arguing with you truly makes us a laughingstock in front of outsiders. For my sake, I hope you won't pursue this matter further." Tang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, "I won't pursue it, of course not. To be honest, I'm quite grateful to him, otherwise I wouldn't know how to earn more merits." He was speaking from the heart. Without Ding Xiao competing with him, he wouldn't have easily obtained so many innate Dao Yes and consumption points. It's quite strange for one person to contribute achievements all by themselves. "Haven't you seen how Yun Kong had to forcefully intervene?" Mo Xiaoxiao asked. "Are you trying to gather 1,000 merits to be promoted to the Tianfu?" Tang Tian nodded. "Yes, but unfortunately I'm still short by 300. Mo Xiaoxiao said, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities ahead." In recent years, Qingwei sect's performance in the 100 sect battle has been increasingly impressive, and consequently the scale of the sect is also growing rapidly. Many areas require development. If you have enough financial resources, there are ample opportunities to earn merits. Tang Tian nodded. Previously, Yun Kong had mentioned he would notify him when it came time for sect development. But there's no need to be afraid with me, Mo Xiaoxiao around. After Mo Xiaoxiao left, Tang Tian let out a slight sigh. Before leaving, she advised Tang Tian, Lu Chang'e is not a good person to be cautious when dealing with him in the future. But there's no need to be afraid with me, Mo Xiaoxiao around. After Mo Xiaoxiao left, Tang Tian let out a slight sigh. Thanks to her high-profile intervention, his relationship with Nan Feng had essentially been solidified. Even if Tang Tian did not assist Nan Feng, those other young masters would have to weigh whether it was worth offending Mo Xiaoxiao when trying to win him over. Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiaoxiao, one represents conspiracy, the other represents open strategy. These guys are not to be underestimated, Tang Tian sighed. Wang Ziyu wholeheartedly agreed. You can't judge them by appearances. If you still have feelings for your childhood sweetheart, you'd probably fall into Lu Chang's hands today. Tang Tian nodded. Fortunately, Lu Chang's judgment of him had some discrepancies. He really had to be careful when dealing with this group of people from now on. Moreover, he also needed to quickly elevate his status within Qinghua sect. Once he reached a position where he was beneath one person and above thousands, any schemes would unravel on their own. Lost in thought, Tang Tian walked towards the garden's exit. In the reception room, after Mo Xiaoxiao and Tang Tian left, Lu Chang'e remained seated quietly, unsure of what he was contemplating. Suddenly, he waved his fan. Soon a person was brought out and knelt before Lu Chang'e. It was Shin Tufeng. Young Master Lu, I truly know my mistakes. Shin Tufeng trembled as he pleaded for mercy. Lu Chang'e spoke in a detached tone. You have a fondness for women, an impulsive personality, a penchant for holding grudges, and deep-seated insecurities clinging to your childhood sweetheart. None of the information you provided was accurate. Shin Tufeng shivered and said softly, everyone said so. Right? It's that wretched Feng Fei, as she told me, so it's all her fault. Lu Chang'e looked at him silently and replied slowly, fine. Then go ask her if there's anything you've missed out on. After he finished speaking, he pointed his finger, and a blood hole instantly appeared in Shin Tufeng's forehead, splattering blood as he collapsed to the ground. Waving his hand to signal his subordinates to remove Shin Tufeng's body, Lu Chang'e said, the 100 sect battle is about to begin, and the time to determine the final ownership of that position is also approaching. All of you suppress your usual demeanor. I don't want to see such trash again. The subordinates fell silent, bowing deep. Then a trusted confidant stepped forward and said softly, young master, what about Tang Tian? Lu Chang'e sighed slightly. Due to misjudgment, a feud has already been established. Should we? The confidant furrowed his brows. Lu Chang'e thought for a moment and shook his head. Not for now. I don't want to stand against Mo Xiaoxiao so soon. Currently, the main opponent is still Tian Yangsheng. He's a madman. As for Tang Tian, there isn't enough time for him to stand on the same height as me, so he poses no real threat as long as he doesn't side with Tian Yangsheng. Unless his financial resources are more terrifying than the combined might of us several. The confidant immediately laughed. That's impossible. Indeed, it was incredibly powerful, able to sense the subtle laws of the heavenly way, distinctly unlike any talent within the Nine Circles. As the evening approached, Tang Tian left the venue of today's exchange meeting. To summarize, he had gained quite a lot. Innate Tao Jade consumption points, merit points. His gains were substantial. Moreover, he finally understood what Lu Chang'e and his companions were up to. Who wouldn't envy a position where one stands above thousands? Especially for those who crave power, this position is worth any price. However, Tang Tian wasn't particularly interested. His goal had always been singular. Consumption. As for everything else, as long as he met the requirements to ascend to Yunding Tianfu, that was sufficient. With this in mind, Tang Tian asked Wang Ziyu, do guests wishing to ascend to the Tianfu only do so through the 100-gate battle? Are there any other paths? To promote a reputable disciple, one must cultivate 3 guests for the ascension. Currently, Tang Tian only had 4 guests, and Li Hong was already over 25 years old and could not participate in the 100-gate battle. In that case, the margin for error is somewhat low. He did not want to indiscriminately increase the number of guests. Wang Ziyu thought for a moment and replied, there are still some options. If one is under 50 years old, they can ascend through the 10,000 monsters trial tower. However, this path is even more challenging than the 100-gate battle. It is generally reserved for exceptionally talented disciples who mature late. Tang Tian responded with an O. As long as there was an option, it provided more assurance. Wang Ziyu looked at Tang Tian and quietly asked, Brother Tang, do you plan to cultivate all of your current guests for their ascension? Tang Tian nodded, saying, I just don't know if they would be willing. Wang Ziyu replied, of course, they would be willing. No disciple would refuse the path to ascend to the Tianfu. Especially someone like Li Hong, who has lost hope for ascension, would surely be extremely eager. However, I think it would be better for you to seek out some more outstanding guests, as they would be easier to cultivate. As for Li Hong, to be honest, even for the Lan Yu sisters, the resources required to truly elevate them to the top may be incalculable. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, how had he not considered this? Had he known earlier, he would have specifically sought out individuals with less outstanding talent. Such people generally tend to be more obedient and interesting to cultivate. As for costs, forget it, the more outstanding the person, the more unruly they tend to be. I don't have the energy to cultivate emotions with them. Spending money is the simplest solution, Tang Tian said. Wang Ziyu shrugged. While your choices are always so unconventional. However, with your innate Tao Jade, it isn't impossible. That thing is a divine object. Tang Tian's heart stirred, and he asked what abilities the innate Tao Jade possessed. Under Wang Ziyu's explanation, he gained a general understanding. The innate Tao Jade is called a cultivation divine object not only because it aids in cultivation, but also because it possesses a terrifying ability. It connects with the will of the heavenly Tao, directly probing the world's origin, thereby enhancing one's own cultivation talent. If one has sufficient innate Tao Jade, they could even push an ordinary talent cultivator to the pinnacle. Such an ability is indeed against the heavens. However, this matter further dissuaded Tang Tian from continuing to recruit guests. He only needed obedient individuals with strong capabilities. After this period of contact, Li Hong was quite a decent person. While he pondered, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly stepped forward and said, "Young Master Tang, that girl has been following us." Tang Tian was taken aback, then turned to look, and indeed a familiar figure was following them at a distance, having left the village. It was Lin Yu. Tang Tian stopped in his tracks, watching Lin Yu slowly approach, and asked in a calm voice, "Is there?" Lin Yu's expression was complex as she pursed her lips and said, "Tang Tian, we may have had some misunderstandings earlier. I am really grateful for what you did today, or otherwise." Tang Tian directly waved his hand, interrupting her, "You don't need to say these things to me. From the day we were at Jinyutang, we have had no relationship. What I did today has nothing to do with you, so you need not count any kindness towards me." He did not want to continue entangling with Lin Yu. The differences in their values rendered any further interaction unnecessary. Lin Yu frowned, looking at Tang Tian with a hint of sadness, and said, "Are you really so heartless? If today Lu Chang'e were to kill me, would you intervene?" Tang Tian shook his head. "I dislike hypotheticals and do not wish to answer you. Let me say it again, we have no relationship anymore. You follow your own path, and I will walk mine. That's that." After saying this, Tang Tian turned and walked away. "Tang Tian!" Lin Yu's shout came from behind, but this time Tang Tian had no intention of stopping. Watching Tang Tian's retreating figure, Lin Yu's gaze shifted from complex to resentful. "Haven't you just made a fortune? If it weren't for me, you'd still be a woodcutter worrying about basic needs. What's so great about it? In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. Without talent, you will never truly stand. I have already broken through to the golden core and am about to become a true core disciple. This is an identity you could never buy, no matter how much you spend. My future will undoubtedly be stronger than yours. Do you dare to bet against me?" Tang Tian. The roar faded into the distance. Yet Tang Tian did not stop. Strength talent betting, huh? Perhaps Lin Yu was partially correct, but at this moment Tang Tian was no longer on the same level as her. She had no qualification to bet against Tang Tian, nor did she have the power to affect his mindset. She was nothing. Before dark, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Li Hong was already waiting here on the way Tang Tian had informed him. "Young Master Tang, is there something urgent?" Li Hong asked. Tang Tian nodded. "Let's talk inside." Then the group entered the purple bamboo courtyard and sat around the stone table beneath the old locust tree. "They'll be direct." Tang Tian looked at the four of them and asked, "Do you want to enter the Yunding Tianfu through my guest identity?" As soon as he finished speaking, three of them were instantly stunned. The Lan Yu sisters were slightly moved, while Li Hong's face was full of shock. As for Gu Xiaoxue, this girl still did not know what the Yunding Tianfu was. "Young Master Tang, this question shouldn't you be asking me?" Li Hong was the first to speak. Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged. "Why shouldn't I ask? Is it because of your age or your talent? I am well aware of your situations. You only need to answer me. Do you want it?" Li Hong forced a bitter smile and said, "Who wouldn't want a larger stage? But I know my own limitations. My seven-ring talent is far too inferior compared to those prodigies." Tang Tian silently took out an innate Tao Jade and said, "Do you recognize this?" Li Hong was once again stunned, looking at Tang Tian with disbelief, and after receiving an affirmative gaze, he stood up and bowed deeply to Tang Tian. "If that is the case, I am willing to exert all my efforts to serve you, young master." Tang Tian revealed a satisfaction. After all, he was a smart person who not only did he understand Tang Tian's intention, but he also conveniently changed his form of address. Then he looked at the Lan Yu sisters. The two exchanged glances, stood up, and bowed deeply. "We will take young master as our lord." Tang Tian nodded slightly. Finally, he looked at Gu Xiaoxue, who was playing with her hair. That night, Li Hong also stayed at the purple bamboo courtyard. After the earlier oath, his relationship with the Lan Yu sisters and Tang Tian was no longer just that of guests. Rather, it was a relationship of subordination. The oath of a cultivator is nearly unbreakable. From this day forth, they would forever belong to Tang Tian. Tang Tian was not stingy, giving each of them a piece of innate Tao Jade. With the terrifying power of the innate Tao Jade and ample cultivation resources, their strength would surely rise rapidly. As for Gu Xiaoxue, that girl was still the same as usual. As long as she could stay, anything was negotiable. Tang Tian did not specifically require her to swear an oath. After all, her identity was special, and there were likely other interests at play behind her. Let's take a look first. Once the targets for cultivation were determined, Tang Tian returned to the main house. In the cultivation quiet room, Tang Tian awakened the system and directly chose to exchange. 9 rings talent, 100 million consumption points. 9 level constitution, 100 million consumption points. The increase in talent rings would enhance his cultivation speed once more, and he believed he would soon reach the golden core stage. As for the 9 level constitution, it ultimately resulted in a very extraordinary physique, the vermilion bird body. This was a divine beast. Tang Tian's body was once again greatly strengthened, and he also gained certain traits of the vermilion bird. Refining. This trait could further refine the spiritual power absorbed into the body, greatly enhancing the quality of the spiritual power. After spending it all, over 600 million consumption points remained. Tang Tian used them as before to elevate the levels of various techniques, raising hundreds of techniques to the great achievement stage, bringing his understanding of the essence of Tao to a terrifying level. The rapid growth of strength also subtly changed Tang Tian's mindset. The reason he had previously adopted various disguises was that he was simply too weak and had no choice but to do so. But if his cultivation increased a bit more and he exchanged for a few higher-level talents and physiques, perhaps he wouldn't need to be so cautious anymore. I wonder how things are over in Qinghai, Tang Tian murmured. In an incredibly prosperous city. In the central position, an octagonal pavilion soared into the clouds. The pavilion was resplendent, and even standing outside the city one could see its golden light. At the entrance on its lowest level, a grand plaque hung inscribed with 3 powerful and vigorous characters, Golden. This was the main hall of the Golden Jade Hall. Inside a private room on the upper level of the main hall, Qinghai sat obediently glancing toward the door from time to time, seemingly waiting for someone. After a moment, the door was pushed open from the outside, and an elderly man with grayish hair walked in. Elder Tian. Qinghai quickly stood up. The old man had an expressionless face, exuding an unyielding aura as he took a seat in the foremost position. Qinghai approached cautiously and asked, Elder Tian, may I inquire about my batch of items? How is it? Elder Tian lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, and then began to review the documents in his hand, saying, Manager Qin, do you know why celestial items are called celestial items? Qinghai was taken aback, then cautiously replied, is it because they are resources used by beings above immortal level? Elder Tian lightly snorted, exactly. The nascent soul pill is also a resource used during the nascent soul stage, but do you think every nascent soul cultivator can treat it like candy? Faced with Elder Tian's sudden reprimand, Qinghai was somewhat at a loss. Elder Tian, I don't quite understand. Smack. Before he could finish, Elder Tian heavily slapped the jade token on the table. Celestial items, even for true immortals, are very precious existences, and you intend to sell them to achieve refining stage, little cultivator. You really dare to bring up items worth 100? Do you really think that little cultivator can afford it? Qinghai was stunned for a moment, quickly explaining. Elder Tian, Tang Tian is truly not an ordinary honorary disciple. His financial capacity we have already witnessed. He can buy things worth over 1,000 billion and is still not satisfied. Do you really think that little cultivator can afford it? Qinghai was stunned for a moment, quickly explaining. Elder Tian, Tang Tian is truly not an ordinary honor. You, a mere transformation stage cultivator, want to carry so many celestial items for trade. Don't you want to live? Qinghai's heart sank. Indeed, compared to so many resources, his strength seemed too weak. Even with the protection of the Golden Jade Hall name, it probably wouldn't be enough to stop certain people's greed. In that case, losing his life would be minor. If he lost 100 trillion worth of goods, his fate would be worse than death. Regaining his composure, Qinghai asked, does Elder Tian mean? Elder Tian shook his head. In my view, this transaction is too risky. There will definitely be an explosion. I have never heard of that Tang Tian, and he cannot possess the financial capacity of Lu Chang'e. You are most likely being deceived, as some people are paying a high price to draw you into a trap. Let's forget about this transaction. Upon hearing this, Qinghai immediately exclaimed, don't give up. Elder Tian, that Tang Tian is really different. He truly has money. I have seen many financially powerful people, and it's easy to tell. This is a deal worth 100 trillion. If it can be completed, Qinghai's status within the Golden Jade Hall will be thoroughly secured. Elder Tian looked at Qinghai and said softly, can you bear the risk of this transaction? Don't use your life as collateral. That's not worth anything. Qinghai's expression was bitter. Without even using his life, what could he offer as guarantee? His career. Please, that was merely joking with Tang Tian. If that Tang Tian truly has financial power, then everything is negotiable. If it is merely a facade, a trap, our Golden Jade Hall is not to be trifled with. Qinghai was stunned, immediately realizing everything. It turned out Elder Tian wanted to seize this transaction. 100 trillion is not a small sum even for the main hall. If this can be accomplished, it would also be an honor for Elder Tian. Moreover, since this is a long-term investment, he would undoubtedly be tempted. After all, there is not just one steward in the main hall. Seriously, he even spouted a bunch of grandiloquent reasons. Qinghai grumbled inwardly, but on the surface he dared not show any sign of discontent and could only bow respectfully. I am grateful for Elder Tian's trust. Elder Tian nodded. Then hurry up and make contact. I am curious to see just what kind of person Tang Tian is. Qinghai sighed inwardly. Indeed, the higher the official, the more oppressive it becomes. Even the merits could be ruthlessly snatched away. But he truly had no way out. Perhaps Tang Tian also hoped to deal with someone at a higher level. Subsequently, he took out a communication jade talisman. Taoistly, I am already prepared on my side. At last, everything is ready. And upon hearing the news brought by Li Hong, Tang Tian sighed inwardly. In more than half a month had passed since the 5 Peak Exchange gathering, and only now had Qin Hai completed his preparations. It seemed he had truly invested extraordinary effort this time. Tang Tian hoped he would bring back a fine, bolstered by his nine-earring profound talent and myriad innate physiques. Tang Tian's cultivation surged forward at an astonishing pace, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment poised on the very cusp of golden core ascension. This time he had finally pulled ahead of Gu Xiaoshui, not allowing her to break through to late nascent soul first. And of course, one contributing factor was the primordial Dao Jade. Ever since acquiring the primordial Dao Jade, the girl had behaved as though possessed, muttering incessantly, claiming she beheld her mother within its depths. Not the woman from that small village, but something far deeper, a resonance on the soul level. In short, her behavior had grown profoundly abnormal. She had plunged headlong into its mysteries, sacrificing even precious cultivation time. That lapse had granted Tang Tian his narrow window of advantage, and simultaneously it deepened his fascination with the primordial child talent, merely one tier above the nine-earring profound talent, yet capable of such uncanny phenomena. Perhaps this enigma would unravel after transacting with Qin Hai. When will he arrive? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong replied, this afternoon. However, he mentioned carrying an unusually large volume of resources this time, so to prevent mishaps he'll be accompanied by a senior executive from the Jinyu Hall. Tang Tian nodded. It was reasonable enough, so long as the transaction proceeded without delay. Good. Tell him to hurry. And he chuckled softly, rubbing his palms together. My purse has grown ravenous. Li Hong's expression turned oddly strained. After recent interactions, he'd begun to suspect his young master occasionally suffered episodes of profound mental instability, particularly where money was concerned. This affliction ran especially deep. And an afternoon arrived. As Tang Tian waited, Qin Hai finally appeared. Late, but at last. A quiet joy stirred in Tang Tian's heart. He personally strode to the gate and deactivated the array. You've kept me waiting quite long, he said with a smile. Qin Hai hastily clasped his hands in salute. I needed extra time to prepare this shipment. I sincerely hope young Master Tang won't hold it against me. No matter, Tang Tian waved dismissively. So long as the goods are excellent. Please step inside. He gestured for Qin Hai to enter the courtyard. To his surprise, however, the man following Qin Hai also attempted to cross the threshold. Tang Tian raised a hand, politely blocking his path. This is my private residence. I trust you'll forgive the restriction. I shall conduct the transaction solely with him. At these words, the man's eyes flared wide with indignation. Qin Hai hurried to Tang Tian's side and whispered urgently, Young Master Tang, this is Tian Feng, an executive of our central hall, my superior. Might I beg your indulgence to permit him entry as well? Tang Tian paused, then relented. After all they'd transacted many times before, surely a modicum of courtesy could be extended. Yet once inside, Tang Tian was startled to realize the true counterparty was not Qin Hai, but Tian Feng. Once seated, Qin Hai obediently stood behind Tian Feng, who casually surveyed the courtyard before remarking, the courtyard is passable. Still, given your financial standing, surely you could secure something far more refined. Tang Tian's brow furrowed. Why did this man speak and carry himself with such condescending aloofness? Is he unwell? Let us proceed directly to the transaction, Tang Tian said coolly. Tian Feng stroked his long beard and replied, the transaction itself poses no difficulty. But are you certain you can absorb everything I've brought today? Tang Tian suppressed a sigh. Was this truly the demeanor of someone seeking fair trade? His finger tapped the tabletop lightly as he spoke, voice measured and calm. I have told Qin Hai repeatedly, never question my financial capacity. No matter how vast your inventory, I shall acquire it all, without exception. Tian Feng chuckled dryly. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. In my dealings with Du Yuan Qing of your Qinghua sect, I never heard such audacious claims. Tang Tian paused, just slightly. Du Yuan Qing of the West Peak. Why had this man invoked his name? Precisely now. In a certain sense, wasn't there an undercurrent of rivalry between them? What precisely was he scheming? I believe you should present your wares first, for my inspection, Tang Tian said, tone flat and uninflected. Tian Feng gave a soft, disdainful hum and withdrew a spatial ring, placing it before Tang Tian. Tang Tian took it up and sent forth his divine sense. The contents instantly unfurled before his inner vision. The quality of these treasures was indeed exceptional. Grade 8 and 9 artifacts abounded. Beyond those, genuine immortal grade relics shimmered within. The total value amounts to 12,270 billion spirit stones. Can you truly afford it? Tian Feng murmured, voice low and sly. Tang Tian offered no reply, merely withdrawing his divine sense. Meeting Tian Feng's inscrutable gaze, he said coolly, is that all? I'd imagined far more substantial offerings. Tian Feng's hand stilled, his narrowed eyes gleamed with wary scrutiny. You truly intend to purchase everything? Tang Tian laughed softly, merely pocket change. However, Ni's tone shifted abruptly as he turned toward Qin Hai. I prefer conducting business with those I know. Let Qin Hai handle this transaction. Qin Hai snapped upright in shock, while Tian Feng froze, utterly speechless. Tang Tian, are you bluffing me? Can your wealth truly rival that of the great science? Tang Tian's patience evaporated. That is none of your nor is this transaction any of your affair. Neither let Qin Hai negotiate with me, or leave. I shall see. Watching Tang Tian's unwavering resolve, Tian Feng's gaze flickered, calculating risks, weighing consequences. Yet in the end he smiled faintly. As you say, I am after all a merchant. Why would I refuse profitable commerce? Since you insist, Qin Hai shall take charge. And kindly deactivate the array. I shall wait outside. And he yielded with surprising swiftness, abandoning all claims, stepping out to await alone. Yet the more readily he conceded, the more certain Tang Tian became. Tian Feng's visit concealed ulterior motives. And as he watched Tian Feng depart, Qin Hai hastened forward. Young Master Tang, I offer my deepest apologies. An executive Tian insisted on accompanying me. I had little recourse, and I never anticipated his demeanor. Truly this failure rests entirely upon me. Qin Hai repeated his apologies profusely. Tang Tian waved a hand dismissively. His presence today bears little to do with you. And he came expressly for me. Qin Hai stood stunned, bewildered by Tang Tian's meaning. And after a moment's silence, Tang Tian asked, what is Du Yuan Qing's relationship with the Jinyu Hall? And what ties bind him to Tian Feng? An instinctive certainty settled upon Tang Tian. Du Yuan Qing was inevitably entwined in this affair. And Qin Hai frowned. Master Du is among the hall's most esteemed clients. Executive Tian is reportedly the one who interacts with him most frequently. And though this is merely hearsay, I lack the rank to engage such high-tier patrons directly. After completing this transaction, will your status rise? And certainly. Qin Hai declared. A 10 trillion spiritone deal. Even Executive Tian has closed fewer than a handful. Should I succeed, my authority, even if still beneath his, will no longer leave me so powerless. Na subtle smile touched Tang Tian's lips. Very well, and I require your assistance with a matter. After completing the transaction, Tang Tian sent Qin Hai away from the purple bamboo courtyard. He assigned Qin Hai. It was quite simple to elevate his status within the Jinyu Tang as much as possible and to investigate the relationship between Du Yuanqing Tian Feng and the Jinyu Tang. Tian Feng's attitude was exceedingly strange. How could one conduct business in such a manner? Even if you have a partnership with Du Yuanqing, it shouldn't lead to cold words directed at Tang Tian. After all, who doesn't do business with whom? Therefore, there must be some hidden agenda at play. Following the recent Five Peaks communication conference, it appeared that he had indeed stepped into the circle of the 5 young masters. This is really frustrating. Is it so difficult to live quietly and be a handsome man? He did not wish to be embroiled in the power struggles, yet it seemed that avoiding them entirely was impossible. Lu Chang'e was like this, Mo Xiaoxiao was like this, and so was Du Yuanqing. However, he would not be intimidated if someone dared to stir trouble. They should be prepared to bear the consequences. But first, everything must be clarified. Tang Tian shook his head temporarily, putting this matter aside. After the recent transaction, his consumption points finally surpassed 1 billion. Tang Tian let out a long breath, finally able to unveil the mystery of the innate child. Upon returning to the cultivation chamber, he directly chose to exchange. An esoteric aura emerged in the chamber, indicating that Tang Tian's talent was undergoing a rapid transformation. Previously, he could sense this transformation, but it was very vague, like being shrouded in thick fog. However, this time, he finally dispersed some of the fog and saw the essence of the transformation. It was the source. Countless sources of the Tao came from unknown realms, nourishing Tang Tian's soul and body, continuously conducting intricate transformations. This transformation was akin to a leap on the level of life, allowing Tang Tian to become more attuned to the Tao and harmonize with the world. After a long while, the talent rings surrounding Tang Tian gradually faded, turning into countless starlights that merged into his limbs and bones. Then Tang Tian opened his eyes. So this is what it feels like. At that moment, he felt as if he were amidst the starry sky, establishing intricate connections with countless Tao principles. The Tao principles he comprehended before were now clearer than ever. His understanding of the Tao had ascended to it. Let's try the innate Tao Jade first, and see if I can experience the feeling that Gu Xiaoxua mentioned. Tang Tian thought for a moment, and took out an innate Tao Jade. With a wave of his divine sense, the innate Tao Jade floated before his spiritual platform, emanating a soft glow. The galaxy within the Jade began to rotate faster, and its starlight grew even brighter. Tang Tian closed his eyes and immersed himself fully. In an instant, he entered a brand new realm. It was empty, yet he could feel that he was intricately connected to everything in this space. Suddenly, a tiny star flashed by from afar. It was too small for Tang Tian to clearly see what it was, but he distinctly knew that it was a mundane-level Tao technique he had mastered to great perfection. Moi. Tang Tian let out a quiet sound, puzzled as to why it appeared here. But soon after, hundreds of stars flickered and vanished before his eyes. Watching those familiar perfected Tao techniques, Tang Tian gradually gained insight. He slowly closed his eyes, tracing the trajectories of all the stars, continuously deducing in an utterly ethereal state. Ultimately, after opening his eyes, he found himself back in the cultivation chamber. The Tao of myriad laws. A hint of unusual color flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. Originally, he intended to use the innate Tao Jade to see if he could find the mother feeling described by Gu Xiaoxua. Yet while he did not find that feeling, he discovered a brand new principle of the Tao. This principle of the Tao encompasses all ordinary Tao techniques, transforming in countless ways, nearly encompassing the entire world. Tang Tian had merely begun to touch it, and there was still a long way to go to truly master it. The Tao of myriad laws encompasses all evolving everything. Tang Tian murmured slowly, clenching his right fist. In an instant, the lights in the room flickered rapidly, and a terrifying power surged forth, crashing forward. Boom! The entire cultivation chamber trembled for a moment. Had it not been for the specialized force stones Tang Tian had placed there for cultivating the chamber, might have collapsed. Boom! The entire cultivation chamber trembled for a moment. Had it not been for the specialized force stones Tang Tian had placed there for cultivating the chamber, might have collapsed. And he was merely at the peak of foundation establishment. Terrifying. Beyond imagination. Tang Tian found it hard to think of an accurate descriptor. The level of the Tao of myriad laws absolutely exceeded imagination, as Tang Tian had not even reached the entry level. This is a very good trump card, Tang Tian thought to himself. Then he probed his divine sense into the innate Tao Jade, learning that a single innate Tao Jade could support him for about 100 uses. This time he once again saw those fleeting stars, but they did not seem to have any effect on the Tao of myriad laws. After some thought, Tang Tian took out the newly purchased techniques, exchanged consumption points for comprehension times, and allocated them all to the perfected realm. Sure enough, during the third probe into the innate Tao Jade, Tang Tian discovered some brand new stars larger than the previous ones. This should be because the newly learned Tao techniques were of a higher level. Entering an ethereal state, Tang Tian saw the operational trajectories of those techniques and merged them into the Tao of myriad laws. He then realized that the Tao of myriad laws had indeed advanced slightly. So that's how it is. Tang Tian understood. As long as he continuously practiced new techniques, it would promote the elevation of the Tao of myriad laws. Once he accumulated the Tao to a certain extent, this self-created principle would undoubtedly reach an extremely terrifying height. It seems that I need to focus my future consumption on techniques. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and decided to inform Qin Hai later, asking him to pay special attention to resources related to techniques. Additionally, there are things that can assist in cultivation, which can further increase his cultivation speed and facilitate the faster training of his subordinates. Then Tang Tian took a breath and brought out all the accumulated techniques. Including the previously perfected techniques, the total was approaching 1,000. Let's continue. The Tao of myriad laws will surely become one of my strongest trump cards in the future. Tang Tian closed his eyes, exchanged a large number of consumption points, and began to comprehend the techniques. As he continued, his cultivation silently broke through. At this moment, he officially achieved the golden core. It wasn't until the next morning that Tang Tian slowly emerged from his state of cultivation. After a night of practice and research, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the innate talent of the Son of Heaven. Indeed, it was incredibly powerful, able to sense the subtle laws of the heavenly way, distinctly unlike any talent within the 9 circles. However, he did not believe that such a talent could allow Gu Xiaoxue to achieve a terrifying speed of advancement in the nascent soul realm, nor had he found that kind of maternal feeling she spoke of. Could it be that the Son of Heaven also has differences? Or perhaps there was a deviation during her talent test? Tang Tian quickly dismissed this idea, as the likelihood of such an occurrence was very slim. After all, Qinghua sect was not an ordinary mortal realm sect. Its main sect had true immortals, the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion. Inside the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion, there were numerous unparalleled prodigies who surpassed the Son of Heaven. It was impossible for them not to be tested. Perhaps there were other reasons at play. Tang Tian shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it for now. His most important goals remained solely to consumption and cultivation. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he unravel certain doubts. After a night of cultivation, he had firmly established himself in the golden core stage and had comprehended a personal technique, the path of all laws. If he continued like this, his progress would know no bounds. For the time being, Tang Tian continued to lead a very cultivating, discussing the Tao, and gaining combat experience. Gu Xiaoxue, the Lan sisters, and Li Hong all provided him with significant assistance, allowing him to rapidly improve on his cultivation journey. After another bout of combat, Li Hong was defeated, his face filled with astonishment. The techniques of the young master are truly exquisite. I feel ashamed in comparison, he exclaimed. Tang Tian smiled and said, "You weren't holding back at all, were you? At the beginning you were the one." Li Hong shook his head repeatedly. "Aside from suppressing my cultivation level, I exerted my full effort in every other aspect. In the beginning I could win based on combat experience, but as time went on your techniques became increasingly sophisticated. Until now I am no longer your match." After saying this, the Lan sisters also nodded in agreement. The young master is truly becoming stronger and stronger. Tang Tian smiled and said nothing. In truth, during his cultivation process, he could feel his own growth changing almost daily. The Son of Heaven not only accelerated his cultivation speed, but also sharpened his spiritual sense, enhancing his learning ability and insight by several levels. Now he could completely crush Li Hong under the same realm, and when teaming up with the Lan sisters, he could still fight to a draw. As for Gu Xiaoxue, that girl was a freak. Let's not even mention her. I believe with your strength you are already capable of entering the Golden Core Prodigy rankings. Li Hong said. That's right. The Lan sisters expressed their agreement. Tang Tian was taken aback and asked what Li Hong explained. Within Qingyue's sect, each realm above the golden core has its own prodigy rankings. Only cultivators under the age of 25 are qualified to compete for a spot, and each list has only 100. If you participate, you will definitely secure a spot on the list. Tang Tian realized. Since becoming an honorary disciple, the people and matters he had encountered were mainly within the circle of honorary disciples. Thus, he wasn't very familiar with the circle of ordinary disciples. Prodigy rankings, indeed, such things can most inspire the passion and drive of the young. How could the sect lack such things? It's just a pity that Tang Tian wasn't very interested in this. Perhaps, but I doubt I would rank very high. Although Tang Tian knew he was rapidly growing stronger, he was still aware of his own limitations. This world is not lacking in geniuses, and besides, he was only at the initial stage of the golden core. Without using the path of all laws, it would be difficult to compare with the very top geniuses. Being able to make it onto the prodigy rankings is already incredibly impressive. Li Hong said with a smile, even barely making it onto the list is a glory that ordinary disciples find hard to reach. I really think you should give it a try. He was unaware of the existence of the path of all laws. When Tang Tian trained with them in practical combat, he only used ordinary techniques. Hearing his words, Tang Tian shook his head, his gaze suddenly becoming profound as he softly said, "Forget it, that kind of glory has never been what I desired. Having the aura of a wealthy man is enough. In terms of strength, if one day I must reveal myself in public, I hope that by then I will have already stood at the peak unafraid of anything." Li Hong was suddenly taken aback. From Tang Tian's gaze, he saw something called ambition. But in reality, Tang Tian was thinking very simply. Before he had sufficient trump cards, he wanted to avoid exposing his true strength in front of others as much as possible. Wealth can sometimes be a form of original sin. Although he currently had the innate protection of Qingyue sect, perhaps in the future the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion could also be counted. But once wealth reached a certain level, it could easily attract the attention of more powerful forces. And at that time, even the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion might not be able to protect him. Yet he couldn't stop consuming because of these, so it was best to be cautious. "Let's not talk about this." Tang Tian said, "What's the situation with Qin Hai? Have you found out any news?" Li Hong replied, "The investigation is quite challenging. We can only preliminarily confirm that the relationship between Tianfeng and Du Yuanqing is indeed quite close. However, Qin Hai said he recently found a way to contact the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce on top of the Golden Jade Hall and is currently building a relationship with them. If he can succeed, the investigation will indeed be much easier." Tang Tian nodded. After this period of investigation, he had already learned that the Golden Jade Hall was merely a part of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. If Qin Hai could successfully establish connections, the subsequent matters would indeed proceed much more smoothly. "Tell him that if he faces any economic difficulties, he can come to us," Tang Tian said. Li Hong nodded in agreement. Then the group sat around the stone table and began their daily discussions. However, it was not long before the formation outside the courtyard was triggered. After Li Hong went out to inquire, he told Tang Tian that the visitor was someone from Mo Xiaoxiao's faction. Tang Tian thought for a moment and instructed Li Hong to bring him in. Moments later, Li Hong returned with a young man dressed in honorary disciple robes. "Young Master Tang." This was a young man with a refined demeanor, his expressions and gestures quite proper, completely different from the previous Ding Xiao. "Please have a seat." Tang Tian asked, "What do you call yourself?" The young man clasped his hands and said, "I am Yin Ku. I have long heard of young Master Tang's remarkable talents. Today, upon meeting you, are indeed extraordinary." Tang Tian waved his hand and asked directly, "Does Miss Mo have any business?" Yin Ku smiled and said, "It is like this. 3 days later, the young master will arrive at Nan Peak to inspect the development of Nan Peak and the situation of the disciples. Miss Mo sent me to ask if you would like to participate in this inspection meeting." Tang Tian was taken aback. Isn't this just a leadership inspection? In the cultivation world, they actually engage in such strange matters. Inspection conference. Tang Tian rubbed his chin and asked what is its main purpose. Yin Ku explained, to inspect Nanfeng's development and to oversee the work here. And to take a bit more from our pockets as well. Tang Tian froze. "What do you mean?" Yin Ku sighed softly. "What else could it be? To collect money, of course. Qingwen has grown too fast these years. There is construction and expansion everywhere, and the gap in spirit jade is enormous. So they have set their eyes on us honorary disciples, finding ways each year to squeeze something out of us." Tang Tian could not help but be stunned. So that was how it was. Leaders inspect without consoling their subordinates, and instead make those subordinates pay to support the sect's development. Goodness. Such an operation would be explosive even in the ruthless world of capital. Yet the cultivation world is different. Honorary disciples rely on Qingwen using its resources and influence to pursue their own ends, and indeed must give more in return. "Does Miss Mo want me to attend too?" Tang Tian asked. Yin Ku smiled. "Miss Mo only asked me to inquire about but how to put it, every year's inspection conference is when we honorary disciples bleed heavily. The spirit jade required to build the sect is by no means a small sum, and Qingwen has spread its influence so wide that the need for spirit jade grows year by year. After so many years, many honorary disciples are already at their wits' end. If not for too many attachments, they would surely try every means to avoid the inspection conference." Yin Ku spoke with implication. Tang Tian understood his meaning. Mo Xiaoxiao probably did not want him to attend, but as a subordinate, Inku could not state Mo Xiaoxiao's wishes directly for fear of being misread by those with agendas, so he spoke in a roundabout way. Why would she do that? Simply to avoid spending her own wealth. Tang Tian was uncertain. This young lattice way of acting had always been uncommon. However, an opportunity to spend legitimately. How could Tang Tian miss it? Sounds rather interesting. Then I'll go see the world for myself. Tang Tian said. Inku was stunned. Spending money for nothing, and you call that interesting? Young Master Tang, I think you did not catch my meaning. This year's inspection conference will surely cost a great deal of spirit, Jade. Many honorary disciples have already been complaining to Miss Mo. Because of this matter, Miss Mo even discussed it with the young sect lord and applied for some permits to visit home for family. Do you see what I mean? Inku circled his explanation once more, even citing concrete examples in hopes of awakening. What he did not know was that Tang Tian was clearer-headed than usual. So that's how it is, Tang Tian said, rubbing his chin. Just as Inku finally relaxed, Tang Tian spoke again. Tell me, if someone were to pay all the spirit Jade on behalf of those honorary disciples, would anyone still go to complain to Miss Mo? Inku was taken aback. Young Master Tang. What do you mean? Tang Tian cleared his throat. You see, the sect is short on funds, the honorary disciples are struggling, and Miss Mo has been running back and forth over this matter. What I'm suggesting is this possibility: one person pays everything on behalf of everyone. Wouldn't all the problems and worries then disappear? What do you think, friend? The idea left Inku stunned for a long time. After a while, he managed to say, such a possibility naturally exists. It's just that in all these years, no one has ever done it. Young Master Tang, you wouldn't be Seeing Tang Tian's expression, Inku received his answer and forced a wry smile. Young Master Tang, this truly is no small sum. This year's total construction cost for Nanfeng divided among us honorary disciples will probably approach 20 trillion spirit Jade. And Miss Mo's intention was actually to have you. Tang Tian waved him off. I understand Miss Mo's meaning. She sent you today precisely to deal with this matter. She has taken care of me before. How could I stand idly by? Tell her plainly I will attend the inspection conference. Even the young sect lord cannot stop me. Inku gaped, his expression one of utter astonishment. Had his manner of explanation been so flawed as to produce such a wildly different understanding? We really did not mean to send you, nor did we mean for you to solve this alone. And Mo Xiaoxiao has only just met you. Where would she have taken such care of you before? Young Master Tang. Inku tried to salvage the situation. Think carefully. It's over 20 trillion. Even if Miss Mo and Miss Chun together could shoulder half of it, the shortfall would still be enormous. It's not something one person could cover. So we truly are not asking you to solve the problem. Understand? Tang Tian smashed his hand on the table, startled. Understood, he said earnestly. Over 20 trillion. How could we let two young ladies shoulder half of it? Tell them I will cover it all. And tell Miss Mo to stop running around pleading for others. I guarantee Nanfeng's task this time will be completed perfectly. Tang Tian's tone was resolute. Inku stared at him deeply, momentarily overwhelmed by that commanding presence. It was undeniably imposing. But that was not at all what they had meant. Had people not said Tang Tian was young but cunning and meticulous? Did those people misunderstand the meaning of clever? After a long breath, Inku sobered his smile and asked seriously, Young Master Tang, on behalf of Miss Mo, I ask once more. Were you serious just now? Tang Tian smiled. I never tell lies about matters like this. You only need to tell Miss Mo the truth. If something happens, I will bear it. Inku bowed his hand solemnly to Tang Tian. If that is so, on behalf of Miss Mo and all the honorary disciples of Nanfeng, I thank you in advance, Young Master Tang. They will be deeply grateful. A smile played on Tang Tian's lips. Whether they felt gratitude or not mattered little. 20 trillion in expenditure. Such an opportunity must not be missed. After that, they spoke no more, and Inku hurried away. So important a matter must be reported back at once. Once he had left, Tang Tian leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin with a pensive look. The inspection conference certainly existed beyond Nanfeng. The other major peaks likely faced similar circumstances. Perhaps there was even greater room for maneuver. After Inku left, Tang Tian had Li Hong investigate the situation regarding the inspection meeting. This is one of the most important meetings held annually among the 4 peaks east, south, west, and north, along with the main peak. At that time, the peak masters, the elders from each peak, the responsible elders, and numerous honorary disciples are all required to attend unless there are special circumstances. The main agenda of the meeting revolves around the development of each peak, with the ultimate goal being fundraising and allocation. The fundraising aspect is when the honorary disciples are expected to contribute financially. As Inku mentioned, in recent years, due to the rapid development and expansion of the Qing West sect, the construction funds have been extremely tight, with a significant portion of the funding coming from the honorary disciples of each peak. For this reason, the Qing West sect's policies towards honorary disciples are considerably more lenient compared to other affiliated sects of Yunding Tianfu. Basically, as long as you have money, you can attain a decent status and position. It's so humane, or I just love it. Tang Tian sighed once again. Fortunately, it's in the Qing West sect. If it were in other affiliated sects, not to mention that the hierarchy is already fixed with each position assigned, just the fact that his vast wealth has an unclear source would definitely lead to an investigation by the sect. Though they might not find anything substantial, it would still be a hassle. In the Qingyue sect, such troubles are significantly reduced. Even if there is an investigation they won't dig too deeply, at the very least Yunding Tianfu has his back. It seems that the closer you are to the upper echelons, the more opportunities for spending arise, Tang Tian mused. If it weren't for attending the Five Peaks exchange meeting, Mo Xiao might not have reminded him, which would have caused him to miss this inspection meeting. The same goes for other aspects. The spending standards within Yunding Tianfu are definitely beyond what the Qingyue sect can compare to. This further solidified Tang Tian's determination to ascend to Yunding Tianfu. Gu Xiaoxue has already broken through to the late nascent soul stage, while the Lan Yu sisters, through their efforts in recent days and the influx of resources, have also both entered the early transformation stage. Even Li Hong, who had the worst talent, has made some progress and will likely break through to the mid-transformation stage soon. Before the 100 Sects War and the trial of the 10,000 demons tower, their strength will certainly place them in the First Legion. However, this level of strength does not fully reassure Tang Tian. In such a vast world, there are countless monstrous talents. Breaking through the encirclement is truly not easy. He must seek out some other resources to continue enhancing the overall strength of Li Hong and the others. Fortunately, within the Qingyue sect, there are some extremely precious secret places specifically designed for cultivating promising core talents. Of course, there are also such places outside the Qingyue sect, but they are currently not within Tang Tian's consideration. First, he needs to secure the resources within the sect. The Transformation Dragon Pool. Under the old locust tree, Tang Tian and Li Hong sat facing each other. Over the past few days, he had asked Li Hong to inquire about relevant information, and unexpectedly he received news so quickly. That's right, Li Hong said. I once heard some excellent core disciples mention that the Transformation Dragon Pool is one of the most precious secret places of the sect. It seems to be the place crafted by the celestial beings for the Qingyue sect to soar. I don't know the specifics, but they say that as long as one can enter, their potential will receive a significant enhancement, greatly broadening their future paths. Tang Tian nodded and asked, how does one get into this Transformation Dragon Pool? Li Hong replied, I haven't managed to find out the details yet. It seems that the level of the Transformation Dragon Pool is particularly high. Even those excellent core disciples have only heard of it and have never actually been there. I'm trying to make contact with the top core disciples, but it may take some time. Tang Tian thought for a moment and then said, let's put it on hold for now. I will attend the inspection meeting tomorrow and can ask about this matter then. Your main task now is to focus on your cultivation and quickly enhance your strength. There are no issues regarding resources, right? As soon as this topic came up, Li Hong immediately sat up straight. The resources are sufficient. I would never dare to let my lord down. It's just a pity that my talent is dull and I have yet to break through. Tang Tian chuckled and waved his hand saying, don't be so serious, just put your heart into it. Putting too much pressure on yourself is not always a good thing. Just do your best. Li Hong bowed his head and nodded seriously. Tang Tian sipped some tea. As for this subordinate, regardless of anything else, his attitude is very good. Moreover, he can see that Li Hong certainly does not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change his fate. As for talent, it can only be said that Tang Tian needs more people who can get things done. He will cultivate them slowly. A day passes quickly. The next day, Yin Ku arrived early at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard to take Tang Tian to the inspection meeting. Tang Tian only brought Gu Xiaoxue with him and let Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters continue their cultivation. The primary reason was to expose her to more experiences. On the way up the mountain, Tang Tian noticed that Yin Ku seemed a bit strange today, lacking a certain calmness and appearing somewhat nervous. What's wrong? Tang Tian asked. Yin Ku glanced at Tang Tian and then sighed softly, saying, Miss Mo believes in your words now. Isn't that a good thing? Tang Tian laughed. Yin Ku forced a smile, saying, but she really listened to what you said and no longer seeks the young sect master for a family visit. Moreover, she has called back all those who had already obtained family visit quotas. If something unexpected happens, Miss Mo would definitely suffer a great loss this time. Why? Tang Tian asked in astonishment. Yin Ku sighed, saying, if at that time you cannot cover the construction costs, Miss Mo will certainly foot the bill herself. Taking out over 20 trillion spirit stones at once is no small sum for her, as she has many places where she needs money. Tang Gongzi. Yin Ku turned to look at Tang Tian, asking with utmost seriousness, you really aren't joking? Tang Tian fell silent for a moment. He hadn't expected that in Yin Ke's eyes Mo Xiaoxiao would be like this. If he misjudged, would he bear the entire burden alone? Yin Ke's certainty implies that Mo Xiaoxiao must have done similar things before. No wonder both Yin Ku and the previous Ding Xiao hold her in such high regard. Looking at Yin Ke's serious gaze, Tang Tian nodded and said, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for Mo Xiaoxiao. Yin Ku let out a light sigh of relief and then smiled, saying, I hope so. If you really deceive Miss Mo, to be honest, you might not be able to stay in the Purple Bamboo Courtyard anymore. This is not a threat. Some honorary disciples can be quite ruthless when provoked, and even Miss Mo can't stop them. However, if you truly manage to do so, you will undoubtedly become the most popular honorary disciple in the entire South Peak. Tang Tian smirked. It seems Mo Xiaoxiao has quite a good reputation in the entire South Peak. I wonder if her ultimate goal is also to become the second in command of the Qingyue sect. Just wait and see. Consider it my first visit to the South Peak a gift for you, Tang Tian said. Accompanied by Yin Ku, Tang Tian walked towards the peak of the South Peak. Along the way, he saw numerous esteemed disciples walking in the same direction, presumably heading to the inspection meeting. Some people wore blank expressions while others appeared troubled, seemingly wanting to retreat with every step they took. What is wrong with them? Tang Tian voiced his confusion. Ku replied, most esteemed disciples are ordinary people and many are burdened. They have nearly exhausted their wealth for this identity. Every inspection meeting is their most difficult day, and of course they do not wish to go. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that regardless of the world, the wealthy clans are ultimately a minority. As they ascended, the group finally reached the peak, arriving in front of a magnificent hall. This was indeed the main hall of the South Peak. To Tang Tian's surprise, Mo Xiao was actually waiting for him there. I was hoping you wouldn't come. Her first words caught Tang Tian off guard. Tang Tian smiled and said, it's no problem. After all, I'm part of the South Peak. That little bit of money is nothing as long as it can alleviate everyone's troubles. He naturally could not reveal the truth. Mo Xiao shook her head, saying, there is not much benefit in this. Is your purpose also for that position? Tang Tian was taken aback, shaking his head and smiling. That's not the case. I don't have a strong desire for power. Mo Xiao stated directly, having great desire is useless. After the 100 sects battle next year, it will be time to determine the allocation of that position, and you simply won't have enough time. If you are only seeking to advance to the Tianfu, there is no need to go to such lengths. Meeting the requirements is sufficient. So I advise you to think it over again. Tang Tian was at a loss for words. Even at this point, she was still advising him. He typically did not think highly of others, yet Mo Xiaoxiao's actions seemed genuinely devoid of ulterior motive. It's fine, I have already made my decision. No matter what, I can't let it be difficult for you, can I? Tang Tian said with a smile. Seeing his persistence, Mo Xiao sighed softly, saying, then do as you see fit. Don't worry about the rest, or I can fill the gaps. Let's go, we'll take you inside. With that, Mo Xiao led Tang Tian through another entrance into the main hall. The interior of the hall was very spacious, similar to the setup of the previous 5 Peaks Exchange Conference. However, this time Tang Tian was no longer just a passerby in the corner. He followed Mo Xiao to the highest position. Sitting closely beside Mo Xiao was Ku, while Ding Xiao took the position at the far edge above. It seemed that Ku was one of Mo Xiaoxiao's most capable subordinates. On the other side, a girl dressed in a light pink gauze dress sat quietly next to Mo Xiao. Judging by her demeanor, she was likely the rarely seen prominent young lady of the South Peak, Chen Xiu. This young lady was almost the complete opposite of Mo Xiao. One exuded dominance, while the other was extremely reserved. A classic combination indeed. Further along in that area were the elders of the South Peak. The Grand Elder Yun Shouqi, whom he had encountered before, was among them. Additionally, 2 seats were left vacant in the center. Presumably, these were the seats for the young sect master Yun Kong and the South Peak master. The master of the South Peak of the Qingyue sect, named Tan Yushan, was one of the most powerful figures in the sect, with exceptional strength, at least at the Tribulation Transcendent stage and in the Ascension realm. This was truly a figure of great significance. After observing for a while, Yun Kong and Tan Yushan appeared together without much delay. The hall fell into a quiet hush. Once seated, Tan Yushan was the first to speak. Esteemed elders and elites, this past year the South Peak has developed rapidly thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. After a standard opening address from a leader, Tan Yushan passed the floor to Yun Kong. Yun Kong still bore that familiar demeanor, his tone gentle, and his words were very pleasant to hear. He first acknowledged the achievements of the South Peak, praising the efforts and capabilities of the people before pointing out several areas for improvement. After some communication, they began discussing the planning for the South Peak's future development. The elders and Mo Xiao participated, finalizing various development details. These topics had little relevance to Tang Tian, who could only be a bystander and listener. However, after listening, he gained a deeper understanding of the current situation of the Qingyue sect. The pace of development was indeed very rapid. Just last year, the number of new disciples joining the Qingyue sect had nearly doubled, and the influence had expanded significantly, subduing a large number of external factions. However, the faster the development, the more spiritual jade would be required. When this topic was raised, the elders lamented, stating that the resources and facilities for cultivation were lagging behind. Many disciples with good talent could not receive adequate training, wasting their potential. In contrast, the esteemed disciples remained stoic, occasionally debating whether certain aspects required that much. They knew that most of the spiritual jade required for resources and facilities would come from them. The meeting was somewhat lengthy, and after listening for a while, Tang Tian began to feel drowsy, only aware that the debate between the elders and esteemed disciples was growing increasingly heated. Suddenly, Ku slammed his fist on the table, startling Tang Tian. What's going on here? Tang Tian quietly. Ke's face was filled with indignation, and the refined demeanor he once had vanished during the debate. These old guys have insatiable appetites. They want to raise the fees for all disciples overall. The total number of South Peak disciples is close to 10 million, and each person needs to raise 5,000 spiritual jades, which amounts to 500 billion a month, totaling several trillion a year. This is still a conservative estimate. Do they really think they don't need to pay themselves? I really want to chop down these old geezers. Watching Ku transform into a firebrand, Tang Tian was taken aback. What a refined and easygoing brother. However, he thought the suggestions made by the elders were quite reasonable. As the sect became stronger, surely the benefits for disciples should also keep pace. Very reasonable indeed. As the conference progressed, the debate between the elders and esteemed disciples intensified, almost reaching the point of flipping tables and cursing. Fortunately, several major figures remained calm and did not get involved. Yun Kong also appeared to be accustomed to such scenes, who under his mediation certain expenses were gradually finalized. Eventually, this figure climbed straight up, breaking through 20 trillion, stopping at 24,768 billion. This number darkened the faces of many esteemed disciples. Tang Tian, however, sat up straight. It was finally his turn to take the stage. Next, let us discuss the allocation of expenses. After finalizing the construction direction and capital investment, Yun Kong moved on to the next agenda. The moment those words were spoken, silence instantly fell over the entire hall. The elders sat motionless, eyes lowered in quiet contemplation, while the honorary disciples wore grim expressions, none willing to utter a word. If anyone has opinions or suggestions, feel free to voice them now. Yun Kong turned his gaze toward the honorary disciples, for nearly 25 trillion spirit stones were to be born collectively by each of them. Below, the honorary disciples wore bitter, resigned smiles. The plan had already been set. What objections remained? Even if raised, could any dissent truly reduce the developmental expenditure? Since it could not, silence was the wiser course, better than drawing unwanted attention from Yun Kong and the elders, inviting needless complications. After a long pause, no one spoke. Yun Kong nodded with quiet satisfaction. Yet just as he prepared to continue, a hand rose high. "I have an objection," Tang Tian said calmly. Those words instantly drew every gaze in the hall. The elders furrowed their brows, wondering who would dare disrupt the settled consensus. So reckless, so ill-timed. Had he abandoned all concern for his standing on South Peak? Meanwhile, the honorary disciples lifted their heads in unison, searching for the bold soul who had shattered the unspoken truce. Whatever the outcome, he would remain a friend worthy of admiration. At that moment, Yun Kong also turned, and upon recognizing Tang Tian, paused slightly before offering a gentle smile. "Ah, brother Tang Tian. At the 5 Peak Exchange Assembly the other day, you left quite the impression. So tell me, on which aspect of our earlier discussion do you take issue?" Tang Tian lowered his hand and smiled. "Naturally, it is the funding." At those words, the elders' faces darkened. They straightened in their seats, readying themselves for another round of sharp debate. Confident in victory, they believed their opponent stood alone. Yet Tang Tian's next words lodged their prepared retorts deep in their throats. "I listened carefully to your entire development plan. Perhaps because I spent so much time in seclusion, I had no idea our sect's growth had accelerated so dramatically. This is excellent news. The stronger our sect becomes, the greater the benefits for all disciples. Thus, I find your proposed plan rather conservative. 25 trillion spirit stones. Hardly sufficient. We should implement all welfare initiatives envisioned by the elders to maximize South Peak's developmental potential. Young sect master, what say you?" Tang Tian declared, his voice ringing clear. Silence followed. Absolute, stunned silence. The elders sat frozen, breath caught mid-throat. They had braced for battle, only to find their adversary stepping firmly onto their side, leaving them speechless and disarmed. Among the honorary disciples, confusion reigned. What on earth was he doing? Raising the financial burden further? Did he think they weren't suffering enough? Had he mistaken his seat? Some honorary disciples flushed crimson, jaws clenched, desperate to unleash a torrent of scathing rebuke. Yet Mo Xiao Xiao and Yin Ku remained silent. And so the others held their fury in check, though inwardly vowing to demand answers the moment the inspection assembly concluded. Such an unreliable ally. We've never seen his like. Even Peak Master Tan Yushan and Yun Kong stared at Tang Tian with bewildered expressions. "Brother Tang Tian, do you truly mean this?" Yun Kong asked. Tang Tian nodded. "Of course. As a disciple of South Peak, and as a true member of our sect, I must strive with utmost dedication to its advancement. Just now I performed a quick calculation. 25 trillion will inevitably fall short. To achieve maximum development, we'll need 40 or 50 trillion, at the very least." Yun Kong's eye twitched. "You truly speak without restraint." Seeing murmurs ripple through the assembly at that staggering figure, Yun Kong cleared his throat twice and interjected, "Brother Tang Tian, the plan we just agreed upon stands as final. To adopt your proposal would place an unbearable burden, not only upon the sect, but upon every honorary. Your intention is noble, I acknowledge it fully. Yet the funding remains fixed at the originally agreed amount. Are there any further objections from others?" Worried the hard-won consensus might once again descend into acrimony, he swiftly bypassed Tang Tian and redirected the discussion. But Tang Tian ignored the deflection, speaking with unruffled calm. "Plans are meant to evolve. And who said the sect, or the honorary disciples, must bear this cost at all?" Yun Kong froze. "What do you mean?" Tang Tian laughed lightly. "I observed your earlier debate closely. On one hand, I am deeply heartened to see everyone contributing wisdom for the sect's prosperity. Yet on the other, I cannot abide witnessing such heated contention over mere spirit stones. Unity of purpose is among the most vital pillars of growth. Therefore, I have resolved to shoulder the entire developmental budget myself. With that settled, you may focus solely on how to develop free from discord born of material constraints, and free from moral dilemmas faced by any party. Tang Tian spoke serenely. His words plunged the hall into profound, breathless silence. No one save perhaps a rare few had anticipated such a declaration. His magnanimity was staggering. The elders bowed their heads, suddenly ashamed, recalling how fiercely they had vied to extract even a fraction more spirit stones from the honorary disciples' purses, deploying every rhetorical stratagem imaginable. Compare that with Tang Tian, willing to open his own purse to resolve the most divisive issue, ensuring the sect's flourishing without compromise. The contrast was stark, undeniable. Meanwhile, the honorary disciples stood utterly dumbfounded, realizing at last they had gravely misjudged him. To single-handedly fund the entire development of South Peak, that scale of commitment was simply unimaginable. Even if they possessed such wealth, they would never expend it thus. It would be tantamount to casting gold into the void. Yet Tang Tian did precisely that. Before the Peak Master and young sect master, no one believed, he sought mere spectacle. All were left immersed in reverent, humbled contemplation. Yin Kong remained silent for a long while before asking, disbelief still lacing his voice, "Brother Tang Tian, you are certain?" Tang Tian smiled warmly. "To resolve your difficulties, why would I hesitate? Go ahead, set development and welfare standards at their absolute zenith. Funding concerns need not constrain you. Name the total, I shall provide it in full." "Better calculate it now," he urged. For he truly could not endure reciting lofty platitudes a moment longer. He feared he might retch on the spot.
She was just over 20 and in no hurry to find a Dao companion. Yen Long and Yen, who bobbed their heads up and down in haste, clearly agreeing with her. They were not that old either. One had just turned 30, the other only 26.
Who wouldn't stagger at the sheer audacity of personally underwriting tens of trillions in developmental funds? After prolonged silence, Yun Kong consulted quietly with Tan Yushan, then spoke at last. "Revise the development plan." Unprecedentedly, the development plan just established at the inspection meeting was completely overturned and redone. The reason for all this was merely a single statement from Tang Tian. Yun Kong was not worried that Tang Tian would lie about such matters. During the last Woofing Exchange Conference, Tang Tian had already showcased his formidable financial strength. Discussions regarding the development of Nan Foam commenced once again. This time it was far more harmonious. Without concerns over funding, everyone spoke freely, no longer trying to sabotage each other, and the planning went very smoothly. Before long, the new development plan was finalized, and the required funding was re-established. 340. This figure was a full 10 trillion more than the previous one. Tang Tian listened attentively from start to finish, though every plan was quite reasonable, and before Yun Kong and Tan Yushan, no one dared to secretly profit. This number was somewhat different from what Tang Tian had imagined. He had thought it could double. After the discussions concluded, everyone's gaze once again focused on Tang Tian, feeling a bit apprehensive, unsure if he could bear the burden. However, Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged as he gently nodded, saying, "No problem. Leave it all to me." Instantly, everyone felt relieved. The elders were all delighted. As long as the money was in place, they could act immediately. The better the development, the more merit they would gain, thus elevating their status within the sect. The honorary disciples also put away their previous grim faces. Some looked at Tang Tian with gratitude, as the construction costs for an entire year were enough to allow them to breathe a huge sigh of relief. In short, this was a situation where everyone was pleased. "Junior brother Tang Tian, may I ask how long you intend to gather this construction funding?" Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "I can do it now. He'll first provide you with 10 trillion and make up the remaining amount later." As he spoke, he was about to take out the money. Yun Kong hurriedly said, "No rush, no rush. Let's wait until after the meeting. If you need to allocate funds from other places, just gather it within 3 months. He was truly impressed. Tang Tian was simply the most straightforward person he had ever seen. "Oh, then let's talk about it later," Tang Tian said. Subsequently, the inspection meeting continued. With Tang Tian's action, the subsequent topics became very harmonious. Everyone's enthusiasm increased significantly, presenting various brilliant ideas that made Tang Tian admire them. Ultimately, in a joyful atmosphere, this inspection meeting officially concluded. After the meeting, Mo Xiaoxiao took Tang Tian to the sect master's reception room, where Tan Yushan and Yun Kong were waiting for him. "You really follow through on your words." On the way, Mo Xiaoxiao remarked. Tang Tian smiled and said, "Isn't that the basic principle of being a person?" Mo Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Yes, one should be as open and upright as young Master Tang. Unfortunately, the world is complicated, and there are always things that force one to make decisions against their will." Tang Tian did not respond. He could not claim to be completely upright. To put it bluntly, he was only acting for himself. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something, asking, "Miss Mo, do you know about the transformation dragon pool? With the support of dragon energy, it can significantly enhance a cultivator's potential and broaden their future path, making it an incredibly precious divine object. The heavens and the earth drawing upon fortunes to enhance it, thus producing high-quality dragon energy. With the support of dragon energy, it can significantly enhance a cultivator's potential and broaden their future path, making it an incredibly precious divine object. The transformation dragon pool opens every 2 years with only 50 spots available, and the cultivation level must be below the fusion stage. However, only the most outstanding disciples, or those who have made the greatest contributions to the sect, can secure a spot. Tang Tian nodded slightly. This was similar to what Li Hong had inquired. So how can one obtain this spot? Tang Tian asked. Mo Xiaoxiao turned to him and said, does young Master Tang also wish to go to the transformation dragon pool? Tang Tian smiled and said, although I have considerable wealth, my own cultivation level has always been the biggest hidden danger. Moreover, I want to be promoted to the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace as soon as possible, so I want my disciples and I to have greater assurance. Mo Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment before saying, I did hear that young Master Tang was only at the Qi refining stage, but I think you shouldn't worry too much, or as long as you don't leave the Qinghua sect with your current financial strength and reputation, there will definitely be no life-threatening dangers. The Qinghua sect has strict rules, and as long as you don't violate them, even the sect master cannot do anything to you. There was once a high-ranking member who out of greed dealt with an honorary disciple, and the result was that the high-ranking member was uprooted, and there was no further news of him. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. No wonder the honorary disciples of the Qinghua sect sometimes appeared quite unrestrained. However, his considerations naturally went beyond just safety. I cannot remain in the Qinghua sect forever. Moreover, are you certain it is absolutely safe? Fang Fei was killed by Lu Chang'e right in front of me. Tang Tian said. Mo Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then sighed. That situation was quite special, because at that time Fang Fei had already sold herself to Lu Chang'e. But you are right, nothing is absolute, and having sufficient strength to ensure safety is always better. However, the spots for the Transformation Dragon Pool were decided early last year. There are a total of 21 honorary disciples, and I and Lu Chang'e will split them while the rest will go to those top core disciples. Young Master Tang made such a significant contribution today for the sect's development. Perhaps you could secure one for yourself. But your disciples probably won't have any opportunity. Tang Tian frowned slightly. This outcome did not meet his expectations. After pondering, Tang Tian asked, what if the contribution were a bit larger? I mean, if I take on the development of the other peaks, as well can I fight for a few more spots? Mo Xiaoxiao was taken aback, staring at Tang Tian for a long time before slowly saying, young Master Tang, aren't your disciples' strengths not at the top level? Is it worth such a huge sacrifice? Tang Tian smiled and said, there's nothing worth or not worth. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed, I wish I could be as carefree as young Master Tang. If you cover the entire sect's construction, you should be able to secure a few more spots. It depends on how you negotiate with the young sect master. However, even if you obtain a spot, it doesn't guarantee you'll gain much benefit. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. Why? Mo Xiaoxiao explained, the Transformation Dragon Pool is different from other resource sites. The dragon energy inside is limited and must be fought for. Moreover, the way it is contested is quite unique. It doesn't consider strength or talent, but rather looks at rarer physiques. The higher the level of the physique, the more dragon energy one can obtain. I heard that this time among the core disciples for the Transformation Dragon Pool spot, there is a prodigy with the sky-swallowing lion physique who has also awakened the secret techniques of the sky-swallowing lion. That is a very rare 9th grade talent, even in the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. This time a significant portion of the dragon energy will definitely be snatched away by him. Young Master Tang, think it. Hearing this, Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. Such a thing exists. He glanced at the system. Above the 9th grade physique, the immortal physique only required 10 billion consumption points. There is still more than half a month before the opening of the Dragon Transformation Pool. Tang Tian still has some room for maneuver. Moments later, Tang Tian and Mo Xiaoxiao arrived at the reception hall of the Peak Master. Tan Yushan and Yun Kong were already waiting here. Upon seeing Tang Tian enter, they stood up to greet him. Young Master Tang, Tan Yushan said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Tang Tian cupped his hands in salute Master Peak. This was his first time speaking to someone of Tan Yushan's stature. No need for formalities. Tan Yushan smiled and said, I have long heard that a distinguished young master has come to the South Peak. Seeing you today, you truly are exceptional. Please have a seat. Today, young Master Tang has made such a significant contribution to the development of the South Peak, and I will certainly not. In the future, whenever you need anything, just come to me on the mountain. As long as it is within the boundaries allowed by the sect, I will do my best to accommodate. Tan Yushan said. His tone was kind and unhurried, making it easy for people to develop a good impression of him. Tang Tian replied, as a disciple of the South Peak, this is what we ought to do. Master Peak need not take it to heart. But there must be some formalities. Tan Yushan waved his hand. Let's be clear. In the future at the South Peak, your rights and status will be equivalent to that of the managing elder. Whether it is sect construction or disciple arrangements, you can directly participate in decision-making. Just inform me of any major matters. The managing elder is already the highest level of management at the South Peak. Their authority and status are second only to the Peak Master, the Grand Elder, and Mo Xiaoxiao and Shinxi. This means that with Tan Yushan's words, Tang Tian could basically operate freely at the South Peak. As long as he did not violate the sect's rules, he could do whatever he wanted. Thank you, Master Peak. Tang Tian no longer declined. Tan Yushan nodded lightly. This is what you deserve. After saying this, he stood up. Next, you can talk with the young master. Xiaoxiao, let's discuss the future development plans. After that, Tan Yushan took Mo Xiaoxiao and left the reception hall, leaving only Tang Tian and Yun Kong. Junior brother Tang Tian, you really helped me solve a big problem today, Yun Kong said proactively. Tang Tian asked in confusion, why do you say that? Yun Kong sighed lightly. Everyone knows that the position of young master is glamorous, but few understand its difficulties. In the sect, every little matter requires my careful consideration and handling. You also know that the sect is expanding rapidly and many places require a large amount of funding. However, the funds provided by the Tianfu are limited and most of it needs us to find a way ourselves. It's quite a tough job. Yun Kong shared his troubles, but Tang Tian just listened quietly without expressing any opinion. If the position of young master is so difficult, why not hand it over to someone else? Besides, he has managed to develop the Qingyue sect to this extent in just over 20 years, so he must possess some abilities. Funding issues shouldn't be too difficult for him. I was originally worried that this inspection meeting would face significant obstacles. Yun Kong continued, fortunately with you the meeting became so harmonious, and everyone was pleased. It's just unfortunate for you to take on all the funding by yourself. Tang Tian waved his hand. The young master need not worry, this is my choice. Let's get to the point. He really did not want to say too much polite talk, they should just get on with their tasks. Yun Kong smiled and said, just call me senior brother. The scale of this construction funding is already quite saturated. So you need not rush, just prepare the funds within 3 months as I previously mentioned. Tang Tian shook his head. The sooner the money is in place, the sooner we can get things done. I can give it to you now. However, I'll give you 100 trillion first, the rest can come later. Yun Kong was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? But he did not think much about it, and smiled. It would be better if it could be prepared in advance. Tang Tian nodded, and then directly took out 10 pieces of Xiantian Dao Jade from the system space, and handed them to Yun Kong. Yun Kong gave a wry smile. Why is it again Xiantian Dao Jade? The practical value of this thing is much higher than that of spirit stones. Simply using it as currency is really a waste. How about you think again? Tang Tian said nonchalantly, it's fine. I told you last time that I have plenty of these. Just accept it. Yun Kong was helpless, but finally had to accept it. Alright, then I'll take it for now and discuss its specific uses with Master Tan later. During this time, I will not leave the sect, and will keep a close eye on the implementation of sect construction. Once you prepare the remaining funds, just let me know anytime. Yun Kong said. However, he did not expect that. Tang Tian immediately took out 25 pieces of Xiantian Dao Jade and handed them over. No need to prepare, and no need to look for it. After Yun Kong accepted it, the transaction was completed, and his wallet not only did not decrease, but also returned 10 pieces of Xiantian Dao Jade. With the remaining ones from before, it just happened to be 25 pieces. Looking at the shiny Xiantian Dao Jade, Yun Kong was stunned. I thought you meant to give it later, and it would take some time. Tang Tian smiled, and said, this is my spending habit, consider it a small quirk. I hope senior brother will not mind. Yun Kong shook his head and smiled. I indeed heard that you have such a habit, but I did not expect you to be like this, even in such a large expenditure. As he spoke, he accepted the Xiantian Dao Jade. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in Tang Tian's mind, indicating that the transaction had been completed. 50 pieces of Xiantian Dao Jade quietly lay in the system space. The number of consumption points also directly reached nearly 4 billion. With the celestial grade physique, it was already in his pocket. I will remember your contributions this time when I return. If you need anything, just let me know. Yun Kong said with a smile. It was clear that he was very happy to have gathered all the funds. Hearing this, Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, in that case, I do have a small request. I wonder if senior brother... Yun Kong smiled. Feel free to say it. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best. Tang Tian nodded. Then I will speak frankly. After today's inspection meeting, I realized that funding has a significant impact on the sect's development and construction. If I hadn't taken it all on myself, we would have had to follow the most basic development strategy. Is it the same for the other main peaks as well besides the sect's main peak? Yun Kong was stunned, not knowing what Tang Tian was trying to express. More or less. Apart from the sect's main peak, the situations of the other main peaks are similar to that of the South Peak. They all have concerns about funding. Tang Tian exclaimed, then do you think there is a possibility I could also take on the funding that the other main peaks lack? In that case, wouldn't the sect be able to develop faster and better? Yun Kong was directly dumbfounded. He had originally thought Tang Tian would raise requests regarding power or other matters. But what is this situation? Not only has he taken on the funding for the South Peak, but he also wants to cover the construction funds for the other main peaks. This level of awareness is simply remarkable. After being stunned for a long time, Yun Kong cautiously asked junior brother Tang Tian, do you really think so? After a lengthy conversation, Yun Kong finally confirmed that Tang Tian was not joking. In order for the sect to develop smoothly, he truly intended to cover all the construction funds for the main peaks. Such a mindset made Yun Kong feel ashamed. No, you should still make some demands, otherwise I can't guarantee that I'll manage these funds properly. Yun Kong said. Tang Tian shook his head repeatedly, but Yun Kong was very insistent. Ultimately, Tang Tian could only smile and say, if you insist on one, there is indeed one, though it might be a bit difficult. Yun Kong replied, better to have some difficulty. If you suggest something too easy, I would think you have other intentions. This was the reason why Yun Kong insisted on Tang Tian making demands. Any specific request was not as challenging to fulfill as a debt of gratitude. Tang Tian nodded, saying, then I'll speak frankly. I heard that our sect has a place called the Dragon Transformation Pool, personally arranged by an immortal. Yun Kong raised an eyebrow and immediately understood. So that was the reason. That's right, there is such a place, he said with a smile. Tang Tian said, such a wonderful place, I actually don't want to miss it. But I heard that the quota for the dragon transformation pool has already been set since early last year. So, Yun Kong smiled slightly. I see this is what you consider a difficulty. With your current achievements, you have long been qualified for a spot. Even if you don't mention it, I would still strive for it. Since you have this thought now, it's easy to say I'll arrange for one to be freed up. Tang Tian shook his head and said, actually, I'm not just doing it for myself. You know the 100 Schools War is approaching, but my few disciples are still lacking in strength. So I was wondering if I could fight for a few more spots so my disciples can enter as well. Yun Kong stroked his chin. I see. Are you hoping to achieve results in this 100 Schools War and then be promoted to the cloud-top heavenly mansion? Tang Tian smiled and said, I can't hide anything from your eyes, senior brother. Yun Kong replied, that's normal, there's nothing to conceal. But could this be a bit too urgent? After all, you are still young. If you can wait for the next 100 Schools War, you would surely have a much— Tang Tian shook his head. I just want to do my best to strive for it. If I can be promoted to the heavenly mansion sooner, that would be the best. Yun Kong smiled. Understood. You want all 4 of your disciples to enter the dragon transformation pool? Tang Tian nodded yes. The more preparation, the more certainty. Yun Kong hummed in agreement, and then said, I can arrange for the spot. However, 5 people is indeed a bit too many. I'm still somewhat worried about being unable to convince everyone. After all, the achievements of others over the years add up to quite a significant number. Tang Tian immediately understood Yun Kong's meaning. If he wanted more spots, he should keep adding funds. No problem. As long as the sect has needs, I can definitely meet them. Tang Tian said confidently. Yun Kong pondered for a moment and said, I suddenly remembered there is indeed a very large plan in the coming years. You also know that our sect currently only has 5 main peaks. But besides these 5 main peaks, there are dozens of new sub-peaks. The sub-peaks have been developing slowly due to lack of sufficient funding. Therefore, the sect plans to establish a large main peak to unify and organize the other sub-peaks, which would be more conducive to development. This plan has been in place for a long time, but the funds have not been able to come through because the amount needed is simply too— Just the first phase of the plan exceeds hundreds of billions, and if everything is completed, it might approach trillions. While speaking, Yun Kong had been observing the changes in Tang Tian's expression. However, he did not expect that Tang Tian not only showed no signs of difficulty, but his eyes grew brighter, almost laughing out loud in the end. No problem. Tang Tian waved his hand grandly. Leave it to me. I have no other hobbies, or I just like contributing. It's just establishing a new main peak. Absolutely supportive. Is 1 peak enough? Should we build a few more? Yun Kong stared wide-eyed, speechless for a long time. He always thought he had overestimated Tang Tian enough, but each time, he was more shocked. Build a few more. Is this even realistic? 1 main peak was already causing him to feel overwhelmed, yet adding a few more was simply talking without regard for reality. While he is wealthy, so it indeed doesn't hurt him. Junior brother, do you really have such intentions? Given the huge implications, Yun Kong had to confirm once again. Tang Tian nodded seriously. Exactly. Go ahead and do it, and it'll cover everything according to the highest specification. Yun Kong couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself why he hadn't recognized Tang Tian sooner. If he had, he wouldn't have lost sleep worrying. All right then, Yun Kong said. After the inspection meeting concludes, I will arrange a meeting between you and the new peak master. At that time, we can discuss the construction of the new main peak in detail. Tang Tian asked in surprise, is the peak master already decided? Yun Kong nodded. It has long been decided. The senior management of the 6th main peak has already been selected. The only thing left is the funding issue. The new peak master has been eagerly awaiting and has urged me many times. If you can resolve the funding issue, he will surely be very grateful to you, and you will undoubtedly become the most distinguished honorary disciple of the 6th peak, just like Imo Xiao Xiao and the others. Tang Tian suddenly realized that Imo Xiao Xiao and the others had done similar things to attain their positions. They truly were financially strong. Don't worry, no problem at all, Tang Tian assured Yun Kong again. Yun Kong nodded, but then sighed lightly, saying, what a pity you came out of seclusion too late, otherwise you could have contended for that position. Tang Tian was taken aback. He understood what Yun Kong was referring to. The second-in-command of the Qinghua sect. Previously, Imo Xiao Xiao had also said that Tang Tian was already too late to compete. Thinking for a moment, Tang Tian asked, what are the specific requirements for that position? Yun Kong replied, many, but the main aspects are only 3. Contributions to the sect and disciples' development, the sect's influence, and external influence. With your financial strength, you might barely keep up with the sect's contributions, but influence is something that takes a long time to accumulate. Indeed, time is not on my side. Tang Tian fell silent. While he was not afraid of anyone regarding financial strength, his overall power and influence were certainly far from someone like Lu Chang'e. However, he didn't hold on to that obsession. Being promoted to the cloud-top heavenly mansion and being able to consume steadily was enough for him. It's fine, I'll just go with the flow. Tang Tian said. After taking on the construction of the 6th main peak, Tang Tian successfully obtained 5 places in the transformation dragon pool. Yun Kong specifically informed him that there was a prodigy with a 9th level physique among the core disciples, advising him to keep his distance from that person. What he did not know was that Tang Tian himself currently possessed a 9th level physique, and a celestial grade physique was already within his grasp. The two discussed various other matters before Yun Kong suddenly asked junior brother Tang, nothing happened between you and your little attendant, right? You mean? Gu Xiaoxue. Tang Tian was slightly taken aback. Yun Kong nodded. I don't know if it's too late to say this now, but if you haven't made a move on her, it's best to refrain from having such thoughts. If something has already happened, it's best not to continue down that path. At the very least, don't delay her cultivation. Tang Tian frowned. In fact, he had sensed something amiss since Gu Xiaoxue's arrival. How could a chosen one be casually pushed into his fire? His second conversation with Zhong Yang confirmed his suspicions. Gu Xiaoxue being assigned to him as a protector was no coincidence. What exactly is going on here? Tang Tian inquired. Yun Kong sighed and replied, although the Qinghua sect strictly forbids inter-sect killings, covert skirmishes, Gu Xiaoxue is entangled in sect intrigues and certain high-level conflicts. You probably just stumbled into this, but I believe the one who arranged this did not anticipate your rapid rise. Don't worry, as long as you don't go too far, there shouldn't be any major issues. Your current identity is not something that just anyone can easily touch. Tang Tian was silent. After a long pause, he still hadn't clarified what the situation was. Since even Yun Kong was so cautious, it seemed the so-called high-level entanglements were indeed not ordinary. After returning, he should let Li Hong investigate. Although he hadn't done anything to Gu Xiaoxue, it wouldn't hurt to be caught. I understand, Tang Tian said. Yun Kong nodded. Soon they didn't speak for too long before Yun Kong took his leave. After leaving the reception room, Tan Yushan and Mo Xiaoxiao also arrived, discussing upcoming plans and the scope of Tang Tian's power before they parted ways. Tang Tian, along with Gu Xiaoxue, returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. This inspection meeting yielded tremendous results. The number of innate Dao Jades reached 50, and the consumption also increased several times, enough to exchange for a celestial-grade physique. Moreover, he also secured a spot in the transformation dragon pool, further elevating his status, and obtained the qualification to fully manage the construction of the 6th main peak. Everything was developing in a positive direction. After returning, Tang Tian called for Li Hong and instructed him to look into matters concerning Gu Xiaoxue. Although Yun Kong had indicated that there were no major issues, he needed to clarify what was really going on. Additionally, there was Zhong Yang, who had taken so much money from him, yet tried to push him into a fire pit. This matter could not just be left unresolved. Previously, his strength was insufficient, and he could only set it aside for the time being. But now he had ample confidence. At the very least, he would not regard Zhong Yang as a threat. After completing these tasks, Tang Tian returned to his cultivation quiet room. He would never forget that everything he did was to enhance his own strength. This was the fundamental basis. Looking at the consumption points within the system, Tang Tian directly chose to exchange. Celestial grade physique, 1 billion consumption points. Exchange successful. You have acquired the celestial grade physique, the body of Tao Tai. A familiar sensation surged once again in his heart. This time it was far more intense than before, with a violent transformation occurring at the deepest levels of his being. In a daze, Tang Tian felt as if he had entered a realm of chaos. He exhaled lightly, and in an instant the winds rose and clouds surged, chaos roiling with signs of destruction everywhere. And when he inhaled, an even more terrifying event occurred. The endless chaos, as if influenced by an immense pulling force, formed a vast chaotic vortex that surged into Tang Tian's abdomen. After a long while, Tang Tian slowly regained consciousness. Tao Tai secret art. Heaven swallowing. He had once again obtained a secret inheritance. Moreover, the Tao Tai secret art was infinitely stronger than the previous Qing Mang secret art. What astonished Tang Tian even more was that after the Tao Tai secret art, a clear annotation appeared. This inherited secret art can use holy grade comprehension to improve your realm. 1 holy grade comprehension, 1 billion consumption points. After exchanging for the body of Tao Ye, Tang Tian still had over 30 billion consumption points left, sufficient to elevate it to a proficient realm. However, after pondering for a moment, Tang Tian ultimately decided to temporarily abandon this choice. The effectiveness of the transformation dragon pool increased with the physique level, and the inherited secret art merely served as auxiliary support. If during the upcoming inspection, meeting his consumption points could exceed 100 billion, he would be able to exchange for a holy grade physique. By then his success would be even more assured. After making this decision, Tang Tian focused his mind and quietly began his cultivation. With the status of a chosen one coupled with various physique enhancements and the aid of high-quality pills, his cultivation speed had not slowed down much compared to the foundation establishment stage. In just 10 days, he directly broke through to the mid-golden core stage. At this time, Gu Xiaoxue finally made another breakthrough, reaching a realm above the late nascent soul stage. Furthermore, with the assistance of the innate Dao Jade, her progress in Dao techniques was even more terrifying, leading Tang Tian to seriously suspect that her talent was not as simple as that of a chosen one. To clarify, he specifically asked Yun Kong about this. The answer he received was that Gu Xiaoxue indeed was if she were even more outstanding, the sect would certainly not allow such a monstrous talent to become a sacrificial pawn in high-level conflicts. The facts were laid bare before him, and Tang Tian could only accept that even chosen ones could vary in capability. However, it was also good. Her rapid growth meant that Li Hong could no longer provide substantial assistance in terms of his cultivation, while the Lan Yu sisters could only achieve a stalemate with Tang Tian by joining forces. Only Gu Xiaoxue always stayed ahead, which allowed Tang Tian's overall strength to maintain a swift growth rate. From the moment he stepped into the path of cultivation until now, Gu Xiaoxue had actually provided him with significant help, albeit it had yet to manifest. She truly was not just a flower vase. After several days of cultivation, Yun Kong's inspection meetings continued to be held. The sect's main peak had Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing present, so there were no issues with funding. However, the other main peaks had vacancies. Ultimately, at the East Peak, Jing Hung side, Tang Tian supplemented 200 trillion spirit jade. At the North Peak, Guanmeng side, he supplemented 150 trillion. Yet at the West Peak, Du Yuanqing's side, he was rebuffed by Du Yuanqing, leaving Tang Tian quite displeased. It seems this guy is determined to oppose me. The investigation on Qinhai's side also made some progress. It seemed that Tian Feng's actions were indeed instigated by Du Yuanqing. You started this first. So just wait. Tang Tian kept this in mind. With 350 trillion in revenue, he was still quite far from 100 trillion. Unable to exchange for a holy grade physique, Tang Tian ultimately had to choose to elevate the realm of the Taotai secret art. Entry, proficient, adept, minor completion, and major completion are the 5 realms of this cultivation technique. The Taotai secret art also had a 6th realm inheritance. Tang Tian directly exchanged 6 holy grade comprehensions, at once elevating the Taotai secret art to its highest realm. Once unleashed, it would be like swallowing the heavens. With this secret art, he would certainly not suffer losses in the transformation dragon pool journey. A few days later, Li Hong's investigation finally yielded results. Under the old locust tree in the purple bamboo courtyard, Li Hong was reporting to Tang Tian about the information he had gathered. Xiaoxue was brought back to the sect by Elder Hanhai 6 years ago. Elder Hanhai is one of the 7 chief elders of the main peak. Tang Tian's heart sank. The chief elder of the main peak holds a high position within the Qinghua sect, second only to the sect master and the grand elder, even more esteemed than the peak masters of other main peaks. No wonder Yun Kong said that this matter involves high-level struggles. Although Elder Hanhai holds a prestigious position, he has been subtly competing with another chief elder within the sect. His name is Elder Han Yuan. Li Hong continued, from my investigation, Elder Zhongyang, who is responsible for Xiaoxue's allocation, has a very close connection with Elder Han Yuan. It can be said that it is a subordinate relationship. Li Hong said. Tang Tian lightly tapped the table with his finger. In other words, Zhongyang deliberately placed Gu Xiaoxue by his side to ensure that Elder Hanhai would lose a promise. This is not a major conflict, merely a small scheme. Unfortunately, he himself became a victim of this small Tang Tian couldn't believe that if he really ruined Gu Xiaoxue, Elder Hanhai would let him off, just because he was unaware after emerging from seclusion. Moreover, by that time Zhongyang could easily distance himself, claiming he was just fulfilling his duties unaware of what. At worst, there would still be Elder Han Yuan backing him up. The only sacrifices would be Gu Xiaoxue and Tang Tian, this nouveau riche with no background. This would make her just a pawn of little importance. Tang Tian rubbed his chin. If he were just a nouveau riche, he would inevitably suffer greatly. But unfortunately, he had risen too quickly, and even someone of Elder Hanhai's caliber couldn't easily do anything to him. Furthermore, he hadn't truly done anything to Gu Xiaoxue. A simple explanation would suffice. However, being inexplicably set up still left Tang Tian quite displeased. Especially Zhongyang. After feeding you so much dog food, it would have been fine if you weren't a dog, yet you secretly set a trap for him. It's simply intolerable. After thinking for a moment, Tang Tian asked, doesn't Xiaoxue have a senior sister? What's the story with her? There was still a point of doubt in this incident regarding Gu Xiaoxue's senior sister. The origin of the event was actually because her senior sister told Gu Xiaoxue that breaking through to nascent soul requires a nascent soul pill, and if she lacked money, she should become a guard. In reality, Gu Xiaoxue didn't use a single nascent soul pill to break through. Xiaoxue's senior sister is named Luo Danya, and she is one of Elder Hanhai's direct disciples. Li Hong said. After Xiaoxue became the young master's guard, she entered seclusion, striving to break through to the fusion realm. She should also be preparing to participate in the upcoming 10,000 Demons Tower trial. How is their relationship usually? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong thought for a moment and said, from what I understand, it is very good. Since Xiaoxue entered the sect from a young age, it has been Luo Danya taking care of her. However, something did happen. That was during the last 100 Sects War, when Luo Danya was at the peak of the God Transformation realm and was one of the most promising talents to advance to the Tianfu realm. Unfortunately, she performed mediocrely, missing the advancement by just a little bit. That's why she is now in seclusion, attempting to break through to the fusion realm, hoping to seize the opportunity in the upcoming 10,000 Demons trial tower. Tang Tian pondered for a while. Although he didn't obtain any substantial evidence, he still believed that Luo Danya must be involved in this matter. If that is the case, then this is not merely a struggle between adversaries. There also exists internal ugliness. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian slowly took a breath. No matter what, he couldn't remain passive any longer, merely thinking of covertly stirring things up while keeping himself safe. That would be wishful thinking. He needed to find a way to ensure that none of the participants could escape unscathed. Let's leave this matter here for now, I'll think of a way for the rest. Tang Tian said, prepare well, in a few days the dragon transformation pool will be opening. Li Hong was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The dragon transformation pool. He suddenly became excited and cautiously asked, young master, do you mean? Tang Tian smiled and nodded, I secured some spots. By then you Xiaoxue and the Lan Yu sisters will all be able to enter the dragon transformation pool for opportunities. Li Hong stared blankly. He had gathered information about the dragon transformation pool and understood how difficult it was to obtain that spot. Even those top core disciples might not be able to secure one. He had never thought that he would also have such qualifications. Li Hong stared at Tang Tian in a daze for a long time, then stood up and bowed deeply. Young master's kindness. I have no way to repay it. Tang Tian waved his hand. Just grasp this opportunity well. I'm counting on you to achieve good results in the 10,000 Demons Trial Tower. Li Hong clenched his fists and said heavily, I will not disappoint, young master. A few days passed quickly. Tang Tian ultimately did not wait for the investment activities of the ninth peak and could only participate in the dragon transformation pool with his divine-level Tixian body and legacy-level Tixian secret techniques. Yinkong had informed him early on and even specially sent someone to invite him. Subsequently, Tang Tian brought Li Hong and Xiaoxue with him and stepped into the main peak. They made their way up and ultimately arrived near the peak summit. Here was a cliff, and above the cliff was a relatively flat area where many people had already gathered by the time Tang Tian arrived. Several young core disciples, each with powerful auras, were present. Lu Changatian Yangxing and Jing Heng had also arrived and were standing with Yinkong. Young Master Tang, this way. Yinkong smiled and invited him upon seeing Tang Tian. Tang Tian walked over and chatted casually with Yinkong before standing in place waiting for the opening of the dragon transformation pool. At this moment, Jing Heng approached with a smile, cupping his hands, and said, I haven't had a chance to thank young Master Tang for the inspection meeting a few days ago. You have relieved a great burden from our East Peak. From now on, when you come to East Peak, you will be our most honored guest. Feel free to find me whenever you need anything. Tang Tian shook his head. Everyone is doing this for the development of the sect. There's no need for young Master Jing to take it to heart. He and Jing Heng had no conflicts. They had exchanged pleasantries before, and it was quite amicable. Maintaining this kind of superficial relationship was sufficient. After chatting with Jing Heng, Guanming also came over and similarly expressed gratitude to Tang Tian. This person seemed rather silent, and they did not say much, merely acquainted themselves. After all, everyone was now part of the same circle. After a while, Mo Xiaoxiao arrived late. Not long after, the four peak masters also arrived. Under the supervision of Yinkong and the Grand Elder of the sect, the dragon transformation pool officially opened. As the Grand Elder unleashed his technique, the vast sea of clouds beneath the cliff suddenly split open, revealing a gaping chasm. A blinding golden light shot straight up from the depths of the cloud sea, dazzling to the point that one could hardly keep their eyes open. Once his vision returned, Tang Tian saw two golden divine dragons coiling in the air above the cloud sea, emanating a heart-stirring aura of majesty. In the center of the two golden dragons lay a shallow pool of water shimmering with golden light and radiating a breathtaking brilliance. A thread of mysterious energy surged from the pool, and just a whiff of it made one feel utterly refreshed, as if every corner of their body was rejoicing. This is the dragon Qi, Mo Xiaoxiao remarked from the side. She then pointed towards the core disciples and whispered, identify that boy with the unkempt hair. He possesses the 9-grade physique, the body of a devouring lion, and has also acquired a secret inheritance technique. After entering, remember to keep your distance from him, otherwise he will seize a significant portion of the dragon Qi. Tang Tian looked over and saw an arrogant young man with thick flowing hair resembling a lion. In addition, he also spotted another familiar face, Huang Cheng, the talented youth who had been defeated by Xiao Shui at the Five Peaks Exchange. What is his name? Tang Tian asked. Mo Xiaoxiao replied. His name is Xiang Zhe. However, everyone generally calls him the Little Lion King. Tang Tian nodded, committing his appearance to memory. Moments later, the Grand Elder began to announce the rules. After entering, each of you should find your own positions. You have 1 hour. How much fortune you can acquire depends on yourselves. I will send you in first, and once the light curtain disperses, the timer will start. With that, the Grand Elder once more executed his technique, lifting all those entering the dragon transformation pool and sending them into the cloud sea, including Tang Tian. While he pondered how the Grand Elder identified all those individuals, the scene shifted, and he found himself on a golden. Before him stood a massive golden light curtain, beyond which lay the dragon transformation pool, surrounded by the two golden dragons. Just moments ago, he hadn't realized their enormity, but upon entering, Tang Tian recognized just how colossal the dragons were. The central dragon transformation pool resembled a small lake measuring dozens of meters in width. With such a scale, was there any concern about accommodating 50 people? Tang Tian smirked. If placed in certain amusement parks, even 5,000 people could fit inside. As he silently complained, a voice came from behind. Tang Tian, young Master Tang. Tang Tian turned around to see yet another familiar face, Niao Wushuang, who had snatched the flag from the crowd during the flag-seizing battle. Given her aura, she had likely also ascended to the golden core stage. No wonder Mo Xiaoxiao held her in high regard. She was indeed extraordinary. This is the second time we meet. Nia Wushuang said. Although my status is now different from yours, if given the chance, I would still like to have a fair battle. You are certainly not weak. Tang Tian smiled slightly. Let's save that for another time. The disparity between their statuses made another encounter unlikely. Nia Wushuang did not say much more. After taking a photo, she returned to Mo Xiaoxiao's other two subordinates. Before Tang Tian could collect his thoughts, another voice rang out behind him. Are you Tang Tian? The voice was rather rude and filled with hostility. Tang Tian frowned slightly and turned to look. It was none other than the little lion king Xiang Zhe, whom Mo Xiaoxiao had mentioned, who possessed the 9-grade physique. Many core disciples surrounded him, and their gazes towards Tang Tian were decidedly unfriendly, including the little prodigy, Huang Chong. Is there something you need? Tang Tian replied calmly. Xiang Zhe coldly snorted, then scrutinized Tang Tian from head to toe, saying, So you are the one who took the spots from my fellow disciples. Haha, it's nothing special. Tang Tian suddenly understood. No wonder they were so unfriendly, this was the reason. Indeed, there were only 50 spots in total, and they had already been determined. Tang Tian had barged in and snatched 5 guess where those spots came from. From the looks of it, it definitely wouldn't be from the honorary disciples. You should seek out the individuals who confirmed the spot, Tang Tian said. Xiang Zhe glared. If it weren't for you, how could we have lost 5 spots? If not you, then who? Tang Tian shook his head helplessly. Having spent too much time with the honorary disciples, he found it hard to get used to the ways of the core disciples. These fellows preferred to be direct. If they disliked someone, they would confront them heat-in without much hesitation. Trying to reason with them, using the rules of honorary disciples, was bound to fail. So what do you want? Tang Tian shrugged. Regardless, I've already taken them. Xiang Zhe scoffed. Don't worry, with the sect's rules in place, I won't do anything to you. I just came to identify who it was that snatched our spots. Once we enter the dragon transformation pool, you'd better find a secluded corner to hide. If I catch you, you won't be able to absorb even a trace of dragon qi. Tang Tian remained silent. At that time, I suggest you keep your distance from me. Consider this my friendly reminder. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhe burst into loud laughter, his long hair swaying back and forth. You think too highly of yourself? Even if I do nothing today, I will closely follow you, making sure you come away empty-handed. And your subordinates, truly, it seems anyone can enter the dragon transformation pool these days. None of you will take even a shred of fortune from here. With that, Xiang Zhe flared his nostrils and led Huang Chong, Tang Tian. After dealing with cunning old foxes like Yun Kong for so long, dealing with a brash youth like Xiang Zhe felt rather amusing. But since you insist on seeking trouble for yourself, I can't be blamed. After a moment of thought, Tang Tian said, Li Hong, once we enter, you guys stick close to me, and we'll see how things unfold. He wasn't afraid of Xiang Zhe, but if Li Hong and the others were targeted, it could become troublesome. As time passed, the golden light curtain enveloping the dragon transformation pool rapidly faded. Upon entering the dragon transformation pool, Tang Tian finally understood why everyone chose to swim instead of flying. There seemed to be a special rule within the water that confined all cultivation levels. Regardless of whether one was at the foundation establishment stage or the god transformation stage, here, they were much like ordinary mortals, relying solely on their physical strength to thrash about. No wonder they said that in the dragon transformation pool, physical constitution was the most crucial factor. At the very least, it allowed one to seize the initiative. Watching the disciples struggling to swim towards the distance, Tang Tian was not overly anxious. Instead, he relaxed his body and began to sense the surroundings carefully. Once he calmed his mind, he instantly felt a vast amount of mysterious power intricately weaving itself from the pool water into his limbs and bones. This power rapidly transformed everything within his body, enhancing his overall quality. However, an even greater amount of power quietly concealed itself within, continuously fostering a transformation in his life, even after leaving the dragon transformation pool. This is the dragon qi. The more dragon qi one absorbs, the longer its effects will last, and the greater the benefit, Tang Tian suddenly realized. However, he soon discovered something else. The dragon qi in the dragon transformation pool did not seem to be evenly distributed. In some directions, the concentration of dragon qi was significantly higher than in others, and the further one moved in that direction, the denser the dragon qi became. No wonder they all swam, and immediately someone must have informed them of this beforehand, Tang Tian thought. Subsequently, he prepared to follow the trail of dragon qi to find the area with the highest concentration. However, just as he set off, he noticed Xiang Zhe approaching him with a wicked smile. This guy really intended to steal him. Tang Tian shook his head, choosing to ignore him for now. After determining a direction, he swam deeper into the dragon transformation pool. Immediately, Xiang Zhe changed his course as well. Trying to hide. Haha, the dragon pool is this big. Oh, let's see where you can hide, he said, closely following behind. Tang Tian was speechless and directly ignored him, continuing to search for an ideal spot. The situation inside the dragon transformation pool was also being observed by the onlookers outside. This Xiang Zhe is quite interesting. The youth still has spirit. Even if it wastes some of his own time, he is determined to oppose Tang Tian. That's good. Young people should have the courage to fear neither heaven nor earth, several elders from the core disciples commented with smiles. The honorary disciples were also paying attention to this situation. Tang Tian paid such a high price to obtain these few spots, but it seems now that the money was wasted, someone said with schadenfreude. It was Du Yuanqing who had not accepted Tang Tian's supplementary spirit Jade. However, his words immediately drew the discontent of another person. Young Master, you can't say it like that. Jing Heng said languidly, young Master Tang has made such a significant contribution from his own pocket for the development of the sect. Obtaining a few spots is only right. If it weren't for our investment, how could the other disciples enjoy such favorable cultivation conditions? Xiangze doesn't understand, but don't you get this principle? He escalated the topic to encompass the entire group of honorary disciples, leaving Du Yuanqing speechless, unsure of how to refute. The others merely smiled faintly. Du Yuanqing had been in this position for too short a time, and his rhetorical skills were certainly not on par with an old hand like Jing Heng. Young Master Jing speaks rightly. At this moment, Yun Kong stepped in to mediate, saying core disciples are the future of the sect, while honorary disciples lay the foundation for its development. Neither can do without the other. This matter was my oversight, I should have reminded Xiangze and the others in advance. After the dragon transformation pool ends, I will definitely find an opportunity to compensate young Master Tang again. In the future, if similar situations arise, I will also consider your perspectives more. Jing Heng quickly waved his hand, claiming he was merely speaking off the cuff. The others smiled and remained silent. They were all cunning old foxes who knew each other well. Isn't it true that Yun Kong just didn't want such a precious divine item as Dragon Chi to fall into the hands of those with mediocre talents? That's why he intentionally didn't remind Xiangze. Jing Heng utilized Du Yuanqing's words to point out this matter, while also letting Yun Kong know that his actions were somewhat. Yun Kong's response also served as an explanation to them. As for Tang Tian, well, misfortune is misfortune, it had nothing to do with them anyway. The group of honorary disciples was not a monolith, everyone had their own objectives. After a brief interlude, the crowd turned their attention back to the dragon transformation pool. At this moment, Tang Tian had arrived at the center of the dragon pool. This spot was right between two golden dragons facing each other. Tang Tian noticed that the concentration of dragon chi here was at least 10 times stronger than that near the edge of the pool. If he absorbed it here, it would undoubtedly yield excellent results. When he arrived, several others had also reached the center, facing each other, unwilling to easily relinquish this prime spot. Upon Tang Tian's arrival, they frowned slightly. However, upon seeing Xiangze swimming closely behind Tang Tian, their expressions changed instantly. After a brief consideration, they actively left, vacating the spot. Tang Tian could not help but be astonished. Was Xiangze's intimidating presence, or rather the deterrent force of his ninefold constitution, truly this strong? You really know how to pick your spots. Xiangze swam up, floating next to Tang Tian, wearing a mocking smile. How greedy a heart is wanting to swallow an elephant. You dare covet such a prime spot. But that's fine, I won't have to chase after you anymore. If you're brave enough, then cultivate here. Tang Tian glanced at him and chose not to respond. Arguing with such a person often pulls you down to his level, where he can use his extensive experience to defeat you. It's unnecessary. Calming his mind, Tang Tian quickly entered a state of cultivation, beginning to open his senses and absorb the dragon chi. Instantly, a vast amount of dragon chi flooded into his body from all directions, transforming everything within. This feeling of metamorphosis was akin to Tang Tian exchanging for a new constitution from the system. It was a leap in the level of life. However, before he could truly begin absorbing it, he felt a powerful attraction that swept away all the dragon chi. Opening his eyes, he saw that the direction of the fleeing dragon chi was none other than Xiangze. At that moment, his long hair floated gently, his whole body radiating golden light, resembling a true lion king, majestic and imposing. Perhaps sensing Tang Tian's gaze, Xiangze opened his eyes and grinned at Tang Tian. I told you I'm sticking with you. The spectators outside also witnessed everything. The elders among the core disciples laughed heartily. Jing Heng shook his head slightly. Young Master Tang is in trouble. As long as Xiangze wants to, he will definitely be unable to absorb dragon chi normally. Imo Xiaoxiao quietly watched the scene, her eyes showing no fluctuations. But suddenly her gaze shifted, revealing an expression of surprise. In the dragon pool, observing the spirited and self-satisfied Xiangze, Tang Tian spoke calmly. In that case, just follow me closely. Absolutely do not give up halfway. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura seemingly from the ancient primordial chaos exploded in the center of the dragon pool. What? The sudden commotion immediately drew the attention of those outside. Is that Tang Tian? Standing atop the cliff, people could clearly see that the dragon energy which had just been drawn to Xiangze suddenly reversed direction and gathered around Tang Tian. This situation could only mean one thing. Tang Tian's physique is of a higher level than Xiangze's. Has anyone ever heard of young Master Tang possessing such a formidable physique? Jing Heng said with some surprise. Lu Chang'e narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, Indeed, I have never heard of it. His strength, talent, and physique have always been on par with that of a mere servant disciple. Jing Heng sighed. Even with ample cultivation resources, it would only accelerate the improvement of his cultivation and realm right. Yet it seems there is much more to it than that. This is truly, he exclaimed repeatedly. All this time, people only knew that Tang Tian had acquired vast wealth, neglecting his own strength. Today's sudden outburst nearly stunned everyone. However, there was one exception. Imo Xiaoxiao remained calm and said lightly, Young Master Tang's strength has always been overlooked. During the last external disciple assessment, he confronted Nie Wushuang, who had just obtained the king flag just before it concluded. Nie Wushuang was unwilling to hand over the king flag, leading to a brief conflict with young Master Tang. Yet even with all her effort, it had no effect. Young Master Tang effortlessly neutralized her attack and took the king flag with ease. People looked over, their expressions of astonishment deepening. They had heard about that incident. However, what everyone had spread was that Tang Tian had offered a reward of 100 million spirit jade, making the flag-snatching battle much more entertaining, ultimately allowing him to succeed. But no one had ever mentioned what Mo Xiaoxiao referred to. Young Master Tang has hidden quite well. He actually, Jing Heng said slowly, yet his gaze wandered towards Yun Kong. The Grand Elder of the sect frowned slightly and said, Yun Kong, how could such an exceptional disciple be relegated to being a nominal disciple? Yun Kong immediately felt embarrassed and hurriedly said, it was my oversight. Young Master Tang has always been quite low-key, never revealing his talents, which is why no one noticed this. The Grand Elder snorted lightly. Does one have to reveal their talent for it to be noticed? What is the purpose of you administrators then? Over the years, although the sect has developed rapidly, the atmosphere has gradually become distorted. I have heard of many exceptional disciples being overlooked, even deliberately sabotaged. As the young sect master, you should seriously reflect on this. Faced with the Grand Elder's reprimand, Yun Kong repeatedly admitted his faults. Indeed, in the pursuit of rapid development, many hidden dangers have arisen. Watching Yun Kong being scolded, Jing Heng observed silently, but a faint smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. The others were similar, looking as if they were not concerned at all. The relationships among these high-ranking individuals were not as harmonious as people imagined. After the interruption, everyone once again focused their attention on the dragon transformation pool. At this moment, a large area in the center of the dragon pool had almost all its dragon energy attracted by Tang Tian. Feeling the shift in the dragon energy, Xiang Zhe stood frozen in place. How is this possible? Xiang Zhe's face was filled with disbelief. After all, he had a 9th grade physique, an extremely rare existence in the Qinghua sect. How could he be defeated by a nominal disciple? Or rather, if Tang Tian possessed such an extraordinary physique, why would he choose to be a nominal disciple? Xiang Zhe suddenly shouted loudly. You must be using tricks. You must have employed some divine artifact, right? Someone like you must have access to such things. Let me tell you, it's useless. In the face of absolute strength, no external objects can endure for long. Dragon energy, come back to me. He shouted loudly, his long hair waving as an even greater aura erupted, sweeping across the dragon pool. Heaven-swallowing lion's secret art. Someone in the dragon pool exclaimed. They quickly moved a bit further away from. Even if they hadn't witnessed the power of the inherited secret art, they had heard of it. If Xiang Zhe completely went mad, he could probably claim half of the dragon energy in the pool. However, what surprised them more was what Tang Tian had done to provoke Xiang Zhe to use the inherited secret art. Even so, Tang Tian showed no signs of panic. What reliance did he have? After the influence of the heaven-swallowing lion's secret art, Tang Tian indeed felt a slight delay in the dragon energy gathering towards him. Some of the dragon energy that was closer to Xiang Zhe had already begun to slowly drift toward his direction. This situation brought great joy to Xiang Zhe, who continued to push the inherited secret art to its limits. His gaze towards Tang Tian shifted back, provoking. Can you handle this? Tang Tian gently shook his head. A mischievous child can sometimes seem cute, but if they keep jumping in front of you, don't get too arrogant just because you regained a bit of the situation, okay? Just now, Tang Tian had merely tested the power of the Taotai physique. He hadn't even reached 1/10 of its strength. He hadn't even used the inherited level Taotai secret art. Tang Tian simply couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind, and with a thought fully unleashed the Taotai physique. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual power storm swept across the entire dragon transformation pool. The dragon energy that had just experienced a slight delay instantly surged towards Tang Tian, as if it had determined its direction. No matter how hard Xiang Zhe tried to retain it, it had no effect whatsoever. The disparity between an immortal grade physique and a 9th grade physique was vividly displayed at this moment. At this time, not only was Xiang Zhe stunned, but even the disciples at other positions in the dragon pool were also bewildered. They could distinctly feel that even the dragon energy on their side was gradually converging towards Tang Tian. Seeing this, Tang Tian simply let go, directly activating the Taotai secret art. In the next moment, the dragon pool boiled over. Countless dragon energy formed a golden torrent rushing towards Tang Tian. Even the golden pool water became clear in an instant. People were left dumbfounded. Gazing at the clear water beside them, they felt a mix of emotions, wanting to cry, yet having no tears. I came here seeking opportunities, not to swim. But they were helpless, for the rule here is that whoever possesses the stronger physique calls the shots. Feeling the complex gazes from the crowd, Tang Tian couldn't help but fall silent. This time he had truly revealed his strength. However, this was also something he had planned to do. After all, this is the cultivation world. While having the identity of a nominal disciple is very convenient, it still cannot grant access to the true cultivation realm. Previously, his strength was too weak and his status insufficient, so it was not worth mentioning. Now that he had achieved the golden core and entered the higher echelons of the Qinghua sect, it was natural to make some changes. Upon entering the dragon transformation pool, Tang Tian finally understood why this might be somewhat improper. Seeing what was unfolding in Hualongtan, several elders among the core disciples immediately furrowed their brows. Although they were astonished by Tang Tian's sudden eruption of strength, he had absorbed all the dragon qi. What of the others? Were they to be left wanting? Elderly, do you see this? They gestured toward the Grand Elder. They had paid dearly for these quotas and now watched Tang Tian claim everything. How could they endure such an injustice? The Grand Elder merely cast them a cool glance. What is it? What is improper? He asked in a cutting tone. Rules are rules. You cannot alter them on a whim because circumstances are unusual. Everything rests on one's ability. How much dragon qi Tang Tian can take is his doing. What is there to complain about? And earlier Xiang Zhe deliberately seized Tang Tian's dragon qi. Why did you remain silent then and only speak now? You who count centuries of life, have you sunk so low? It was plain the Grand Elder was angry. First it had been Yun Kong, and now these elders had provoked his displeasure. Lu Chang'e spoke slowly indeed. When Lingluo Xinzi once entered Hualongtan, she too monopolized all the dragon qi, just as is happening today. If I recall, the elders then raised no objections, another reminded. And we all tacitly accepted that outcome. Why are you so intolerant now that the roles have been reversed? With those words, the others were reminded of that past affair. Back then, Lingluo Xinzi, as the representative of the core disciples, had shown alone. Those elders had been arrogant, heaping scorn upon honorary disciples and guests alike. Now the bill had come due. The Grand Elder's rebuke, combined with Lu Chang's acerbic tone, left the elders' faces black with shame and anger. In comparison, they truly appeared inferior. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. When the dragon pool concludes, all of you come to the sect master's hall. The conduct of these years must be thoroughly rectified. When a true authority flares, the assembly falls silent. Even Yun Kong dared not make a move. Lu Chang'e and his companions felt considerably more at ease. Though some of their own disciples were in the pool, they did not lack talented heirs. By contrast, to strike a satisfying blow at their rivals in this manner was a rare and precious thing. All of it was owing to Tang Tian, who had delivered such an unexpected surprise. Inside Hualongtan, after Tang Tian employed the Taotai secret art, the outcome ceased to be in doubt. Watching the surging majestic dragon qi, Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then extended a finger and split off 4 strands, sending them to Li Hong and the others. The dragon qi was indeed extraordinary, but to be frank, it was not of supreme importance to Tang Tian. Potential, talent, those were the things he lacked least of all. Beyond the innate born child status and the Taotai secret art lay many far more astonishing treasures awaiting him to exchange. Rather than hoard all the qi, he decided to give some to Li Hong and the others, for he still relied on them to ascend to Tianfu. Sensing the onrushing surge of dragon qi, Li Hong and the others hastily steadied their breath and entered their cultivation states, striving to absorb that rare boon with all their might. Seeing them settle into their practices, Tang Tian scanned the surroundings and fixed his gaze on Ye Wushuang. From Nanfeng came Mo Xiaoxiao and Chun Sairu, 6 in all, clustered not far apart. He was for the moment affiliated with Nanfeng, and the relations between them were amicable, so he resolved to help. With that in mind, Tang Tian split off another strand of dragon qi and sent it toward the area where Ye Wushuang's 6 stood. They were astonished, and upon realizing Tang Tian's intent, their faces lit with gratitude. Thank you for your favor, young Master Tang. Matters that concern one's future cannot be refused with empty words. Ye Wushuang likewise showed a grateful look, inclined her body in thanks, and then seized the opportunity to enter cultivation. Watching these fortunate few obtain dragon qi, the other disciples nearby could not help but show envy. Inwardly, they lamented that they were not of Nanfeng. Tang Tian took in their expressions and sighed. Very well, he murmured. Since you all serve under the great young master's banner and are thus kindred in a sense, having entered Hualongtan is no small thing. I cannot let you depart empty-handed. With that, he waved his hand. Several strands of dragon qi coalesced into sinuous dragons that took up station in each of their allotted regions. Gratitude spilled from everyone's faces. Young Master Tang's magnanimity leaves us in awe. Thank you, young master. I shall not forget this favor of today. They thanked him again and again. Tang Tian waved them off, indicating it was nothing. In truth, it truly was nothing. The dragon qi was so abundant, he could not possibly use it all, and it could not be removed from the pool. After a short while, the honorary disciples had all entered cultivation and begun to absorb the qi. The core disciples looked on with envy, yet could do nothing. Strictly speaking, they and Tang Tian stood as rivals. Still, some are always willing to be the first to take a risk. Brother, Tang Ji, it's your younger brother. A youthful figure swam forward among the others. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was an acquaintance. The youth was Gong Qi, the same one from the flag-grabbing contest who had attempted to betray him and then forced him into a stint as a guard. You have the nerve to show your face. Tang Tian could only laugh and groan. The fellow's cheek was extraordinarily thick. Gong Qi beamed. Tang Ji, it is not until you fight that you truly know someone. Once a younger brother, always a younger brother, he continued. Consider that I once served as your guard. Please grant me a share of dragon qi. Tang Tian was bemused. He had not expected Gong Qi to brazenly step forward at such a moment. Though he did not wish to indiscriminately reward the core disciples, the constant coaxing of brothers softened him. Very well, Tang Tian relented. You are after all a Nanfeng disciple in the end. Take it. He flicked his hand and sent a strand of dragon chi toward Gong Chi. The youth's face lit with joy as he kept repeating, "Thank you, brother. I will always be your most loyal younger brother." Tang Tian merely shook his head, not taking it to heart. As Gong Chi began to absorb the chi, the remaining core disciples could no longer restrain themselves. After a short while, several core disciples shuffled forward, mouths opening and closing until they managed to blurt a single word, "Brother." Tang Tian pressed a hand to his forehead, a prickling sense of disbelief rising over him. Gong Chi called him brother, and now you all call him that too. Do you truly think that was the reason he obtained dragon chi? Tired of parsing their logic, Tang Tian waved them over and divided off some dragon chi for them as well. The core disciples profusely thanked him. Even Huang Chong, who had clashed with Tang Tian earlier, altered the look in his eyes. By now, nearly everyone had received a measure of dragon chi. Except Xiang Zhe. Tang Tian naturally refused to give him any more. Pleading would avail him nothing. The quantities he gave to others also varied. Li Hong and his group received full saturating portions. Nia Wushuang's 6 obtained ample amounts. The honorary disciples were barely sufficient. As for the core disciples, while having anything at all was fortunate. Having finished distributing those portions, Tang Tian began to absorb the remaining dragon chi himself. After all, he had come this far and could not leave empty-handed. Everything that transpired within Hualong Tan was observed by those outside. Tang Tian's deeds caused people to exclaim in admiration. Even the usually stern Grand Elder showed a subtle shift in expression. What a broad and generous heart. To have such a disciple is truly the fortune of Qinghua sect. Compared to him, you others fall far short. The Grand Elder once more scolded those elders, then turned to Yun Kong. When this ends, take Tang Tian to the sect master's rear hall. I wish to meet him in person. Yun Kong hastened to answer in the affirmative. At first, the atmosphere in the Huolong Pond was tense, with neither side willing to yield, but suddenly it transformed into a scene of harmony. Everyone quietly guarded their own dragon chi and earnestly absorbed it. Even when they were close together, there were no objections. All of this was due to Tang Tian's unexpected maneuver. Young Master Tang seems quite adept at handling such matters. Jing Hung approached Mo Xiaoxiao's side and chuckled softly. The Spring Appreciation Garden, the Flag Seizing Battle, the Five Peaks Exchange Meeting, the Inspection Meeting, and today's Huolong Pond. He always manages to do the unexpected, making these events the most special ones. Mo Xiaoxiao glanced at him and said indifferently, "Just say what you want to say." Jing Hung chuckled awkwardly. This guy was indeed straightforward. Then I will speak plainly. Regarding that position, does young Master Tang have any thoughts? Mo Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you want to compete for it to?" Jing Hung hurriedly waved his hand. "I don't have that kind of strength. Just being able to hold on to the position of the East Peak has already exhausted me. How could I compare with you, eh? I just want to know what young Master Tang's future plans are so I can be prepared." Mo Xiaoxiao let out a faint hum and said, "Then you can just go ask him directly." Jing Hung smiled wryly. If he could ask him directly, would he need to ask you? He wasn't very familiar with Tang Tian, and asking such questions out of the blue would easily make people think he had ulterior motives. However, Mo Xiaoxiao didn't seem to want to say much more, so Jing Hung had no choice but to clasp his hands and leave. However, just as he was about to leave, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. "Tang Tian is a difficult person to figure out. His goals seem different from everyone else's. But I can be sure that as long as you don't take the initiative to deal with him, he basically won't consider you an enemy." Jing Hung paused, pondered for a moment, then clasped his hands to Mo Xiaoxiao and turned to leave. An hour's time gradually approached its end. At this moment, many people in the Huolong Pond had already absorbed a certain amount of dragon chi, their faces glowing with golden light, clearly having gained considerable fortune. Some even broke through their realms on the spot. However, after receiving their fortunes, everyone had to face Tang Tian, bowing their hands and sincerely saying one sentence. "Thank you, brother." Tang Tian was speechless, his scalp tingling. "I really don't have that kind of hobby, okay? Once again, thank you, young Master Tang." Finally, there was someone normal. Turning around, it was Nia Wushuang. Judging by the aura emanating from her, she should have broken through to the midstage of the golden core. This guy's talent is probably quite remarkable too. Fortunately, she is not weak now. After nodding slightly in acknowledgement, suddenly a powerful aura erupted beside her. It was the Lanyu sisters. During this time, they had been using the innate Dao Jade to assist their cultivation, and with the dragon chi absorbed today, their talents had finally undergone a complete transformation. From the 9-hued talent, they had upgraded to the innate child. The path ahead would be much smoother. After the transformation of the Lanyu sisters, Li Hong also followed closely behind. 8 talent rings hovered around his body, and his cultivation finally broke through to the midstage of transformation. Li Hong was full of excitement while Tang Tian smiled and encouraged him to continue cultivating, seizing the last bit of time. However, what surprised Tang Tian was that Gu Xiaoxua had not shown any special performance during this trip. It seemed she was just an ordinary innate child, her cultivation merely becoming a bit more stable at the peak of the. Tang Tian shook his head. This girl had never been quite normal. After some time, the Huolong Pond trip officially concluded. Under the pull of an irresistible force, everyone was sent out of the Huolong Pond and returned to the cliff. Just as they came up, Xiang Zhe directly found his elder indignantly saying something. However, he had barely spoken a few words when the elder sharply reprimanded him, leaving the young Lion King with a face full of frustration. He seemed unable to understand why the elder who usually doted on him had suddenly changed. Tang Tian paid no attention to that and returned to the area reserved for honorary disciples. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your generous act. Jing Heng and Guan Ming clasped their hands in thanks while Lu Changge and the others smiled in acknowledgement. No matter how one looked at it, Tang Tian had indeed helped them today and had given them a significant amount of face. Even if there had been past grievances, they could not show them at this moment. Tang Tian responded one by one and then returned to Mo Xiaoxiao's side. I will find a way to compensate you, Mo Xiaoxiao said. Tang Tian waved his hand. It was just a casual act, no need to take it to heart. What happened to that group? They all look like wilted eggplants. That shouldn't be like this. I even shared some dragon chi with them. Tang Tian looked at the elders of the core disciples, asking in confusion. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled and said, they were scolded by the Grand Elder, and later there will be a meeting where they will be reprimanded again. What happened just now on the cliff was quite exciting. Tang Tian was taken aback just as he wanted to ask more. Yun Kong approached. Mo Xiaoxiao discreetly walked away, and Yun Kong stepped forward sighing. Young Master Tang today truly surprised everyone. A celestial grade physique is indeed a rare existence even in the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion. Tang Tian smiled slightly, but remained silent. Although some of his strength had been revealed, he wouldn't be foolish enough to divulge all the specific information. Seeing that Tang Tian was unwilling to say more, Yun Kong said, the Grand Elder wishes to see you just in the back hall of the Sect Master. Do you have anything else you need to attend to? Tang Tian was slightly taken aback. The Grand Elder mentioned by Yun Kong must be the sect's Grand Elder. What could he want to see him for? After contemplating, Tang Tian said, I currently have no other matters. Naturally, one could not refuse a summon from such a high-ranking figure. All right then, follow me. Yun Kong said. Moments later, Tang Tian and Yun Kong arrived at the Sect Master's Grand Hall in a garden at the back. The Grand Elder was sitting under a pavilion. After bringing Tang Tian and Yun Kong respectfully withdrew. Disciple Tang Tian pays respects to the Grand Elder. Tang Tian bowed. The Grand Elder scrutinized Tang Tian and gestured for him to sit. After sitting down, the Grand Elder directly asked, why did you choose to be an honorary disciple before? Tang Tian was taken aback for a moment before replying. At that time, I didn't fully understand the sect's rules, and to ensure safety, I chose the identity of an honorary disciple. This was a response he had prepared long ago. After hearing this, the Grand Elder sighed lightly. The sect has ultimately lost focus on ordinary disciples. Over the years, there have been too many disciples like you, clearly talented, yet because of various reasons they have gone down the wrong path. If you hadn't suddenly gained a large fortune, you might have forever been buried among the servant disciples. Tang Tian fell silent. Such situations indeed existed. The Qingyue sect is too large, and some talents are inevitably overlooked. The criteria for judging an excellent disciple cannot solely be talent. But did the Grand Elder's last words carry some implications? After thinking for a moment, Tang Tian said, I happened to obtain an opportunity. However, he had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by the Grand Elder raising his hand. No need to tell me what opportunity you obtained. The sect will not covet the opportunities of disciples. As long as you abide by the sect's rules, you are a disciple of the Qingyue sect. You did well in today's matter, setting a good example for others. Many have gradually lost their original intentions on the fast track to development. Tang Tian couldn't help but fall silent. Indeed, the perspective of such a high-ranking figure on issues is vastly different from that of ordinary people. But he still couldn't help but ask the question that had been lingering in his mind. Isn't the sect afraid of being exploited by those with ulterior motives and facing betrayal? Upon hearing this question, the Grand Elder laughed heartily. Do you think we Oldemers are just sitting idly? If such a thing were to really happen, it would be our dereliction of duty, and the position beneath us would have to be filled by someone else. Don't think too much. As long as you have no evil intentions in your heart, there is no need to fear ghost hunters. Tang Tian nodded, feeling relieved. Thinking about it, a complete sect is actually quite similar to a country, with each person performing their duties to ensure the smooth operation of this large machine. Internal struggles certainly exist, but they are all within an accepted range. Those who dare to overstep will meet with disastrous consequences. Continue to work hard. A celestial grade physique is very rare. Do not waste it. The Grand Elder said, I heard from Yun Kong that you have covered all the funding for the construction of the 6th peak. On behalf of the sect, I express my gratitude. If there is anything in the future, you can discuss it directly with me. Tang Tian quickly expressed that this was something he should do. However, suddenly he recalled something. I wonder if I could trouble the Grand Elder to make a mark on my innate Dao. Ordinary people won't be able to detect that kind of thing. It's better to make some preparations in advance for this matter regarding. The Grand Elder consented to Tang Tian's request. Tang Tian quickly produced a Xiantian Daoyu innate Dao Jade and asked the Grand Elder to inscribe a special mark within it. The mark would be virtually undetectable to any cultivator below an immortal, and Tang Tian could follow its guidance to learn where the Xiantian Daoyu had ultimately gone. Whenever he wished, he could forcibly recall it. The function could be used only once, but that would suffice. Thank you, Grand Elder, Tang Tian said. Tang Tian bowed his thanks. The Grand Elder replied, It is nothing, a trivial matter. I will not pry into your motives, but in any case, you must not do anything harmful to the sect. Tang Tian hastily agreed. In truth, he only wished to leave a contingency with Zhongyang. If Zhongyang could resist the temptation, the measure would be useless. But could he truly resist? A faint, inscrutable smile touched Tang Tian's lips. By the way, the Grand Elder said suddenly, you are still an inner disciple of the sect, are you not? Have you thought of being promoted to a core disciple? Tang Tian pondered, then shook his head. Not for now. I am already an honorary disciple and have little need for that title. His participation in the last capture theft-like contest had been born of a passing fancy and held little real significance. Yet the Grand Elder sighed softly. You should still take part. You have seen the atmosphere within the sect. Xiangze, gifted though he is, has been bred into an impulsive, quick-tempered, and arrogant youth. He behaves as if talent renders him invincible. There are many disciples like him, so I wish you to act once to teach, so that when they leave the sect they will not arrogantly lose their lives. Tang Tian was taken aback. He had not expected the Grand Elder to speak so plainly. Though his enthusiasm was not particularly strong, the Elder had aided him once, and such a small favor could be repaid. An easy thing to do. Very well, I will follow your counsel, Tang Tian said. But if I intervene, I intend to give it my all. By now he could begin to reveal some of his true power, keeping only a few reserves. The Grand Elder smiled. That is for teach them a severe lesson, only then will their arrogant airs be quelled. Tang Tian smiled. As well, the Grand Elder's perspective on matters was always so different. They spoke no more. Tang Tian took his leave and descended the peak where Li Hong and the others were already waiting. Upon his return they prostrated themselves. For the grace you have bestowed, young master, we swear by our Tao heart to remember forever. Their gratitude overflowed. The journey to Hualong Pool had brought them great fortune. It had been a thorough transformation. Tang Tian smiled as he helped him up. I told you there was no need for this. Just train well, he said. Tang Tian demanded no vows. Every act he performed was guided by a return now. They walked down the mountain. Along the way, Tang Tian noticed many high-ranking elders hurrying up the slope with grim expressions. He could not tell what had happened. A short while later, they returned to Zizhu courtyard. Tang Tian sat beneath the ancient locust tree, reflected for a time, and then called Gu Xiaoxue over. After some idle conversation, Tang Tian told her everything. Xiaoxue was simple, but not foolish, as she quickly grasped the essential points. Do you mean senior sister intentionally had me come out as a bodyguard? Gu Xiaoxue asked in a low voice. Tang Tian sighed softly. I've inquired. The talent of a Xiantian child allows them to break through realms before tribulation transcendence without any pill assistance. I imagine your senior sister would not be unaware of this, he added. But one cannot rule out other possibilities. Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head, then whispered, I understand. Since senior sister failed in the last 100 sect where the elders have neglected her considerably. Tang Tian felt the girl was quick-witted. Oh, often she was not foolish, but merely pretended not to see. I will not intervene between you two. Handle it yourself from now on. But Zhongyang has included me in his schemes as well. I must make preparations, Tang Tian said. Gu Xiaoxue nodded and asked, what do you plan to do? Do you need me to do anything? Tang Tian thought for a moment, hesitated, and said, I do have a plan, but might require the sacrifice of something of yours. Gu Xiaoxue froze. What would that be? Tang Tian beckoned her and whispered in her ear. After he finished speaking, Gu Xiaoxue's face flushed down to the base of her neck. Her embarrassed bearing almost made Tang Tian feel pangs of guilt. But I am only 15. He'll be 16 in 2 months. Her voice was thin as a mosquito. Tang Tian cleared his throat twice. It will only be spread within a very small circle, mainly to let Zhongyang hear the rumor. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will devise another plan. Gu Xiaoxue was silent for a long time. Just as Tang Tian's impatience grew and he was about to give up, she whispered, It's all right. I am willing, she added. Tang Tian exhaled deeply. The preceding moments had been sheer torment. Having gained her consent, he quickly sent her back to her room. The girl returned with her face still crimson. After a deep breath, to steady himself, Tang Tian summoned Li Hong. I want you to spread a piece of news for me, he told Li Hong of his arrangement. Li Hong was momentarily taken aback. Really? Tang Tian's expression darkened. Of course it is false. What are you thinking? I only need an excuse to present a gift to that old schemer, Zhongyang. Alas, it will wrong Xiaoxue and stain her reputation, Tang Tian said. Remember, just make sure Zhongyang hears it and do not spread it widely. Li Hong nodded, then smiled. You worry too much. Given your reputation outside, once Xiaoxue is placed by your side, people will already assume such a thing has happened. Tang Tian curled his lips. The fact remains otherwise. Do it as I said, and be discreet. Li Hong agreed and departed from Zizhu courtyard. Tang Tian leaned back against the chair and stared into the distance with a composed expression. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. 2 days later, Zhongyang, on his way to Gongji Hall, overheard a rumor by chance. The rumor was that Gu Xiaoxue was pregnant. After a brief start, a faint smile flickered at his lips. Excellent. Elder Hanhai should be nearing the end of his seclusion too. He chuckled softly and walked with a spring in his step toward Gongji Hall. 3 days later, Tang Tian brought Li Hong to the main peak and arrived at the Merit Hall. Entering the Hall of Fame, it was the third time Tang Tian met Zhongyang. Young Master Tang, Zhongyang asked, what brings you here? Tang Tian could clearly sense that his attitude had changed compared to the previous 2 times. It seemed as if he was deliberately distancing himself. Tang Tian smiled and said, I happened to pass by and came to see you. After all, you are the first person to change my destiny. Zhongyang lifted his eyelids and glanced at Tang Tian, then changed his sitting posture and said, This is merely my duty, young Master Tang, need not be so polite. If there is anything you need, just say it. Tang Tian secretly laughed, realizing that Zhongyang thought he had completed his task and wanted to distance himself. At this point, he had already gained clarity. Then I will speak plainly. Tang Tian smiled and said, You know that my current identity is different from before. The previous retainer I received is no longer sufficient to maintain my face. Therefore, I wish to find a few more outstanding disciples with the same requirements as before. They should be obedient, good-looking, fit, and possess decent strength, pure disciples. Zhongyang squinted at Tang Tian for a moment and said, The physique of the young man is indeed impressive, but it seems you have misunderstood something. If you want to find courtesans, go to the Flower Alley. This is the Hall of Fame. His blunt tone indicated Zhongyang's stance. Tang Tian paused and smiled, saying, Elder Zhong, you didn't say this before. Zhongyang reined in his expression and said lightly, One can eat food haphazardly, but one cannot speak carelessly. I have always acted according to the sect's rules, being proper and impartial. What you did here before was the same with no flaw. Tang Tian smiled and pretended not to understand, taking out a beautifully crafted small box from his pocket and placing it in front of him. I understand. Just a token of my appreciation, not a formality. Zhongyang looked at the small box, not moving an inch, and said leisurely, Are you using this to test the elder? To speak frankly, I will never accept gifts privately at any time. Moreover, just a few days ago the sect issued a directive prohibiting all similar occurrences. In such a critical moment, are you trying to deliberately harm me? Tang Tian looked at Zhongyang and finally let out a gentle sigh. All right. Since that's the case, let it be as if I never came here today. After saying that, he stood up, preparing to leave the private room. Take the item with you, Zhongyang said lightly. Tang Tian turned his head and smiled slightly, saying, Xiao Shuer is pregnant. Perhaps the elder thinks this matter has nothing to do with you, but I still want to express my gratitude. Take a look inside if you need to keep it. If not, you can dispose of it as you wish. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone. After saying this, Tang Tian left the private room directly. Zhongyang looked at the exquisite small box in front of him, hesitating for a long time before finally opening it slightly. A pile of ordinary spiritual fruits tumbled out alongside a piece of jade, emitting a hazy glow, stunningly beautiful, as if it were a heavenly treasure. Bang! Zhongyang closed the lid forcefully, frowning tightly. However, in the end, he quickly stowed the small box away. The innate Tao jade, even for an elder like him, was an extremely rare and precious divine object. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next chance would come. After taking the box, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhongyang's mouth. Not telling anyone may not be up to you, but what does it matter? As long as I don't admit it, who would know if you ever gave me anything? He chuckled coldly to himself. Meanwhile, Tang Tian, standing at the entrance of the merit hall, called out to Li Hong. That piece of innate Tao jade was precisely what he had obtained from the Grand Elder. He had a small jade talisman in hand that could clearly see that the innate Tao jade had never left Zhongyang's private room. That piece of innate Tao jade was precisely what he had obtained from the Grand Elder. He had a small jade talisman in hand. After doing all this, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. He had already left a backup plan, and when the right opportunity came, it would naturally take effect. Just wait. Next, Tang Tian immersed himself back into cultivation. During the trip to the dragon pool, he was the one who absorbed the most dragon chi. Calculating more than 1/3 of the dragon chi was entirely devoured by the Taotai mystic art, merging into his limbs and bones. Every time he cultivated, wisps of dragon chi would disperse, promoting the progress of his training. In just a few days, he broke through again, reaching the late stage of the golden core. With more than a month until the core disciple selection, he would surely achieve the nascent soul by then. Young disciples, wash yourselves clean and wait for your brother Tang to give you a good lesson. Sounds a bit Forget it if being perverted is perverted. After all, his famous name has long been established. After a few more days, Tang Tian successfully entered the great perfection of the golden core and could begin to push towards the nascent soul realm. However, at this moment, Qin Hai, who had not contacted him for a long time, finally sent back a message. Under the old locust tree, Tang Tian quietly listened to Li Hong's report. Qin Hai has found new clues. Tian Feng's actions that day were indeed instigated by someone, but it is still uncertain if it was Du Yuanqing. Moreover, he has already made contact with the upper echelons of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. As long as he can successfully establish connections, everything can be investigated clearly. However, this matter does not seem easy. Qin Hai said that he may need young master's help. Li Hong said. Tang Tian asked softly, what does he want me to do? Li Hong replied. Qin Hai said to fully gain the trust of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce's upper echelons, he needs to prove his value. The value of a merchant lies in trade. If possible, he would bring the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce to make a deal with you, but the amount of this transaction would be very large. Tang Tian immediately laughed. Is this even a matter? If it is, then it can only be called a good thing. You tell him not to worry no matter how large the amount, just come. Tang Tian said with a smile. Li Hong hesitated and said, according to Qin Hai, it might exceed 100 billion. Tang Tian waved his hand and said, "Tell him the more the better. By the way, when selecting resources, let him focus on methods and auxiliary cultivation items. The higher the level of auxiliary cultivation resources, the better. As for methods, just get whatever no matter the level as much as possible. The methods are meant to expand the path of myriad techniques." Tang Tian had a faint premonition that if the path of myriad techniques he created was cultivated to its peak, it would definitely not be inferior to any celestial means. Qin Hai's movements were incredibly swift. Just a few days after the news was sent back, he had everything prepared and expressed his intention to visit Tang Tian. The urgency in his words was palpable. Tang Tian did not delay either, sending back a positive message. That very afternoon, Qin Hai arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard accompanied by a young man dressed in luxurious attire. "Young Master Tang, this is the person I mentioned to you. Lord Qi Bin from the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce." Qin Hai introduced. Qi Bin was indeed polite and courteous, clasping his hands with a smile and saying, "I have long heard of young Master Tang's illustrious reputation. Meeting you today, you truly are extraordinary." Tang Tian responded modestly and then invited them into the purple bamboo courtyard. Once seated, Qi Bin looked around and asked, "Are you familiar with the bamboo forest Taoist?" Tang Tian was slightly taken aback. "Is he not the one who constructed this bamboo forest and the purple bamboo courtyard?" Qi Bin nodded. "Indeed. There was a time when I had a brief encounter with him. He was a very kind old man, but unfortunately the ending was not so beautiful." He sighed. Tang Tian remained silent. The bamboo forest Taoist had passed away over 100 years ago. This meant that the seemingly young Qi Bin was actually over 100 years old. In the cultivation world, this was quite normal. For instance, figures like Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiaoxiao, though referred to as young masters and young ladies, were not as young as they appeared. However, these details were not of much concern to him. "Let's get back to the main topic," Tang Tian said. "What have you brought this?" Qi Bin smiled slightly. "Although this is our first meeting and our first transaction, Manager Qin holds young Master Tang's financial power in high regard, so I have brought quite a lot. Please take a look, young master." Saying this, he took out 3 sumi rings and placed them in front of Tang Tian one by one. Tang Tian began to examine them directly. The first sumi ring contained common cultivation resources, all of very high grade and quality, with quite a few surpassing celestial grade. The second sumi ring held a collection of resources and facilities specifically designed to aid cultivation. For instance, combat puppets, sword formations, illusion formations, and so forth, all of which could effectively enhance practical combat abilities. Such items generally had a high price. The final sumi ring was filled with a variety of cultivation technique. Jade. Qin Hai had indeed gathered a considerable amount of various techniques ranging from the lowest common grade to the highest celestial grade, and a rough estimate revealed the total was nearly 10,000. While many were lesser known and obscure techniques that ordinary cultivators rarely considered, Tang Tian was not picky. Any technique, no matter the type, was welcome. The 3 storage rings had their corresponding price tags. Altogether, they totaled 170 trillion spirit stones. Tang Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. Recently, during the inspection meeting, he had earned billions in consumption points, but had spent them all on upgrading the realm of the devouring secret technique. Now very little remained. With today's acquisitions, he still needed 10 billion consumption points to simultaneously exchange for the saint-level talent and the saint-level physique. How could these guys have calculated so precisely? Seeing Tang Tian frown, Qin Hai's heart immediately rose to. Qi Bin then chuckled softly. "I did bring quite a bit, mainly because I was unsure of young Master Tang's preferences. You can choose some favorites from among them. It is already a privilege for me to conduct transactions with you." He spoke with great discretion, clearly attempting to avoid putting Tang Tian in an awkward position. However, the reality was quite the opposite. "Choose a." Tang Tian replied, speechless. "There's only this little. I want them all. Let's settle the payment now." After saying this, he began to pull out money from his pocket. Qi Bin was instantly dumbfounded. He was also a well-known figure with a name, having seen countless wealthy young masters over the past century. Yet he had never encountered someone like Tang Tian. To just glance and immediately pull out money, as if fearing the seller might change their mind. Goodness, this was 170 trillion. Not 170. Watching Tang Tian take out a pile of innate Dao Jade, Qi Bin's eyelid twitched, and he was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Hai let out a long sigh of relief, completely at ease. Soon Tang Tian laid out dozens of pieces of innate Dao Jade and said, "I have a rather peculiar way of spending. Let's conduct part of the transaction first, and the rest we can settle later. There is only this much in the system space, and no more can be added." Qi Bin nodded coldly. "Everything according to your wishes will be fine. By the way, are you really not going to take a closer look? Some of those techniques are actually quite obscure." After saying this, Qi Bin immediately cursed himself in his heart. What was he doing? Was he not accustomed to such a smooth transaction? A foolish move. Yet Tang Tian's reaction once again exceeded his expectations. "Are you suggesting that the obscure techniques are scarce and should have an extra charge?" "No problem, just tell me how much more you want." Tang Tian stroked his chin and said. Qi Bin opened his mouth, then supported his forehead with his hand. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, forget it, I didn't mean anything, let's stick to the original agreed price." Tang Tian was instantly speechless. After all that talk, what was he trying to convey? Regardless of his intentions, after several transactions, all the resources were wholly acquired by Tang Tian. At this point, the innate Tao Jade in his system had already surpassed 200. Meanwhile, the number of consumption points had reached over 170 billion. The saint-level talent was now within his grasp. The extra 70 billion would be used to comprehend the techniques, hoping to make some progress in the path of myriad laws. But that was a matter for later. Having completed the transaction smoothly, the expressions of the three eased considerably. Especially Qin Hai, who looked as if he had escaped from some calamity, drawing several more glances from Tang Tian. Young Master Tang's financial power truly leaves me in awe. Even young Master Du from your esteemed sect has never made such a large transaction at once. Qi Bin said with a smile. Tang Tian's heart stirred, and he asked, does Du Yuanqing often collaborate with you? Qi Bin nodded. Young Master Du has established a long-term agreement with our Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. His resource needs from your sect will be prioritized from our chamber. During critical times, we also choose to support him and perhaps even vote for him. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Vote. Qi Bin replied with a smile. Qinghua sect and the other affiliated sects under Yunding Tianfu have a somewhat similar structure. We have previously supported some honorary disciples in other sects to ascend to that position. Tang Tian suddenly. Previously, Yun Kong had told him that to ascend to the second Dinkaman position, there were three factors: achievements, internal influence within the sect, and external influence. The Tingyun Chamber of Commerce should be a form of external influence for the sect. Moreover, according to Qi Bin, they actually held some voting rights. But could Du Yuanqing really contend for such a position with his strength? Of course, that possibility couldn't be entirely dismissed. Was it true that Du Yuanqing's attempt to provoke him through Tianfeng was related to this matter? Did he fear being a threat to him? Tang Tian shook his head. He did not wish to involve himself in that matter, but regardless, no one could stop him from spending. Let's discuss the next transaction. I hope you can bring more resources, Tang Tian said. Qi Bin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly. Young Master Tang, to be honest with you, Tang Tian was astonished. Did he essentially buy out the chamber? It seemed that 100 trillion was already the limit for this region, and it wouldn't be as easy to surpass that again. This was not good news. Tang Tian frowned. Seeing Tang Tian appear somewhat displeased, Qi Bin quickly added, if you really need it, there is actually another way. Tang Tian inquired, what way? Qi Bin explained, in a few months the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce will redistribute some of its equity. If you can acquire enough equity, you will be able to allocate resources yourself. Moreover, I suspect young Master Du will also choose to act during this redistribution. If he can secure some equity, his voting situation will be even more stable. Tang Tian thought for a moment and asked, how do you acquire this equity? Qi Bin replied, generally speaking, the most straightforward way is to purchase it. However, the amount will certainly be substantial. To achieve this goal, I estimate you would need to prepare at least. After saying this, even he secretly wiped his sweat. 10 trillion was truly outrageous. Yet Tang Tian simply smiled broadly. That sounds quite interesting. I'll think about it carefully. Tang Tian did not leave a definite answer for Qi Bin. To participate in the equity distribution of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, one must leave the Qinghua sect and go in person. This is certainly not a good thing. Until he has enough confidence, Tang Tian would rather give up those consumption points than put his going to the outside world means losing the powerful innate barrier of the Qinghua sect. It would truly be a cruel world of the survival of the fittest drenched in blood. Moreover, Qi Bin's remarks about Du Yuanqing clearly had an intentional aspect. He needed to figure out what Qi Bin was. Fortunately, it seems there are still several months before the equity distribution, allowing time for consideration. During this period, both sides can engage in more transactions, which will also help assess Qi Bin's character. As for Qin Hai, there is no choice. Tang Tian's appetite is growing too fast, and it has become difficult for him to meet Tang Tian's needs. He will serve as a liaison for other matters in the future. After completing the transaction, Qin Hai expressed his deep gratitude to Tang Tian before leaving. Due to the incident with Tianfeng, the two had completely torn apart their facade. If this transaction does not meet Qi Bin's expectations, he would be directly abandoned and the consequences would be dire. Thus, when Tang Tian secured all the resources, his reaction was as such. Now, having earned Qi Bin's trust, he was no longer fearful when facing Tianfeng. Rest assured, young Master Tang, I will investigate him thoroughly, Qin Hai said excitedly. Tang Tian nodded, reminding him to be cautious. Then Qi Bin and Qin Hai left together while Tang Tian returned to his cultivation chamber. With over 17 billion consumption points, it was enough to exchange for a sacred level talent or physique. After some thought, Tang Tian chose to exchange for talent. After all, cultivation was more important. Son of Destiny, 10 billion consumption points. After the exchange was completed, a profound sensation emerged once again, as if Tang Tian was alone in the vastness of the universe, drifting within the Tao. Countless laws and rules of the Tao swept past him, so vividly clear. Consequently, Tang Tian's understanding of the Tao became even more profound. Uncertain of how long he had stayed in that realm, when his consciousness returned to the cultivation chamber, Tang Tian discovered that it was already dark outside. Moreover, he had unknowingly transformed his golden core into a nascent soul, truly stepping into the nascent soul realm. The powerful sensation made him feel a hint of enlightenment within. His own path began to faintly appear. Finally, not a weakling anymore. Tang Tian let out a long. Since he crossed over, he had experienced various events, with his cultivation always being a significant pain point. Although he was an honorary disciple, he could only rely on guards and guests to maintain appearances when faced with any core disciple. But at this moment he had finally caught up. In the early stage of the nascent soul realm, although he was still inferior to those top core disciples, he could at least be considered part of the upper echelon among them. Moreover, his true strength was not limited to the early stage of the nascent soul. I didn't expect to break through so quickly. This time the core disciple selection should be quite enjoyable. Tang Tian revealed a smile. Let this be an opportunity to help the Grand Elder assess the caliber of this batch of core disciples. After resting for a while, Tang Tian took out the Shumi ring filled with techniques. With nearly 10,000 techniques, inside many of which were above immortal grade, 7 billion consumption points might not even be enough. Let's take it slow. Tang Tian picked up a mortal grade technique and began to exchange for the corresponding enlightenment attempts. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Tang Tian hardly left the cultivation chamber. With so many techniques, even leveling up once would. Fortunately, through Tang Tian's relentless efforts, he finally spent over 7 billion consumption points, raising the majority of the techniques to the realm of great success. As the number of practiced techniques increased, the path of myriad laws quietly began to change. In a boundless space, Tang Tian floated in midair. Beneath his feet lay a vast and brilliant sea of stars. Within the sea of stars, countless stars of various sizes sparkled brightly. Each star represented a technique at the level of great success. The brightest one was the Taotai secret technique, which he had raised to the highest level. Its size was several times larger than the other stars, making it extremely eye-catching. Moments later, Tang Tian's figure vanished from this space and returned to the outside cultivation chamber. It should count as having entered the door. The path of myriad laws, though a self-created technique, Tang Tian could still feel the change in its realm. Now it was no longer comparable to what it once was. Looking at the fourth stone ahead, Tang Tian gently clenched his fist. Suddenly, a vast aura swept in from the western direction, converging entirely in Tang Tian's palm. But soon Tang Tian abandoned the idea of trying it out. He had a premonition that if he really conducted an experiment here, the cultivation chamber capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a fusion-stage cultivator would be directly destroyed by him. The grade of the path of myriad laws far exceeded all the techniques Tang Tian encountered so far, perhaps reaching an unknown realm. This will be my greatest trump card, Tang Tian said to himself. After a moment, he stood up and walked out of the sunlight was blinding, and the crown of the old locust tree perfectly shaded his door, with the sun shining warmly on him. After stretching broadly, Tang Tian sat down at the stone table. Then he called for Li Hong. Has anything happened recently? He had been engrossed in cultivation and had not paid attention to the outside world. Not much, Li Hong replied. There have been no visitors in the past few days, and everything else is normal. However, it seems a rumor has been circulating that you plan to participate in this core disciple selection and will rub other people's faces in the dirt. That can't be true, right? Tang Tian glanced at him and said, Indeed, I am participating. But I never said anything as foolish as rubbing others' faces in the dirt. Li Hong chuckled. Well, rumors tend to be exaggerated. But some disciples seem to have taken it seriously. Several formidable inner sect elites have come forward clamoring to teach you a lesson. Tang Tian felt speechless inwardly. This matter was undoubtedly leaked by the Grand Elder. However, it was no concern he had never intended to hold back. In that case, he would enjoy experiencing the so-called prowess of the inner sect elites. This is not a big deal. Is there anything else? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong thought for a moment and said, By the way, Xiao Shui broke through to the early stage of the transformation realm yesterday. It's truly astonishing. She is the fastest person I've ever seen progress. Except for you, of course. Tang Tian pouted. He was still somewhat unclear about Gu Xiaoxu's talent. As a son of destiny, he had experienced it and did not find it to be as remarkable. Yet she was indeed a son of destiny, which was the most puzzling aspect. However, Tang Tian did not intend to ponder it further. Everyone has different opportunities, and there are many prodigies in the cultivation world, some even more outrageous than Gu Xiaoxua. All right, you all work hard and make good use of what I've given you. While speaking, Tang Tian's communication jade slip suddenly began to vibrate. This jade slip could not be contacted by just anyone. When Tang Tian took it out, he found it was the young sect master Yun Kong. The message was very straightforward. Tomorrow morning in the main hall of the sect, discussing matters regarding the 6th peak. Tang Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Finally, it's here. In 2 days, Tang Tian thoroughly consolidated the results of his recent cultivation. When it came to discussing Dao, the 4 of them were no longer his opponents. The roles were completely reversed. In the battle of techniques, even when they teamed up, they were steadily suppressed by Tang Tian. In terms of actual combat, as long as he did not use strength beyond the transformation stage, Tang Tian could easily defeat them all. Young master, with your strength, it is truly a pity not to shine within the sect. Li Hong said with a wry smile. Just now he had already used his transformation stage techniques, yet he still could not gain the upper hand against Tang Tian and was forced into a hasty defeat. Can brilliance be turned into food? Tang Tian shook his head, understanding Li Hong's meaning. If he were a pure core disciple, he would undoubtedly be valued by the sect, and it would become much easier to enter the upper echelons. However, he was unwilling to do so. Strength is fundamental. Moreover, there is no need to make it widely known. There isn't much benefit to it. Tang Tian said. That cannot be said. If one can be noticed by the upper echelon of the sect and become a symbolic figure among the disciples, the benefits would indeed be numerous. There are many secret places like the Dragon Transformation Pond which are generally not open to outsiders. Only those who truly represent the future of the sect can enjoy the most top-notch cultivation resources and environment. Tang Tian fell silent. Indeed, the best resources would naturally be reserved for the most outstanding individuals. Many things could not be bought even with money. The Qingyue sect may not have anything that Tang Tian would find appealing, but the Cloud Summit Paradise was different. That was a true fairyland. If he could enter the Cloud Summit Paradise, he might truly consider Li Hong's suggestion. Let it be fate, Tang Tian said. They then exchanged insights about their battles when the formation outside the purple bamboo courtyard was triggered. Upon opening it, it was indeed someone sent by Yun Kong inviting Tang Tian to the sect master's inner hall. Without wasting any time, Tang Tian left with him. Moments later, the two ascended to the sect's main peak where Yun Kong was already waiting outside the sect master's hall. Young Master Tang. Young sect master. The two exchanged glances and walked toward the inner hall. Young Master Tang, I heard from the Grand Elder that you also plan to participate in this core disciple selection battle. As for me, my greatest dream has always been to secure a core position. Tang Tian nodded. Since there is this opportunity, it naturally cannot be missed. He did not speak carelessly. Tang Tian truly envied the inner sect and core disciples in the past, always fantasizing about enjoying such glory himself. But unfortunately, until he closed his eyes, he never achieved it. Let it be an achievement of his dreams. Yun Kong smiled and said, if you participate, you will surely give those young ones a good lesson. The Grand Elder is very dissatisfied with the current situation of the sect, so you must not hold back during the event. Tang Tian did not reply. In truth, he was also a young man. I will do my best. Let's talk about today's matters. Tang Tian did not want to dwell too much on that topic. Yun Kong nodded, saying, today is just a preliminary discussion. The peak master of the 6th peak and several senior elders have come. They have established several preliminary construction plans. We will take a look at each one and study which plan is more. Actually, it mainly comes down to funding. The required investments for the various plans differ greatly, depending on your Secondly, we will discuss your status in the 6th peak and some specific powers. I have seen this in advance. It is basically not too different from Mo Xiao Xiao and the others. Tang Tian nodded. This basically meant that if he completed the overall investment in the 6th peak, he would be on the same level as Mo Xiao Xiao and the others. As for the funding, that was not a problem at all. The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived in the garden of the inner hall. Just as they entered the garden, a robust figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed heavily in front of Tang Tian and Yun Kong. It was a bald man taller than Tang Tian, dressed in a short shirt, his arms as thick as others' thighs, muscles bulging, exuding a wild, explosive power. With a face full of flesh, he glared at Yun Kong with big eyes and shouted, Little Kong, where's my financier? Tang. Little Kong. Yun Kong replied helplessly, Uncle Chi, didn't we agree not to call me that outside? The burly man shot him an intimidating glance. This is Qingyue sect. I can call you whatever I want. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and bring my financier here. I've been saying we need to build the 6th peak, and what happened? 3 years after 3 years, this has been going on for over a decade. If you dare to fool me again today, I swear I'll tear down your cave dwelling. The burly man shouted angrily, and Tang Tian felt a buzzing in his ears. Yun Kong helplessly said, I really didn't fool you this time. He then looked at Tang Tian. This is young Master Tang Tian, the one who wants to invest in the 6th peak's construction. Young Master Tang, this is our future peak master of the 6th peak, Master Qi Yuan. Hearing Yun Kong's introduction, Qi Yuan suddenly turned his head, his big eyes staring at Tang Tian. Tang Tian did not know what to do at this moment and could only stare back at him. The two were caught in a strange silence, glaring at each other. Uncle Qi. Yun Kong was about to say something to break the silence, but was abruptly grabbed by Qi Yuan and thrown 10 meters away. Ha ha ha. A thunderous laughter exploded in Tang Tian's ears. Qi Yuan stepped forward, his muscular arm draping over Tang Tian's shoulder, laughing heartily. So you're my financier. I've always seen your extraordinary demeanor. You truly are a dragon among men. I saw you shining even when you were at the foot of the mountain. Tang Tian, can you be a bit more exaggerated? Ever since I came in, you haven't even looked at me once, okay? Moreover, I don't even have the surname Jean. Peak Master Qi. You flatter me, Tang Tian said. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. Not at all. Ooh, I haven't even properly praised you yet. Come, my financier, let's go in and have a good talk. After saying this, he pulled Tang Tian forward. Tang Tian felt an irresistible force pushing him along, as if afraid he might run away. Don't be scared, Qi Yuan said as they walked. The construction of our 6th peak won't actually cost that much. I've already had those old elders with their cloth bags calculate everything carefully. The initial funding only requires a small amount to be completely sufficient. Really, don't be scared. Tang Tian felt the overwhelming force pressing down on him and couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Dude, who's really scared here? And what you're saying has absolutely no credibility at all. The two quickly walked into the depths of the garden. At this moment Yun Kong walked over from a distance, tidying up his disheveled hair, shaking his head, and followed after. In the quiet and elegant hall of the sect leader's back chamber, Tang Tian, Yun Kong, and Qi Yuan sat facing each other. Behind Qi Yuan sat several elderly men, likely the future elders in charge of the sixth peak. The elder in charge was considered the highest-ranking elder of the Qing West sect, generally stern and dignified. However, in front of Qi Yuan they appeared cautious and careful, prompting Tang Tian to quietly wonder just how fierce this boisterous man who had been laughing all the way truly was. Brother Jean, shall we begin our discussion? Qi Yuan said, rubbing his palm like a fan. Tang Tian, too lazy to correct his address, replied, everything as per the wishes of Peak Master Qi. Qi Yuan waved his hand. Good. Without turning his head, he reached out, and an elder hurriedly placed a jade talisman in his palm. Let me see, it's like this. Qi Yuan looked at the contents of the jade talisman and said, Brother Jean, once the sixth peak is established, you will become the highest-ranking individual there. On par with me. You can participate in deciding all matters of the main peak, including the allocation of disciples, management of resources, planning of construction facilities, and he rambled on, listing a plethora of powers conferred to Tang Tian. It sounded basically on par with the authority of a peak master. However, it was clear that he had not written any of this. He was merely reciting it, and he seemed rather unpracticed. As he spoke, he suddenly stumbled, turning to ask, why is the appointment of the elder in charge not mentioned here? A few elders were taken aback and said, Peak Master, this might not be appropriate. Qi Yuan glared. What's inappropriate about it? Don't I have the right to appoint and dismiss you? Do you understand what it means to be on par with me, huh? Quickly added. The elder in charge felt extremely awkward, nearly sweating under Qi Yuan's furious glare. Seeing this, Yun Kong quickly said, Uncle Qi, the appointments of the elders in charge from each peak must ultimately be approved by the Grand Elder. This really isn't in accordance with the rules. Qi Yuan shot a sideways glance. Let Li Tianhua come here personally to tell me. Do you really think I'm afraid of him, huh? Watching Qi Yuan disregard even the Grand Elder, Tang Tian couldn't help but be astonished. What kind of fierce character was this? Seeing the atmosphere turn awkward, he quickly said, Peak Master Qi, need not be so. I am not skilled in management matters, nor am I particularly interested in them. Let's discuss the specific plans instead. Tang Tian felt speechless. This guy came in without discussing anything and directly laid out all the benefits. Was he afraid he would run away? Qi Yuan grunted at Yun Kong, then turned to Tang Tian with a suddenly amiable smile. No worries, no need to. I've already added that authority for you. Then, shall I show you the preliminary plan for the sixth peak? Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Soon Qi Yuan reached into his robe and pulled out another exquisite jade talisman. Looking at the information inside, he said to Tang Tian that the construction of the Peak Masters Hall will require moonlight stones, Yunli rocks, and the Wuxiang 7 mountains. Wuxiang's 7 mountain star rotation wood. What the heck is that? Tang Tian. Peak Master Qi, let me take a look personally. At this rate, he probably wouldn't finish reading even 100,000 characters. Qi Yuan seemed somewhat reluctant, but ultimately handed the jade talisman to Tang Tian, sitting there with an anxious expression staring at him. Ignoring his gaze, Tang Tian began to read. The jade talisman contained a detailed plan for the construction of the sixth peak, very intricate. All sorts of materials, resources, and corresponding price ranges were meticulously covered. If all of it were written on paper, it would likely amount to a small mountain. The enormity of this workload made Tang Tian realize that the elders in charge were not having it easy either. He quickly browsed through it, and then looked at the total funds summarized. Less than 90 trillion spirit jade. He couldn't help but frown. This was the construction of a main peak. How could it be so little? But soon he discovered the problem. This preliminary construction plan only included the most basic elements, essentially just a crude framework. It was terribly shabby. Peak Master Qi, this. Tang Tian withdrew his gaze. Qi Yuan had been observing Tang Tian's expression, and seeing him frown, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Hearing Tang Tian's words, he hurriedly said, Is it too much? No problem, we can simplify it further. The Peak Masters Hall can be omitted. EY can just find a tree hole to hole up in. And for the living quarters of the elders in charge, just dig a pit for them to squat in. Anyway, at that level, it doesn't matter if they eat or sleep. Tang Tian couldn't help but break into a sweat. Peak Master Qi, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that although this is our initial plan, isn't it a bit too simple? Qi Yuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Tang Tian smiled and said, I heard from the young sect master that you made several different plans based on the funding range. Could you let me see the others as well? Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned, glanced at Yun Kong, and after receiving a nod from him, slowly pulled out another jade talisman from his robe and handed it to Tang Tian. Tang Tian took a rough look. This plan indeed included more details and added many important facilities. However, the funding also increased, reaching 130 trillion. Therefore, I do not wish to take a hasty approach. If we do it, let's do it right. Bring out your highest budget plan. Don't worry about the funding. Therefore, I do not wish to take a hasty approach. If we do it, let's do it right. Bring out your highest budget plan. Don't worry about the funding. Tang Tian stated directly. Qi Yuan was stunned for a long time, seemingly unable to believe what he just heard. After a while, he leaned forward and asked, Is that really what you think? Tang Tian solemnly nodded. Qi Yuan looked at Yun Kong, then turned to the group of elders in charge, and then took out another jade talisman, handing it to Tang Tian. While Tang Tian was checking the information, Qi Yuan closely watched his expression. Finally, he saw a faint smile appear on Tang Tian's face. 400 trillion. That's not bad. Tang Tian smiled as he set down the jade talisman and said to Qi Yuan, however, I still think your plan is a bit conservative. I suggest you discuss it further and add everything you can. If it could be further improved, that would be even better. As for the funding aspect, you need not worry at all. I will bear all of it, Tang Tian said earnestly. Qi Yuan stared blankly at Tang Tian for a long time. Suddenly, he jumped up, tightly grasping Tang Tian's hands, shaking them back and forth. My golden patron brother. From today onward, you are my brother from another mother. His voice thundered like a storm. Then, after receiving Tang Tian's affirmation, once more he directly gathered the elders in charge and left. Watching his performance, Tang Tian couldn't help but feel astonished. After all, he was a peak master. How could he be so emotionally unrestrained? Seemingly sensing Tang Tian's confusion, Yun Kong shook his head and said, Peak Master Qi has always been like this. You need not take it to heart. Moreover, he hasn't just waited for a few decades for this position. If we really count, it's been several hundred years. Yun Kong then began to recount to Tang Tian the old stories of the Qinghua sect. Through Yun Kong's narration, Tang Tian gradually learned some of the past of the Qinghua sect. Hundreds of years ago, the area where the Qinghua sect is located was merely a desolate wilderness. The powerful immortals of the Cloudtop Heavenly Mansion took direct action, transforming this place into an excellent training environment. Subsequently, the Qinghua sect was established. At that time, many people came, some dedicated to combat, while others possessed strong management capabilities. With the support of the Heavenly Mansion, within just a few decades, the Qinghua sect rose to become one of the most powerful sects within tens of thousands of miles. Afterward, most of the high-ranking officials gradually withdrew, leaving only a few individuals to continue managing. Several rarely seen elders, the sect leader of Qingyue Grand Elder Li Tianhua and Qi Yuan, whom they had just met, were part of the initial high-ranking officials of that era. Most of the others leaned towards management, while Qi Yuan was primarily responsible for combat. More than 300 years ago, when Master Qi was contending for the position of sect leader against the previous sect leader, he lost. More than 200 years ago, he lost again in his struggle against Elder Li for the position of Grand Elder. Next came a period of great development. He thought he could at least become the leader of a main peak. However, more than 100 years ago, he made a significant mistake that nearly led to the destruction of the Qinghua sect. Yun Kong sighed. Tang Tian remained silent. Qi Yuan's fate was indeed quite unfortunate. What mistake? Tang Tian inquired. Yun Kong shook his head and smiled. Actually, many people know about this matter. More than 100 years ago, a terrible power struggle broke out within the Qinghua sect. The cause of this conflict was Master Qi. At that time, he was still unwilling to settle for just being the leader of a single peak. He always wanted to establish a position equivalent to a deputy sect leader on par with the Grand Elder. However, this idea of his was exploited by those with ulterior motives, sparking a massive power storm. Many people died, including some high-ranking officials who had come from the Heavenly Mansion. Take the Bamboo Forest Taoist, for instance. He came from the Heavenly Mansion and made significant contributions to the early construction of the Qinghua sect. He was kind-hearted, disliked conflict, and simply wanted to enjoy his twilight years here. As a result, he also got involved and met with untimely death. Tang Tian couldn't help but be astonished. Is he the one who planted that purple bamboo forest and built the purple bamboo courtyard? Yun Kong nodded. That was where he lived. Since that incident, the purple bamboo courtyard has remained sealed. However, for some unknown reason, it was unsealed again at the end of last year. If it weren't for others' concerns, it certainly wouldn't have waited until you came to rent it, Yun Kong said with a smile. Tang Tian nodded. He had indeed heard Wang Ziyu mention this matter before. Moreover, when he first moved in, he noticed that the facilities and layout of the purple bamboo courtyard resembled a retirement home. By the way, it has been a long time since I last saw Wang Ziyu. I wonder what he has been busy with lately. What happened next? Yun Kong continued. Things unfolded too quickly. Under the manipulation of those with ulterior motives, by the time Master Qi realized he was being used, it was already too late to stop it. In the end, Master Qi and Elder Li joined forces with a group of powerful high-ranking officials to quell this chaotic battle, allowing the Qinghua sect to escape the fate of destruction. As a result of this incident, the Heavenly Mansion dealt with a large number of sect high-ranking officials, and even the former sect leader was removed due to dereliction of duty, with the current new sect leader being personally appointed. Master Qi was the source of this turmoil, yet he was also a contributor to its resolution. His merits and demerits offset each other, so he didn't face much punishment. However, after this incident, there was no longer any hope for the position of deputy sect leader, and he was also excluded from the leadership positions of the 4 main peaks that developed afterward. Only now, with the construction of the 6th peak imminent and no other suitable candidates available, was he reinstated. After hearing this, Tang Tian finally understood. No wonder Qi Yuan appeared so eager for this position. If he delayed any longer with more suitable candidates arising, he wouldn't know how long he would have to wait for the next opportunity. However, what puzzled him was that the Qinghua sect was an affiliated sect of the Heavenly Mansion. With such a significant event occurring, why didn't the Heavenly Mansion intervene? If someone of that level took action, it would certainly have been resolved quickly. Tang Tian voiced the question in his heart. Yun Kong chuckled softly, saying, "The Heavenly Mansion has over 100 affiliated sects. To put it bluntly, they really don't care what happens to the Qinghua sect." Compared to the future of the Qinghua sect, those high-ranking officials were more concerned with whether they could cultivate more capable individuals through certain events. Just like with the Qinghua sect, I have been the deputy sect leader for so many years. Although I have achieved some results, the mistakes I have made are as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless to tally. These mistakes have altered the destinies of many disciples, even ruining some people's destinies. But the sect leader and grand elders rarely intervene. They just quietly watch me take steps in the wrong direction so that I can learn more profoundly from my mistakes. Unless the mistake becomes so significant that they can no longer overlook it, they will choose to intervene. Just like a few days ago after the Dragon Transformation Pool incident, the Grand Elder personally convened a meeting of the high-ranking officials to sternly criticize the current training atmosphere of the sect. Tang Tian fell silent, unsure of what to say. The thoughts of ordinary people differ from those of the high-ranking officials. This is unrelated to right or wrong. There is a saying that the seat determines the mind. No matter what position one is in, one can only do their best to handle their own matters. Sometimes, even if you don't change, the larger environment will push you to change direction. Taking a long breath, Tang Tian shook his head and smiled. "If you say it like that, I can basically understand Master Qi now." Yun Kong replied with a smile. Aside from external reasons, his personality has always been like this. Moreover, there have indeed been several instances before where investors, upon seeing such a large construction fund, were so frightened that they rolled up their bedding and fled. That's why he acted that way. Tang Tian nodded in understanding. After chatting for a while, Qi Yuan returned with several presiding elders. They refined the initial plans further and established many directions for future development, with the funding scale increasing again, directly exceeding 600 trillion. After Tang Tian readily agreed, Qi Yuan was so delighted that he nearly wanted to lift him up and kiss him a few times. "Brother Jin, from today onwards, wherever you go, as long as you encounter any trouble, just mention my name. Within dozens of thousands of miles, very few dare to look down on me, Qi Yuan." Qi Yuan proclaimed loudly. Tang Tian smiled in response. "Sounds good, sounds good. Brother Jin is just a..." Then he began to pull out the Xiantian Dao Jade from his pocket. First he took out 200, then another 200, and finally took out the remaining 400 in one go. This operation left Qi Yuan stunned. Brother Jin truly is extraordinary. "No worries, my big brother can do whatever he wants," Qi Yuan declared loudly. Tang Tian's mouth twitched as he completed the transaction. In the system space, the Xiantian Dao Jade surpassed 800, and the number of consumption points reached over 600 billion. The sacred level physique is finally in hand. After descending from the main peak of the sect, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Reflecting on the history of the sect, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia as he gazed at the serene and peaceful courtyard. From the information he has gathered, the bamboo forest Taoist must be a kind, non-confrontational, and gentle old. Yet even such a person could not escape the brutal and bloody struggles for power, ultimately meeting a tragic end. This world has never known true peace. Only by continually striving upwards and reaching the pinnacle of strength can one truly be fearless, able to do as they wish. There is still a long road ahead. Keep it up, young man. Tang Tian sighed and returned to his cultivation chamber. With over 60 billion consumption points, he had enough to exchange for a holy grade physique. Without much hesitation, he activated the system and chose to make the exchange. Holy grade physique, 10 billion consumption points. You have obtained the undying divine phoenix body. A familiar sensation swept through his entire being once more. This feeling was akin to absorbing dragon chi in the dragon transformation pool, but it far surpassed that experience. One was like a gentle stream, while the other was a raging ocean. In a daze, Tang Tian seemed to arrive in a chaotic realm, transforming into a massive gray egg. After an unknown period, the surface of the egg suddenly cracked. In the next moment, a divine phoenix soared into the air, its wings stirring the chaos before it vanished in an instant. After a long while, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The divine phoenix secret technique. "I want turn into an egg will ice." Tang Tian pouted, recalling the experience where he saw no powerful Dao methods, but had a vivid impression of that gray egg. However, he could clearly feel that his body had undergone a tremendous change. It was as if every cell was brimming with boundless vitality. Thinking for a moment, Tang Tian brought his fingers together, unleashing a sharp sword energy. He then aimed at his other arm and lightly slashed. A sharp pain immediately surged, and a bright red line of blood appeared on his arm. But to Tang Tian's astonishment, as soon as the wound appeared, it began to heal at an astonishing speed, completely restored within just a few breaths, showing no signs of injury. Is the effect of the divine phoenix secret technique healing? Tang Tian glanced at the description of the technique. Behind it, a line of small text was clearly written. The secret technique can use divine level enlightenment to elevate realms. 1 divine level enlightenment, 10 billion consumption points. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian directly exchanged for a divine level enlightenment to be applied to the divine phoenix secret technique. In an instant, his body underwent another dramatic transformation. Once the change concluded, Tang Tian activated his sword energy, once more creating a cut on his arm. This time the bright red line of blood only appeared for an instant, vanishing entirely in the blink of an eye. Reflecting on the situation, Tang Tian swung his sword energy and directly severed a finger. Then to his astonished gaze, a plume of blood mist erupted from the severed part, and before long a brand new finger grew back identical to the previous one. Regeneration of severed limbs. Tang Tian couldn't help but be taken aback. Such feats could typically be achieved by cultivators above the nascent soul stage after practicing certain life-related Tao methods. However, that method, no matter how exquisite, would inevitably consume a portion of one's life essence. Yet the Divine Phoenix secret technique exhibited no loss whatsoever, regenerating naturally. With such abilities at the intra-level, what might come next? With fervent eyes, Tang Tian spent the remaining 300 billion consumption points entirely on exchanging for divine-level enlightenment. Divine Phoenix secret technique proficient realm. Tang Tian discovered that upon reaching this realm, wounds would heal in an instant, and the speed of limb regeneration had significantly increased. Even if an entire arm was severed, it could grow back completely in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Moreover, his internal organs, meridians, and dantians all possessed the same ability. Even a shattered heart, even if his dantian exploded, it could be reconstituted. Continue. Tang Tian chose to exchange once more. Divine Phoenix secret technique mastery realm. This time, in addition to all previously mentioned abilities being enhanced, Tang Tian noticed that his nascent soul and divine sense had also undergone significant changes. These are the most crucial aspects for a cultivator. Any damage to the nascent soul or divine sense is a troublesome matter requiring long periods of recovery. But for the current Tang Tian, these were no longer issues. He could even pull out his nascent soul to play with others. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian utilized his last divine level enlightenment. Divine Phoenix secret technique minor achievement realm. After completing the exchange, Tang Tian felt the deepest essence of life within his body rapidly undergoing transformation. If the previous abilities were all natural, now they were fully connected to the essence of life, forming a unit. Moreover, his essence of life seemed to be linked to the mysterious heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao remains, the essence shall endure. This implies that if anyone wished to completely kill Tang Tian now, they would have to destroy the heavenly laws as well. Otherwise, one day Tang Tian would be able to restore his essence of life and be reborn from thin air. This is too against the heavens. Tang Tian stared blankly. This was merely the minor achievement realm of the Divine Phoenix secret technique. There were still the major achievement realm and the unique inheritance realm of the technique ahead. It's hard to imagine what kind of changes the Divine Phoenix secret technique would undergo at that realm. I feel like I can finally go out. Tang Tian murmured to himself. Since the day he crossed over, aside from the initial trip to the Golden Jade Hall, he hadn't stepped out of Qinghua sect even once. He hadn't even ventured to slightly distant places within the sect, merely wandering between the main peaks. Having immense wealth without strength is a fundamental sin. He couldn't challenge the moral boundaries of others, placing himself in danger. But now, after achieving the minor success of the Divine Phoenix secret technique, he no longer had such worries. I can't be too impatient. With the minor success of the secret technique, even if killed one day, I could be revived, but I do not know how long that would take. I can't be too impatient. With the minor success of the secret technique, even if killed one day, I could be revived, but I do not know how long that would take. Moreover, after such a revival, I would have nothing left. Everything would return to the starting point. Better to have a bit more. Tang Tian gradually calmed down. The Divine Phoenix secret technique has 2 more realms requiring only 200 billion consumption points. The 6th peak still has subsequent development plans, and other main peaks also need to grow, providing many opportunities to gain consumption points. Furthermore, he could strengthen his relationship with Qi Yuan. According to Yun Kong, he was half a step into immortality. If he were to go out, having such a bodyguard by his side would ensure that at least within the Qinghua sect no major issues would arise. Let's take it steady. It will be fast. Tang Tian contemplated.